everyone. We are here in Jönköping, Sweden for the Season 1 Championships. So we're at the Riot booth, here with our Spin to Win board. You can take a spin here and get some cool things like stickers, a Riot fist bump. There's a free one for you. A Demacian war cry, which we will have a demonstration right here. 1, 2, 3, Demacia, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Demacia!
Woo! Awesome. And the best of all, you can spin the wheel for a free, oh, it's not on here right now. So we're having a free DreamHack Tryndamere skin. You can get your exclusive here this weekend, and you can get it for free. Just spin our board and hang out. Come on over and see our swag. Here's Andrew Beagle, also known as Tamit, and Leo from the EU office. And best of all, every afternoon we're doing a Rioters versus DreamHack match. So come here, fill out a card, and we'll have a raffle, and you can play one of us 5 Rioters, including David Freak Turley. You can tell him to get on your level, which is awesome. And it's going to be a lot of fun, so come on over. We're on the DreamHack floor, and come join us. And now over to Traveler.
Hey guys, Traveler here, and I'm over in the free play area. Not open yet, but it will be open soon. And some of you guys over there can come play some League of Legends. We also have our writers over here. Hey guys, photographers, what's up? So the writers will be giving us a play-by-play on the web, and that's it for over here. Let's go talk to Daniel, who's going to be talking programming.
How's it going, guys? Welcome to the tournament area. All the blood, sweat, and tears and all the hard work and emotion here to be poured out on this playing field here. 5v5 Summoner's Rift to go down. Myself, Rivington III, and Xenon here to bring some of the action to you this weekend. Everybody's getting set up on their beautiful Alienware laptops, just getting ready. What was the long road for these guys, Xenon?
There were 3 qualifiers that these people had to go through: a European qualifier, a North American qualifier, and a Southeast Asian qualifier. And all of them were really, really hard fought. And we have the first 4 teams setting up here right now. This is Group A. These are the first group matches we're going to see. We see Epic Gaming set up here right now. And they are going to face the Titans from Europe, AAA, who are about to get ready over here. And for later in the day, we have Team Pacific versus Fnatic, who are also set up and ready. Rivington, this is where it's going to be decided. This is where the $100,000 prize purse is going to be won, or not won, as the case may be. This is where it's going to go down, and I think we're going to give over to Freak and Joe Miller in the casting booth now.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the League of Legends, my own game, I can't say it right. League of Legends Season 1 $100,000 Championship, the global finals. I'm David Freak Turley. I'm joined here with Joe Miller. Hello. Hello. And we are at DreamHack Summer 2011 in Jönköping, Sweden, and I cannot be happier to be here. This is an incredibly crazy event. We have thousands of people watching online, hundreds of people watching here in person, and more are going to come in over the course of the days. We've got dozens of best of 3s to be played. We've got dozens of games. 8 teams, the best in the world. We're getting the first one started out very, very shortly. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit of something close to our hearts, I would say. North America versus Europe, of course, against All Authority, against Epic. And Freak, obviously, we will be starting off with Group A, first of all, today. We'll be moving over later into Group B. And in a little while, we'll be able to show you that schedule that we've got coming up for the first games of the day in Group A. But Epic versus AAA, an amazing, amazing game to start off with. Yeah,
I really couldn't be happier with the first game of the day. We've got the very top seed from Europe against All Authority, French team, well, 4 French plus 1, against Epic Gaming, who have been a really cool sleeper hit from North America. They're the #2 seed, American team, and they're kind of known to get silver medals, is the funny thing. Last year at World Cyber Games USA, they lost to CLG in a really, really close final for the trip to WCG World. And then here in the North American qualifiers, they got 2nd place again, where they made it all the way through the winner bracket, and then Solamid just beat him out at the very end. So a silver medal team so far, but I'm really looking forward to this. Of course, it is North America versus Europe. I'm stuttering like a madman, and it's going to be just crazy awesome.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule for Group A that we'll be bringing you first of all here on the League of Legends stream from the Championship. So, yeah, as we said, Against All Authority versus Epic Gaming will be match number 1. Then we'll be moving over onto Fnatic versus Team Pacific. And obviously a lot of people really excited to see one of these Southeast Asian teams in action, see how they're going to do, and maybe even more importantly, how they, you know, what kind of style they bring. Are they going to pull out some crazy things that we don't regularly see from Europe or North America?
I'm not sure so much about what strategies guys are preparing. Of course, if we ask them, oh, what secret strategy do you have for the next match? They're not going to tell us. They're not going to tell us, right? So if we're like, hey, so AAA, what's your lineup going to be? And they're like, oh, you know, 5 Fiddlesticks is mid, obviously. And I'm just going to believe them, right? Because they know better than I do. But though a couple of the teams are actually known for running some special strategies. Epic Gaming actually specifically runs slightly off-kilt lineups. In Group B, Gamed DE is known for some special picks as well. So those are I think, the teams to watch for super innovation. But also the Southeast Asian teams, we haven't seen play at all. We have almost no knowledge of the real strategies, aside from a couple interviews we've had with the players. Team Zan seems to like Pantheon, and there's a thread about that on the forums, and people were like, Pantheon, please. But, you know, last year people were like, Twisted Fate, who plays him? And, you know, he proved to be quite powerful still. So we're probably going to see a lot of really new innovations and cool strategies. I was actually watching Fnatic play just like 5 minutes ago, and I saw a little secret champion they had a little prepared there. So we're going to see if that plays out in Group A, actually. Fnac's the 3rd seed, so we'll be actually seeing them next game. So I'm very intrigued to see what the special strategies are that might show up.
Yeah, just to give you a little bit of a rundown, in the group stage it will be best of 1 game. So, you know, it's all or nothing in the group stage on each game. As we move through into the playoffs, obviously, which will be coming up tomorrow and also Monday, then we'll be moving into the best of 3 format. So, really, this group stage, you lose 1 game and you could be in a little bit of trouble. So, I think we'll see some safe play, but maybe from those underdog teams, something a little bit risky to beat out the, you know, the favorites of the groups. Yeah,
and the way the groups work right here is you know, it's 4 teams per group. And the number 1 seed out of the group, if you win all your games, you're guaranteed top 4. You're guaranteed into the double elimination tournament. It's going to work really well for you. You're guaranteed top 4. You're guaranteed to make it if you go 3-0. Done. If you go 0-3, if you're last place, you're out of the tournament. And we're playing both groups today. So Group A and Group B, the 4th seed from each, going home. Well, not going home. I mean, the flights are still, you know, later in the week, but they're done for the tournament. So at the end of today, we're going to have a guaranteed top 4 team and a guaranteed out of the tournament team from each group. Then from there we have the 2nd and 3rd seeds, and basically they're doing a little crisscross pattern here where the 2nd seed from Group A is going to play the 3rd from Group B and vice versa, and the winner of those matches, those 2 matches, are also going into the double elimination group stage. So you really, really, really want Seed 1. Seed 2 gives you an advantage in that relegation match against the other group, so you want to do as well as you can, obviously. If you lose 1 match, you're not out at all. I mean, you can still get 2-1, you can still get 2nd seed, or you can have a 3-way tie and still get 1st. There's 100 different things that can happen in the groups, but obviously everyone wants to win.
So let's talk about this game a little bit more in depth. Freak, who's your favorite for this Epic against All Authority clash?
It's going to be close. So I'm going to put this out here right away. We're in Europe and I'll get booed for it, but I'm American and I'm going to cheer for the North American teams. I really, I know. I really do want to cheer for the Southeast Asian teams. I'm a huge fan of underdogs. If you haven't been proven, if you're all heart and no results, I want you to win. I want you to do well. And I would love to see Zan and Pacific just crush faces and go 3-0 in 12-minute games. And it's going to be crazy. And so, who do I think is going to win? I mean, Against All Authority is the number 1 seed, right? If I'm going to consider both contents equal, the number 1 seed should beat number 2. So I think AAA are the favorites, but I'm going to pull for Epic, and then the next game I'm going to pull for Team Pacific.
Well, there we go then. I guess I'm with Against All Authority, which is not such a bad deal for me. But before we go into the game, we've got Karen in the pro gaming area, and she's going to interview the teams.
Hello, I'm here with a member of Team Fnatic playing in Group A today. Would you introduce yourself for all our viewers?
Yes, I'm Sushi, I'm from Poland, and I play for Fnatic for around half a year at the moment. And I'm pretty happy that I'm in this team. I love the guys, totally. Yes.
Great, we're so happy that you're here. And I heard you have a little bit of a special sauce that you brought for the match. Could you explain that for us?
Well, I was gonna bring that, but the security at the airport didn't let me move that through the plane, and sadly I don't have my homemade brew, but at the Germany, at IMM, I had some, and guys said it's really delicious.
Wonderful. And what did you do to prepare for this match?
Well, because the servers were kind of failing on the Europe side, So we had to practice individually in the solo queue. Like Lamia was duo queuing with Melisande to practice their bottom lane, and me, Pekka, and Cyanide were practicing our champions in solo queue as well.
Great. I mean, you guys are so awesome. You don't need to practice anyway, right? You guys got this.
Well, you cannot say you don't need practice. You always can get better. There's always someone better than you, so it's good to train, and yeah.
Great. And what is? Do you guys have like a team motto for the weekend? Like, what do you guys? What is your goal here at DreamHack?
Well, we obviously want to win, like everyone, and we hope we can manage to do that and give a good performance for fans and stuff.
Great. Well, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, and have fun.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, and welcome back to the casting booth. We are here getting ready to go the very first game of the tournament, Against All Authority versus Epic Gaming. And this is really going to set the stage, I think, for the North America-Europe rivalry, for the tournament in general. These are two of the top teams, number 1 and number 2 seed from two of the regions. And I really just can't wait to see it. I really have nothing else to say except I just can't wait to see it.
Yeah, the first game of the tournament always one which could pull out a few surprises. The teams have not played it all really today. Obviously, some of them had a little bit of a warm-up, but mostly they're coming into this one cold. And a first seed from Europe against second seed from North America. An amazing, amazing matchup. And I think we are ready to go with this one. Actually, yeah, Epic said they're ready. Against All Authority said they're ready. And we're going to go into the picks and bans.
Yep, just waiting for host to click start on the game. Looks like Sauce is the one, and we are into Champion Select. So here we go. The game is started. The team's going to have 30 seconds apiece to ban champions. So let me give you a quick overview of how the tournament draft works. So there are 2 teams, 5 players per team, and you draft the champions. You can see on the screen here, there's a list of, I believe it's 76 champions in this build. For those who play League of Legends, this is the current live build minus Orianna. Orianna's not available, but all the rest of the champions, all the balance changes, the skins, all available to be used. And so the way this works, if you're playing in competitive play in this tournament, you can ban out champions. So each team gets 3 bans. You can see Akali on the left-hand side, Rumble on the other. These teams are banning out champions that the other team and their own team can't play them. They're not eligible to be played in that game. This changes if you have a best of 3, you do a new set of bans. So after each team bans 3 champions, you then have a pick cycle. AAA will pick 1, Epic will pick 2, and it'll go 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. I said one too many 2s there, but the point is, you take turns picking your 5 champions, and you can see that they're saying, AAA does not want to fight Akali, and this is great. I love seeing these. Akali is a targeted ban. Westrice on North American servers is known for playing Akali. He's an incredibly strong Akali player. And the very first ban for Against All Authority, no, not dealing with Akali, no thank you. And you can see Epic is banning Rumble. Rumble is a champion that's known to be so strong on the European servers. North Americans are just barely learning to play him now, and they're not feeling confident with that right there. So they're banning out Rumble, saying we're not going to deal with that. You look at these bans: Akali, Rumble, Vladimir, Needle is again a targeted ban. Nunu is a very strong jungler, and then Twisted Fate, the very last ban from Epic. So a pretty good range of bans. And right away, the very first pick is Jungle Amumu. Jungle, he has that Smite Summoner spell that lets him deal a lot of damage to a single target, usually jungle minions. And he's got Flash as well, which is a good summoner spell for positioning. It lets you move about a third of the screen wherever you want across the map. And Amumu is a very position-based champion, so he's really going to push in for those locations. You see the early picks from Epic are Janna and Vayne. Vayne, a ranged carry, physical damage dealing champion. Janna, a great babysitter and support for physical damage. She has a shield that not only blocks damage, but gives you bonus damage as well, and Vayne's going to really love having that. And one of the things in League of Legends is not only do you pick a champion, but you pick summoner spells, which means that you actually, as a player, have 2 of roughly 12 spells that you can pick, and no matter what champion you have, you can cast those spells on moderate to long cooldowns that do cool things. So Flash teleports you, Ghost makes you run fast, Clairvoyance reveals a location on the map. We look at more of these picks, and Karthus, an early pick as well, a very strong mage pick. And might be Momo playing him, but just a very strong mage, does magic damage in contrast to what Vayne's going to be doing. Just extremely high damage champion, and a pretty good synergy with Amumu as well, who can pin targets down in a location, and then Karthus can just pelt on those guys and deal constant damage.
Yeah, and we see there Kuja will actually take Miss Fortune, who obviously a big AD carry champion who's going to be played out by Kuja, and we'll now move over obviously to Epic, who will be picking their first jungler, which will be coming in the form of Warwick, there with obviously with Smite on Dan Din.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we have 3 flashes on each team. You can't repeat your summoner spell, you can't go double flash or double smite, but every single player so far has picked up flash. And one thing to point out real quick, just in case this will probably end up happening, is it's a tournament draft, so you're picking in the order that you joined the game, but you can swap your champions around at the end, so it's actually working out really well, where Dyrus probably will be playing a physical carry, and Dandin actually is the jungler for the team, and Salz is the mage player picking up Annie, but you might see some swaps around. So for example, the Clairvoyance Misfortune is not something I've actually ever seen played in a ranked game, so Kuja will be playing support, he's got that Clairvoyance locked in, but he's going to swap with probably Yellow Star, who's probably the ranged carry player for this game, and that's going to be one of the things going on there.
Yeah, so we'll see now Against All Authority take their final 2 picks. Obviously they had the first one, and Yellow Star will be taking Soraka, so they'll be the main support for Against All Authority. And Yellow Star actually, interestingly enough, just got knocked off the 2nd position actually in the solo rank queue by none other than Wicked from SK.
Unfortunately, SK not making it, so
he's got some time to concentrate there.
Well, he's got a lot of time to practice, and of course Season 2 going to start up, and we'll have probably bigger and better next year, so that'll be glorious. But we're at Season 1 right now. It's about this, about $100,000 up for grabs. Top team, $50,000 to split amongst your team. Half the money, half of $100 grand going to one team. One of the teams here on Tuesday morning.
It's going to be rich.
Check, giant check, bigger than me, worth a lot of money. And the last few picks, we saw Soraka, and now it's Aurelia the pickup. Almost definitely going to be a switch as well. So as known really as the mage player for the team. I could be wrong. I'm a little bit rusty in my European lineups. It's kind of what I get for being in the other continents. But generally speaking, So as the mage player, he's the one who plays Needly when he's up there, usually plays the mages. So we're probably going to see Moma and So as swap, and Yellow Star and Kuja swap. Super entertaining commentary, of course, talking about swapping champions. But the final pick for Epic Gaming, Westrice is one of those ranged AD players. Now, Dyrus has been known to play AD as well. I have seen these guys run double damage. Ooh. Oh, this is great. They're going to grab Singed. I'm fanboying. People are clapping out in the back who know. Dyrus is like the North American famous Singed player. This is great. I'm super happy to see Dyrus going to be on Singed. Westrice and Dyrus are going to swap. I'm sorry, I'm just having a fanboy moment right now. This is great. This is going to be hilarious. That's all I can say.
Yeah, Singed, in Europe at least, I'd say a little bit underused. We see him definitely a lot more, I guess, in North America, but a great champion for me to watch. Actually, my main as well.
Oh, nice. I've tried playing Singed, and I've got my own, I've got my triple kills from running around and just like waiting and people die to me.
Yeah.
But okay, so we have the 2-minute garbage time. This is for players to set up runes and masteries and swap. There we see Kuja taking that Soraka. Dyrus is on Singed. I'm just, this is going to be so much fun. I love watching Singed. He does so many stupid things that are hilarious. Flips people over his back, slows everyone down, runs around on the poison trail, and no one can catch him. He's the most hilarious champion. I'm waving my arms around, which is great. That's how excited I am to see Singed. Doublelift going to be staying on support. Interesting, a couple things to note. Doublelift not on Blitzcrank. He's a fairly well-known Blitzcrank player in the North American servers, but they needed a support this game, not so much a tank, because they've got Singed and Warwick to hold that front line. They've got some nice crowd control from Annie, so the players are going to be pretty safe. So let's go ahead and look into the lineups. What do you think AAA's strength is going to be here?
Well, if you're looking into Against All Authority, we saw in the European qualifiers Moma playing a very, very solid game in the mid lane. And obviously this time playing Karthus, one of those champions who you always have to be aware of. When you think you've escaped with that little bit of health, bam, all of a sudden you're dead.
Yeah.
And usually 3, maybe 4 of you as well, if Moma gets lucky.
Yeah.
So that could be quite annoying for Epic as well. Over on the other side, as you said, Doublelift, going for the support role this time, usually maybe playing a little bit more tankier, but we'll see. Westrice obviously playing with Vayne, going to have to come out very, very strong on that bottom lane, probably against Misfortune. And then you've got Annie as well, who's obviously been played by Salz, who I think we could see a great, great battle between Annie and Moma.
Oh yeah, that'll
Salz and Moma.
Yeah, that'll be super fun. So a point of something, I don't know what the word I was going for here, but the interesting thing, in about the last 4 to 5 months, maybe a little bit less, North American players have been adopting the European play style of running a support plus a range carry bottom, a mage mid, usually a tanky guy up top lane. and that's been the European standard for like a year or so. They've been doing that for quite some time. And it took them up until recently, the North American players, to realize this was probably the slightly better composition. Now, some carries can take a solo lane. Corki is one of those examples of a guy who can actually just take solo top and just chill and be fine. And so you can actually see a couple of double carry lineups. We saw that actually in the North American qualifiers where Epic, they had Dyrus duoing bottom as Misfortune, but they also had Westrice as Corki on top. So you can see some of those double ups. But here we go. The game is up to the loading screen here. We can see AAA, their faces on screen right now, talking with themselves, getting themselves ready, looking at the summoner spells, the lineups, the skins, all that fun stuff. And they're going to be ready to go very soon. But yeah, the lineups, and I'm looking at the synergy here, and AAA has a great area of effect composition. They've got Amumu's ultimate, they've got Karthus dropping down a lot of area of effect with his ultimate, with the Fire, with Wall of Pain, Misfortune's ultimate, dropping tons of area of effect damage out there. And here we go, the game is actually live. We're going to see that the blue team, the green health bars, AAA, and we're going into the game right now. Everyone give a round of applause to these teams. Season 1 championships, first game, let's go guys! All right, and here we are into the game. We're going to be following Yellow Star on Road Warrior Misfortune. Going to just, talk about the skins real quick because I can. And he's actually leading the way across the map. Let's go ahead and turn on the shared fog of war. We are in full spectator mode right now. Got that ready for DreamHack. We have Yellow Star grouping up with the rest of the team, and you can see Epic is right there. They dropped the ward on this brush. So Epic's going to be, if we watch their review real quick, they're going to be able to see just what they want. So let's see, we follow one of them. You can see they don't really see AAA running around just yet. We drop that back out, and I've got to get used to this keyboard, I'm sorry. I'm going to be a little bit slow on the commands the first game or so. But Epic actually running around down the bottom of the map, and they're going to be invading into the enemy jungle, and over way at the top, AAA's scared. They're actually afraid of getting invaded. They're actually camping their front turret. They're I don't know if they've got a clairvoyance that spotted anyone, but Karthus will face check that brush a little bit. I mean, we're going to run in towards the front, and they're going to take their own golem right here. They're going to be pretty much safe. Epic doing a very good invasion, have taken over the red buff, and they're going to jump into this brush here. Minions going to spawn in 20 seconds, or the neutral monsters will spawn then. And looks like Epic's in better shape to sort of control this game right now. They're going to take some of these jungle mobs and start off with a pretty big bang.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think we see a little bit less in Europe, the real aggression at the start. We've seen Epic push up amazingly aggressively actually from the start of this one, and they're still hung around there. We're going to see Dandin obviously playing Warwick, just going into those raids for the first bit of experience, and the more that Epic can take away from Against All Authority's jungle right now, the more it's going to help them a little bit later on.
Wow, and they're going for red too. They're pinging. They're going to take over the lizard buff right away. That has spawned. Of course, Amumu will go for the golem himself. They've been clairvoyant, so this is going to be a little bit dangerous, but they're going for this, and Warwick just taking out the damage. It's going to go to Westrice, and they're going to be laning against a red buff Vayne. That is not what you want to fight against if you're AAA right now. So they have a good chance because they do have this healer of Soraka, and they're coming on to Misfortune, and she doesn't know. Here they come. They're trying to get into range. Warwick going to jump around the side. There's the flash and the exhaust. He's going to flash across the wall, but Warwick is waiting for him. Can they get enough damage? Misfortune is running away as best she can, but catches the heal from Soraka. Dandin will make it out, and she's going to be okay, but already that is flash wasted, exhaust down as well, but I'll take an exhaust to waste a flash. That's really good for them right now. So that's a good open for Epic right here.
Yeah, and it was great positioning as well from Dandin to really expect that flash straight over the top. Obviously, he couldn't really do so much damage in there, but we could have something a little bit interesting about to kick off here at top. We've got Linux moving in there, and he will go in onto Dyrus. Dyrus could be in a little bit of trouble, and he will get himself out. Just use the health potion to get himself safely onto that tower. But as per, now, things fairly even in terms of the damage that's been done early on, but that early red buff from Epic's really going to set them apart, I think, in this early lane stage.
And he's coming back. I mean, he's coming back to gank, although the mini wave is huge, so it will push the turret very soon. And they're probably not quite durable enough to dive this turret yet, but Linux still waiting around, and he's maybe going to coordinate this. I'm not quite sure. The aggression on bottom lane is pretty strong, but Soraka constantly tossing out heals. The giant stack of heal wards, or sorry, not heal wards, the vision wards, and here we go, they're actually diving onto Dyrus. This could be dangerous. Linak will pull the tower aggro. He's going to be okay. Soaz staying on him, doing a ton of damage. There's the fling. Can he get out of range? Linak coming back in. Dyrus taking a lot of damage down to 200 health. Can they finish this one off? He's still safe inside the turret. Looks like AAA not ready to push back in, and Dyrus will stay alive just barely. There's a ton of minions here. He's going to last at them as best he can. Poison Drop doing a pretty good job of that, getting gold every time on most of these guys, and he's going to push that wave out pretty much safely. A ping comes out. Janna going to start roaming, and this could be some damage on a Karthus. Nope, Janna's going to pull back, going to look at the dragon, see that it's safe, and looks like the crises have been averted for now.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about Singe. You know, you think, okay, we can get in there onto him, and he throws you behind. You've got the tower aggro on you, and you just have to run away or really risk yourself in that one. Obviously up at top, SOAS really putting that pressure onto Dyrus, but he's keeping it fairly safe. Down at bottom, we've actually seen Vayne go home and pick up herself the extra healing pots and boots.
Yeah, looks like the same already happened to Jonna as well. She had already got dropped back and picked up boots and a ward. And if my math is serving me correctly, she did go back to get some item there. I don't think you can quite get all the items plus that missing slot on your initial buy, but maybe I just missed it. Saul's playing very aggressively, pushing around Momo right now. That's not going to work too well for him. Down the bottom lane, a lot of aggression. Kuja down to half health, tosses the heal on himself. Only 60 points per heal though, so that's going to take him some time to get back up to full. Saul still trying to zone out Momo. Has taken some damage though in that aggression, so I don't know if he's going to keep up with this very well. And you look at the last hits, and it's 19 on Saul. There's a 26 on Momo, so quite the advantage there to the AAA, the one non-Frenchman on Against All Authority. And there's the aggressive ward, so Kuja can now face check that brush with impunity and know that no one is there. It looks like Epic is being pushed back, and you look at the gold up top, and actually AAA is ahead by about 300 gold so far globally on the team, so they're getting some slight advantages for themselves, just ever so slightly in the advantage in this game.
Yeah, the minion kills down at bottom, roughly 6-7 in favour of Yellow Star on his misfortune. Obviously, we did see that red buff being picked up by Westrise very early on in the game. Again, up at top, we're seeing Dyrus taking lots of pressure from SOAS, who managed to avoid any aggro from the tower. And he's actually going to dive in. We could be seeing first blood. Dyrus flings him behind. SOAS getting the ignite onto him. And, well, he took a lot of tower damage as well. And, well, Singed holding out nicely.
That was perfect from Dyrus. That was super perfect. That was a great play right there. He flung him back into tower range, forced out by flash, or forced him to flash out. So we should be good to go. Looks like a gank is coming in from mid, from Amumu onto Saul. Saul's taking a bit of damage, but staying alive so far. There comes Flash and a great late race. This could be a kill if he has the mana for it. He does not yet, though. He's only at 150. Can he blue pill in time? And there's the channel. Saul's, I'm sorry, man. GG. Salsi goes down. First blood to Against All Authority. Beautiful job by Amumu. Great play there. Amumu coming in from the back, doing tons of damage. Still only level 3. That's impressive. He's been ganking constantly, because you see Warwick over here up to 4 and some change. So the jungler is, faster from Dan Din. But oh, there's a ton of damage on a Yellow Star. Gets towards up with the tornado as well. This could actually be a kill, but if Flash is used, and can he get the one more hit? There's a silence. Can he jump in for it? Yes, he will get it. He will flash out, but Amumu is coming with a bandage toss, and he lands it. Westrise, can he make it out? He's trying to get away from despair. He's just barely out of range, and Lina is out of mana, and he's going to push him back. Westrise is going to live. Oh, man.
Absolutely amazing there from Westrise to keep himself alive in that situation. And actually both of them from Epic on that bottom lane will be going back. We've got a bit of pressure up at top here as well, with Dyrus already down onto that tower. So us having to back away just that little bit. No minions to give him that extra protection. And what did Vayne buy as she went back? Second Doran's Blade.
Second Doran's Blade, 3 health potions, has a 3 health potions and a ward as well. So we've got that defensive ward in case she needs to escape back into into getting health. Jonna is a great support champion, great crowd control, but cannot heal. So if you take damage, aside from Doran's Blades, you got to get health potions and base regen. So that is a point to realize. Looks like Vayne will continue kind of jumping back and forth. Of course, they have that ward right there. So the thing is, they're going to get spotty. Look at this, and yeah. AAA can see them. They can see Jonna play aggressively, so they know Jonna is right there. She'll drop a ward down. They probably expect that as well. Looks like they're going to be safe for now. AAA back to their turret. Yellow Star, of course, 0-1. A little bit unfortunate there. But this Karth is super farm. 61 minions. Highest in the game by a lot, actually. 38. Wow. Significant minion kill advantage there by Momo. Tons and tons of gold on him. He's really carrying the flag there. 900 gold now by the up on the team. 9.3 to 8.4. So they're getting farther and farther ahead in gold Against All Authority, doing that pretty well. But that fire back from AAA was great. Vayne is really the one you want gold on. She scales probably the hardest of any of the champions in this game. Karthus could be a nightmare to deal with. Of course, he does scale, deal a ton of magic damage, force the team to fight magic resist. But Vayne really gets crazy as the game goes on. So she's the one you want to see farm. But here comes Linak coming in to push under Dyrus, but he's going to get back and be okay with Insanity Potion.
Yeah, and obviously doing the usual Singe of just literally running circles around his opponent, and obviously SOAS taking damage all the time. Linak came in there, but Dyrus just backing away from things ever so slightly, and even got the cheek to just face check that brush there and see if Linek was still hanging around. And Dyrus needs to be a little bit careful. I think he will actually fling Soaz down behind him, but Dandin is going to come in. Oh, and Soaz is in a lot of trouble. Linek will move himself in. There's an ignite onto Soaz, who surely is going to go down in this one. No, not quite. Manages to survive. Now it's Dyrus that could be in a little bit of trouble, and here comes the ultimate from Moma. Dyrus will survive with just 50 HP. Dandin is now the one in trouble. Linek trying to get in there. He's going to go down to the tower. Oh no! Oh my god!
I can't help but laugh at that. I'm sorry. That's. Oh man, the wish came in from Soraka earlier, helped keep Aurelia alive. A little bit too aggressive from Linek, a little bit too sure of himself, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm just grinning right now because the Americans are winning, and I'm sorry, the fanboyism is going to happen. I apologize. At least I can be. At least Joe is here to keep me in check.
Yeah, an Englishman rooting for the French full half most French team in the tournament. Yeah, it's not usual, but you know, Europe we got to go through with it.
Okay, but obviously, I mean, both teams exceptional players. I'm super excited to be here. I will cheer slightly more when Epic does well, but the battles are great. It was just a funny fight in the first place. Singed is the ultimate troll champion, and it got shown right there. I'm sorry, but that's Singed for you. He does stupid things all the time. So the bottom lane is still playing pretty aggressively. The wards, actually, just constant wards from AAA. They put them back down to this brush right here. So they're really all about controlling the brush here. The thing is, this is a very defensive lane with Soraka. She's not as aggressive as someone like Janna, who can drop down 2 crack controls and give bonus damage to the teammate. So it's really about Yellowstar farming this lane, and it's just impressive that Epic's actually been able to push through that a couple of times and actually deal damage here. Looks like Warwick coming around the side, dropped a pink ward, so they know that they don't see Dragon. And he could go for a Dragon if he wanted to. Looks like he's going to play safe for now. Looks like Amumu has retreated back out for a little bit. And yeah, Dandin, I guess he's trying to wait and see if they're going to play aggressively against that. And I think he might have seen Amumu. Amumu waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can play aggressively. Looks like Epic knows that he's playing aggressively, and they're going to just stay far, far, far back. And yeah, they're going to be okay for now. Westrise still last hitting. He's got himself 63 minion kills versus the 82 of Misfortune. All right. Still, the minion kills in the advantage for Against All Authority. The gold advantage not very large, though, because that extra kill right there. So the teams are very, very closely stacked. And, ooh, nice fling there from Dyrus. Going to push Soaz back and forth. He has a free golem buff thanks to that Amumu kill. He's going to be constantly running around, doing a pretty good job for himself. Mid lane is still all about Momo. He's got a Catalyst in boots. He's just constantly pushing himself through. And actually, the bottom lane is now empty. Against All Authority have both pushed back since they managed to shove that lane down. And let's see, Westride's going to keep last hitting here against this turret, getting himself a lot of gold. You can see every single one. He's waiting patiently at the turret, going to even get that last one right there with almost no health left. He managed to hit every single one at the turret. That's great play by him. Just very good coordination there.
Yeah, we see actually Yellowstar, who's just gone back there, BF sword in hand. Obviously, the double Doran's blade as well in action. We could maybe see something going down at the bottom. No, Linek was having a sniff around, but they couldn't quite figure out exactly what they were to do there. We saw a bit of roaming going on from Dyrus as well. Left his lane and headed down towards middle. And so as yeah, just watching out for that one. I think he was a little bit wary as to why his lane was completely empty the entire time, but it was all pretty much safe. Yeah. And we see Dyrus just cleaning up this minion line, and Soaz, I think, a little bit worried about it.
Yeah, this is pretty good, though. AAA did put a ward down about 20 seconds ago, and John just cleared that. And there's the Clairvoyance. So AAA does know that Epic was going for Dragon. They're going to pull back, not play too aggressively there. Looks like they're just very afraid of that gank. One cool thing that Against All Authority has is that this Aurelia is running Summoner Teleport. So if a battle starts anywhere on this side of the map, they have wards. They have a ward here. They have a ward there, they have a ward here. They have minions in both middle and bottom lane. And so Aurelia can come in to help in any team fight and make it turn a 4v4 into a 5v4. Dyrus does not have that for a summoner. He's Ghost and Ignite, so you can play more aggressively in a 1v1 and win those lanes. And you can see that really did help them earlier on when they killed Amumu. He ignited and pushed back Aurelia, and they've managed to pick up everything else on Amumu and get that buff. But he cannot show up across the map into those fights. So Dyrus is going to be sequestered onto that corner for a lot longer than Aurelia will. And so AAA has the big advantage of forcing more fights than Epic can.
Oh, what a move.
There's the teleport. Amazing. That was glorious. Dandin not in good shape. Instant kill pickup. The Amumu ultimate is not enough as Vayne gets out of the way, but yep, teleports onto a ward. Oh, it's like I saw that coming. It was great. There's the beautiful gank by AAA, bringing that back to 2-2. Up 1,200 gold now on the team. Yellowstar pulling that back. Westrise knows he drops the ward down. They know it's going down, but
they can't really stop that very much. They don't have Warwick around to smite that. Moma staying nearby. Looks like Salsa will not come to help. Dyrus will keep pushing top lane, so they're going to get a couple extra minion kills out of that, but it's almost 1,000 gold gain for that dragon kill. 16.7k to 15.1. They're up 1,500 gold now, and yep, there we go. This is what Singe does. He runs past the minion line, finds new minions to kill, and poison trails them, but Karthus and Aurelia are coming to join the show, so be a little bit careful there, Singe. You're going to have some friends pretty soon. So running away as best he can, gets that dodge proc right there, running super fast thanks to nimbleness. And yeah, he's going to move on down. Those minions are dead, and the lane will push once more, but Moma is there to defend them. Has the needlessly large rise. He's going to be nice and farmed right there. That's just happy for him.
We have So's just taking the place of Moma in the middle for the moment. And he won't have any trouble in there dealing with all that one. We could maybe see Epic. Yeah, Westrice is actually going to head back himself as Janna starts to head up towards middle. And we're going to see Karthus coming back down towards mid as well. So maybe a little bit of action about to kick off around there. We've got Dandin, who obviously continuing his jungle pattern, just did Wraith, is now onto the Lizard buff. And Misfortune, who, did she go back again? No, actually not. And Vayne decided to stay in lane as well. Does have BF sword now.
Yeah, so she's in pretty good shape. We see Vayne pushing back to the base, has BF sword, 2 Doran's Blades, going to probably pick up some items for herself, wants to go ahead and keep relevant. Yep, picks up Berserker's Greaves, more health potions, and a ward. It's going to be a little bit of a threat to deal with now. That attack speed going to work well for her base damage and for that Silver Bolts, that W, that passive there. So she'll be quite the threat to deal with. But we look over at Misfortune. Misfortune actually less items, has the BF sword as well, has the 2 Doran's Blade, but only regular boots of speed so far. Look at the minion kills, 110 on Vayne, 125 on Misfortune, but that kill from Vayne, actually Misfortune did get a kill as well. She did get the credit for that kill on a Singe, so actually Misfortune should be more farmed in the end. So when she goes back to base, she'll have some nice items. The mid lanes are back. Sal's fighting against Moma in the mid. Aurelia and Singe squaring off. Singe constantly pushing that lane, but Soaz should be able to really last hit this lane quite competently. You can see one of those going down, 25 gold a pop, pushing Dyrus around a little bit, but doing a really good job with his gold. I think I heard the slash laugh right there. He's spamming emotes in a tournament game. That's one thing I like about Dyrus. He's quite the character. Doesn't get excited too much. He gets into a giant team fight. But here comes Linak. Oh, and the flash from Annie will be safe. But Dyrus, and we're talking about Dyrus because I never talk about what's actually going on the screen ever. Dyrus has about one tone to his voice and keeps it forever, no matter what's going on. And indeed does does spam /L throughout games. Definitely a fun character to be around.
And we're going to see Dyrus actually work his way down towards mid. Okay, so not quite moving in there maybe for a push onto Karthus. We're getting pings down. Okay, so we see the Oracle actually on Janna, who is just making a move in. We actually see the flash over from Dandin. They're going to put pressure onto Kuja, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to catch up as Westrice trying to move in there, does get the exhaust on and has to escape himself out. Knock down Kuja to below half health, but yeah, you know, it's not going to make so much of a difference to Soraka.
A little bit of miscoordination there. You can see that John actually did pull back for a second, right as Dandin was like, no, let's go for the infinite duress, and then just a little bit out of range. Did not get the chain crowd controls off in time, and she got back to turret range, self-healed up quite nicely. And Vayne wasn't quite ready to go for that one, so that did not work out quite as well as they had hoped. Dyrus looks like he's going for a fast Rod of Ages, has the Catalyst already and a Blasting Wand. When he gets enough gold, he'll pick that one up, get some nice ability power on himself, and he's going to be a little bit more threatening as the game goes on. Looks like Salsa and Dan pushing through. Actually, sorry, it's Salsi. Actually, one of the things I love about League of Legends, by the way, in LAN tournaments in general, is other people waiting in brush like they're Garen, and Westrice definitely going to probably die for this. Here it comes. Oh man, here it goes, and he's been caught. There's Moma and everyone else, and Westrice is dead.
Rather quick nukes there. You're not going to really come out on top of that one when you've got Karthus and Misfortune focusing you. And this bottom lane tower is going to go very, very easily. They've got actually Linak down on the middle turret, who should be able to hold that off. He's actually just going into the jungle, not worried about it whatsoever by the looks of things. And Dan, yeah, we could actually see Singed and Amumu meeting up here. Dyrus against Linak, and obviously Dyrus has a massive level advantage over him. We'll put the slow in there, and he won't quite be able to get away. Actually, the ulti from Amumu was popped. Soz is going to go down, and middle tower is being pushed as well by Dandin. Not sure if they're going to be able to finish this off before those minions actually are killed by the tower, though.
Yeah, they're going to back off right now. 2 more shots to the turret's gone. Salsi going to come in there and take 1 more hit. So before he's interrupted by AAA ganking, how rude of them. I was telling a quick story. So Salsi's dad is here. And one of the things I love about League of Legends is that the camaraderie between players and family members and all that. So family members of course coming out to support them, but also CLG they're not in this game right now, but CLG they're in Group B out of their own pockets paid for their 6th to come here. Right, the teams are allowed to field 5 players and they're fielding their starting 5. Everyone made it, but they're like, hey, Kobe 24, you're not starting, but you're our friend, and honestly, like we're gonna win some money at this tournament regardless. Like, let's bring you to Sweden. Like, you helped us get here. You deserve this trip as much as any of us. And they paid out of their own pockets to bring their teammates here. Fnatic the same, brought their 6th. And this actually was a convenient story because actually one of their players missed their flight. So without him, they actually would have been fielding 4. So that was extremely convenient for them to have brought their 5th. But also, Saucy's dad came over and said, hey, he wants to give a shout out to his brother Vince. So there you go to the people out here. Shout out to you, man, for supporting your brother and all that. And I just love the camaraderie here. We actually have some of the biggest fans here as well. I met a guy who made his own League of Legends shirt, has made a League of Legends Katarina coffee mug. His friends made him a framed picture of Katarina for his birthday. Like, this guy is super awesome. We took pictures with him. It's great seeing people who care so much about the game, not only play the game, but spend their time just being involved with it and liking it. And that's a huge honor to be here with people like that who care that much. It's really humbling.
Yeah, it's a great thing to see, and obviously there are lots of people here at DreamHack, so hopefully we see a few more of those fans. We could see a bit of action going off here in the middle. Momo's going to be in trouble. Double flash who's in there, and Momo is going to be nuked down very, very quickly there, not really having any issues. And to be honest, we're not going to see Against All Authority get anywhere near it. Obviously, the ulti was popped, but most of them were full health anyway, and they're going to go in. Epic going to take this second dragon.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird that he kind of did that, because so it was greatly timed by Epic because they came as 5 to gank a player, which made it a 5v4 for Dragon. That's thinking 2 steps ahead. I mean, ganks are good, killing Dragon's good, but ganks that you can't get stopped while killing Dragon, that's just great play, right? It makes so much sense logically, but to coordinate that and get that ready, great play with these guys. Pretty wonderful stuff. They've come in, they've taken that one down for themselves. They've pulled the Dragons back to 1-1. They're still down 2,000 gold, but at this point, when the teams have 20-something thousand, not a huge problem. They did pick down that Karthus. Looks like Yellowstar going to have a Lizard buff for himself. And he's not going to start that right now, actually, because Epic is actually pushing bottom lane. Now, Double Lift is quite low. He's going to not have that ability to heal himself, so it's going to be a little bit dangerous. But Salsi off in the wings, waiting off outside of ward range, now going to come in and look for a gank. And they're actually not going to push. Oh, they are. They're going to come through the brush right now. Looks like there are no wards, so this could be quite scary for AAA. They're going to come through the backside. Yellowstar and Kuja none the wiser. Here comes Bane, knocks him into a wall, and here comes Salsi. Gets silenced by Soraka. Beautiful play there. Western's taking a ton of damage. Darius gets a turret, but here comes the damage out. But Salsi bursting down on Yellowstar. Can he get the kill? Yes. Double Lift super low. They're going to be okay. And here comes more damage in, and yes, that will be a kill. Dan Din taking the rest of that turret. 2 kills for nothing. Great job there, but Dyrus getting chased by Yellowstar. Can he make it out? No, he cannot. 2 crits in a row. Soaz doing a wonderful job there. Linek coming to lend the hand, but it's 2 turret kills in a row. They got the top one with Dyrus. They got the bottom one here. Picked up 2 kills out of the team. Gold is right back equal. 5 kills to 4. But ooh, here comes Salsi losing a fight to Momo, flashing away, but more damage, and the lay waste comes out. Momo picking up that kill. Great play by him.
Yeah, Salsa's move there was a little bit risky in my opinion. It was probably just trying to finish off that middle lane. Maybe they could push from both sides, but in my opinion, very, very risky, and obviously kind of showed in the fact that he died as well with that one. We're going to see Westeros actually taking the blue pill back home, as we have seen Yellowstar come back into lane. Does has already built his Infinity Edge, and also Azeel coming out as well there.
And Momo actually came by while that was happening and stole the red. It was interesting because Momo went by and stole red, so that's just gone. But while the 2 members of Epic were down here, you actually saw AAA ping that and was like, hey, they're at Lizard, stop them, quick, they're at Lizard. And so they actually backed off and didn't do anything because they knew they'd get spotted. But Momo did that perfectly and was like, yeah, I got your buff, what about it? And he's got Death Cap, he's going for, might be Rod of Ages, might be Void Staff. Could be Riley's, a couple of different things that build from that Blasting Wand. I'm guessing Void Staff, but we'll have to see as this builds out. But he's certainly in great shape right now. Still got tons of health with the Catalyst, 1900 HP, 330 ability power. We compare that to Salsi, and he's at 297. That's actually pretty close as well. Double Doran's Ring giving him a nice amount of AP there. But the Doran's Ring not giving him quite as much health though, so he's only at 1690 HP, so he's not quite as beefy there. Look at the top lane. Whoops, I just clicked Salsi again. Dyrus running around back from top lane, and here's a kind of a staging area from AAA. I'm not quite sure what they're going for. Let's follow Soraka around. She's got the Oracle. Is going to meet up with MoMA and Soaz. And now Yellowstar cannot teleport. He doesn't have 700 TP, so he's going to be alone, and it's going to make it a 5v4 if Epic manages to engage. But they look pretty safe for now, so I guess they'll be all right. Kujin is still roaming around, trying to find something to do. Going to, I guess, all the way towards bottom lane, maybe. Everyone's sort of at the top half of the map, so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. Everyone's going for positioning. Looks like that's going to be a kill on that ward. Double lift with the Oracles, staying alive, doing pretty well. You can see at the bottom, the support has not died still. So that Oracles has been on the entire game. Kuja right there with the Oracles, going to pick down that ward. 25 free gold for him. That's kind of nice. And helping to pay for that Oracles one ward at a time. And yeah, the turret's getting assailed by some minions. It's going to be okay. Dyrus will pill back. Has Riley, so it was not Rod of Ages, but Riley's Crystal Scepter that was picked up. And that's going to let that Poison Trail slow. It's going to let, actually, really just Poison Trail slow. It'll let Fling actually do a slow as well when he flings someone around. So he'll jump over his shoulder and then not be able to move so well for the first few seconds. And
on top of his slow.
On top, oh yeah, on top of the Singed Q, the Mega Adhesive, just he's really going to crowd control some people. So against all Authority, 5 strong though. Amumu's waiting in the wings to the left, ready to push onto this turret, but Epic's ready for him, so they're going to actually just push back, not get a lot done just yet. And ooh, the pings are off. They know where Double Lift is. Looks like a Clairvoyance might have spotted him. Double Lift going to still run away. We see AAA right below. If he cuts to the jungle, he'll get caught. Linak might jump through with a bandage toss. He spots him. Not going to go for it. Going to stay safe in that jungle, but they have jungle control right now. And uh-oh, Dyrus might find a guy. Ooh, this is going to be pretty contentious right now. Going to go back to mid, farm out some of these minions. This is going to be pretty close though. Let's go ahead and find the Fog of War. So AAA, look at the ward control. They've got most of the jungle spotted. They kind of see some of that. Look over at the other side. They've got a little bit of ward control as well. They do see AAA running around the back-end side. Now they don't anymore. So there you kind of see the amount of visibility that both teams have. And here we go. Dyrus going to get spotted. Soaz in the front. There's the move advantage toss. Dyrus could get picked up, running around as fast as he can. Looks like he will not quite die just yet. He will be safe, but a lot of flashes got used. Oh no, Dyrus, what are you doing? You're jumping back into the fight. You've got to be careful, man. Soaz in the front, getting pushed back in the tower. Beautiful play by Epic.
Amazing.
Gonna pick up Soaz. No, Dyrus though, pretty low as well. Gonna blue pill back to base. And here comes more of the fight. And Linak so incredibly low. They can't quite pick that one up. They're gonna keep pushing through though. Can they get the rest of this? MoMA putting down the drop. Oh, that was a lot of damage. There comes one kill. Salsi back on to Soraka. 2 more picks up, and here comes the Karthus drop, and it's gonna be no one gonna die. Oh, Amumu's back in, picks one up, gets dropped by Vayne. Looks like only one left. Misfortune running for her life, has Strut on, those hearts flowing out of her waist. Gonna be okay, but it's 4 with like no health. Look at this. You can't even see the health bars for half of them.
Yeah.
Dyrus is making his way back in, still spamming slash laugh. Oh, Dyrus. Oh, Dyrus. I don't know why I'm fanboying so hard over Dyrus, but I just can't help but laugh at the slash laugh every 5 seconds.
Since you took Singe, right?
Yeah.
For the start.
Trolling everyone. Nice! This man yelled Demacia at the top of his lungs. So, downtime, crowd interaction, guys. Can I get a Demacia from everyone here in the count of 3, please? 1, 2, 3. Demacia! Nice.
Awesome.
And now ESL's going to yell at me for taking the mic off and having it positioned poorly again. Hopefully this sounds okay to the stream. But
it was worth it in my opinion.
It was worth it. I'll say it in chat, but it won't go through. Hubs can't chat. So whatever. Sorry, spectators can't chat. That's the name of it. Stealing, on blue. So Epic coming in onto the Golem buff right there. That's going to go to Westeros. All right. Westeros's going to have really, really low cooldowns. Doesn't really need the mana, but they're going for Baron. Ooh, and look at that. AAA is so far away. They're going to get Baron. Okay, I'm fanboying again, but they're going to go for Baron. Look at the vision. They know about it, and they're on the other side of the map.
Too slow.
Ooh, this is going to be close. Will they get it in time? Put up the menu. That's good. Epic picks up Baron. Will it play? Whoa, they're going to catch Soaz. Here comes the push. They've caught him, and there comes the damage up. No, Jana, what are you doing? You saved him. Double lift. What are you doing, man? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I mean, they got Baron, right? That's still good. But
Soaz, I think, can't quite believe that one.
on behalf of North America, I facepalm. There's a thread right now on the forums. Double lift, what are you doing? All right, and the Golem coming up again, so Dan didn't pick that one up for himself. So both Golems been taken by Epic Gaming. Looks like Singe going to start on the Lizard buff. Probably going to give that one to Vayne. She's probably the best case for a Lizard buff, but I mean, maybe you'll just take it on Singe and slow on 5 of your abilities, auto attack included. that might work well as well. That might work well as well. It's like singing against all authority. I'm really good at these.
Against all authority is a mouthful, though.
It is, it is.
AAA works a lot easier.
AAA does work well. So we got a AAA match for you guys. That's shameless. So it looks like Lizard will, in fact, well, no, she's got Lizard buff, so yeah, that one did get donated. Keeping the turret alive. The golds, though, even though they got the kill advantage, Against All Authority is so much better at last hitting, it seems. They're still ahead in gold, ever so slightly. They're down a Baron, up a Dragon, granted, sure. I mean, they got that one extra turret kill, but really this is time for Epic to really push through. They've all gotten to push back and gain some items. Saucy's got to be just rocking a ton of ability power. 350, that's not too bad, actually, but MoMA, 379, and there's that Void Staff, so I guess correctly, yes. And they're pushing through into the jungle now. Towards that river. They've got spotted by a ward. They kind of, they drop that Clairvoyance down, Double Lift gets spotted, they're going to be okay. But they're 5 men strong, and they just have to be ready for Epic to push, because if they're ever 4v5, they'll just lose the fight immediately. Epic has really good initiation, that Annie, Tibber stun. They have Warwick and Singe that can both dive behind the lines and do tons of damage, and the fight's going to start pretty soon. And they're going to push through it. I don't think they're going to get pushed back, so I think they're going to go for this and go for this turret. They have the range advantage. Yeah. We're going to jump around the back, actually, and they might get a nice flank here. Here we go. Can they get the push on? Warwick's still down in the jungle, though. They're not playing too aggressively just yet, but Warwick does know. If anyone face checks the brush, it'll be a kill. And Linak wants to face check a brush. Ooh. Pretend there's a Garen on the other team. Don't do it, man. Do we even have Demacian champions on the other team right now? And another laugh from Singe, that's good. No team Demacia. A lot of Zana, actually. Anyway, yes, Laura side, AAA keeping their turret alive, so as doing a ton of damage here. He's got the Trinity Force, going for, this could be an Aegis, actually. Those don't work together otherwise as items, the Ruby Crystal and the Null Magic Mantle. And they're going to push down towards bottom lane, and they know they're getting pinged a little bit. They're actually pinging to sort of keep in the brush. Another Demacia yell, awesome, thank you guys. Every time that comes out, I'm going to have to, talk about it. And Epic's going to get this turret right here pretty much for free. AAA is very far away. This is going to bring the turret score to 3-3 right there, 3 kills apiece, bringing the gold back to their advantage, now up to 600 gold, and the wall's going to keep them zoned out a little bit. They've got good AoE slow from Misfortune as well. Oh, they're back to mid. They've got the minions there. There comes Dyrus running around. Trollolo going to jump in, take that turret, 2 more hits to go. And that's going to be another turret kill, so 4-3 now, and they're up a nice, pretty 1,000 gold right there. Going to push on through. And they're going to just look very good in this push. They've killed all 3 outer turrets now and one of the secondaries. And they're in really good shape to keep this game alive. They've got another minute or so on that Baron buff. Baron will respawn 3 minutes after it drops, so keep track. When you see those purple orbs fly away, in 3 minutes Baron will respawn. About a minute before that Dragon will respawn. Those were kind of concurrent kills. And we see Epic just walking back into their jungle, or actually the enemy jungle, and they're going to be safe for now. They need to find an opening to do something with this, otherwise they'll start falling behind again in last hits. And we'll see what they can do with this. They're waiting in the brush. Double Lift not actually in the brush, though. They're trying to find somewhere. They have a lot of pings. They kind of know where people are transitioning. They know where this is happening. AAA is refusing to move around through the brush. Epic putting on a show, though, right now. And, they're coming in from behind. They're going to jump on a summon. Baron is gone, so in 3 minutes, at about 32:15, it'll or 35:15, it'll respawn. They did get caught, though, so they won't get that push in quite yet. But Saucy up in front is going to get spotted. There's the Amumu Bandage toss. Saucy, not a great shape, but he caught Linak, and Linak in the front, taking a ton of damage. Look at that damage output. Dandin will go down, but they're going to kill the Amumu. And here comes the fight. MoMA in front. Westrice taking some damage. Yellowstar pushing him around. Saucy not in great shape. There's the exhaust, and the Timbers drop has killed Yellowstar. Only still 1 dead, but no, Westrice will go down to Soaz. There's a flash from Kuja, getting caught by Double. Can he pick up the kill? Yes, just barely. Now Saucy fighting Soaz. Saucy will drop. A beautiful tornado saved his life. He was crushing across the wall. There's the. Oh no! Are you serious? MoMA was channeling the ultimate, and Dyrus killed him before he could kill. You're kidding me. Dyrus just saved Double Lift by stopping him from channeling the ultimate. That's glorious right there.
Yeah, it was really great play from Dyrus, actually. The slow wall came down from MoMA, but then Dyrus dropped his slowing glue as well. So they were kind of both running at snail's pace, and of course the cooldown came back on Fling, and Dyrus managed to catch him out just in time.
That was definitely pretty glorious. That was like, and John is going to go, no, he's not dead, what? And then that happened, so that was pretty glorious. Good job there by Dyrus. And still the kills are actually just slowly stacking in the favor of Epic. They won that fight 5-3, or 4-3, and my voice cracks as well. Just barely, apparently 5 is a puberty trigger. So anyway, they're going to be fine. They managed to win that fight. Dandin still clearing out the jungle, is level 14. Compare that to a Mumu, who is not quite as well. Okay, so Linak doing some more fighting right here. Going to pick out some of these mini golems. Unfortunately, made them tether right there. Going to be fine. So still killing some of these wolves. Level 18 though, so Soaz really doing a great job here. Look at the bottom, look at the kill scores. 4-1 on Soaz, doing a good job there. Pretty much the most positive on his team, but 4-1 on Dyrus as well. So both teams, Irelia and Singed, really carrying the teams right now. It's kind of interesting though, you know, 4 kills on Annie, 4 kills on Vayne, but it's the Singed that's not dying. And yep, they're on to Dragon right now. So Epic doing a good job. They're picking up another objective for themselves, and in about 1 minute, we're gonna have Baron respawn as well. A minute and a half maybe.
And we see the Oracle being picked up by Kuja, and that's something that they really need at this point, because the ward coverage from Epic really has been, you know, great, amazing so far. And we see there Kuja just starting to spread some wards of his own. He's going to clear that one out. Blue buff is up, and as you can see, Dyrus has started to move in there, dropped a ward in, and we could see something kicking off maybe around by this Golem buff. Against All Authority are looking like they're going to go in there and take it pretty simply. I think Epic aren't going to challenge that one. They only have 2 guys around there anyway.
Yep.
But they are stacking up. Obviously, Baron is going to come up, well, right now. And maybe they're going to go for this one. Obviously, those forward wards were put in there.
Yep, they've cleared the wards pretty well. The Clairvoyance does reveal. Their ward, of course, does go down, as Kuja, the Soraka, does have an Oracle's Elixir, but they have decent vision to this, and they're kind of baiting around. Janna staying very far back, does not want to get bursted down by that Irelia, which is very smart of her to stay in a safe location. But they're about to butt heads. The wards are down again. They've seen each other, and here comes the fight. Linak in the front, and here we go. The battle will commence. Almost. Dyrus taking some damage. There are more, and there we go. Dyrus in the front. Who's going to find? He's looking like he's going to run around for Momo right away, and the Dan is going to come in there. Going to try to find Yellowstar. Yellowstar down to how Salsi in bad shape as well. Momo getting pushed back by John on double ups, healing up the team. Linak taking a lot of damage, but Westrise will get the first kill. Kuja is down. Westrise doing more damage. Yellowstar will go down. Westrise is safe. Dyrus trolling around, going to do some nice damage. Looks like, yep, there's a kill in there. Lots of damage thanks to that Karthus. Soaz will drop as well. A lot of deaths going down. Looks like 2 still alive. Only a Mumu left, and here comes Dyrus. And Dan chasing down. 1 kill to go. Has gotten flung, and here we go. More damage coming in. He's going to chase down. Linak will not land a bandage toss. Will not get a stun. Dyrus got to be a little bit careful. Linak has a lot of mana to keep himself alive. If he lands a bandage toss, he could kill Dyrus. Nope. A great goo right there. Linak still taking damage. Dan doing what he can. Not doing a lot of damage to this tank. Can he pick it up? There's a stun. Linak not dying. There we go. Picks it up there. Dandin getting that 5th kill right there. Another win. Well, team fight win. The game's not over, obviously, but Epic picking up another fight right there. 18-16 is the kill score. Great job by them. You can look back down to the bottom. The minion kills are massive. 200, 200, 200, 200, almost 200, 200. So minion kills a little bit better for AAA still. They have this slightly better mechanics, but these team fights more and more for Epic. And So did you expect this kind of good play? We talked yesterday, and you thought AAA was the favorites for this tournament. A lot of people did as well.
Yeah.
So are you surprised?
Not really surprised. I mean, Epic, as you mentioned before we started, have been a great, without trying to make it sound too harsh, a great silver medal team so far. And obviously they're coming into this one. This is where the biggest amount of prize money that's ever been available is to be won. Of course, $100,000 over the top 3 places. So I think they come into this one really, really motivated. And it doesn't really surprise me to see that, you know, against All Authority maybe having a few problems, let's be honest. Second team from North America, first team from Europe. I'm not sure that there's that much of a difference between the 2 teams, to be honest.
True.
I think on any team in this tournament's given day, they can probably all beat each other.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And I didn't want to sound like you Vlad, bro, and US is winning. I'm sorry if I came up that way. I really don't want to. Oh man, I'm gonna get flamed.
I didn't take it that way.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, okay. Anyway, I'm new to this. Wonderful game so far, of course. The teams still have to keep it up, right? They still have to keep that consistency going. There's still 2 more games for each team to go through. Certainly, only the last place team in each group is going to be eliminated, so everyone has a chance to go through. You know, even if AAA loses here, of course, they won against Fnatic last time they met in the European qualifiers. Actually, I'm not sure they met. I forget which side of the bracket game it was on, but certainly AAA basically won without losing a map at the European qualifiers. So they're going to be in good shape against Fnatic. You know, I will actually assume that AAA will move on into the bracket play, and you know they may play Fnatic then, and or you know Gamed and CLG and TSM and all the other teams. You know, I think these are still a very, very strong teams that have a great chance to keep going through this tournament. But I'm super happy to see Epic do so well right now. You know, that slight little bit of American fanboy is showing, and it's a good match so far, and I'm happy they're doing well, really proving themselves, proving North American play is just as strong as European play, and more matches that come out throughout the day. And they're pushing through. They've still not picked up Baron, but looks like Dyrus is ready to go for this one. He's getting ready to kind of push on. A lot of Banshees though are going to really prevent that fling initiate, but they're getting ready to play aggressively still. And there we go, Linak in front, going to take some damage, and the fight's going to start.
Yeah, and we saw the damage coming into Linak, but maybe they'll change the focus here. Actually, we've seen Kuju in a very aggressive position there, and Dyrus is just still running around, poison all over the place. Soaz will actually flash out of that fight, so let's go back in there. Moma's actually very, very low. Nice slow wall put down, and that will really slow them in. Actually, Salt will get the front. Oh, actually, it was Westrice who got the kill in the end, and then we see the ultimate pop. I don't think it's going to take anyone. So Salt's going down fairly low, but Epic are starting to move their way over to Baron. Obviously the kill that they got in there really helping them out. It was obviously onto the tank as well, onto Linak, but against Authority, they're not going to give up on this Baron, so yeah, they're going to keep putting some pressure in there.
Yeah, so they're in really good shape here. 2,500 health left on Baron. Looks like AAA will not get into range in time. Let's watch the Baron fall real quick, and the battle will start. Here we go. And looks like the death is done on Moma, and there goes Misfortune as well. And Kuja about to fall. Dan did do a wonderful job, and looks like almost no one left alive for AAA. Soaz goes down. That is the ace, no death with Baron buff. This could be the time for Epic to push through into the base. 600 damage crits coming out from Vayne, and they're just jumping past minions. They don't care. They're going for this. They really think they have the chance. Amima will be back alive pretty soon. He was the first to fall, or the last to fall, as the case may be, and they're pushing through. That turret is gone, and now on the next one. They're onto the inhibitor turret. When the inhibitor falls, your minion waves will start spawning super minions, which are crazy good at fighting champions and buildings. They take less damage from turrets. The turret is down. There are 20 seconds till any of the respawns are really back right now. Amima cannot fight this by himself, nor can Soraka, and they've got the inhibitor, and they're moving to bottom lane. No, they're going to back off. They're going to play it safe. They're going to back. They're going to heal. They're going to take these buffs. They know that Golem is up. They know that Lizard is up. The Clairvoyance comes down. They know they should be safe, but they're probably going to be okay for this right now. Still no one has revived, but Amumu. Finally, Soraka is back. Karth is back in 1 second. Yeah, but there is the kill on the Lizard, and they're going to be okay there. And Rourke's going to take Golem for himself, and Epic came out of that beautifully. 23-12 now, the score. And they've got Baron, they've got buffs. They're in great shape. And
Dragon as well. Yeah.
Wow.
And I like it from Epic. They could have pushed that bottom lane there, and probably, if we're honest, taken that tower out as well. But you know, at this stage of the tournament, first game for both teams, I think Epic want to play that a little bit safe, want to use the position that they're in right now and just do it safely rather than maybe risking all, and for it to go badly for them would be a real shame at this stage. So now Epic 23-12 ahead in terms of kills. They've got a good 8k extra in gold as well, so they're looking very, very healthy to be taking this one. And against All Authority, probably wondering now, how do we hold this one off? How do we, force that one fight in a good position where we can maybe come back into this game?
Yeah, here we go. Another Golem getting picked up. Looks like the Lizard will spawn soon as well. Looks like Saucy going to pick up the Golem with the Incinerate cast right there. Got a Void Staff and a Banshee Veil, so she's in pretty good shape, that Annie. Here we go at the bottom, or the bottom of the middle of the map, I guess. AAA in their own base. Pushing back the super mini waves. You can see two of them right there. Pretty beefy, not dying right away to this Karthus. Karthus 466 ability power, quite beefy. The Annie 450, so they're pretty much following equal builds, which I think is hilarious. They've got almost the exact same items. Looks like Karth is the first to diverge, though, getting another blasting one to pick up a new item. And we'll see how that diverges there. But still, the Baron buff is being worn. Epic looks like they're ready to push again. 61k to 52k. They're still not that far ahead overall in advantages. Look at the levels over there. 18, 18, 18 on 3 of them. 18, 18, 18. Ooh, wow, yeah, level advantage. Pretty good for Epic right now. Dan did quite higher. Wow, there's a turret kill. They're going to keep moving on down. This could be a very large fight. Let's kill that scoreboard, give you a little bit more visibility. And they're looking for something. They've actually found Linak, but they're not going to be able to quite catch him. No way to break the Banshee's Veil. No one can quite jump on that as hard as they wanted to. So still crushing down this minion wave. That's a nice amount of gold picked up there.
Yeah, really steaming on down into that top lane. I mean, there was no one that really could have stopped them. It looks like they could put some pressure onto that inner turret as well. And they are kind of hanging around, just trying to maybe split against All Authority away. But they are waiting for this next minion wave to come in. So I think they're going to start pushing there. Linak fairly aggressively placed, actually, and just trying to pop a couple of those Banshee's Veils off, which it seems like almost everyone has a Banshee's Veil at the minute. Okay, so 4 from against All Authority, and yeah, 3 from Epic. So lots of Banshees Veils everywhere.
Down to the bottom, you can put a stack of items down there. Looks like no major fights happening just yet. They're still a little bit afraid to jump into the base. One thing that Epic can do is ride Super Minis in, and that's what they're going to do. Dan jumping into the base right now. Going to make him a little bit scared. Gets stunned out by SOAS, but he's got so much self-healing available. He's really not in bad shape. He's got a Stark's Fervor. He's got a Spirit Busy. He's got Aegis. This is basically Aura Warwick right now. And they're jumping into the turret right now. Dyrus going to push down to some of these minions. These turrets do not regenerate, so every damage that they deal is going to stick around, and they're going to slowly just kill these turrets down if they can stay into this. And, I mean, they're really just comfortable inside the Against All Authority base, and we'll see if they can push through on this. They're in pretty good shape so far.
Yeah, we see Dandin getting himself out of any trouble there. There's more Banshees Veils being popped, and we're going to see maybe a push in here. Some damage putting out. Ulti comes out from yellow side. As you can see, Dyrus is already in there. Did go in onto Soraka, but the main fight kicking off there in the center. As we see Salsa taking down a lot of damage as well. Double lift hanging around. Soaz is trying to get himself out of that situation. Dandin running around. Ulti popped by Karthus as well. Dandin will survive. Flash is going in aggressively. Soaz just managing to hold on. Nice move from Westrise to pick up that kill. Gets himself out of range of the tower as well. And they should be able to push straight through, and this is going to be good games.
This is 5-0. This is the first game. Epic Gaming going 1-0 in the group, the #2 American seed, taking down the favorites, arguable favorites of this tournament. The very first game. Stay tuned. We've got Pacific versus Fnatic up next.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, guys.
Don't go anywhere.
Because we're here the entire day until, well, the final game of the day starts at 7:15, you know, depending on the schedule, if we're there or not. But that means we'll be here till, I guess, 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock, something like that. So an entire day of League of Legends here on the booth. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Of course, you can play Spin to Win over at the front here, and also the free gaming area. I guess not open just yet, but that should be coming up a little bit soon here. But yeah, as Freak mentioned, next game coming up will be Fnatic versus Team Pacific. First time that we're going to see the Southeast Asian team in action.
Yeah, it's gonna be super glorious. I really can't wait to see these games happen. Looks like on the screen we got people cheering for themselves. Over on the monitor we've got Epic Gaming, people pointing at themselves, mouthing words that we can't hear. They're in a huddle right now. Oh, big picture getting taken of them, of course. People super happy and excited to see their favorite players. And oh, you know what it's time for? I don't know if that went through the stream or not. We have a GG button.
What show is?
That one went through.
There we go.
We have a GG button we can press when games end. That'll be glorious. And we will, I believe, in the near future have post-game interviews. Looks like people are getting ready for that right now, though. Still, the elated team of Epic. You see Saucy on the left-hand side. It's actually one of the only 2 players actually recognized. I haven't met the rest of them in person yet. But what a game. Super close game. Started out in the advantage for Against All Authority. The early ganks back and forth. First blood picked up thanks to that Amumu gang. And right back, fired back. Vayne got that kill in Misfortune. The team fight started going a little bit better for AAA. They started building an advantage. The Epic just found a crazy good fight. They built this giant advantage for themselves. They got really far ahead. They baited the Dragon into a Baron kill, which was glorious. And that was such a crushing mistake for AAA to not realize if we're all on one side of the map without ward coverage, they can kill Baron. They have Vayne and Warwick. They're really good at that. They're really good at killing Baron, and they just kind of let it happen. And I think that was a really, really silly mistake to make. It's the kind of thing you don't want to let yourselves do in the most really important games of your lives right now. More than any game you guys have played so far, these series of games, all sequentially more and more, mean the most of any game of all you've played. And just looking at the post-game stats.
Dyrus 6-1-16.
Yeah, 6-1-16, died once. Double lift as well, died once. Everyone on AAA died minimum 4 times. Almost all of them 6, Soaz only with 4. And Soaz did manage to go positive that game, 5-4-2. But really the only one. I mean, Momo started out so strong, but ended up only 3-6. Soraka, I mean, your team doesn't have many kills, you can't get many assists, but 0-6-4. Doing a good job as support, going that 10 minion kill strat. Letting your teammates get all the money there, but just spamming Hearts of Gold, and Ward's basically letting his team get all the gold right there. And you can see Yellow Star, 333 minions, Westrise 1 shy at 332. But so many just metrics to go over. Dyrus, a wonderful job top lane. I was so happy to see Singe, and he really did so much this game. It was really cool because they had a really good positioning gameplay where the battle would start, Amumu would jump in with Bandage Toss and ult, and then Karthus would flash, and he would use Defile, and John would be like, push back with R, push him back out of range, keep him from really doing anything there. You know, push him back out of the way, kept Karthik out of the way, and then Singe would like run around, jump in there, and fling him back over some more. And he really kept Karthik out of that fight. And then by that time, Karthik had taken so much damage from everything else going on. Karthik would die, not get a lot done, get his ult off, which, you know, good. That's some nice damage there. He got a lot of ability power. But Epic played that battle so incredibly well. They picked, you know, wonderful, strong champions that serves great purposes for themselves. And I mean, those team fights, you zoom out and just watch everything you can and hope you can catch it all. And you see battles up in here as, you know, Warwick's like holding down, you know, Soraka at the bottom, and then Misfortune's trying to push him back, and then Vayne's tumbling around doing crazy things, pushing dudes. You know, Vayne can push someone back, Singe can push back, Janna can push back, Janna can push up, Annie's got a big stun. They have great position gameplay, and honestly, look at AAA's lineup, and it's really position based. I mean, you know, Aurelia has to get into melee to fight. Singe doesn't really have to; he just kind of runs around, so it's okay if he gets pushed around. Yellowstar, a very location based, the double up needs someone to push onto. And actually, I've been told that we now have time for the interviews. We're going to go ahead and take it over to Karen and Traveler, who are going to interview the players from the game.
All right, ready. Hello, and we're here with AAA and Epic Gaming, the game you just watched. Really well played. How do you feel about the game?
Well, we are unhappy about how we played. In our opinion, we played bad, but they played well. We had also a little hardware problem. One player was totally cut off sound from us, so that was really hard.
We'll definitely correct that for next game. So, I mean, what are your thoughts? What do you want to do differently next game? You're going to be playing again in a few hours. What do you want to do?
Well, first of all, we will ask the crew to have sound. First of all, we will ask the crew to have sound on Soa's computer, because that was hard for him to play without anything on TeamSpeak. And we will do better picks and ban.
Great. And what were your thoughts behind the picks and banning this time?
That time, well, we don't know really this US team, even if we checked what they played, and we are not expecting the Vayne at all, else that would have been something that we would have banned.
Great, awesome. Great things to remember for next time. Thank you very much. And for you, we want to introduce yourself to everyone?
My name is Dan Din. In-game, also Dan Din.
Awesome. And can you say who you played for the last match? Which champion you played for the last match?
I played Warwick the last match. I was a jungle king.
Very cool. Very awesome control of the jungle. Now, about 20 minutes in, you know, the kills are about equal, towers are about equal. What changed in the middle of that game?
What changed in the middle of that game was probably our ward control. We got in oracles a lot earlier than they did, so we were just killing off their wards the entire game and placing our own wards. And what that did was that forced their Soraka to get in oracles, right? And their Soraka had 10 CS by about 40 minutes, so we picked her off a lot, so she wasted a lot of money on oracles. So after about like 20-30 minutes, she was a non-factor. So her heal wasn't even healing for much.
Great, and obviously the right decision there. And then you guys got Baron twice and two aces in the game. And I mean, how do you feel that went overall? Like, is this a great example? Is there anything you want to learn for next game?
I think what we could have done better was our early game. We weren't used to their teleport brush gank, but just because that happened so many times this time, I don't think it's going to happen again. So hopefully going on to the next couple rounds we'll be a little bit stronger.
Great, yeah, definitely something to remember for next time. And for the next game, you know, any thoughts on any bans for next time?
Any thoughts? Not necessarily. From what I've heard, the Europeans generally value Rumble a lot. So we don't know the strength of Rumble. Not a lot of people play Rumble in the US. So why play with like a X Factor, you know what I mean? So we're just going to ban what they call OP.
Great, sounds good. Well, thank you very much. And on to the next game. It'll be Asia versus EU. It's going to be really exciting. And we're going to have a quick commercial break, so stick around.
Welcome back to the DreamHack $100,000 Season 1 Championship. And as you can see, it's no longer Freak Germany here. It is now Rivington the Third and myself, Xenon.
Yeah, we have some amazing matches to come up right now. We are going to have Fnatic, MSI versus Team Pacific. Actually, just talking to Pacific a little bit, and they were letting me know they're kind of not a new team. They've been playing for quite some time, at least a year or so. But they have added 2 more players to the team within the last 5 months. So it's definitely going to be, we'll see how that chemistry works. It looks good on paper, but during play on the pitch, it's definitely going to be a different story, especially against a team like Fnatic.
Absolutely. They are still some of the unknowns here in this tournament, and many people are quick to say that they have no chance here. I would definitely not say that. I mean, first of all, we know nothing about them, and sometimes the fact that they have a completely different metagame than what we have in Europe and America can be a big advantage. I mean, our teams don't know what to expect. I hear they're even running a Pantheon. I mean, how do you deal with a Pantheon? When did you last see a Pantheon in high Elo play?
They have not. It's easy to counter. You'd think it's easy to counter, but we haven't seen how it's played in high Elo. You're going to have to see what they do and where they really choose to utilize them. We could see that Penta Baron drop.
That'd be amazing. Additionally, and I think we should just say this on stream as well, there's been a little problem with Fnatic. In that XPK did not manage to make his connection into Sweden yesterday.
Indeed.
That's very unfortunate. Lots of flights got delayed yesterday, and he missed his connection into Gothenburg. So we are actually going to have a substitute playing for Fnatic for the group matches. Now, this is not just a random guy that they picked up here. Like, hey, you can play League of Legends. Yeah, sure, play with us. This is a guy they know. This is We Will Fail Him. And he's been sort of the 5th Beatle for them for a long time. He is not officially a member of the team, but they've been playing with him a lot, so they know him. Unfortunately, they have a team strategy that is built around that dual AP, and XPK obviously one of the two very strong AP players of Fnatic. So we don't know how they're going to do without that second AP. They are definitely not going to be the ideal team right now. XPK is going to join us at some point, either today or at the very latest tomorrow, so they'll have their main lineup for later on in the tournament. It's going to be tough for them today, but they are confident. I spoke to them earlier, and they think that they can win this.
Yeah, when I was talking to Pacific just a little bit ago, they were letting me know that they have a good amount of supports on their team. So if things get banned and they can't choose anything and they really get countered in their picks, which a lot of teams were doing, they said they actually were able to fly through their brackets in Asia. So they were able to do very well. So we're going to have to see how they pull that one out and bring that into the game with Fnatic here. We're going to see what they can do on Summoner's Rift in just a few minutes here as we talk about the teams. Pacific, like I said, they have the supports. They have the few AD carries. So if those AD carries really get taken out, it's going to be difficult for them to be able to come back.
It is hard, though, to outpick Fnatic. You cannot outpick the AP. It's possible. I mean, it would normally be. Actually, it's an interesting question. I don't know how much homework Pacific did, but without XPK there, it could be that the selection of APs is a little bit more limited in that I'm not sure if Shushin can play every AP in the game as well as XPK could, but normally you cannot outpick AP against Fnatic. You cannot outpick AD against them either. Lamia plays all ADs. He has no problem. He's not in AAA. You can ban Corki against Yellowstar, and that means they're not going to have their A game in their AD carry. You can't do that against Fnatic really, and so yeah, the only thing you can do really is outban the jungle. We'll have to see how the picks and bans go. However, right now we have an interview ready for us, and we're going to give over to that right now.
Hey guys, Traveler here, and I am here with representative from Team Fnatic, Expia. No,
I'm Lemia.
Lemian, I'm sorry. And we're missing Expia.
Yeah, XP, it's a sad story. Yesterday he was going to arrive by plane. He had 3 flights to catch, and his second flight was delayed, so he couldn't catch the other one. And he basically spent the night at the terminal, and he can't come here today. He's gonna only arrive in the afternoon when the group stage matches are gonna be over, so we kind of lack our star Spanish player.
So they're missing their star player. He's jet lagged. Is that going to affect your game at all?
Yeah, we basically fixed something. We picked a guy off the streets. We said yeah, hey, you want a beer? You can play for us. Sure, I don't know what LoL is, but I'm gonna play for you. But we actually know our other guy we picked up. So we kind of discussed all night about strategies and what we can do. So we should be fine. We should be able to give you a good show. So we're pretty excited.
All right, well, I hope this random dude helps your team out.
What?
I said I hope this random dude helps your team play.
Yeah, I hope so too. I really don't know him.
All right, back to you.
Some great stuff going on here. There's still camaraderie. Obviously not a random dude, like we said, a very good friend of the team, and they're gonna do that. And maybe even with the beer, we'll have to see how they utilize that.
Yeah, well, Wheel Failer is unfortunately he's a support player, so he mains support, and they brought Melisan, who is their star support player. I don't expect them to take Melisan off support. So what Wheel Failer is probably going to do is he's just going to fill XPeak's AP role. Now he's not just a support player, he's also a very, very strong AP player. Not on the level of XPeak, but they should be good, and I expect them to run Wheel Failer on AP. We'll see, obviously.
Indeed. We'll have to see if they got the game up here, see if we can get into that one. They do have some people joining up. We have the Jönköping, Sweden is where we are right now, the Elmia Convention Center for DreamHack Summer 2011. Gorgeous Sweden right now, and everybody's so happy to be here, just playing their hearts out. $100,000, and we're going to have to see what they can do.
Okay, so if you are actually watching the stream here at DreamHack, and I know a lot of you will be doing that because I was here last year and I was just sitting in my PC watching the streams rather than getting up and walking over to where the games were played, do consider stopping by here. We do have a very nice spin-to-win wheel where you can win a couple of nice things, including a skin you may have heard of, a Viking Tryndamere skin, which we are keeping exclusive at the moment, so you can only win it through the cards that we give out here. And additionally, we have a free-to-play area over there with lots of very nice laptops.
Did you say free?
Free.
It's free.
It's also a free play area. That's the word I was looking for. But yes, the game is completely free. That's pretty amazing. Yes, well, you can just sit down and play a game of League of Legends. You can, of course, play it on your PC as well. I hear one or two people may have brought their PC to this event. I hear that's how it works.
I don't know, maybe like 10,000. I'm not sure.
Yeah, something like that. But if you come and play here on our laptops, you can also win something. And you can meet the very, very handsome writers and the two of us as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be awesome. So make sure you guys check that out. The free-to-play area is over on the right side. If you're watching the stage right now, it is on your left-hand side, right behind the spin-to-win booth. We got these teams setting up, and we'll see what we have to do. Fnatic, you know, a very good team, definitely one to watch for. People seeing that Pacific may be the underdog in this matchup, and you know, that's usually the person I root for. So I really want to see what they can do, as well as, you know, having this solid team against Fnatic, who actually had to sub out a player.
Right. So, I obviously watched the last game with great interest because I wanted to see how the first America versus Europe game turns out, and I must say I'm very, very, I wouldn't say disappointed, I'm surprised with the performance of AAA, especially because Epic left their A-team open to them. They left Amumu open for Linux, who is usually amazing.
Yeah, first pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Many of these European teams you will see, you cannot outpick their AP, you cannot outpick their AD, and you can only outpick support on one of the teams. Against game, you can kind of outpick support, but you can outpick jungler because the junglers tend to be very, very narrow. There tends to be only one or two champions that they can jungle really well, and if you outpick those, you can really, really mess with the team. So I was surprised that they just left Amumu open, and he did really well with it in the beginning of the game, but he got very, very greedy there, and yeah, generally greed is good, but if you want to win games, greed isn't so good. Greed is good for us, so do be greedy sometimes, players, because it makes for amazing watching, tower dives and close gangs. But if you want to win games, consider not being as greedy.
Definitely have to play that mentality game. And, you know, like Dan did said, his team really started to come out with ward control early in the game. They got that oracles really early, and they were able to come out very strong, as he said in his interview. And that's really one of the things that, you know, we saw Solo Mid do in the US regionals, is just ward control. They're able to keep a lot of turrets throughout the entire game, stopping that global gold from being, you know, advantageous to the other team. And it's just a very good mentality to play on the other team. You're able to jungle invade after that situation, and that plays a huge role on the mentality of the team you're playing against. You know, if you can't get your own buffs, you can't come out of your own base, and you can't farm, it's really just a downer, and you got to try to build up from that. And it's in team fights where you do that, so it has to become more concise, and you have to be more focused on where your damage is going, and really nothing can go wrong. It makes it that much harder.
That's actually a very interesting thing for people who are stuck in the around the 1300, 1400 elo range. One of the best things you can do in the shop, when you have 300 gold left over after you bought whatever item you wanted to buy wards. Just consider wards as a gold per 10 item as well, because that's what they basically are. You put them down, you are safer to to farm, you cannot be ganked. Obviously, when you're dead, you don't earn as much gold because you can't last hit when you're dead. So yeah, wards are an investment that pay off over time. And I just spoke to Shushe a moment ago, and he said, if I go home and I buy whatever item I wanted to buy and I have 300 gold left over, I don't save that gold. I spend the 300 gold on wards. It doesn't just mean that that character himself has more ward control. It also means that the support doesn't need to buy as many wards, and that means the support can buy in earlier oracles. And we just saw how powerful an early oracles is.
Right.
And I think Rivington, you should also join the game.
Indeed.
Just in case. So if you find it, there should just be one game open on the tournament realm. If there's more than one game open, then we have a problem. Very good. There you go. We're in the game.
It's a very good point. It's almost like an investment when you go back. You know, you have something like you said, 300 some gold. You're going to grab a few wards. Maybe if it's not too late in the game for a health pot to take effect, you know, 200 health at high level at 18 or so is really not going to bring back too much HP. So you can just get another ward, maybe even a vision ward instead of just a regular ward, and you know, start to clear out that way. But late in the game, at that point, you're really just going to get the Oracle's Elixir and you know continue. There, as you see, Team Pacific getting ready to start it off. We saw Fnatic a little bit earlier talking to AAA and one of their players.
Are those flying sharks on their uniforms?
Yes, it's the center that they play for, the Pacific. And that is their support there. I believe this is their AD carry. We're going to see how they just go down the line here, these guys. I just got able to chat with them. Like I said, 3 other players were, you know, together for about a year. They played on the NA servers, and when the servers switched over to Asia, they were able to get on. They found some people that they were playing with, you know, that became their friends in these past 5 months. And they've really been able to put together a solid team, like I said, obviously running right through their brackets in their regionals. So we're going to have to see how they, you know, bring that over here. I asked them how was the flight, and they just said long, really, really long.
I
you
can
know,
imagine.
that also, if they didn't get a good night's rest, hopefully they can be on the top of their game, and they did get that rest that they so much needed. Waiting on one more player from Fnatic at this point in time. We can see Pacific has their entire team in the game, ready and raring to go. So we're going to have to wait for that to get in there, and we'll get your picks and bans going on.
Yeah, we're waiting for We Will Failure, the substitute, and probably we'll need to set him up with an account, or we need to let him play on somebody else's account, because obviously we did not plan for this. Yeah, I am excited about this match. The Flying Sharks, like you said, went through their brackets. They didn't have any problems in the qualifiers, so we're definitely seeing one of the best teams from that region there right now. And Fnatic not with their A lineup, not with the team that they would want to play with. We'll have to see how it goes. It's going to be an interesting game for sure. Fnatic are known for a couple of things, and I just have to bring this up at some point. They are known for the creative play of Shushe. So Shushe is definitely going to be one to watch. He does strange things. He made AP Alistair happen in Europe. He was one of the first to do it in, maybe not one of the first to play it in ranked, but he was the first who did it in a really big tournament last year at EMS with Team Birth, as they were known still then. They went on to become My Revenge and are now Fnatic. It's still pretty much the same team. He played in AP Alistair, and people were like, what is this? What is he doing? Why is he doing AP Alistair? And yeah, he wrecked. He wrecked with the AP Alistair. And these days, it's a standard build, you know? That's how it goes.
That's a champion we're definitely going to see a lot in this one. We're not going to see Orianna, however. She is not in this build, and we're going to see what happens, you know, if anybody was going to play her. Obviously, not too much. She hasn't been utilized. It's really a team composition build if you're going to use her, but we're not even going to worry about it in this one. And, you know, it's scary for Fnatic at this point in time because 2 teams will go home today. And if they don't have their full lineup, which, you know, their Peak is going to be here tomorrow. X-Peak will be here tomorrow. He will be able to make it. So hopefully they can make it to that situation and not really have to lose out in this first round here. I don't think that's going to happen, though, being one of the stronger teams in this tournament. However, Pacific about to give them a run for their money, and we're going to have to see how this match goes.
I definitely hope so. So I am actually shoutcasting as Freak. I hope that's not too confusing, but we are about to go into this game right now. Yeah, I'm giving the go right now. We should start the game any second, and we can see We Will Failure on X-Peak's account, so that's how we solved it. You will see X-Peak in the game. It's not actually X-Peak, it's going to be We Will Failure. Let's see who started the game. Melison, please hit start.
And we will be off and running for your picks and bans. Fnatic versus Pacific here for your second game of the day here at DreamHack Summer 2011, the $100,000 Championship Season 1 tournament brought to you by League of Legends.
I'm excited.
Our HD stream by PaySafeCard. Very nice. I hope it looks fantastic to the 90,000 viewers we have going on. We'll have to see if we can get that up to the 6-digit number as we get this game going. It's going to be a very good game, and we'll have to see 14 seconds for that pick ban. Nocturne coming out, shutting down the jungler.
Well, Nocturne is an interesting ban. They may not know about the European metagame, but Nocturne is a kind of B-tier jungler for us. If you have nothing else, sure, you'll jungle Nocturne, but you want to have your tank in the jungle because the dominant meta is still a double AP meta in Europe, and there is no room for a tank anywhere else. Oh, there is a Jarvan ban. That's actually interesting because I would have expected them to run a Jarvan. Their player Cyanide jungles a mean Jarvan. So it's interesting why they banned him right away, but they will probably have a reason for that. So I definitely expected the European teams to see a tank in the jungle, just like we saw last game. AAA was running that Amumu in the jungle. It's simply because there is no room in any of the lanes for a tank at the moment. There needs to be an AP top, and there needs to be an AP mid, and a support and AD bottom lane.
Yeah, and something we've talked about before is the ability to just have that level over somebody, the health, the regen, the experience, what the damage you're about to do. And people don't really take that into consideration when one level can make a huge difference to the control of your lane. And even with the junglers, lane presence is a very big thing. You don't really have to get that gank every time you go in lane. Making yourself present in the lane pushes that back for the opposing team, and you have a lot more room to farm, you have a lot more room to get your last hits. And we see Vladimir coming in for Pacific and Vayne for Fnatic. Two very big picks. Vladimir self-sustaining, Vayne a lot of damage, that true damage coming through, and Soraka, also being picked in the hands of Pacific.
It's a ban actually. We're still in the ban phase.
The ban, yes.
So a Soraka ban and the final ban, Rumble. Also very interesting because EU teams are really strong on Rumble, and I would have expected them to run Rumble. And oh wow, there is a Twisted Fate right away, so they're gonna go for the we have a disconnect, unfortunately. Let's see what's going on there and remake the game as soon as possible. You need to speak to one of the ESL guys. Let's see if one of the admins can... Okay, so we're going to have a reset in just one moment. We're going to tell you what's going on. It's a bit unfortunate when this happens. Now, you showed your cards already. You showed your hand.
For sure.
But we didn't see more than one pick yet from Pacific, so it's definitely not too much. Oh, I think we had a problem with it. The teams were on the wrong sides. It's very important actually what side you're on because I think it's because of both first pick and what side you're going to be on the map.
Yes, very much so.
And because of the seeding, Fnatic deserved first pick and first ban, and the blue side, I believe it is. And we did not pay attention to that. That was our bad there. Very sorry about that. We're going to have to remake right now. And I don't think that we need to pick and ban the same champions. No, I don't think we need to do that. Okay, so as soon as Xpeaker comes into the game again, Xpeaker, impersonated by We Will Failure. As soon as we have that impersonator back in the game, we can get started again. Okay, there we go. So please hit the start button right away. There we go. Yes. I am not used to German keyboard. I'm a disgrace to my homeland. Yes. Okay. Let's see if the bans picks are going to look any different now. They probably are because you are going to leave completely other champions open if you have first pick. If you know that you have that first pick, you can just leave a champion open, force the enemy to ban that champion if they don't want to see it, or just take it. You know. There's the Jarvan ban again, though. I would have expected them to leave Jarvan, or maybe they're going to leave Rumble open now. We'll see.
Maybe, possibly. Maybe they're going for the same bans. I don't think they will be. It's, you know, a new deck of cards here. Like you said, they did show their hand, but then again, they do have their counter picks and their picks ready. So we're going to have to see what happens in this one. Looks like they all are going same, but we'll have to see here.
I don't think that we gave a ruling out that we have to pick the same champions and ban the same champions.
Right
no.
on.
They can pick and ban what you want. Actually, we tell that to the Pacific player, pick and ban what you want. There we go. Switching this to English keyboard. There we go. Yes. Yeah, they are picking and banning the same again. I hope that there's not been a misunderstanding, but we're not going to remake now. These are the picks and bans that they have.
It looks like they will go through the list as well.
They are going for the same ones again, which is, you know, fine. Fine by me. All right, so we see that Vayne banning again. That Vayne, oh God, so painful in the hands of Westrise, I believe it was. That was an amazing Vayne. And
Westrise is not somebody you want to give a carry to.
No. And people say that, yeah, you can get Westrise out of the game by banning Akali, and no, you can't. I'm sorry, he can play other champions really well too. And we see the exact same picks and bans.
All right, there's the Alistar.
I'm happy.
Yeah, I hear
right
you
there,
smile on your face.
This is going to be Shusei's infamous AP Alistar. Oh
You can see Alistar just staring them down. They now have 50 seconds left for their 2 picks. We're going to see what they go for this one. They did have TF coming out on that first one. We'll have to see if they use him for there. There he is again, but it looks like the picks and bans have gone the same. He was switching for somebody last time. I believe he had Clarity and or Clarity and Fortify, but I don't think that was really what he's running. Maybe just picking for himself. Would have switched for somebody, because that's Clarity and Fortify. Isn't something he really run altogether anyways. And Mumu possibly in the jungle for Vi, and we'll have to see what he does with
Remember
that.
that they can switch their summoners later on still. They can switch their summoners up until the last moment, so that doesn't really say anything. I don't think he would have run Clarity. I like that, actually. Many people are going to say, why wouldn't you run 2 defensive summoners on a carry? But I really like the Clairvoyance. People underestimate how important Clairvoyance is. It's the same with wards, you know? Knowing what's going on the map is just power. It's extremely powerful. So it looks like they don't want to leave Janna open. That's why Lamia is picking. Janna is obviously going to switch that Janna with Melisande, who's their support player. But yeah, they believe that Janna is a very valuable support to pick up, and they don't leave her open for Pacific.
Yeah, she has a great utility. Really doesn't need anything early game to help herself out. She has the shield, she has the slow, she can get away from most things. She can pop you up and stun you in the area. And we do have a Karthus coming out in the hands of Wormy. Very nice, and the teleport as well. Not something you really want. A good amount of global so far, and a huge support coming out of the hands of Taric. And we are going to see that it possibly was a switch for the Clarity, or Clarity and Fortify, that could have gone to Taric later in the game, because he will keep that.
Interesting. Clarity. I don't know. I'm really, really careful about saying, oh god, you can't do that.
Well, they're very heavily mana-based at this point in time.
Right, they are. But still, even if you have a very heavily mana-based team in Europe or North America, I don't think you'd ever see Clarity picked in a tournament game. It's just not something you see. Okay, and then we have the last 2 picks. We have Corki, going to be played by Lamia, and Weevil Failer currently has the Nunu pick. He's probably going to switch that around with Cynet, and he's going to play the Malzahar. Then Malzahar, Alistar, I like that for the APs. That is going to be really strong. Twisted Fate, I expect they are going to build him AP. That is just the only build that really makes sense at the moment. If you build an AD or a proc Twisted Fate, where you buy items that do damage or effects on procs, you have to be too close. You have to be in medium range for the entire fight, and that just spells doom for Twisted Fate. So he's going to go for that AP Twisted Fate, probably with a very quick Lich Bane to be able to push down turrets in split pushes very, very quickly. And we see the last pick now for Team Pacific. Let's see, they need their AD. What?
All right. We did see a lot of very good Garen play in the US regionals. It was a character to bring about a lot of wins for the teams. I can't remember exactly who it was at this point in time. There were just so many amazing games going on. But he was chosen, and we see the switches going around now. Amumu does grab the jungle. TF will go, and they switches with one. It looks like Ido grabs that, as Vi was the one to grab Garen and Gibbo at the top. So a lot of switching going on the right side. They wanted to get who they wanted and made sure that it was locked down in the way they wanted it.
So there's not going to be Clairvoyance on Twisted Fate. Okay, so Flash Ghost on Twisted Fate. So I think they may actually play him as an AD range. I mean, they need an AD in a team,
for sure.
Right?
Yeah, they're going to have those 2 ADs and a very heavy AP team after that. So it'll be a very nice switch up from what they had before.
This is actually really a clash of metas. This is a completely different meta. We have a very strong dual AP here. I would be surprised that Shushay builds anything other than full-out AP on Alistar. And he's going to build a Lich Bane rather soon as well, because if you get in with a full combo and then you can add a Lich Bane hit, because you're close range anyway after your headbutt, you get that Lich Bane hit in, and it's just so much burst. People just don't expect a flying cow.
They're one of the highest base damages in the game, to do a lot of damage anyways, so he's going to be able to get that slap in after he does his attacks, but really leave it up to Lamia's to do so much shredding of armor, and then it's just going to be Malzahar on the outside throwing down the percentage damage with, Melisande coming out with the healing when necessary in the team fight to support the team. And Nunu with absolute zero as well. They have so many AoEs right now. If you could just pulverize in that absolute zero, it's really going to cause trouble for the other team. However, they do have a good amount of slows, stuns, and whatnot. They have the Dazzle, they have Bandage Toss, and they have Yellow Card. So they do have a lot of CC on both teams, and we're going to see that there's going to be a lot of just, stops in the fight for that quick second where nobody's going to really know where to focus. A lot of people are just going to be stunned, and we're going to have to see how they utilize that. that. Everybody is running flash on both teams. It's something you really need to run. You can get very low in a fight and almost use that as bait and flash right behind your team. And the opposing team is forced to walk into that wall because you're going to want that kill, especially if it's somebody who's being fed and they have a lot of money behind them.
And we're going into the game right now. I'm a little bit concerned about Nunu here. There's so many champions that can cancel his ultimate. It's going to be really bad for him. There's a stun on Tarek, there's a silence on Garen, there's a stun on Amumu, and there's a stun on Twisted Fate. So 4 of the 5 enemy champions can cancel that Absolute Zero. And if the Absolute Zero doesn't channel for a long time, it doesn't do a lot of damage. And what's more important in these high-level games is that the area of effect slow just goes away once that spell is cancelled. And in these high-level games, you really just want the Nunu there to channel Absolute Zero so that the enemy cannot get close to your carries. We'll have to see how it goes. Now, I'm very interested. We're going to be looking for that level 1 fight here. We're going to see if they look for it. And we are ready and going into the game right now. And we are in game here. We're following Team Fnatic right now as they are walking toward the middle. I would pick a Team 1 fight. I would pick a level 1 fight. What do you think, Rivington? With this sort of lineup, would you pick a level 1 fight?
I think both teams have a really good chance of coming into this fight strong. Early game, not a lot of stuns on the side of Fnatic at this point in time, but they are definitely in favor of Pacific at this. And Garen actually not in the bush there. There he goes, getting into the bush. You can see the pings bottom from Pacific. They're going to hide right next to that top dragon bush and kind of hang out right now. Gibbo going down bottom to make sure nobody was straggling coming out. And a lot of wards bought by both teams. We did see Gibbo buy a ward, also Nunu with a ward in his hands.
And look at that, there's already a ward at the ramp leading up to blue for Pacific. So they are very wary of Team Fnatic stealing their buffs early game. And Fnatic are being very defensive like you normally are in these games. Pike Violfela is going home already. Obviously he was spamming his skills to get that charge for the minion. But as it turns out, it wasn't necessary because Team Pacific did not pick a level 1 fight. And it looks like the teams that are setting up very defensively right now, both are just going to give their blue buffs to their junglers and then continue laning normally.
Yeah, no invasions here. Very safe play by both teams. They don't want to leave anything to chance at this point in time. You can see a few pings from Pacific in the top near their red. They think maybe they're there. We haven't seen anything down here. Clairvoyance going up from the hands of Pacific. I cannot find where that is at this point in time, but they're really about to use everything they have in this tournament to their favor. It looks like they're going to use 3 to get blue. We can see the Fog of War going up there for shared, and we will see what's going on. It's going to be, I believe, Alistair Twisted Fate made a good amount of damage on that first headbutt. Wow.
Yeah, that
really
just
piercing through. It does set the tone, and you're right, that it's going to be that AP Alistair, the Doran's ring to start. And these guys are off and running. Looks like Nunu almost on his blue buff as well as Amumu. So the junglers are also kind of neck and neck at this point in time. Looks like we're going to have a Corki and Janna to babysit on bottom with Garen and Tarek. Tarek, a way better babysitter with that consistent heal. Janna can kind of just assist the escape of the Valkyrie of Lamia's at this point in time. And it's going to be AP versus AP straight up top. Malzahar versus Karthus.
It's going to be a very, very tough lane for Karthus. I mean, if he can keep Malzahar away, okay. But if Malzahar gets in and gets enough ease landed, it'll be very, very painful for Karthus.
Looks like Nunu already doing a little jungle invasion here, stealing the golems up top. Amumu will be going for this Wraith, so he will not see that. Very nice job. Amumu easy, able to self-sustain there with his consume. You can just take a few minions and pulverize. Very nice job by Shushe in mid. A lot of damage going down in the hands of Twisted Fate, and it looks like he will be going for boots in 3 pots. So that's 600 HP. Oh. He's able to stay in lane with, and that's really one of the things you want to be able to have is lane sustain. You want to be able to stay in lane as long as possible, get your last hits, and get the experience. As we said before, absolutely. That level above somebody can really make a difference.
And top lane, Nunu was thinking about a gank here against Karthus, changed his mind. Amumu went to the golems and found his golems missing. Oh, and Nunu, look at that, he's going right back there.
Wow.
Oh, this is bad news for Amumu. Oh, this is bad news.
No.
Yes, can he get a kill now? He has the slowdown on Amumu, and Amumu flashes away. Oh, and he flashes after him. He really wants that first blood. One more hit, 2 more hits, and that should be first blood and double buffs for Team Fnatic.
A very nice job, and that was the perfect way to do it. A lot of
and bottom, wow. Immediately Lamia Settle gets picked up on, both extremely low on the enemy team, but Melisande does not have the damage offer to do anything. Can Garen actually kill him? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
And he goes down to minions. Will Tarek also goes down to minions. Amazing. Oh, and mid. Alistair catching Twisted Fate. Is there enough damage with the Ignite? Probably not. No, Ignite obviously scales with levels. At level 4 it doesn't do that much damage in. But that is a Twisted Fate that has been taken out of that landing phase. Wow, a lot of quick action here very early in the game.
Amazing job, and to point out Nunu waiting for the buff to be taken and then stealing the buff, refreshing his blue, refreshing that, or getting a red, I should say, and he's able to go back into his jungle. Great job down bottom. I would have thought, that Melisan was going to come up with a kill on the Garen, but he chose to run around instead of attack. A very good rule of thumb to go for is to do as much damage you can do as if you know you're going down. If you know you're not going to make it back to the turret, turn around and fight as much as you can. That's going to be money in your pocket if you're able to get it. Shushay taking a little bit of damage there. We didn't need to. Not going to hurt him too much. He does have that heal and a full amount of mana. Great gameplay so far by Pacific as well as Fnatic, both getting kills. It is 2-2, and we are only 5 minutes into the match at this point.
I'm liking that. That makes for good watching. Shushay obviously running his AP rune page, so he's running a lot of flat AP. He has that Doran's ring, and on top of that he is at 33 AP right now. So even right away his heal for quite a lot. Oh, and Amumu setting up there. Oh, can Amumu get the bandage toss in against Shushay? Shushay just going for the damage because Cyanide is here as well, and Pacific now have to possibly draw back. Yeah, Shushay can heal for himself for enough, and he is safe. That was interesting. Twisted Fate baiting Shushay there while Shushay was baiting him as well, but nothing happening there.
That was a very good fight right there. A lot of damage actually going on to Shushay. Amumu was able to do quite a bit as he heads up top now. We'll see what he can do here. Looks like he's not going to go for a real aggressive gank on this one. He may just come out for lane presence.
Bottom lane, wow, so much damage for the Janna, and he takes Janna down. Wow. Oh, a flash in from Corki. Will Corki be able to get damage? Yes, he has the damage output for Garen. Garen goes down as well.
Very nice job there. Corki, knowing his limits, did the Valkyrie out and not a Valkyrie in, saving that escape for himself. Another headbutt and some good damage coming out of the hands of Shushay right now. They're about same HP in mid as Amumu begins to head back towards top. No, going back into his jungle, just making sure nobody's invading. That Nunu really wants it, and actually looks like he will try to do something here. The buffs are still on. He does have a little bit of time left on his red buff here. No, he's just placing the ward, and he will get there before Amumu sees him, and they're going to be out of that one. And it looks like we'll have a gank top. He is going bottom. He does see Amumu when he comes in with the tantrum. He will get out of that one, though, as the pool goes down. Nunu comes in to help and assist in the fight. Alistair still pushing in middle strong. Each of these players are just kind of poking each other back and forth at this point.
Tarek going very low
taking
bottom,
a lot of damage there.
Yeah, he gets out of it. He gets out of it. Very, very aggressive game so far. You are a little bit ahead of me again, Rivington. So for the watchers at home, if it looks like Rivington can see the future, he can actually see the future. But he calls the skills a little bit before you see them. That is why. Also, he is obviously a 7th and a prophet, and he just knows what's going to happen.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Garen push back to his tower in middle. Looks like Twisted Fate is also forced to hug his tower right now. These guys aren't going to be really able to get any last hits. As we look at the bottom, Tarek obviously not supposed to get too many last hits in the beginning of the game. Really comes up with the assists late game. He does have 4. 42 in the hands of Karthus up top, and we're going to see Malzahar's at 43, so doing a very nice job. Karthus has gone for the Magi's. Wow. No real kills for him yet, and we're going to have to see how that plays into his favor. That's a quick buy, and that's a quick 1,200 gold you may not want to waste. It looks like they may be going for the invade here on the blue. The pings are going down. He just wanted that clairvoyance. Yeah. No invade coming down here, and he just wanted to be safe and cautious in the play.
That Major Soul Stealer, that is a statement of intent. That says, I am going to be super aggressive. I'm going to look for those team fights, because that item is not worth its weight in gold at all if you don't get any kills in. So it's a bit of a wasted buy unless you actually go and kill people really quickly. So that Karthus needs to be aggressive, or he just wasted a lot of gold.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a blue donation coming out to the hands of Alistar rather, and he is going to be able to head back to mid. That easily helps him. Actually, he's going back to purchase, has a little gold under his belt. We'll have to see what the other teams are doing. Tarek setting down some ward, puts on a vision, and he will be able to stop the ward. Nice. Coming out of the hands of Pacific. They are on Dragon, so they do not have vision on that area. They're not going to quickly go for it. They could, though, however, with being so spread out. Alistar is not on the map. They don't know where he is, and that's the reason they're really just going to set off on this one. There's a lot of time on the ward, and they'll be able to play with that in a little bit. Looks like Garen and Tarek doing a good push here. Can he get a dazzle down and a very nice stun coming out of the hands of Melisan there? Able to pop him up.
And that is exactly why you have Janna on the bot lane. Janna is just an amazing babysitter. She has the shield to reduce the damage you take. She has the tornado for a knock-up, and from level 6 on she also has an ultimate to push them back. So if you have a good Janna, and Melisande is an amazing Janna, then you are just safe as an AD, and that's a good feeling. You can just farm and you know there's somebody who will take care of you.
It is really good, and they can see us. We have Pacific putting down some wards there, and they are in the bush kind of pinging it. You know, Malzahar is right here. He kind of may have seen that ward be placed. He may have just seen somebody placing that ward. And Karthus backing up. He does not know what's going on below him at this point in time. And I don't know why he's backing up. Probably playing a little passive. He's just letting XP push up, and this is actually their substitute right now. So he's playing very aggressive. As I said before, rule of thumb, don't pass the river alone. And right now, without any vision, this could really cost him at this point in time. Amumu has double buff as he comes up to that top lane. Still just farming his gold out, and looks like outright they're going to go straight for him, breaking the line of sight as he goes in the bush. A very nice dodge as he turns around, but Twisted Fate coming with the ultimate in. It's going to be a 3v1 situation, a blue card instead of a yellow. Slight mistake will allow XP to get away, and they will be unfortunate and unlucky on that one. As Alistar, however, coming up top, kind of wants to join this fight up a little bit, and they're going to switch up lanes here as Dragon is being taken down low in a 4v1 on Dragon. Nice job coming out of the hands of Fnatic, getting that global gold, and it looks like Alistar will just kind of hang out here. Doesn't want to take too much damage. He does have a lot still around him, playing very aggressive right now in the hands of Fnatic, and at 3-3 with 10 minutes and no turrets, it's only 13k to 11k, so this game is still very close in anybody's match.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were seeing Alistar trying for something there, but standing on the wall in the bushes. And as I just switch through the map view, look, this is the map view that Team Pacific has right now. Do you see how many wards they have all over the place? And compare that to what Fnatic currently see. They also have those wards. They have the ward in here, they have the ward in this river, but down below is much, much less that Fnatic can actually see. Going back to the combined Fog of War view here. Bottom lane, Garen is obviously not a good farmer. He is at 52 anyway. He seems to be building a very aggressive Garen. He's building that Brutalizer first. That means he's probably going to build a damage Garen, while I'm really much more used to just a tanky Garen.
Yeah, that is something that they don't have too much of. I mean, they do have a Mumu to kind of take that brute force of the fight and allow Garen to spin around into Mumu's ult and do a lot of damage. We're going to see Alistar totally pushing down on Karthus right now. Does he have enough to get a headbutt down? He can still get to it and stop it if it ends at the headbutt. And there it is. He is able to get a Shushe taking down Karthus right behind the turret. A very nice job, but Mumu coming in, getting the tantrum on, and he does have his pull down. The heal of Alistar could keep him alive here, pulverized up, and he jumps to the other side, but the ult from Malzahar stays on as TF joins the fight, and we'll have to see what he can do. A good silence coming out of the hands of X-Peak right there, the substitute for them, and he was able to shut down Twisted Fate and end any more of that fight that was about to happen. A very nice job as Alistar. Shushi, as you said, with that AP, just playing very aggressive, pushing past all the turrets and knowing the map awareness of where Pacific was so he could get that kill, get assistance from Amumu, and get out of there.
That was amazing.
Or Malzahar, rather.
He is really, really aggressive there. Unfortunately, he made a mistake there, and whenever I play with an Alistar, they always make that mistake. You put down the perfect pool, you ult someone in that pool as Malzahar, and then
bump him out.
Alistar comes and just bumps him out. No, you're not going to kill that guy. I'm going to protect him. Just like Double Lift, who was very friendly last game and protected, I think it was the Soraka from Team AAA there.
That's all right. Everybody loves a good troll, though.
Yes.
Looks like we have 3 heading down towards bottom. Corki and Janna quite pushed out on this one. We'll have to see what they can do with this. Nunu actually quite far in the jungle as well. And Amumu going around. Oracle's bought quite early again, 13 minutes into the game. They will have that ward control down in their favor now. I don't see Oracle's on the Fnatic side at this point in time, but they do have that CV and they're using it effectively.
Yeah, very good there. Nunu was placing wards in the enemy jungle there. It's a very, very aggressive warding here. Nunu is a jungler who needs to counter jungle. He is not the fastest jungler if he just stays in his own... I mean, he is a fast jungler, but if he just stays in his own jungle and only takes his own jungle creep, he's not going to have as much of an effect on the game as he does when he actually goes to the enemy jungle, because no one can do it like Nunu. No one counter jungles like Nunu, and it's just... It's brutal to have it. Nunu just steal all your creeps or force you to fight him in the jungle, and you don't want to fight Nunu in the jungle. He just consumes something, he heals 500, 600 HP and keeps fighting you. It's not a fight you can win as a jungler.
Shushe playing very aggressive up top, able to take half health. Looks like Malzahar is heading into the blue. Will he be able to get it here with the silence? And he goes for the ult on Amumu. Dabe taking a lot of damage. He flashes over the wall. Will they be able to catch him? The dazzle from Tarek. Gibbo stopping peak, and it will be the R from Karthus pressing his ultimate, and he will be able to do a lot of damage there to a few of the members. Looks like they will be able to get their health back, though, as they come into this matchup. Gibbo still looking to get out of that one. Dabe very hurt in that situation. And Alistar again pushing into the face of Wormy. Will Shushe be able to get a second kill onto Karthus? And he does. The ultimate already used, and it looks like he's just going to try to lay waste as Alistar runs away. Corky almost getting hit by Garen. If he can get that E off, he will be able to silence and possibly do some more damage here. Going for the Gatling to tear apart the armor of Garen, but he was not able to get enough damage down or really do anything that would help. Tarek doesn't really have to worry about the heal. Probably give one to Garen, and then they'll be back into this lane without any problems. Looks like the top turret has finally fallen, and that'll be the first of the matchup. 15 minutes into the game. Well played so far by Fnatic. It is 5-3. They're only up by 2 kills, and the gold is still quite close. And we'll have to see how this plays out, as really only one dragon control has been thrown in the way of Fnatic.
Well, you say the goal is quite close, but I see a 3.5k advantage here in favor of Fnatic, and 1 tower versus 0 as well. I would say currently it's up to Pacific to make a move. Pacific needs to win a team fight.
True.
They need to do something here because Fnatic is only going to get stronger. Their strongest AP carry is farming up basically unstopped. He has the highest farm in the game currently with 104 CS on Alistar. He is 2-0-0. He has a lot of gold. And look at that. Even though he is an AP carry, he's currently carrying 5 wards with him. 5 wards. That's exactly what we talked about before the game. This mentality of the support buys ward. That's something that's really being phased out currently. Everyone buys wards because it just enables the support to do other things as well. And why wouldn't you buy wards? I mean, it's just, like we said, it's an investment. It pays off. You get the money back and then some.
Looks like they have 3 down bottom. Could be trying something here if they are able to get the push out. I don't see too much happening at this point in time. Garen will be forced to back. They are going to get this turret. That'll be a second one in their favor. They definitely have enough minions to do this, and Amumu and Tarek are actually forced to do nothing about that. Hopefully, they're just hoping minions come back and they're able to still grab XP, because right now, the level situation for these guys, it looks like it is 12, 9, 10, 6, and 11. Actually, Melisande, level 6 right now. Not really somebody that needs to be high level, but can be focused down in a matter of seconds, and that's another person out of the fight. Her utility, or the ultimate, utility on her ultimate, I should say, is really what these guys need, since they have a Tarek with a regular heal as well on the side of Pacific. So they're going to need her late game. Looks like they will all go for this mid turret. Mumu coming in with the bandage grab just on the minion of Malzahar of X-Peak, and they're going to clear this minion wave, poke it a few more times. I believe it's going to be Corky to get this one down if he can just leave that line of defense in front of him. Nunu, Malzahar, and Alistar, if they're there. There's Corky just putting some shots onto it. Actually not doing too much damage. It looks like they may initiate the bandage toss, missing. So much damage going down. Malzahar throws down the ultimate in the pool. Absolute Zero going down in the area of the turret as it falls. A full proc on Absolute Zero, and players are falling left and right. The Karthus ultimate to come up. One lives. Fnatic Lemia's taking down one. Lemia's taking down Wormy. Gibbo falls to the hands of Shushi in that battle, and it looks like they're still focusing on TF. Will he be able to get away from this one? And he does. The yellow card coming up, and the Ghost, no pulverizer headbutt can take him down on that one, and he gets away clean. 4 down to the 3 on the side of Fnatic, and that was actually a good fight for both teams, and really the money advantage huge now at 24,000 to 19,000. It really just spreading out there at 5K.
Ouch, that fight just hurt. And I just checked, Twisted Fate is actually building AP, so his cards do hurt, but they just don't have that consistent damage output, you know? That's what a ranged carry does. If a ranged carry is in a fight and you manage to protect your ranged carry, there's just a sustained amount of DPS that your team can put out. They don't have that. They have Garen, and Garen needs to go very close, and he'll just die. You know, he has a Hex Drinker right now, and he did build Mercury Treads, and that's nice and defensive, but he's just still gonna be focused down and die. Fnatic now setting up for Dragon, and I don't think there is anything that Pacific can do. Pacific are trying to come in here for a team fight.
This is going to be difficult for them. A good headbutt and pulverizes. He gets right in there. The pool already going down as well. The ultimate coming out of the hands of Amumu. A lot of damage going down to Garen, and he is forced out of the fight. Karth is forced to flash away, possibly with his ultimate up. I believe it is not up, actually. He is waiting a few more seconds on that. The clairvoyant's going down, so they have vision, and they will be able to pick up another kill. Amumu goes down, so the tank is out of the question right now, and they will. He just actually got back up. That definitely hurts. Not something you want to happen. That means you're losing a ton of experience you could be soaking up in lane. TF is forced to go top of the map. Can't really do much as he has lost a turret, and you can't really cross that river. A good rule of thumb, as I said before, you need some partner, power in numbers, the buddy system if you're crossing that river. If you're going to jungle invade, you have to be very careful. At this point in time, your team is pretty much down in the fight. 6,000 gold between these two teams. The turrets are 3-0 right now. And there's just a lot of control going on by Fnatic on this entire map.
And we can see how Fnatic decided to counter the Twisted Fate pick from Pacific. They simply run teleport on their top, which means that if Twisted Fate tries to split push, well, I'll just teleport there and stop him, and that's what he just did. And Twisted Fate really needs more farm. He has his skins, his rage blades now, and they're nice and all, but he needs more farm to make a real impact in a fight, and they just need that sustained damage output, and that's just not coming. We have 151 attack damage on Garen, so that's not bad. But like I said, you saw that in the last fight. Garen just got focused down in absolutely no time. And Fnatic may now be setting up for Baron. Was actually pinged a couple of times, and there don't seem to be any wards from either team near Baron. There was a clairvoyance right now from Fnatic, and I think that was a preparatory clairvoyance, as they are now actually setting up for Baron.
Yeah, indeed, Jano's heading up there, checking to see if there are any oracle, or if there are any wards with her oracles. She finds one in the bush there in mid. They're going to go ahead and clear that one out. Alistar roaming pretty hard in the jungle, sets a ward down right next to the ward of Pacific at this point in time. 4 in mid for Pacific, trying to hold on to this tower. Taric will back, possibly needs to get a buy under his belt here, but he sees this huge horde of Fnatic coming down mid. Actually, no, they'll start to head into the jungle, and now controlling the jungle of Pacific. Like I said, playing with the mentality of your opponent, you're able to just take their buffs. They can't farm because their turrets are down. They have to wait for all the minions to be pushed, and now their jungle is being taken away from them as well.
Twisted Fate is actually split pushing bot at the moment, and he did take a turret down, so that's the first turret kill for Pacific right there. But at the same time, they're losing top. Well, are they losing top? No. Yeah, no, they're not pushing it right now. Corki can obviously, sorry, I missed that. Corki can obviously 1v1 TF, and there's a fight breaking out at top. Amumu way out of position. There's nothing he can do with his ulti there right now. Karth has died right away in the bushes, also out of position. And Shusha is still going, even though his team is in the forest. He's like, I don't care. I can take you. I have my ulti. You're not going to do any damage to me.
You know, that's a great ability of knowing what the constraints of your character are. Shujay knows he has his ultimate. He can go in there and do a few more things. If Janna was able to get in and get a slowdown and somebody, possibly one more person, they were definitely able to get one more kill there. But he pulled out, knowing his boundaries. A very nice play there, just going back into mid, getting blood boil off of Cyanide. And he is able to just heal himself up with that quick E, get back into the match, and it looks like they will start to gather together in mid here, push on this turret, and we're going to have to see what they can do. Wormy is there to lay waste right behind. That's going to do a good amount of damage and clear these minions out, and it looks like they will head back into the jungle and start clearing out their lanes and start getting everything pushed so they can focus those team fights in mid.
Unfortunately, we currently don't have a technology in our spectator mode to show stacks on stacking items, but I cannot imagine that Karthus has a lot of stacks on that Soul Steel. That is actually an item I would consider selling at this point. I mean, I heard arguments to the contrary where they say if you're going to come back from this, you're only going to come back if you win a team fight, and then it's good to have the Soul Stealer, but he needs that gold, he needs to build some AP. Currently, he just has the needlessly large rod and an amplifying tome, and that's 151 AP Karthus up against the 337 AP cow. That is just, yeah. Fnatic are now taking Baron. There's nothing that... oh, they're not taking Baron. Oh, actually, they're caught Twisted Fate trying to protect Baron. Wow, Twisted Fate is out of that combat. Look at that. Bursting him down, even though he was running to 500 out of 1,500 HP. And that should actually be a safe Baron for Fnatic right now. They're choosing not to go for it. They're trying to catch someone, and they're catching Amumu, who flashes out. Will he get away? There's a slow wall from Karthus, but Amumu is actually going in, triggering his ultimate. But there's just not enough damage output there. Then Twisted Fate is coming back in with his ultimate from behind. He is getting forced down. Corki is going to take him down in no time. Fnatic XP goes down. Karthus goes down to a Ice Blast. Corki actually in the AoE there from Karthus also goes down. Shushay has enough health and cleans up the team, and that's an ace against Pacific from Fnatic. There was 3 surviving members of Fnatic. They could probably do a 3-man Baron, or they could take the advantage and just push a couple of lanes. Amazing team fight there, a little bit messy. They got drawn apart too much, and I question somewhat if that Amumu should have gone in before his team was in a position to do damage. But yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those things. They were caught very off guard. TF was just backing because he took a lot of damage as he was the first one there at Baron. And then they still considered the fight as they all had to get back in there. Garen was not able to do his spin to win inside that Amumu ult, so it didn't really give him that much damage. You could see Garen at the end of the fight, before he went down, tried to bring him back into the wake of Karthus. Just wasn't enough damage to take him down. And they did a very good job of focusing in that fight. We're able to take down 4 of the members of the team. And Fnatic really now has this match in their favor. A little bit of a power play to them as 36,000 to 27,000 gold, 3-1 on the turret, so that's global gold in their hand as well. And a lot of wards on the side of Fnatic. If you see that scoreboard right there, at least 2, 4, 6, there's 9, 10 wards to be placed, with 3 to be placed on the side of Pacific. So the map, once their wards go, they're going to have perfect vision of this map. They're going to be able to set them down all the time. Janna again using her oracles to check for wards on Baron. Everybody's just pretty much trying to soak up XP as they can, but everybody's only on 2 minions, so they're not getting that much experience from these minions right now. The lanes are actually pretty pushed for them, so they're not able to do much about it. Twisted Fate is on bottom, and hopefully he can get to his team, because the jungle invasion right now from Fnatic is quite hard, and they are just right inside every bush that they can be on Pacific. And you can see Pacific wants to go in their jungle, they just know they cannot. They only have a few wards, one over by right behind Baron, and more and so in their right jungle, guarding blue and guarding that lane towards their second defensive turret. So not too much of a ward placement that's really giving them any assistance right now. And we do have 5 members of Fnatic in mid to try and push this turret. Looks like they will be able to push it after this minion wave right near mid is able to come up past the river and give them some control on this. Like, Corki should be doing a good amount of damage. TF on bottom, however, is going to start rushing through. He only has a few minions down there, about 5, 2 that can take 2 full hits from a turret, so we won't be able to get much damage down here. Does he have the attack speed he needs? And he does have that Rage Blade, so he is going to start stacking attack speed, but it doesn't look like he has enough just yet. His team seems to be calling him back. Malzahar has ported back bottom, and he is forcing TF off of that. Looks like the ultimate from TF may bring him back to base. Is he able to stun him? He does not get the ult down. Malzahar could have stopped TF in his tracks, and it looks like he does get back home in time. TF going up top. And it looks like he will port from that position, just going to a random spot to get out of that. The mid tower did go down, in fact, and it looks like they may be able to find Taric here. This is where the ward control comes into play. Do they have enough time if Janna can get that right-click attack down and get that slow buff onto him? And she does not. And we're going to see that, you know, Pacific is just forced to be in their base right now.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate doing what he's supposed to do with the split push. I think that We Will Fail could have probably teleported earlier. They really didn't need him in mid, but they did want to have the 5 people there in case Pacific wanted to go for the team fight. They just wanted it to be as decisive as possible. So they gave 1 tower up to Twisted Fate, who is now just basically pushing bot 24/7. He's just doing nothing else. He's building his Lich Bane there, obviously, and the idea behind the Lich Bane is just every time you use a spell, you're going to have more attack damage on your next attack. You see that little red glowing thing? That's the Sheen currently. Oh, and he will get caught here. Yes, that's the slow from Janna. He doesn't have his ultimate up, and that is one dead Twisted Fate right there.
Yeah, that's really not what you need to happen right now. They're obviously not up in this game, so they cannot lose those people 1 and 1 and 1. You're losing experience in lane, you're losing experience from team fights, you're not gaining the gold that you need to be gaining right now. And it's really just overall snowballing into effect. It's affecting the entire team instead of just one person. 4 members alive now, like I said, forced to stay in their base. That's not where you're going to gain the XP. And it's a quick tower pushes coming out of the hands of Fnatic. The global gold still ramping up in their favor. Looks like all of their ultimates are up for the next fight. So they are very confident about this push right here, not too worried about much. Going back into the jungle, looks like they will be going for a quick dragon, more gold into their favor, and they're just making sure they're going to get this one handily.
They're playing it safe, I appreciate that. I mean, they could go for inhibited tower dives right now, and they could probably still win the game that way, but there's $100,000 on the line here, and you really do want to play it safe, and I think Fnatic are doing the right thing here.
We'll see Taric using his clairvoyance. We're going to head over to Dragon, now head over to Baron to actually see it right there on Baron. and nobody is there. So it looks like TF is going to start heading up that way, and maybe to set down a ward. Does he have one? Yes, he does, and there it is. He's going to set it in the tri-bush that goes towards top turret. Looks like Alistar going around to just roam, do what Alistar does, and roam around the map. Tarek finally with an Oracle's on their team as well, so they're going to be able to go and clear the wards out of the jungle. A few more wards bought by Tarek. He has 3, but there's still an amount of 10 wards. So wards were placed, and they still have 10 wards on Fnatic's side. Ridiculous, that investment that we were talking about before. It is absolutely controlling the game. They were able to go for Tarek on that one. Alistar has been able to push Karthus various times in top lane because of the ward placement and take him out twice in a row. And it's really just been advantageous to them throughout this entire match. 28 minutes into the game with 5 turrets down. That is most of the main turrets on the bottom right side and the middle of the map. The 1 second defensive turret standing in top lane. And it looks like another offensive push to come as Janna heads back towards that area. She finds 1 ward with inside Baron. She's going to be able to take that out, and within a matter of minutes, they may go for Baron after a team fight here.
Yeah, like you said, literally every member of Fnatic had a ward in his inventory at one point, and that's just great. And now Shushay with the Soul Stealer is like, yeah, this is when you buy a Soul Stealer. When you're 805, that's when you buy a Soul Stealer. And yeah, he's doing really, really well for himself.
Oh wow, the damage output coming from Alistar. Flash away from Karthus, caught in the pool and ultimate. And Vi going down as Garen, and it looks like Gibo may go down as well. The Karthus ultimate coming out, but so much damage being done, it's really not going to negate that. And they are going to be able to just focus TF here. He is forced to run out of his own base, and he will be able to make it away. Not somebody you want to chase as they're ghosting. The damage is going to be done here in base, and this may be the final push for Fnatic as they come out very strong in this game, only having a matter of 8 deaths on their side to 23. A very nice job getting caught up. Can he get the pulverize down? Almost taking him down from full health instantly. Alistar with a final hit, almost killing TF from 100% health. An amazing game by Fnatic, amazing control, and even with the substitute, they were able to come out very strong on top.
That was a very dominating performance. I really like to see that. And the AP cow, like I said, it's just always fun to watch. And yes, that was a very, very good performance from Fnatic, considering they're not running their full lineup. Weaver didn't do any mistakes that I saw. Maybe he doesn't have as perfect play as XP does, but he did really well for himself. And I'm really glad to see that they are actually in fighting shape, because Epic, I have to say, they looked scary. I'm a little scared. I have to admit, I'm biased. I'm rooting for Europe here. I'm European, I'm biased here, and I really want to see Europe taking it. But Epic, wow, that was a scary performance earlier. And yeah, we see the scores right now, 11-06. That's how Shushay ended up with a Death Cap, a Lich Bane, and a Soul Stealer. That game was just way beyond over at that point.
Yeah, creep score on Shushay, 238, the highest score in the game. You know, Pacific just kind of breaking 150 there on their creep score. Like I said, they were absolutely being pushed back in the match. They weren't able to come out of their lanes. You know, right off the bat, still so many wards in the hands of Fnatic right now, able to control the map. Even as the map ended, they had wards. You know, they were ready to continue to fight. They were ready to get another Baron. They were ready to do whatever they needed to do to solidify having zone control over the entire map. They really didn't even focus on the right side of the jungle for Pacific. They were all up on that top side. There was still a turret there, so they were maybe trying to force a fight on that top turret or just force a fight as they went back to Baron. It's something they could have done very easily, and everybody actually played very well for the team. And as you said, 11-0 Shushay. You said coming into the game, the AP Shushay on Alistar is something is just so much fun to watch, and it actually was, because it's so much damage. We saw a TF almost getting taken down in the end of the game right there with just a quick spell reel of what Shushay could do.
Oh yeah, and he times that beautifully as well. He does the headbutt against the wall in that case. He can headbutt him away, lands a Lich Bane hit with an auto attack, then does the pulverize, and then lands another Lich Bane hit. It's just a really, really patient play there on a little burst like that. And I believe we may be setting up for an interview in the near future. The teams, they are huddling. You can see in the yellow hoodie, this is Weevil Failer, who is substituting for XP right now, and we are going to give over to an interview right now with the teams.
All right, guys, we're here with Pacific, and what happened?
Well, we're just trying out our strategies among Euro and NA. We're seeing how the way they play. So yeah, I think we have more in reserve, so we'll see.
Yeah, it seemed the game was intense at the beginning. Those early level fights were insane. And then it just seemed like things kind of went downhill for you.
Yeah, one factor is we're not familiar with the keyboard, so I guess we need to find one.
It's kind of a weird keyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, Fnatic, you guys won. How do you feel?
Well, great.
Yeah, you guys did pretty well. Like I said, intense early fight, and you guys just managed to stay strong throughout, and a lot of wards all over the place. But what do you think about your next fight?
I think we were up against AA, right? Yeah. Well, we had a pretty bad time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I should mention that they're playing right after this one, so you don't even really have much of a time for a break or anything. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah, I think, I mean, we played the match now, we're fit. We see we can still do it, even with Pekka not being here. So we're pretty confident playing against them, even considering they lost against Epic Gaming, even though we had a, well, pretty bad time against them in the qualifier.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in just a little bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the League of Legends Season 1 Championships. We have the third game of the group stage coming up next between Against All Authority and Fnatic. So it's your home court, got two European teams. How do you think it's going to go?
It's a really tough one to call. I mean, we've seen Fnatic just, I'd say, quite easily pass over Pacific. The first game, we saw a really great game, actually. Let's not be brutal about that one, of course. Against All Authority, losing out to Epic. This one is going to be a really great one. Obviously, coming into this tournament, it's Seed 1 versus Seed 3 from Europe. Fnatic finishing third. They actually lost out to Gamed in the second, third place playoff game in the European qualifiers. I think this one is anyone's game right now, just due to the fact that, well, it probably is on any day, actually, anyone's game, but just due to the fact that Against All Authority lost their first game, Fnatic won the first one. I think they're on a real level playing field. The only thing that might work in Fnatic's favor is that they've just won that first game.
It's true. They're coming off of a little bit of momentum. They had the awesome AP Alistair that Xenon, of course, loves to talk about, his favorite player, Shushe. So he'll be back in the lineup again. And Against All Authority, they really are the favorite. It's, they had an unfortunate loss first round, but I think they really are still the team to beat. I don't want to call it a fluke by any means. Epic worked hard, and they did a great job, especially mid to late game. But, we saw the early game. AAA had the better mechanics. They had better last hitting. They had, the first few team fights were theirs. They got the first Dragon. They were winning in turret kills until that Baron. By a lot of the metrics, they're really, really, really beefy still. So I would not count them out at all. AAA vs Fnatic, really a great game. If you asked me, 4 months ago, who are going to be the top two EU teams who are going to win this and are going to go to the finals, I would have been AAA and Fnatic. So, this is really one of the... Sorry?
Wouldn't you have said SK?
I don't know. I haven't personally seen SK, and everyone tells me SK is like the best team on paper, but I've never personally seen them succeed in really high-level tournaments. And of course, they'll be back for Season 2, and they'll probably do great, but AAA Fnatic. So speaking of them, though, we do have the interviews coming up, so we're going to ship that on over to Karen and Traveler.
Hello, I'm here with Kuja from AAA. How are you feeling?
Well, better. We went to eat, now we come down, so good.
Great, you got some fuel here, and so their next game is going to be a European matchup. You just watched Fnatic play. What were your thoughts on the last game?
On the last game? Still as earlier, we did mistake. We had problems with the hardware, so it's going good now.
Great, and should all be solved now, and so you're going to have a great game. Do you have any thoughts? How is your team feeling right now?
Oh, the team is feeling really good. We checked Fnatic match, how they played, everything. So we know them well, they know us well. That will be a rehearsal of all the match we did versus them.
Great. And how did you prepare to come here to DreamHack? You're playing in front of hundreds of thousands of people right now. No pressure or anything. But how did you guys really prepare for this?
Well, we try to play every day, at least 3 or 4 match versus other team. And ladder also.
Great. Well, best of luck to you, and back to the commentators.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here once again. Traveler is applauding me out in the crowd. Thank you very much. We're going to go into this game pretty shortly. The game has not quite yet been hosted, but that will be going on very soon. So I had a train of thought, and I had something to ask you, then I forgot what it was. So now I completely have failed, and I'm completely blank. But strong team's going to do well. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to call Fnatic as the winner for this one, although I did speak to you yesterday and said Against All Authority are my favourites to win the tournament. I think the win in the last game will have given them some great momentum. The only thing I'm a bit worried about is the fact that Against All Authority lost their first game. From Fnatic's point of view, I'm talking now. And they've obviously, as I said, had a little bit of food and had some time to calm down, chill out, and watch Fnatic play, which is a big thing. Obviously, Fnatic watched them against Epic earlier on, which was maybe a bit better of a game to kind of comprehend how Against All Authority are going to play rather than the other way around. I mean, not to take anything away from Pacific, obviously a great team, but Fnatic really had a stable, I'd say, not easy time, but you get my point.
Yeah.
And I think Against All Authority are really going to come out flying in this one, but I think Fnatic's momentum will push them over. Oh, then again, I've guessed one game wrong already today. Why not make it 2 out of 2?
That's fair. Another thing I think is actually pretty big here is, you know, going back to the AAA Epic match, you know, Epic is pretty well unknown. There are only about 5 recorded games on record for a current patch that, you know, AAA could research and find out, you know, the champions they pick and the things they do.
Yeah.
And you know, one can easily say, oh, of course Darius plays Cinch, that's what he does. And there's some, you know, there's some truth to that, but he didn't really play much in the tournament matches in the North American qualifiers. So there's still a decent level of not really knowing what exactly is going to happen. You know, they're not an easy to research team. But AAA, I mean, they play every In Cup. They are the Go for Lol. Sorry, I'm so old school. So there's a lot of, you know, they've played a lot of games from way back when. And so they're easily researched. I have to believe that Epic really went in there and was like, okay, here's the champions they pick. You know, they had to expect Misfortune. I've seen Yellowstar Misfortune more times than I can count. And that seems like a very common pick for them. And so they got to sort of strategize around that a little bit, I think.
Do you think we're going to see Against All Authority taking Alistair away from the whole situation in this one after seeing how well Shushi played with him in the last one?
I think so, actually. I was talking with one of the players from Fnatic. I think it was Shushi. I could be wrong, but he's like, yeah, Epic didn't know how to ban against AAA. Like, they don't play Twisted Fate. They don't play Rumble. Like, yeah, those are both really good champions, but they don't learn them. They don't play those champions. Why would you, like, so maybe it is lack of research, maybe. But Shushi was like, yeah, they don't know how to ban. I mean, okay, yeah, they had the good ban on Nidalee, great, because Soaz plays them. But he's like, the rest were wasted. I don't know what you guys are doing. So this is a story where the teams actually know each other much better, and there's a much better chance of these guys actually doing more and more targeted bans. You know, more so than we saw before. You know, I kind of thought that, you know, well, yes, Rumble's aimed at EU style of play. You know, most teams in EU play Rumble, but apparently AAA does not. So I would expect AAA to ban Rumble, because I think that Fnatic more likely the team that plays that. I have not memorized that very well, but the way Shushi was talking to me, it seems like, yeah, Rumble's going to be a pick. Twisted Fate, you know, again, not going to be worried about it for AAA. I don't know if Fnatic's one to pick him. It was picked by the Philippines team, so maybe that is, you know, highly contentious there. But really, the picks are going to determine a lot about how the teams know each other, I think.
Yeah, and we saw in the European qualifiers actually a great Anivia being played by Moma as well, which you know, maybe something that Fnatic are going to pick up on for that one. I'll be interested to see those bans and picks coming into this match. Obviously, this is an important game for both teams, but maybe more for Against All Authority. I mean, they've got one game remaining after this one. It'll be against the Philippine side, and you know, I think this is a really important game for them because, okay, the top 3 go through, but if you finish in 3rd, you play the 2nd place in the other group. Obviously, the other way around. So it really does matter when that 2nd and 3rd comes in.
Oh, it matters a ton. Not only are you playing, you know, an arguably worse team, you know, over in Group B, you know, the top 3 favorites most people assume are Game DE, Counterlogic Gaming, and Team Solo Mid. But, you know, Zan, the unknown team, right? We haven't seen what they're going to do yet. All we know is they like Pantheon. That's kind of all most of the players know, right? I actually was asked again by the Fnatic team, like, hey, do you know anything about Pacific? I'm like, honestly, no. Like, I haven't seen match VODs. I don't have, you know, any real recaps. I haven't looked for them. So they're pretty big unknown. And we saw Rageblade TF doing some backdooring a little bit. You know, they had some kind of cool things going on. That bottom lane was hilarious. Janna didn't get a double kill off of that dive because one of them was an execute by minions. But that aggressive bottom lane was really, really powerful. They pushed Corki and Janna back for a while, and it really kept them in that game. They had such a great, you know, bottom lane, whatever. And I think that, you know, it's okay, I think, for Garen and Corki just to trade kills constantly because it's kind of getting you farther and farther behind. If you die and get a kill and you're out of the lane, you end up getting less gold overall a little bit. And so they were kind of keeping Corki down even if they were trading back and forth. And that lane ended up going, I think, to the Philippine team. And and you just see cool things like that happen. You're like, they picked up Garen Tarek, and it worked really well. And I think we're going to see the same thing where Zan can do that same thing. So we're talking about Group B, even though we're talking about Fnatic versus AAA, but yeah, I think we're going to see some crazy things just overall from the groups. You certainly want to do better and better so that you can play the easier team, which was the entire point of what you asked me, and then I went out and talked about something completely different.
Improvisation.
Improvisation and just...
And of course, Fnatic, if you're only just joining us, are playing with a substitution throughout today. PK actually, I'm not sure if he missed his flight or whether the flight was cancelled or what.
I think it was a delayed flight.
Or
I think it wasn't his fault.
Okay, well, as long as it's not his fault, we'll let him off.
Yeah.
But obviously, Fnatic have We Will Fail in here, and he's actually playing on PK's account, so try not to get confused with that too much. I know I'll probably, in a team fight, just call him PK anyway.
Well,
because
thankfully,
that's
I call him by champion names. So Malzahar doing stuff, great. Can't screw that one up unless I get the name wrong, but that's a little bit harder to do. Nunu and Amumu, that's the difficult one.
Amumu.
Yeah, that's, ooh. There's a couple, there's Cassiopeia and Kassadin. You want to say Cass a little bit, that's not great. There's a couple others. I'm trying to remember the other ones that are really close together that like as will Epic fail at. I'm trying to remember.
It'll come to us.
It'll come to us.
Maybe one of the games.
One of the games we'll just see like the lineup of everyone. The cool thing is you can actually have a team of all A champions. That's really powerful. We saw that in the North American qualifier with like Alistair, Annie, Anivia, Ashe, and then Amumu could be the jungler. So it's like, and it's a full lineup too. You've got like Mage. Like,
and really confusing when you're going into this team.
Yeah, it's useful. I think they should do that to troll us. Like, never mind winning $100,000. Just troll the commentators should be in the name of the game here. I think that's the appropriate one to do.
In the final, probably the best time to do it as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're in stage. You got just hundreds of thousands of people watching you. You've got a crowd in person. Just no, we're gonna troll. Let's go ahead and go pirate themed. You should all get pirate skins. I think that'll work really well. Rumble, Katarina, Gangplank for obvious reasons. I think that's a decent lineup right there. Just throw that one out there. Yeah, I think I would just run that strategy.
Ninja team we saw in the European qualifiers actually.
Yeah. I think that's good.
Seemed to work for a while, but not quite long enough. And we're just actually missing 3 guys from Against All Authority. I'm not sure if they're getting their way in here. It looks like it if I take a peek over there. So. You can see on your screen the Fnatic guys who are in good spirits after their first win.
Yeah, they're pretty excited. And there's some interesting chat going on that hopefully won't get shown on stream. Shushe they're basically quoting each other about silly things that get said. I do a lot of those too because I talk so much, as I think we're all well aware here today. I slip up quite a bit, and they're pretty good. Okay, apparently we're getting the players set up right now. They're going to be a little bit delayed, so we have a little bit more time to kill, but certainly going to be jumping into that game as soon as the players are ready. 9 of the 10 are in. We're waiting on the 5th from AAA right now.
Yeah, we're actually basically on schedule here as well. In fact, this game's not due to start until 1 minute. And also, by the way, at the same time, we'll be going on Epic versus Team Pacific. That will have no shoutcast, but I assume is on
it is getting streamed.
Another stream.
There is a secondary stream. I'm not quite sure where it is linked, but we do have someone in the back room opening up the laptop, getting into the game, making sure he's going to stream it to the secondary stream. No, unfortunately, no commentary, but again, we do have the game will be available for those wanting to cheer on the Americas or cheer on the Southeast Asian teams. Game's going to be on there. Really, if I were home, I just have 2 tabs open and just have both games open and just watch them both, right? There's the games up there. And thankfully, because there's no audio for the second one, you don't get confused and it'll be great. Not shotguns the wrong games or anything. But yeah, that game is up there. You can go find that. Not quite sure where, but I'm sure you can find it on the forums, on the Season 1 site. It'll be there somewhere, I guarantee that.
Yeah.
But this is the one we wanted to bring to you. It's a fairly old school, I think, European rivalry.
Very. I mean, these two teams, if you look through their kind of history, obviously varying lineups in Go for LoL and EMS, things like that over quite a while now. There's a big storyline behind these 2 teams. And actually, we heard Kuja saying there in the interview, we know Fnatic well, and it's definitely the same the other way around. So I expect a really close game from this one. And Against All Authority against Fnatic is always a game that can go either way. Depends on the day. Today's Friday. So.
Today's Friday, so.
No, it's Saturday.
Wow. Freaking A, man. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll just believe you, Joe Miller. It's not even like Friday
I feel like
in America.
I've been here in Jönköping for 5 days already, but it's only been 2, but just 2 very long ones.
Yeah, well, certainly the travel days are always fun. When you lose 9 hours because you go forward, at least your travels.
Not so bad, actually.
Yeah, yours
just
is
really early in the morning.
Mine was get up at, well, actually I stayed up the entire night, but left my apartment at 6 in the morning, get on a flight, get on another flight, get on another flight, get on a bus, get to the hotel, wait for our rooms, get into the rooms, try to get electricity working because our converter plugs weren't working, so then finally got my laptop charged, And then we went and got food, and then we came back, and everyone was like super tired. But it was like, no, wait, we gotta stay up and have this meeting about what we're gonna do on Saturday, because I got the day right this time. Thank you. Yeah, so now I'm actually awake and have slept last night, and it was great. But yeah, you're lucky you had like a total of 5 hours travel.
Actually, I'm quite surprised that most of the guys don't seem to be jet lagged at all.
Yeah, they
seem to have beaten it.
Yeah, I mean, some people have talked about how little sleep they got. One fortunate or unfortunate thing, if you want, I was talking with Dan Din, name and summoner, who is rooming with his brother, Reginald, on a different team. Yes, we actually have brothers on different North American teams in this tournament. They're actually in different groups as well, but they might butt heads later. I would love, by the way, if they were actually like 2nd and 3rd seed and like fought each other for like the right to go on to the top 4. That'd be just hilarious drama to me. Then you could just be like, which brother's better? But yeah, so they're rooming together because it's pretty easy to book room for people who are related. That's pretty easy to do, right? Apparently Reginald was like, yeah, I'm gonna stay up. Like my game's later in the day, whatever. Like apparently he was staying up to talk with people or whatever. And Dan's like, I want to sleep. What are you doing? I'm going to DreamHack in the morning.
Sabotage.
Yeah, so he got sabotaged by his own brother. So Reginald got 3 hours sleep. I don't know what Dan actually got, but it's just fun talking with the players and seeing these little things come out. It's kind of interesting stuff.
So we have 4 from Against All Authority. I assume our last one will be on his way here in just a little while. And don't forget, for you guys that are obviously at the event, we do have the Spin to Win wheel where you can win some really cool stuff. Actually today, some T-shirts up for grabs. Obviously, the Riot Fist Bump.
The Riot Fist.
I didn't even spin the wheel.
You could do this right now.
I got 2.
And then you can do the fan.
He taught me this one earlier, but I'm not feeling it just yet.
It's awesome because you do the fist bump and then you flick the fan out and then you fan yourself. I think it's glorious. I mean, everyone has their own fist bumps. There's the jellyfish. You know, you can do that one. You can explode. There's one that's the rocket ship where you fist bump and then one like puts his hand up and you kind of like go up like a rocket ship. That's another one. There's so many kinds. There's more. You want? Should we really be discussing fist bumps, or should we choose a different topic? I mean,
what is the topic? I forgot already.
So a couple of things to point out, getting things out of the way. So we have a free-to-play area over there. Of course, if you're on the stream, this doesn't matter to you, but if you can see me, hello, it's that way. We have a free-to-play area. Games are installed. Later on in the day, we will have Play versus Riot. We have a ballot box over there in front of the giant banner. Put your team names in, put your players in there. You can play against Riot later today. We will have that going on throughout the week. And that's going to be fun. Quick shout out to PaySafeGuard for sponsoring the HD stream. Thanks to you guys getting that going on. Also, quick shout out to SteelSeries. Actually sponsored us a bunch of mouse pads just in case the players didn't bring their own. A lot of these players, really, it's their first time coming to a LAN event. AAA and Fnatic, I think these are second ones now for IEM. A lot of the American players have not really gone to these yet. And it's really funny watching inexperienced LAN players. They don't bring all their equipment. They forget to bring a keyboard or a headset or a mouse pad or their iPod or whatever it is. Like there's something that like they need and they forget to bring it. Like Shushu's like, I need music going on. I'm like, why don't you have a portable device with music on it? They make those nowadays. I hear you're a professional gamer. You can probably afford those.
I heard there's lots of websites that play music too these days.
Yeah, right. But so you know, we got this sponsored out. You know, big ups there. But you know, at least Fnatic can play both. They met at IEM before. I believe they were the grand finalist teams. And one of the common storylines we've seen in European play is AAA is the best on paper, and I think we talked about this the last time, but we've grown like twice the number of viewers now online, so hello to all the new ones. AAA seem to fail at LAN. That's what they seem to do, that they're great on team, great team on paper, there we go. And then, you know, on LAN they lost to Fnatic in the grand finals at IEM. They lost to Epic here, due to no small part of Epic playing amazing, but like that Baron shouldn't have happened, for example, right? Like, I don't know if it's pressure or what, but they seem to fail a little bit when it really counts.
Yeah, obviously there is a different feeling playing from home in your pajamas or whatever, with your feet on the desk. And playing at a LAN event, I mean, you know, you've got different tables, your chairs are different height, it doesn't feel the same, and it does take a little bit of getting used to, which hopefully from AA's point of view, that's something that they're getting used to as they go along. Maybe they can attribute that to their loss. I think it was more of the fact that Epic just played such a solid game throughout. But I think the level of players we go through the day and through the tournament will increase as well. We'll be seeing more amazing stuff from all of these teams as we progress through.
Yeah, and most specifically, watching the cool things come out from these teams is I really want to see what familiar play looks like. you know, we saw Epic with AAA where the teams were pretty much blank slates to each other. Apparently, you know, AAA really hasn't seen Epic play much because they haven't played much. Yeah. Epic apparently did not ban properly. If they knew AAA, like Shushay did, he'd be like, of course you would have banned these guys and not Rumble. What are you doing, right? So kind of interesting to see. You know, that was unfamiliar play where they sort of just like choose strategies and just let's go for it. Let's mash heads and see what happens. And it worked out well for the Americans. Here we have actually familiar gameplay where they know what they need to ban. They know what champions these guys play. And certainly you have the occasional targeted ban like you had with the ban at Akali from AAA, little at help of them, of course. So interesting to see how that's going to play out. Looks like we have SOAS in the game. He says fixed. We are ready here. All right, I think we're going to move on, and we're going to go for the picks and bans. So stay tuned. Let's, yeah, okay, type go in chat. Yes, we are ready to go, I believe. And looks like we are ready to rock the picks and bans. Yep. Second group stage game for AAA and for Fnatic, and here we are. Yellowstar first banning Alistar. Who would have thought?
Look at that. Thought? Yeah, not really a surprise after what we saw in that last game against Pacific from Shushi playing Alistar. And the second ban obviously coming out from Fnatic will be Irelia. Nice.
Yep. Well, they're so far all targeted, Alistar and Rumble. And, you know, again, they were talking to me about how, yeah, Irelia is a really common pick for AAA, not Rumble, it's Irelia. So, bam, targeted ban with Irelia, targeted with Alistar and Rumble. It's fun to see these, like, and you look like, oh, they're really scared of SOAS playing Irelia. Yeah. Okay. 10 seconds for Cyanide to get his second ban in. For those of you just joining us who are not familiar with how tournament draft works, you can see that on the screen what the picks and bans are. There's another targeted ban with Karthus. So in ranked games, and especially in tournament play, you have not only exclusive pick where if one team picks a champion, the other team cannot pick it. So if one team picks Caitlyn, it's locked out for the other team. It's exclusive. You can never have a duplicate champion. The second thing is you actually ban champions. There's 3 per team right here. Alistar, Rumble, Twisted Fate, Irelia, Karthus cannot be picked by either team. Generally speaking, that means you target them at the enemy team. If you target Karthus saying, you know, you can't play Karthus, we don't really care if we can play Karthus or not, so it's no big, you know, skin off our teeth. Immediately another targeted ban aimed at SOAS. So that's actually like 2 straight bans aimed at him. Momo, the Karthus player. So aimed at 2 of those players, those strong mage types. So you can ban out champions 3 apiece. There's the 6 bans right there. And then you take turns picking the champion. So Yellowstar has the first pick. I'm thinking Nunu right now. I think Nunu is going to be the giant pick right here.
Yeah, definitely to you know, have that power of the counter jungle that we saw in that last game actually being utilized by Fnatic, and it will actually be Anivia. Ooh, so I guess that'll be handed over probably.
Yeah, I forget if it's going to be Momo or SOAS, because SOAS not playing tanky DPS. Double Mage is actually a fairly common lineup choice in EU, as long as you have a tank jungler. And since Amumu and Nunu are both available, you can have a tank jungler regardless of the picks. I don't think they'll run lane Nunu. It'd be hilarious if they did, but I don't think it's going to happen. But interesting to see Amumu pick so quickly, because I was talking with True Eskimo, one of the American players newly joined Riot team, you know, top player 2200 rated or something like that. And he was saying, like, why would you ever first pick Amumu? Because you're letting the enemy team last pick Nunu. And those seem to be the common, like, high pick junglers, those tank junglers. They fit so well into every lineup. They have great counter control and ganking. And well, Nunu has great jungle control. Amumu's just kind of fast. And those are the really common picks. And you're basically letting the enemy team, like, pick a very late beefy jungler and not really worrying about the fact that, you know, you care about getting Amumu.
Well, we see Ashe being picked up there by Kuja, who will most likely be handed off as well. And Momo now having the second of the picks, or actually it'll be the third one for against All Authority.
So he's traditionally the mage player. I don't know if they're going to pick up a fast support. Probably not. Like right now, the purple team Fnatic have already locked in 2 core roles, Taric and Amumu. So they have 2 big tanky guys now in front, and they have the support in the jungle locked in. So they have a wealth of mages, a wealth of ranged AD, a wealth of support. Well, actually, no support's been picked up with Taric. So really, they can just sort of pick whatever they want at this point. And no ranged ADs have been banned out. Ashe has been taken, but Corki, Misfortune, Vayne, those are all available. And interestingly enough, another point of comparison, Vayne was immediately snapped up by Epic Gaming in that last game we saw between them and AAA. And here it's like, yeah, I'll pick Ashe. That's cool. But Vayne is not this like highly contended pick, so it's really cool to see these different styles mesh out. Where, you know, these bans are not bans you would see for the most part in North American play. Ooh, yes, thank you so much. Captain Timo is on duty, and for those who watch the North American qualifiers, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was late. I'd been captain for 2 days straight. It's the only excuse I have. I'm about as happy as I was from Dyer's picking Singe last time. They're freaking Teemo, and I hope it's Badger Teemo, just because Honey Badger Teemo. Yeah, I had to. I was told. Oh, I got trolled by XPK. Why would you do that to me? I really wanted to see Captain Teemo. I would zoom in on him and follow him around the entire game, and I would get yelled at on the forums. I wouldn't really, but yeah. Anyway, so great picks there. There's a double mage lineup. Really cool to see Brand and Vladimir picked up. We didn't see either of those actually in the last series either, and I think Vlad was banned. Yeah, he was banned. So cool to see Vlad's debut in this tournament. Really good picks there, and there's that Nunu, of course, picked up on Linak, who is actually the jungler, so no swaps needed for him. We see again a chain of flashes down, and Sona. Ooh. I know this lineup. This is the run around and initiate from 5 screens away and kill one person lineup. This is great. So basically the team comp is Ashe. Basically, so Nunu and Sona haste most of the team. Sona gets the entire team. Nunu gets himself +1. With Quick Reduction, he can get himself +2. They have an Ashe arrow shoot across the map. He hits someone. Anivia walls and Gragas ults. And whoever got hit by the arrow is pushed into the entire enemy team. The entire rest is pushed back a screen, plus they're walled off. And then Sona can also ult. So basically one person who's got completely separated out, it's a free kill. And they're going to run this long range, like super pokey lineup, which is interesting because I'm actually surprised they didn't go Janna. Like they didn't pick a de-aggro champion like Janna to say, okay, well we're going to flash in and push you away so you stay safe. They're not even getting a heavily save me champion. Like they didn't go Zillion for a mage. I guess it got picked already, but very interesting lineup. So the swaps are going through. Looks like AAA picking up Gragas. Oh, sorry, swaps are going through. So yeah. Okay, yeah. So Yellow Star, ranged AD carry, going to be playing Ashe. You've got Momo the mage, going to be picking up Anivia. So he was the Karthus last time, I believe. Yeah. They've got Kuja support again on Sona this time. Linak again jungling. This time he's got Nunu, and then Soaz. Gragas, Ignite Flash, going to be doing a lot of damage. Probably the solo top or solo mid. I forget if Gragas if top or mid. Over here on the other side, we got Sign and Fi, jungling with Amumu. Lamia Zealot playing Misfortune. Again, Misfortune picked twice in a row here on these European teams for their carry choices. Brand, his brand new to this tournament. Oh, I'm hilarious. Vladimir, a great mage choice, very, very highly contended. And Tarek is my personal favorite support. I'm really glad they picked him. Every time I see Tarek, he does well.
Well, for you guys that aren't familiar with the new tournament client that we've got with the obviously amazing spectator mode, the teams do get a little bit of time after they finish their picks to obviously change their runes, get their mastery set up, and obviously talk a little bit about how the game's going to go. So 2 minutes they get for that. We've got about 40 seconds left still to go with this one. But from the bands and picks that we've got right now, or obviously more importantly from the picks, who are you looking at to be edging out in this one?
I really like AAA's lineup. I like that strategy. I've only seen it work. I've never seen it fail. So the haste mobility pick across from across the map, really cool lineup. And that's not even just talking about the fact that they have absolute zero, ice arrows and Anivia, the crystalline, Cryo Phoenix. But their lineup is really cool even aside from that. Meanwhile, I mean, it's really, Brand is very fiery. I'm going to stop at the puns now because I'm really bad at them.
The Brand jokes.
Yeah.
Are flowing today.
They're flowing like lava. Okay, but seriously, very, very AoE lineup here from Fnatic. They've got, interestingly though, I like Tarek. He's a really strong champion, but like his stats, like he has an armor buff and he has an AD buff for the team. Neither of those work really well, both with and against the enemy lineup. He has no other AD champions on his team at all, and there's really not a lot of physical damage coming from AAA. It's really all about Gragas and Anivia. And I mean, yeah, Ashe does some damage, but everyone else on that team has like straight, like strong AP damage. So I think Tarek is still worth getting regardless, but that does happen a little bit. Where we're like, some of his stats are going to go to waste a little bit, but he's, glamorous in pink. That is awesome. The game is loading in, but they have a really strong AoE lineup. Brand, Vladimir, Misfortune, Mumu, all AoE champions. So they can start a team fight correctly. They can crush that team fight. Right? There's a little bit of there's a little bit of dispersion with Gragas, but it's not that same level of real fights. But we are now into the game. Let's go ahead and kick this one off. We are in to the next game. AAA and Fnatic going to try to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Let's get a round of applause for these teams as we go into this game. All right, and here we are. Joe, why don't you kick us off this time?
Yeah, and a fairly standard position. I mean, Fnatic actually going straight down middle, down in towards that bottom river bush, and against All Authority, not too dissimilar. They're actually pinging up towards the top area of Fnatic's jungle at this stage earlier on. And they are going to maybe start moving in. We saw Kuja buy 3 wards, so probably tries to get that vision out. Yeah, Linux just dropped the 1 ward that he bought in that fairly aggressive position just by the bush at the Wraiths. And Fnatic still sticking around down by that bottom river area. They're pinging down towards blue and up towards the Against All Authority blue area. But still no real sight seen. I don't think we've seen the Clairvoyance pop. Yes, we did. Sona dropped a Clairvoyance 4 Against All Authority, and Melisande did, but I'm not sure if they really got any sight from it.
I don't think the teams have really spotted each other yet. I mean, there is the aggressive ward here from AAA, so when Fnatic crosses over towards the Lizard side of the map, they'll be fine. Looks like Fnatic went to camp in this brush early on here and say, okay, if you come to aggress us by this golem, we can spot you and jump on you and get the drop. You've got, you know, a Mumu stunning, Tarek stunning, Brand's got a lot of damage output. Vladimir, not the best level 1, probably went Sanguine Pool if he needed it for that fight. But looks like, yep, Fnatic going to get their golem safely. Looks like not even going to get much help. Linak is kind of alone there. There we go. Anivia will come to lend a talon, not really a hand so much. And gonna push that golem out, pull that, tether it out, and there we go. There's the damage output. There's a nice little Crystalline shot there, gonna be fine. And we've got Gragas versus Vladimir up top, and Anivia versus Brand. So Fire and Ice in mid. I'm gonna keep that one played up over this tournament. This is really probably one of the biggest. I think there are 2 major rivalries in this tournament, and they're in the same groups. And it's AAA versus Fnatic, and it's CLG versus Team Solo Mid. And those are really going to be the major, I think, rivalries that are really going to mean a lot here that I think the crowd is going to really want to see. And in addition to the giant overtones of NA versus EU and how good is Southeast Asia, we've got a lot of really cool storylines sort of going on in this tournament. And right now, it's Fire and Ice, and I'm okay with that one right now.
And in middle, actually, we've seen MoMA, as I mentioned before, in the EU qualifiers, playing a very, very solid Anivia game in that middle lane. And Shushi's going to try and actually put some early pressure down there. And does get the shot off down on bottom, maybe a little bit of pressure. We saw Lamiu, of course, is playing Misfortune, down to around about a third of his HP remaining in that one. Meanwhile, obviously, the 2 junglers, or at least Amumu, going about his regular pattern. We saw Nunu go back home and picked himself up some boots.
That's pretty good. You really do want to get fast boots of speed on Nunu. He is probably one of the best ganking junglers. Amumu is very strong. He has a stun, but he's relying on landing that skill shot. So if you can get... Oh, and here comes the pressure on a yellow star. He does cleanse. He's going to be okay. But that cleanse has already been used now, so he's got about 2 minutes, 2.5. I think it's a 150-second cooldown. He's got 2.5 minutes of not super safety. And the thing about Sona is she's not a good babysitter like Janna, where she can push enemies back and really give you a giant burst of heal. She can keep you at full health, but that's it. And the pressure on in mid, gonna hurt pretty bad. She's down to about 2/3 health. Nunu and Anivia putting out that ice combo, doing some nice damage, and that's gonna work pretty well. But so far, no major gains, no major strides in. Another Clairvoyance comes off from Tarek. Gonna watch for that jungler. This is CV there, sees that Nunu is not going towards the right, just going back into his own jungle. But Mumu is jungling much faster. He's already level 4, going to pick up the rest of that Lizard camp, and he's in good places here. He's going to recall back. They know that Nunu is far. They can see the rest of the lane, so he is safe to recall back to his base. Gragas staying in the brush with the Doran's Ring, doing nice damage. PK, oh, actually, not Lemmy Zealot, but Weeble Failer getting really, really low here. And if Soaz does still have Ignite up and Flash, he could burst about 300 health. So it's going to be pretty close. This is when the barrel comes out. PK will dodge that one. Sorry. Weeble Failer will dodge that one. I'm going to keep getting that one wrong, unfortunately. But MoMA getting pretty low. Here comes another Nunu gank. Just throws an Ice Blast on a Shushu. Looks like level 2 Ice Blast now. So Linak doing pretty well for himself. And coming back into that one. Another Ice Blast comes out. Shushu getting lower and lower. And Linak is being super annoying right now. Sign at FI. Level 4. Has a Philosopher's Stone. Has those 2 wards. That's really good for the team. It's going to drop one right there. It's going to spot. No, maybe not right there. I'm wrong. Going to put it lower, farther down, I guess. Nunu staying relevant, though, in this fight. Has been clairvoyanced, so he will not push in too hard onto Brand. Looks like a Mumu, not even going to drop a ward. Is going to get behind Soaz. PK's got to be careful. Jumps onto a barrel and dies to Ignite. What are you doing, bro? He just jumped onto that. Oh, that's... I mean, he deserved it. Well played by Soaz, but that was a kind of a silly mistake, honestly. That makes me uneasy. I don't know. That's just kind of silly.
Yeah, and actually Cyanide, when he went in to try and put some pressure onto Soaz, even managed to bandage toss his way onto a minion. Down at the bottom, you can see Yellow Star going very, very low, and it will be Lamia who actually finishes it off, but also fairly low in here. And we see the flash from Kuja. Lamia will actually escape that one with 56 health remaining. And well, it was a nice aggressive push from Kuja, but didn't quite have that damage output. Lamia is still hanging around there though, and we are going to see a little bit of action kicking off in middle. There is Ignite onto Linak. Is he going to survive? 20 health. Good flashing from Shushi, and that will be the kill. Moma just out of range there, and that could have been very dangerous for Moma as well, and he's actually going aggressive there.
He's got Egg, and Shushi's out of mana, so Nigga's fine to play aggressively here. Can throw out a ton of spells. There's the blast coming out, not quite getting the damage. Oh, he's going to get egged right there by Shushi. Oh, there's the ultimate, and yes, he has been egged finally, and what else can they do? Soaz showing up. Looks like they're not doing a whole lot there. PK pushing up mid. Sorry, I got desynced in the spectator real quick. Looks like we're back, and Shushi taking a ton of damage, getting dropped by Soaz once more. Sorry for that desync. It's like, Anivia's egged still. What's going on? And then we caught up, so apologies there. But yeah, I've mostly, I've seen a lot of aggressive play this game, but the deaths have almost been entirely from mistakes where, Ash turned back around to fight Misfortune and died when she got away. It was PK, or it was really Weebo Failure actually failing and rocking back into that Gragas barrel. But Soaz playing a wonderful game right now, doing lots of work. He is 2-0, 37 minions. We can see tons of last hits on all sides, and he's going to push PK into that turret, taking a lot of damage right there, and the body slam. Oh, it's going to be close, and there's the barrel. He's not going to quite land it, but he jumps right back in there, picking up that kill. Great play by Soaz, 3-0, really earning himself these kills right now. Really, really wonderful play. And yeah.
And they try to maybe get Soaz out of the game, taking Aurelia away, just showing that, well, Gragas can do the business for him as well.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see AP Gragas running around, throwing out barrels and doing wonderful stuff. And he's actually going to pill back, grab some new items, got a ton of ability power, and he's going to grab, looks like a Catalyst actually. Whoa, I scrolled randomly. Okay, we're back. So how do you think this game's shaping up so far? 3-2 so far, slight gold advantage and kill advantage to AAA.
Yeah, that slight advantage. The problem is from Fnatic's point of view that 3 kills have all gone to Soaz, so they need to be very careful about what's going on up in that top lane. And maybe, Amumu has to start to shine in there. The problem is Gragas, and even when you get 2 guys on him, he's not the easiest person to kill in the world. So I think they're going to really struggle. We actually get the stun in there. Yellow Star will manage to get himself out, but it's Kuja that's now getting the focus from Lamia. And of course, Kuja will keep herself alive with that one. Will heal Yellow Star up first of all. And the minions coming in onto this tower, and we may just see Bran come down for a cheeky attack.
Yeah, we are going to see Bran coming through the jungle a little bit. He might invade onto the Lizard. Looks like it's not quite what's going to happen here. Ash still at bottom lane. Looks like she tossed out a hawk shot. And as we sync up into the game, Bran's going to come in towards the bottom. Super tall, by the way. That guy is gigantic. And they're going to push onto this turret. They've got a 3-man push at bottom lane. They are in position to defend Dragon if it needs to happen, and they are up, and the damage output is going. Melisande is not level 6, so cannot add any bonus damage. Looks like not too much will happen here. Still, Soaz and PK, and I keep getting that one wrong. Weebo Failure fighting up at the top lane, and Weebo Failure going to last hit a few of these minions. Soaz with a ton of ability power. You can see just getting these guys out of like 5 health apiece. There's the ultimate coming in as well, just constantly harassing him. He's going to recall back to the base, actually. Looks like he'll pick up his Catalyst. Another barrel comes out there, 29 gold picked up. Weebo Failure still last hitting as best he can, doing a decent job there. And it's still a 3-man bottom and Amumu in mid. Looks like they're not ready to let Amumu go whack into the jungle. So they're just going to keep pushing out here. Anivia doing a wonderful job at killing these minions out. Has golem buffs. These guys are dying, and it's pretty much for free. So Moma just farming out tons of gold. Going to get top creep score pretty soon. 63, 66, 64 on his team. So all the AAA members within 3 minutes of each other, and all in the 60s at only 9.5 minutes in is really, really strong. Meanwhile, we got the 40s and 50s for these guys down here on Fnatic.
Yeah, really nice stuff so far from Amumu. Obviously, Cyanide that's playing that one, but Fnatic are that 1 death behind, or 1 kill behind as it should be. And it looks like they're possibly shaping up for a dragon kill here. There is a ward in place actually from Against All Authority, so they need to be a little bit careful. The problem is that Against All Authority don't really have anyone near there that can actually come in and challenge that one. So Fnatic are going to take a dragon, and it's going to be completely free without taking any damage whatsoever. Gragas is pounding away up on that top tower as the rest try and get themselves back into position, but Soaz is going to have a bit of a field day and probably going to take this down to around about about a third health.
Yeah, he'll have to pull back pretty soon. There's only about 5 shots left in these minions where he has to retreat. But he's doing tons of damage while he can. Unfortunately, a minion almost got in his way, couldn't body slam out, but he managed to make that shot out. And yeah, honestly, it was really good play by Fnatic because I don't know if they knew that Nunu was gone, but they certainly knew where the rest of the team was. And yeah, they just jumped as all 5 and there was really no reflexes left and no time available for the other team to come back in and stop that. Nunu, though, still jungling very strong. Has picked up Lizard buff. Did not pull Ashe over to pick that one up, though. I kind of would have done that. I would have given Ashe the Lizard and let her run around. But Nunu is, of course, a strong ganker with Ice Blast and this Lizard buff. Just adding those slows together going to be quite a lot to deal with. We will fail her. Only level 8 against Soaz is 10. Some of that is, of course, champion kills. Some of that is just Soaz playing wonderfully right here. And yeah, he's going to just drop these minions down as best he can. Going to pick that one down as well. And he keeps going back into the rush when he pushes those down. He never really goes for the turret damage. He's always sort of cognizant of being ganked. So he kind of stays pretty passively, kills the minions down, tries to see if We Will Failure can last hit anything. Manages to push a few of them away from him. You can see it's 85 to 54. So giant gold advantage, not even counting champion kills. And they're doing a good job here.
Yeah, right now, Shushi starting to look like he was going to push a little bit in middle, but not quite. Down on bottom, Melisan, not so long ago, actually forced Ashe to once again use that cleanse. Really feeling Yellow Star that he wants to be safe rather than sorry when it comes to getting those stuns from Taric. And both times I think that we've seen it with his cleanse up, he's used cleanse instantly on it and got himself right out of that any possible trouble that might come his way. We've got Soaz, as per usual, at top, just exploding those barrels and doing a ton of damage. Actually already has his blasting one plus the catalyst in place.
Yeah, he's getting pretty beefy up there. He's got 91 ability power with very little of that from items, so the Runes of Mastery is kicking in for him quite nicely. Look at the carries over here. Lamia Zealot, only with Berserker's Greaves and a Doran's Blade, so he's not super farmed. Yellow Star only with 2 Doran's Blades and no special boots, so the attack damage carries really haven't been back to base much to buy any major series of items. 12.5 minutes in is too early for a giant thing like a Black Cleaver or an Infinity Edge, but certainly they can probably pick up a BF sword in the near future if they haven't gotten enough gold for it yet. They should be soon. You can see Misfortune, 76 minions, but the first to break 100, Anivia and Gragas both. So still, AAA, we saw that last game where they were fighting Epic. They just have the mechanics down. Their players are really good at killing minions. And that gold shows 15.3 to 15.0, which is almost nothing, but realize that Fnatic got a dragon kill. And their jungler has 56 minions to Nunu's only 35. So, Amumu, like I said, is a very fast jungler, very good at killing these monsters down and getting himself leveled up. Nunu more of an aggressive ganker style, and it shows with the extra kill they've gotten, although he hasn't assisted on anything. So I take it all back. Nunu's actually been a bit of a depreciation for them. He hasn't invaded well. He hasn't really stopped Amumu. He hasn't got that many kills. He's only died. He's behind in minion kills compared to the enemy jungler. So Amumu actually really outplaying this one. Props to Cyanide.
Yeah, Cyanide, as I mentioned, just doing a fantastic, solid job at the moment. But the rest of his team a little bit behind there. Kuja coming under fire, but obviously gets herself out of that slow from Misfortune. Won't be too much of a problem. So as per usual, he's just hugging this top bush and causing a few problems to We Will Fail Her. And that top tower is very, very low as well. Down to 280. That's gone probably on this next wave.
You can do it.
We'll see We Will Fail Her going a little bit aggressive. There goes the charge in. And actually the ulti being used onto Peak. Yeah. Onto We Will Fail Her, as it actually
And here
is.
comes Momo. He's going to land the stun because he already used Pool. He's going to flash out, but that's going to be a turret kill, so you are right. It will die in the next push. Good job there by Soaz, picking up the first turret kill of the game, bringing them up 17.8 to 16.8, so 1,000 gold there. 3-2 on the champion kills, 1-0 on turret kills. Still the minions with the advantage. Down on Dragon, but that's not the hugest deal in the world. It just means gold, and they're winning on gold, so whatever. Down at the bottom lane, just Lamia Zealot farming away. 95 versus Ashe's 109, so still just by almost every metric I could think of, AAA winning this game by a little bit.
Yeah, BF sword and pickaxe for Ashe.
Oh, that's pretty powerful. That's going to be a lot of nice damage for her as we're going to watch her leave over towards mid lane. Still has the 2 Doran's Blade as well, so 186 attack damage. Lamia Zealot, 141, has picked up, looks like a Bloodthirster Rush. Has the BF Sword and the Vampiric Scepter. And yep, there we go, 2 wards as well, good play. So that's pretty good. He's going to go for the Bloodthirster. Ashe going to go for Infinity Edge with the BF Sword and Pickaxe. About halfway down on that item. Still needs the Crit Cloak and the Recipe. you see Melisson taking over mid.
Kuja's just put down the pink ward as well on by Dragon, so they can be sure that they don't miss this next one, as obviously what happened in the last time. And against Authority, have pushed straight through this middle tunnel turret, so it looks like they could be going just straight through here. I mean, I'm not sure what Fnatic can really do to stop this at this stage. Brand will join in, but by the time he gets anywhere near, it will be down. And there goes the Ice Arrow. And we will see even the ulti coming out from Gragas. And Shushi is so low, but So has actually flashed over, trying to get in there closer, but was just a little bit too far away. Obviously, we saw on the bottom there, Elmia for Fnatic pushing that bottom turret, but, you know, bottom turret for two in the middle, not quite an even trade.
Yeah, not quite. And actually, they've timed themselves perfectly for this Dragon attempt. Looks like Fnatic is coming down to stop them. I don't know if they can jump in quite in time. Looks like, yes, the wall comes out from Anivia. Beautiful play there. They're going to keep on this, but they're still getting into range. This is going to be really close. Yellow Star is still taking all the damage from that Dragon. Kuja getting pushed back by Misfortune. It's getting lower and lower. Who's going to pick it up? Looks like AAA will get the Dragon kill, and they're going to move on. They have made XPK dance. We will fail their dancing quite a little bit as Vladimir. Damage coming out on the moment. PK getting lower and lower. Will he's died to Ash. He heals himself again, but Ash will pick up that kill. Misfortune pushing back onto the enemy team. Looks like they're going to be just barely okay there, but more damage coming in from Fnatic. They're going to try to pick up onto Linak, and that will happen. So 1-1. The Dragon picked up by AAA. Good advantage there. But they're still in decent shape.
Yeah, they've lost only one from that one. It's not too much of a terrible situation. Obviously, they did take down We Will Failure as well with Vladimir. And we almost saw Nunu get away as well. Unfortunately for him, Melisand's stun cooldown was just finished in time, I think, once he got out of there. And it looks like Fnatic will be going home. And I guess we will see Lamia be completing maybe his Bloodthirster at this stage. I'm not sure how much farm he's got. No, not quite.
So as though getting closer and closer to Rabadon's Death Cap, has the catalyst just for the landing and the overall durability, picks up that blasting wand and goes for the Death Cap, and it is up there. 274 ability power, 2 wards also in tow. Look over at Yellow Star. Still, he has finished his Berserker's Greaves now, but has not yet finished Infinity Edge. His Lizard will help him, give him 60 gold right there, plus that Lizard buff, of course, super powerful whenever he attacks. His physical attacks will slow enemy champions and units and add a damage over time effect. So every time he hits a guy, it's going to be really, really easy to chase him down. Ash already is very good at slowing enemy champions, has those frost arrows both on basic attack and on volley. So right there you see volley coming out, snow beneath the feet. Really good at keeping that one going. This rough going to be picked up on Lamia Zealot. Does not quite still have Bloodthirster, but getting more and more gold over time, going to be closer and closer to that item. Really wants to farm that one up and add a ton of attack damage, which will give her really, really powerful ultimates.
I'm surprised actually that we've not really seen an Oracle come out from either side just yet.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Kuja not wearing an Oracle, though she might have died with one. No deaths there. We look over at Melisson. Melisson doesn't have it. Yeah, neither team has ever even tried to pick one up. We did have the pink ward down earlier, although it didn't really help Fnatic very much as they got Dragon anyway. They did manage to get a gank there, which worked all right. They got 1 kill for 1, which is not too bad, but it was a kill onto Nunu, and Nunu's been dying anyway, so it's not really the best kill you want. Vladimir 0-3, unfortunately, kind of sandbagging the team, but it has a lot of spell vamp, so that will add up for Brand. It will add up for Amumu. It will add up for Misfortune. Misfortune does have her Bloodthirster finally. And so over the next 5 minutes, you're going to see Fnatic start to power up quite a bit, actually. You're going to see them be more powerful than they have been. And a nice little ward. They're actually dying to minions, though. Kuja puts a ward down, and it drops to the OP Purple Caster minions of Forum lore. And then AAA is ready to push the top turret.
Yeah, they're there with all 5 Fnatic. Not so far away, though. AA have to be careful now, because you see the Bandit toss coming in onto Yellow Star. Ultimate used by Amumu. And we see Linak in a little bit of trouble. There goes the Ice Arrow from Ash. We go down once again. Vladimir, who is now 0-4-1, not having the greatest game in his life, is We Will Fail It. And against All Authority, will quite happily take that one and continue to push in a 5-on-4 fight. Shushi fairly low as well, as Soaz manages to grab the aggro from that tower. But they are going to just push in there, and obviously Soaz's barrel, so much poke, the wall from Anivia, and this is something that you talked about before the game even started. They can control the way that Fnatic have to be positioned.
Yeah, and it's working gloriously for them. They really are. There's a nice play there where they put the barrel out and then drop the wall down here so that even if you pass the wall, you'd walk into a Gragas barrel with like 500 damage, and you don't really want to do that. So they give themselves a nice number of turret kills, 4 turrets to 1, 5 kills to 3 overall. Now up about 3,500 gold. So they're bringing up the advantage. It's not, 3,500 is not a lot. It's less than 10%, so that's not a huge, well, actually, sorry, it's more than 10%, less than 20. Mouth is hard, apparently. Nice, more Demacia yells out in the crowd. It's so fun being here at DreamHack. It's people cheer for kills, people yelling Demacia. It's super awesome. It's great to be here.
Yeah, great atmosphere. And it's only the first day, actually. People are still arriving, so I assume it's going to get even crazy here on the League of Legends booth. Down at the bottom, we've got Yellow Star actually pushing alone, but he's got no minions with him. He will have Linak and Kuja to join in with him, so this bottom turret possibly going to come under a little bit of pressure. There are all 5 still there, though, for Fnatic, so I'm not sure exactly how well this is really going to work out for Against All Authority, but we've seen them before pick off the first kill using those great ultis of the Ice Arrow from Ashe and also the Gragas Super Barrel. And they are still hanging around there, so maybe they will still go for this one.
Yeah, they're staying around. Soaz now does have... Oh, and there's the initiate. PK getting stunned twice, but will cool out. There's the ultimate from Brand. That damage is huge. Misfortune put out a ton as well, but Melisande getting pushed back, still healing himself with Philosopher's Stone. Shushe taking way too much damage right there. He's got to be really, really careful. And yeah, AAA in wonderful shape. Another Sun comes out. This is not happy for these guys. There's the flash out from Misfortune. Elmia staying alive. AAA waiting for another minion wave, and that's going to be a couple seconds in the making, so they're going to chill out for now. So I was going to toss some barrels, look at the brush, will not find anyone there. That's fine, though. And Vac actually retreating, they're saying, okay, you know what, you got this one. You're right. You're healing better than us. That Sona doing a wonderful job. Gragas is poking too hard. Let's give you this one away. It's fine. We'll come back later. We'll battle again. We'll be all right. So Momo picking up the credit for that turret kill. Now up about 4,000 gold. And the ping on Baron. Baron's been pinged by AAA. You never know.
We'll see if they go for this one. I mean, there are no wards from either side around Baron at the moment. I tell a lie, there is one down. I'm not sure how long that was ago that was put there, and there's a second one being put in as well. So they have some vision to Against All Authority around this Baron area. We see the pings going down towards Dragon, which is up now, and Fnatic are moving in. Don't forget, they got the first Dragon kill. Second one went over to Against All Authority, and it looks like they could be going for this one. Actually, they've got the arrow off onto Melisande. Not sure if they're close enough to finish it off.
Ooh,
great flash from Melisande to get himself away. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, though. He's got Linak constantly harassing him, trying to heal himself up as much as possible. Stun went out there onto Linak as well. He's got plenty of mana, Melisande, but there's just too much damage coming in. We've got Fnatic moving in from the south side. Of course, they did take down Dragon as Melisande was going down, so they might not be too unhappy about that whole one. I didn't see who finished off the kill. Was it Linak?
I don't remember who got the kill
no,
credit.
It wasn't.
That was actually I think Nivea got that
Moma,
one. Yeah, Nivea got that one. That was actually probably the best trade that Fnatic could have hoped for, because they went for Dragon and AAA was like, yeah, let's kill Baron. Right, that sounds like a great idea. But Tarek showed up at the exact right time. He blew flash, but so did half the other team. Actually, well, by half I mean mostly just Nivea and Nunu, but that counts, right? And they, you know, they waste a lot of summoner spells. Melisande's not worth a lot of gold. I don't think he was yet wearing an Oracle's, but I could be wrong. I know Sona has one, but I don't think Tarek had picked one up just yet. And so they really, you know, they forced a lot of damage. Oh, but PK getting caught right there. The damage output is huge. He will flash and cool, and Soaz says, nah, I'm going to kill you instead. Great shot there. We will fail there. Great job by Soaz. Coordination by the entire team was wonderful. Another kill picked up. So now, you can't really say worth it in chat anymore. See, he kind of died.
Oh, arrow. Went straight up the middle. Melisande once again is going to find himself in trouble. That wall from Momo has been just perfect every time we've seen it go down. It's in the right place. And Melisande last time obviously flashed around to keep himself alive a little bit longer. This time it was all but done, as we see 2 wards being put down right at the front of the Fnatic base. Against All Authority, just going to steamroll through now. Obviously 5 versus 3 or 4 situation now, as We Will Lame It does come back into the game. But this inhibitor at least is going to go down.
Yeah, they're going to
back off and go Baron now.
Yeah, they'll back off. They have the chance at Baron, absolutely. Oh, they ping Lizard, though. They know that's up. Looks like Soa's going to go down and look for Golem, though it won't be up. The Clairvoyance does reveal that, so he's going to come back over. And they're going to lead the way. Yellow Star going to pick up the Lizard buff for herself. Herself being Ashe, the player being male. For what that's worth. In case you were confused, guys, in case you were confused. There you go. You have it. I don't know. That was completely random. Pronouns are hard.
He, she, it, whatever. Yeah, so it looks like they're possibly going to at least hang around here, get some wards back into position, make sure that they you know, don't allow Fnatic to get anything that they shouldn't be at this stage. And Fnatic, I think from this point onwards, they're going to have not just an uphill struggle, but maybe climbing somewhat of a cliff.
Yeah, they've got to be really good at repelling right now. Actually, is repelling going down? Repelling's going down, okay. They better hope that AAA starts repelling down the cliff and Fnatic can start climbing. They are down fairly significantly, 6 turrets to 1. Inhibitor obviously is gone. AAA really with better map control. Let's check this one out, and yeah, you've got wards pretty much everywhere. Look at this, they've got the entire upper jungle warded. They don't really care about the lower jungle. Yeah, Golem's nice, but Dragon's gone for a while. Baron's the most important one. Meanwhile, I look over at Fnatic, and wow, they've got Baron and minions. So that's not super happy. That's not really what they want. But they've got a chance. So they have still a really good team comp, but still every time they've done that, every time they set up that AoE right there, so it just says like, yeah, explosive cast toss, and you know, someone gets pushed out and stops channeling. Usually it's the misfortune. The entire team disengage, and here we go on to Baron.
Yeah, and they were just waiting for Sona to come in there just to get rid of any wards that were hanging around. We see We Will Fail It just coming in from the top side, and actually the Clairvoyance was dropped in there as well. So Against All Authority decided, nah, not quite worth it just yet. And we see the arrow go off, and I think it hit Cyanide, who was actually Banshee's Veil. Yeah,
he hit Cyanide Banshee's Veil. The crystalline wall from Anivia went off. Although they actually pulled a super minion into the jungle, that's pretty cute. But Amumu actually had the ability to run up top here and not really be in danger, but he flashed backwards over the wall, which is actually probably the worst play, because then he can't come to join his team if they get initiated on. He has to walk all the way around this cliff over here. In the end, I mean, it's a flash cooldown. It's not the end of the world. You know, Ash's arrow's down too, so it's okay to, you know, trade cooldowns for cooldowns, but Flash much longer cooldown. And wow, AAA doing a wonderful job at ward control. And they're now pushing on the bottom lane, and this could be really, really good for them. They're doing a lot of damage to this turret. Pull the scoreboard in case you want to look at those items before this fight, because it's going to go away when the battle starts. And Ash leading the way up top, playing super aggressively, probably not going to get caught too badly, so it won't be a big deal. But they're going to push in, continually kill these minions. Amumu and Brand really going to put down the AoE. And there's the wall. Looks like they're going to go for it now. Another barrel coming out. Yellowstar putting out a lot of damage. Has to be a little bit afraid of Misfortune, and Tarek should still have that cleanse up. Actually, it does have that cleanse up. So actually, every summoner spell, then every ultimate but Crystalline Arrows up on AAA. And they're just doing a lot of damage to this turret right now. Ash poking very, very well. Has the haste buff from Linak and from Kuja's Sona. It's working out pretty well for him.
Yeah, and they're just fending off this last wave maybe that's coming out, and they also have a minion wave coming up behind them, but they've been a little bit reluctant to push out there once the wall is in place. So from MoMA, as you mentioned, the ultis, all 5 of them are up. There goes the wall, and a barrel just slid in there to give it a little bit extra cover, and they're not going to go for it just yet by the looks of things, just putting out as much damage, poking in as much as they can onto Fnatic, who know they have to hold this turret. They can't afford to be losing a team fight in this situation, otherwise AAA are going to steamroll straight through. And actually they've pinged back down toward Dragon, so we might see Against All Authority back away and take the extra money from that Dragon. Nope, they're going to go back in. Fnatic had actually moved a few guys back, and that wall's going to be even more impressive now, because Fnatic can't get anywhere near to stop this turret going down. There goes the arrow in onto Cyanide, and he will escape that one. Turret is really just threadbare. 230 health remaining on it.
Yeah, a ton of damage coming out from the Fnatic team. It's basically 3 attacks from Ash will drop that turret down, but they don't want to play too aggressively. If they get caught by Amumu and Brand, they'll potentially lose the game. They'll give up, you know, a lot of kills. They'll potentially give up Baron, and then Fnatic can come back and do everything that they want. But the turret is down. They're now into the inhibitor, into the base. And again, they're getting pushed back just barely, but this Golem buff, Anivia, so hard to deal with. And a great ult from Greg as Melisande having to get flashed to get himself out. Will barely survive that. But Linak going down. PK picking up his first kill, honoring PK as We Will Fail It. And there's the dance from Sona, and goodbye Vladimir. Oh no, just getting pulls away just in time. Excited FI getting stunned, but not too big a deal. The inhibitors respawn. Now, will they save the inhibitor? That's the really important thing, because that's going to mean map control. And actually, they will. They're actually okay. Wow, nice. Good job by Fnatic.
They've defended really well there. Yeah, spectacular. Obviously, we saw Linak going down. Tried to flash. I think he was just out of range to get himself over the wall, and kind of flashed straight into it anyway and went down. And we've got Soez, who's just mopping up in the jungle on that Fnatic side. question is, will this next move from Against All Authority be off towards Baron? Fnatic still have everyone alive, so it's not going to be an easy decision from Against All Authority. Obviously, Fnatic's items starting to catch up now, and we see Banshee's Veil on 3 of them so far.
Yep, it's on one of the most of the important ones. Tarek's still pretty easy to kill, but he's got decent health. He's got actually decent resist, 120 armor, 92 magic resist, 1700 health is not a lot. There's a lot more health than most of the other champions here. Vladimir at 2200 and decent resist as well. So he's in decent shape. Looks like Navia going back to the base again. Has picked up Void Staff, chugs the blue elixir, but he chugs it before the battle even starts. He's in base and drinks it. He's got item slots free. That's a minor mistake. You don't want to eat the elixir until the battle actually starts, but in case you forget. But we got Dragon coming down right here. AAA doing a pretty good job of this one. They're just gonna pick up that Dragon for themselves. 43 to 3600 gold, 15% up. It's pretty good.
And the thing is, Against All Authority now, not really surprising Fnatic wherever they go. I mean, Fnatic did get themselves a pink ward onto Baron, so they know that they're not there. They can expect them to be pushing in at some point here soon. The problem is for Fnatic, obviously, they don't have a turret down on the bottom lane, they don't have a turret in the middle lane, and they don't have that extra power really to defend. There goes the Banshee's Veil being popped away from Cyanide as well, which will obviously annoy them that little bit further. Against All Authority still hanging around by the steps. Are they going to push in? Yellow Star will again move his way in. Barrels down to control as well, and Yellow Star just using his range and obviously the immense damage that he's putting out right now, up to 207 attack damage. Just to poke in there, do as much damage to the inhibitor as he can. Brand actually hitting big at this point. What's he got? Yeah, almost 300 AP that Brand has. And Against All Authority just pinging around. Yeah, there's a ward just being dropped down there for the site, as the Demacia shout comes out again from the crowd. There goes the wall. Is this going to be the push on the inhibitor? Cyanide will bandage toss onto the ward. Not sure it was the best use of it, but okay.
It's 75 gold, but it blocked the bandage toss, so they got to stop and initiate. That gold does eventually add up. We saw that get dropped down earlier. Last time they pushed for the turret, they dropped a couple down, trying to block Amumu's bandage tosses. Unfortunate for Amumu, of course. They're going to jump down, though, and grab the golem. They're doing a very good job of playing aggressively. They're pushing the enemy team back and allowing them to take over the jungle buffs. That's a pretty big deal. We're going to have Momo taking another golem for himself, and that's just awesome. The wall comes out, going to pick up that kill, just refreshing that constantly. They could go for Baron. You can see that Fnatic's is going to try to push out the waves now, that they have the ability to react to a Baron attempt. More map vision overall from the minions being pushed, and less threat on their inhibitors. If they do get juked, they still will force AAA to go through a couple of minion waves, lest they get caught in the middle of nowhere with minions on both sides in a 5v5 team fight. Even though minions only do so much damage, in fights as close as these, they can actually win a battle for you. We saw in Fnatic versus Team Pacific, minions actually got a double kill at bottom lane. So certainly can mean a lot.
And Against All Authority just portaling back again. We saw Ash go in there. Does have a Phantom Dancer. Infinity Edge was built up earlier as well. And Fnatic are still hanging around by that Baron area. Clairvoyance was just used by Against All Authority by Kuja on Sona. But they are pinging Baron now. There is another ward being put down in the back of it. And Against All Authority, you can kind of tell the tension in this game. They know each other so well. Against All Authority are now going to go for that Baron. They'd initiated it before they took away the ward at the back, but it's down to half. Here we go. Fnatic starting to work their way in. Will Against All Authority hold on to it? It certainly looks like it. Are they going to get the steal? Kuja actually goes down. Against All Authority did get that Baron buff. Arrow missed there by Ash, and this could be very dangerous. Linak is going to fall. Momo's not exactly healthy either. And Momo will be dropped down to the egg. I'm assuming they're going to finish that one off. Yes, they will. And it just went pear-shaped, to say the least, for Against All Authority. Soas has managed to take out Melisande, but he's the one that's now going to get pressure from 2 and now 3 very hard-hitting champions. That's a very wise flash that he took there to move over to the top side and get himself over to a bit of cover by that turret. Ash is there as well. In comes the stone. There goes Brand. And it will be Lamia to finish it off. And Fnatic, you know what? They've brought it back to 9-8. Only a 7k difference in gold. Obviously, they're 7 turrets behind. They've stripped down to their inhibitors on the middle and bottom lane. But this is definitely not game over.
Oh yeah, that was a beautiful fight from Fnatic. They got the kill on the support right away. That was huge. She had flash up, so she got caught by stuns basically. And that's the thing, when you're frail, when you're Sona, and you have no resist and 1700 health, you need to be very safe in those fights. Your entire point of being in the game is staying alive, because every button you press buffs your entire team and gives some specific benefits and damage and healing and whatnot. Like, the entire point of Sona is to stay alive the entire fight. If you don't stay alive, you are very, very useless. Compared to Janna, you can throw out a shield, you can throw out a tornado, you can ult people back, you can blow your cooldowns, and okay, if I die, it sucks, but I did what I came to do for the most part. Sona really needs to stay alive, so that's been a really wise play by Fnatic to pick out Sona first. It's done a lot of good things for them. And you see now Brand getting pretty far, 254 ability power. The other mage there, PK, we will fail her, 471. And again, he has that spell vamp tome, which means Shushe gonna get some nice free ability power and spell vamp from that. Meanwhile, I look over at MoMA, 414's pretty good, and Gragas, 525. Now has Zhonya's in addition to Rabbidd's Deathcap and Banshee's Veil. So he's nice and beefy now. And yeah, 2400 health, over 100 on both resists. He's going to be scary.
And against All Authority, going for this one right now. And as the Banshee's Veils are being knocked away, Linax is still active, but, well, they'll take down that inhibitor once again and push around, I'm guessing, towards the bottom inhibitor. As Kuja just wards over the top. Not allow Gragas to just throw in.
Yep, gonna be okay. Wards coming down on both sides of the wall, trying to spot each other. It's great because we have the green ward here. That's from AAA, so they can see into the base. And then Fnatic was like, well, let's put one here, and then it got spotted by Clairvoyance or by Oracles and just died. So AAA can see, Fnatic cannot. Sad face there, but actually ward control really impressive. AAA has like a little bit of the jungle, but Fnatic has like tons of it. Okay, maybe they timed out. Maybe I'm just wrong, but it looked like they had a ton more wards than they did when I just switched the view. But
yeah, Sona, I think, on the top side took out one of them, and there was one over on the north side of the river as well.
There's another one they could spot almost. Didn't quite see it under that cliff face. So actually, AAA did do a bit of repelling. They did manage to jump down that cliff a little bit and made it a little bit of a closer game. Fnatic 5 strong, pushing through in mid right now. And they're doing some nice damage. And it's a base race. AAA's coming up the right-hand side, and yeah, Fnatic's like,
losing this one if they go for it.
Oh yeah. So they're up onto the inhibitor. They should come back just barely in time. It's going to be close though. If AAA stays to fight, they could get caught. Yep. Oh, great wall. They will pick this one up. Can they run in time though? If they can get a flash ult, they can get all the kills. Oh, they didn't go for it. Okay. Oh, his flash was down. I mean, we had about a half minute left on flash. Right, they can see the cooldown timers. Yeah, that push gave away an inhibitor. I mean, it was close, but they just couldn't quite do it. So that was well played there by AAA overall. They just jumped in there again. That movement speed team. We're still in with Nunu and Sona, hasting the team around and getting in there quite well. Yeah, that's been pretty glorious for them.
Yeah, neither team really willing to make that kind of overextension. Obviously for Fnatic, they've got 2 inhibitors down. Now is the time where they need to be defending and making sure that against All Authority aren't going to be pushing too strongly through. But we've seen the entire team from against All Authority go back, so we could be going into, in their minds at least, the final stages of this one.
Yeah, I think AAA smells blood. They've got 2 inhibs down. They're going 5 top. And the cool thing about having 2 inhibitors down is those minions will ever so slowly push the Nexus. That champions have to actually pull back and defend that, or they will lose Nexus turrets. The Nexus turrets do regenerate health over time, so if this were ever injured, it would gain about, it's like 3 health a second or so. It's pretty slow, but it does catch up in a long game. But with 2 inhibitors down, you have these super minions just charging in there. Look at those stats, 300 damage, 4,000 health. Like just ridiculously beefy minions that will just truck down these turrets. And so it's really up to them to drop turrets. They do it really well. Normally turrets can defend themselves decently, but even the regenerating ones actually will drop to a double inhibitor death. And so basically these guys can siege up top, and as soon as a champion comes in to help a Nexus turret, they can push it into 5v4. And with Gragas ult and a Nivea wall and a Nivea ult, they can really pick down single targets. So they're getting ready, and there comes a move into the front. He's going to get blocked out by a wall a little bit, but it won't quite keep him out of the fight. Looks like he'll be safe for now. A little bit of damage coming out from We Will Fail Her, but PK, wow, down to half health already, even with 78 magic resist. this spam is really good for AAA. They have Anivia and Ashe, who are really good at spamming, and Gragas as well, really good at spamming for out of range. And that's been adding up for them, actually.
And this turret is so low as well. It's going to be down with this push for sure, and you can see that Fnatic not really going to try and challenge that one. Obviously, Cyanide did bandage toss in there. Arrow actually, it did connect onto We Will Fail It down by the back turrets, but they're not obviously in a position to go for it, and that's an interesting move from Cyanide. He will initiate that fight, and Brand ulti comes out as well. We Will Failure is going to be down low. He needs to be very careful. Decides to flash his way out. Just about gets away. Not quite though. Melisande in trouble as well. There goes the wall. Cyanide will fall with a Mumu. Ultimate came out from Lamia, but this the inhibitor surely going to be the target here in a second. They're going for the kills. There goes Misfortune, and obviously there is pressure now on both of these Nexus turrets. In fact, they're both down. The Nexus is now going to be the main focus, and we are going to see Against All Authority picking up this game and their first victory.
First victory, 1-1 in the group. Both AAA and Fnatic 1-1 at the same time. We've had Epic Gaming versus Team Pacific is going on at the same time. We'll get the result for that pretty soon.
But it's finished.
It has
by
finished.
the looks of things.
Okay, so we'll get the result of that game shortly, but a wonderful job by these guys. AAA came out so strong this time. Just wonderful, wonderful play. Fnatic, a little bit unfortunate there. I mean, they did what they could. Lemmy Azell just not seem to have really the damage output he really wanted. You know, 2-1 is great, but Bloodthirster, Hexdrinker, Banshee's Veil is not really the high DPS build you're looking for when you need to carry a game out. Certainly a lot of plus AD, a lot of magic resist. You look at the enemy team and you're like, yeah, let's get some magic resist. Certainly, you know, wise choice to play defensively there, but it just couldn't, I don't know, they didn't have enough damage. They would sort of open up and Anivia would ult, and Anivia would ult, but Amumu would ult on their team, and they would front load a little bit, and then, you know, as soon as Gragas sort of broke that party up, they weren't able to quite keep going. They didn't really have the ability to sort of really keep pushing the damage out there. Brand managed to lose a lot of ultimates. They went for that. They went for that Ashe early on, and she timed her cleanse perfectly.
Yeah.
You know, Amumu went in there and he ulted, and then that's when she cleansed. And it was like, all right, peace. I flashed, and Brand's ult followed me, so I didn't bounce, and they completely just crushed that team fight.
Yeah, and we saw early on as well, which really didn't help out the fact that Soaz got off to an amazing start, was 4-0, I think, before anything really went down there. Obviously, didn't die the entire game either, which really helps out. And we saw Linak as well, who, to be honest, wasn't for me the most amazing performance that we've seen from him throughout, you know, throughout history of Linak playing, you know, jungle characters. Got off to a slow start, seemed to die far too often, but, you know, Against All Authority, you die far too often and you win the game, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
And a quick update, if you guys end up lagging on the stream, if it's not catching up with you quite well, if it's fine enough, you don't do anything because you're great. If it is lagging for you, a refresh should solve that, so FYI if you're having troubles. But yeah, so I want to get that out of the way real quick so you guys, you know, could watch in full glory and syncing and everything. But yeah, the Nunu, Linak is not having his best game. Cyanide did really, really well, though. And, oh, by the way, real quick update, Epic did win. So Epic is 2-0 in the group. They have one game left. They are going to be against Fnatic, and that is coming up. I believe that should be the next game. Epic versus Fnatic is next. That is the next game going on. That's probably going to be the one casted. Team Pacific versus AAA probably going to be in the background, but those are concurrent games. And yeah, it's basically, I think players will expect AAA will win. AAA won against Fnatic, and Fnatic won against Pacific, and Pacific's 0-2. So it's a reasonable expectation that AAA will go and win a game. I mean, if they lose, they're actually still in. And there's a three-way tie for second place at that point, most likely. But you know, that's not the biggest do or die game. You know, it's the generally expected result there is AAA winning. But Fnatic versus wow, brain just died. Fnatic versus Epic, really the game to watch right now. It's potentially the top two teams here. Fnatic could come through and bring themselves up a victory, or they could lose out, take third place in the group. I mean, Epic's in great shape right now. They could win a group, and I don't think anyone expected that.
Actually, it's still all up for grabs, right? We could be a three-way tie. If Fnatic beat Epic and AAA beat Pacific, then it is a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Yeah, you're going to have Pacific being 1-2. AAA, if they win, if they lose, you said, right?
If they win.
Well, if AAA loses and Pacific wins, and then Fnatic wins, you still have a big three-way tie round. Actually, if AAA loses, they're out. Because the tiebreaker would be who wins that match.
Right.
AAA is 1-1. That's another point. But yeah, if AAA does win and then Fnatic wins, yeah, the 3 teams are all 2-1.
Which is possibly even more interesting. I mean, one
Lots
team's
of-
going to
lots
go
of
out
things,
today.
right.
There's lots of things that can still happen. And don't forget, this is just Group A. We've got Group B to come up a little bit later on today. I think we've got an interview going on. I didn't quite hear what was going on there. Yeah, we do have an interview ready with the players. So let's put it over there.
Hello, I'm here with AAA and Fnatic. So we just played the last game. It was a big epic EU match. What are your thoughts on that last game?
Well, last game was really good. Both teams played well. We had a nice time, I think, and a nice time for the spectator too. Then.
Great. And so, what were your thoughts behind the drafts and the picks? So you took Alistar away from them. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, well, Alistar and Rumble were for Shushei. Twisted Fate was because we don't like Twisted Fate, and basically picking the Gragas was something that I think they don't expected from us. That's why they didn't pick it just on their second pick, because we don't play it anymore. But since they didn't pick it, and that's one of the main things of Shushei, we pick it to block him.
Great. Thank you so much. And for you, what were your thoughts about this game?
Yeah, well, the game went pretty well from our bottom lane and mid lane, and our jungle did okay as well, but they just gained some advantage with they grouped really nice, and they got some kills with the Gragas on top lane, and they just used their advantage they got and won the game eventually.
Awesome. And you have one more game left, so your record is 1 win, 1 loss right now. What are your thoughts heading into your last game for the day?
Yeah, of course I'm excited, and we'll try our best, at least make it a nice game for everyone.
Great. Thank you so much, and back to you guys.
Hi, this is Montek from Riot Games. They're holding me hostage in the Riot offices all weekend, and I only have a second to get this out before they find out I'm here, so listen up. Follow @RiotPendragon and @RiotTamant for some awesome stuff coming up. Look out for chances to win the exclusive Viking Tryndamere skin, and get involved in all the shenanigans going on at DreamHack. If we get enough followers, I might be able to escape while they celebrate. I might be able to get another message out then. I don't know. They keep saying things about cake. I've got to get out of here.
What are you doing?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the League of Legends Worlds Broadcast Twitch. Some of the Season 1 games were not casted, so you've got myself and DJ filling in. I'm Jake Kelton. I've been around the scene for a really long time. It's been a minute since I've casted, so it's going to be fun to get back into the casting seat. And DJ is very much in the casting seat. Welcome, DJ. It's great to have you. And this will be a fun game for you because this is kind of Season 1 way before your time when you got started playing League of Legends, right?
Yeah, Jake, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me. Yes, I am. I am close to a boomer, Jake. I am fairly old, but my parents didn't let me play video games as a kid, so this is definitely way before I got into League of Legends. I think I was a Season 4, Season 5-er. This is definitely going to be some retro for me. I know a little bit about some of the items. I know the old champions as well, but yeah, definitely before my time.
This is the good old days of the icons. I mean, just look how beautiful some of these icons are. We got Karthus, it was my favorite champion back then in Season 1. But we don't want to talk about our games, at least my games back then. We could talk here about these games as well. Twisted Fate, Rumble, Vayne being banned away. The two teams that are going to be playing today, Epic versus Pacific or PCFC, as you can see there. I'm excited for this game in particular because there's some players in here that I know a lot of super old Season 1 teams for the World's Championships and stuff had players that you don't see anymore. They aren't playing in the game. In fact, most of the Pacific players aren't involved in esports anymore. But look over at Epic. We got Doubleup, we got Dyrus. These are names that are still around in the pro scene and stuff. And so it's really cool to kind of see some of their early starts to their League of Legends chapters and histories and stuff.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, double lift as a support. Who would have thought, right? That was a player who relied on taking
Wait,
all
he
of the
doesn't still play
resources
support?
for most of his career. So he's going to be playing support for Andy Din, the founder of TSM's brother, in this game. He's going to have to be the one that's providing all of it for Andy, or for Dan Din, for Westrice, for Dyrus. There are some fun names here, and interesting to see how they did interact and play together all the way back at the very beginning of the game.
Oh my gosh, look at that picture for Flash. I forgot about that. Oh, it's been forever. It's been forever. But we got Vladimir being locked by Westrice. I will say, way on the early days, Vladimir was one of the major dominant players. That's why he's first picked here. His damage and his scalability basically said that, look, if the game gets up to that 30-minute, 40-minute point, the game is over. And so when you see a champion with the hyper scaling that Vladimir can have get picked in, you say, hey, we need to win the game super, super fast. And so that's where you pick the point and click CC champions like the Warwick on this side of Pacific, because back in the day, Warwick's ultimate was not a skill shot. Even today, it's somewhat of a skill shot, but it was just you walk up, you press R, you immediately duress someone. Pretty cool. The Soraka coming in as well. It is just, oh my gosh, I'm having such nostalgia hits from this time forever ago.
Even I'm having a little bit, Jake, and I'm having a little fun. The Soraka picture, she looks so angry here for Gibbo as he selects this one. Just so different from the icon of today. But we do see the Corki locked in, so definitely a lot of going for a lot of scaling on the side of Epic. Corki back then an AD carry, of course, but still going to do so much damage the later the game did go on. And hovering a misfortune, that also looked, why did they all look so angry, Jake, in their icons?
Oh, so intense. I mean, even look at Janna, right? Janna's supposed to be the angelic support, and she's like, I'm gonna get you. But the thing I want to point out about the Soraka is the clairvoyance being grabbed as a spell. We don't have that in the game anymore. It was a great spell for being able to track enemy team junglers and get that free vision. Kind of functioned as a blue buff that was on a very low, or not blue buff, a blue ward. It was on a very low cooldown and didn't actually place a ward down. So I remember one game in particular that I played that me and my friends, we really, really didn't like not knowing where the jungler was. And so just as kind of a trolley play, every single member on our team picked clairvoyance. And then because it was on such a low cooldown, by the time that each person had finished using their clairvoyance, the first person was back up. And so for the entirety of the game, what we did was we, first clairvoyance, the blue buff, I think was where they started. We kind of knew they were going to start there. And then the rest of the game, we just followed them, each person clairvoyancing one after another, and had constant vision on the jungler. He couldn't gank anywhere because we always knew where he was walking. It was hilarious, a great game. We did end up winning it after all. But there we go. Urgot and Malzahar both being locked in. More CC coming in, more point and click. Urgot's ultimate was also point and click. Malzahar's ultimate's a point and click. They're trying to make it really easy for them to ult people.
Yeah, very, very easy to ult people. This is that old Urgot Swappy ultimate, the really buggy one from back in the day. Some pretty epic plays have come from that ulti, but of course Malzahar hasn't changed as much. He's going to press that R button, really make your life miserable, and it is just so much point and click CC, Jake. They really don't want Westrice to have a good time.
Hyperkinetic Position Reverser is the name of Urgot's ultimate. And I didn't have to look that up at all. I know that because, again, way back when I was playing, I actually was casting as well. And that was one of those skills that I specifically went out of my way to memorize it so that in the middle of casting a game, I could throw down the Urgot drops the Hyperkinetic Position Reverser. And it just blew everyone's mind.
That is a mouthful. That's a really hard one to say right there. I'm impressed, Jake. That mid-team fight trying to throw out 6 syllables. That's something else.
Oh yeah, I went over the top back then. I'm still over the top today. We got Nudu as well as double lift locking in that Tarek. He's got the clairvoyance as well. Again, this was a classic for the supports to pick up. So compositionally, it's one of those things that it's fun to look back on because their comp at least from the side of Epic, is not that off of what we might see today. A couple of the champions are a little bit odd, but you have the fast jungle clearing from the Nunu, a tanky support, which you probably see more Leonas than Terex today, but still kind of the same thing. The one oddity would be the, I think Vladimir is going top lane and it's Corki in mid is how it should work out, but they could also swap. That's something you see a lot in the early seasons of League of Legends is position swaps all over the place. Obviously, they champion swap, but position swaps as well because you're constantly trying to find the right matchup for you versus the other team. So we'll see where they end up locking their roles in.
Yeah, we did at least have the champion swap, so it is going to be Salse taking that Vladimir. Westrice hops onto the Corki instead. We'll see where they do end up in their matchups, but I'm more just excited to kind of see how these champions overlay their abilities. And watching Doublelift play Tarek and have to walk around just being a stun bot and an ult bot instead of farming minions and trying to carry team fights, just like trying to help his teammate. Like, Dyrus, I'll protect you. I promise. It's not like 3 years later.
Right, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Is for Doublelift, this is early on, and as a support, you didn't have to focus on farming literally at all, and so we'll see how much farm he ends up stealing before he swaps over to the AD carry role seasons later. But the other thing I want to throw in, which is fun, I hadn't really noticed until now, Vi picking up the Poppy. I don't know if you were playing at the time when Poppy's ultimate was still a single target. No one else besides this one person can deal damage to me, which was just insanely broken because you threw it onto the support of the enemy team. Like, imagine throwing it onto Soraka, right? Soraka's never going to hurt you ever. So you just threw it onto one person. They can't touch you. The support can't do anything to you. And then you just go ham on everyone else. It was ridiculously broken. I like her ultimate much better now, but I'm excited to see it in game, especially with all of Pacific's hard CC, point and click CC. There's so much point and click CC back then didn't require nearly the amount of skill that League of Legends today carries.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised it got through all the picks and bans considering how busted it was, Jake, at the time. I've seen that ability on like 4 or 5 like top 10 dumb abilities in the history of League of Legends, and it's always like number 1 or 2. So it's interesting that even back in season 1, this would slip through. I remember stories about like Beta Twisted Fate when his ultimate was his E, and he could just warp around the map on like a 30-second cooldown. You were like, what? Hello?
Yep, talk about role swapping and ganking random lanes. She's just everywhere. Which I should, with the ghosts that we see in this game, we should see those pretty good as well. The Vladimir taking ghost, Westrice taking ghost, Urgot, Ido taking ghost. So should be some good times as people are going to be moving around. Hopefully, we're moving around the map. I don't know. Back then in season 1, there was a lot of just sit and farm until the 20-minute mark, where everyone grouped around Baron and then died. The other fun thing to note is that this is, like, of course, season 1, as we mentioned, where the dragons were basically just like harder to kill jungles. That's all they were, was just extra gold and a little bit of extra experience. And so there was nowhere near the focus on killing dragons. It was just kind of this extra thing. There was some pingings for Epic to potentially invade, but looks like they're going to instead hover towards this bottom side of the river. See if they can maybe pick someone off as they're running through the jungle. There's that clairvoyance coming out from Soraka.
Didn't spot anyone. Do they know? Do they know? They're about to find out.
Now they know. He's going for that point and click CC, locking down the Poppy. They're trying to get some silence through with Malzahar as well. All right, it's just a little scare there. Should be a quick recall. Look at the old style recalls as well. No extra animation from the champion. They just stand there as the bars come around them. Great stuff. But it does give jungle pressure over to Epic, as they should be able to pick up this bottom side blue buff.
Yeah, Jake, I was going to say, I'm a big fan of nostalgia. Us here in the video game anime community, we all love our nostalgia. But if there is one thing I think we can all agree that's gotten better about League of Legends, the visual quality on the map these days is quite something compared to these early seasons before that full rework came through.
You don't love the neon colors that make your eyes bleed? Come on now. Come on. Also, the stylizing of that top HUD bar, which was just like these random metal bars, and you're just like, I don't think this has anything to do with the rest of the game, but sure, we'll go with it. We'll stick around. But the other thing to note here is there was no teleports for either team. no teleports whatsoever. You think about today's meta where mid laners, top laners, and sometimes supports are taking teleport, right, to get around the map. Corki is now having to slowly fly from the base all the way into top lane. Vladimir did get to mid at a pretty decent time, so he should be able to get farm without too much difficulty. But yeah, it clearly there was less energy spent on trying to move around the map quickly. And it's like, hey, Corki, just take your time. Don't worry about that first 2 waves. It'll be great.
Yeah, without any dragons, right? Without any early objectives, it just is so much more about the farm. You can just kind of come back to lane. You don't really get punished for all that much, as you did objective-wise today. So just able to hop on back and shouldn't be hurting too much. Westrice has started to farm on up alongside Wormy. We've got Urgot and the Vladimir taking up mid lane positions, and okay, flashing away already is the bottom lane of Pacific Esports. Double lift and Dyra showing them how it's done.
Well, look at the pairing up. I actually completely missed this as they were walking out to the lanes. This is a Poppy Soraka bot lane pairing, right? Where is your range? Where is your poke? You got no damage, especially early on. Poppy, way back in the day, she was all melee. She did have her charge that she was able to get in, and as long as she slammed you into a wall, AP Poppy was a pain in the neck. But it takes her a long time to get to that point. And so you see with the Heart of Gold that Poppy's currently carrying, it's all about scaling up later on into the game and buying items at a later point. And yeah, they're going to be suffering for a while on that bot side because Tarek's playing Click CC with Misfortune's range attacking. Shouldn't be any problem. I'm also excited for the wards that people can grab because you can see a Soraka. She's got 2 green wards in her inventory. Those were, you could buy them and you could buy an infinite amount of them. And so you could basically just absolutely cover the map with wards all over the place. And supports were the only person who ever bought them. So pretty entertaining. We'll see how many wards both teams get down over the game.
Yeah, and the ward score was super important, Jake, right? Because this is kind of how like Korea dominated the entire world's meta. They were just like, hey, we're going to put 1,000 wards on this map. We're going to wait until this play is absolutely guaranteed by 100% vision, and then we will kill you because you don't know anything.
Yeah, I mean, vision is such a big deal in the game, and it took a couple seasons for people to figure out, except for obviously, as you said, the Korean and even the Chinese, there were some of those early carriers of, hey, we're just going to cover the map in vision, know everything. It took NA a little bit of time to pick up on that. You can see that I don't think Tarek started with more than maybe a single ward that was already dropped around blue buff, but still entertaining time. Should be farming for a while yet. I'm trying to think of the other early spells that Malzahar hasn't changed that much since his early time. He can't spam those monsters, the voidlings anymore. They kind of just were something that was passively happening as you progress, and as you, I think, dropped 3 spells, another one would spawn. But here comes Nunu for a gank.
Does he have enough space? Flash it away is Wormy, and that's a second summoner spell that is expended by the likes of Epic. So Dandon getting some nice work done early. It's been that bottom lane in the jungler setting really any of the tempo in this game, Jake, but it is a gold lead now for Epic, about 1,000 in the early laning phase. I'm sure that doesn't mean as much as it does today, but it's not bad.
Yeah, it's one of those things that in every game, more gold means better items. The question is, when do you buy those items, and how can you carry that forward into the game? And early, I mean, even League of Legends now is still a bit snowbally. So as you said, we'll see how they can progress with that. And the pressure that's being mounted on this top side from that gank from Nunu basically allows Corki to push the wave in, and then he should be able to back and at least buy a little bit with his nice 6-minute 31 CS. Isn't that so great? He's getting about 5 CS a minute here, or 50 CS a minute. No, it is. It's 5 CS a minute. Jeez.
Yep, that's those stats would not hold up today, Mr. Jake. 10 CS per minute's the gold standard. It never happens, of course, because people do have to do other things, right? Set vision, move around the map.
Did I know this? Do they actually want Westrice coaching their academy team when this is how he plays?
It's a great question, Jake. It's a great question. They did unfortunately just fall out of proving grounds, so maybe a little too soon to be bullying Westrice after they lost the Golden Guardians.
All right. I'll lay off, but maybe take a look at the contract. We'll see. The other thing that's fun for to note is you're seeing the spectator for this game. manually moving around the map, right? I keep expecting the camera to just hop over to where fights are, and instead you're getting this very slow, glitchy, just grab and drag as he's moving around. Nunu ganking mid lane. I think Ido should be okay here. There really isn't a whole lot of CC. Oh, he tries the hyperkinetic position reverser to get Nunu under the turret. That's something that you see a lot, and that's why it was so dangerous to gank Urgots in the early seasons, is because once you got under there, as you're trying to escape, he'll grab you, flip you around, you'll be back underneath the turret, probably die. In this case, only got one turret shot, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And Epic taking a strong lead, especially as they grab this bottom side turret. We'll give them pressure around Drake. We'll see if they go to actually. Oh, Poppy misses her charge. Misses getting Taric into that turret base, and it should be going down for it. Even Taric able to get some damage in through the Poppy ult. Here comes Warwick. Dabe's here. Oh, all right, at least getting a trade of kills. Chasing down Dyrus. Flashes in, trying to get those slows down. I think this is before his fear, so he's just got a lot of auto attacks with his red buffs. Oh, Misfortune tries the bullet time to finish off the Soraka. Gibbo doesn't quite get it down. So it's 2 kills for 1, but at least a trade of turret.
Yeah, the turret's going to be very, very nice for Epic. Classic double lift going in aggressively here. Jake trying to get that first blood, even at the expense of his own life. This is definitely a precursor to the 80 carry days to come as he really, really tries to put the pressure onto Vibe. But that lane has just gone so well for them with the first turret already falling down. It's such a long lane and it's such a successful lane. And they're going to have a lot of gold to buy some items as they come back out on the map.
Yeah, and you can look at kind of the farm situation in that bottom lane. I know that the positions of the champions are a little bit all over the place, but Misfortune, who's the ADC for Epic, 45 CS. Poppy, who's kind of the ADC for this side of Pacific, 12 CS.
Cool.
When you add the total of the Misfortune 45 with the 10 of Taric, 56 now to literally 12, because Soraka hasn't taken a single minion. That's that huge gold lead that Epic is stacking up, is because they actually have a carry in that bottom side, whereas this game for Pacific, I don't know exactly what occurred during the picks and ban phase. They decided to go with this Poppy for bottom side, but it's definitely not working out, at least in this early portion of the game, and it's going to take a long time for Poppy to come online and be a useful champion, because at the moment, she's basically just another minion.
Yeah, that's not a lot of CS. That's a very rough lane, double ranged into that melee with no damage. And maybe they were thinking in draft, Jake, that with this Corki and the Vladimir drafted by Epic, they just didn't really have a late game option to match them. They had all the point and click CC, but if you can only get it on one or you get kind of blocked off by double lift, how are you going to kill these 2 carries? So Poppy probably some sort of late game answer to that with that ultimate. But as you're saying, when you take it into this ranged lane, you're asking for a little trouble, and it certainly has told here for Epic as they have mounted a very large lead.
Yep, and they should be able to scale this up a lot more. They'll be able to pick themselves up a Drake, so even more gold to them, some experience on top of that. I also want to note, though, that Warwick has now gotten his ultimate, and that was one of the big things about Warwick, is that he takes a while to get his point-and-click infinite duress, but now that he has it, hopefully we'll actually see him start to gank, because that's what they were missing this game, is Debay, where you been, man? It's not the real Debay of today, but, he's been just running around the jungle, farming, hit that level 6, and now he's able to get around the map a little bit more and hopefully start to have an impact in the actual game, because as we said kind of at the beginning, we're still seeing laning phase, and we're a nice solid 11 minutes into this game.
Yep, still got that laning phase, but finally with all the level 6s, right, the whole kind of composition can come online. You've got the Malzahar ult at level 6. Well, he's like level 9 now, but, you get the point. Now you can layer all that CC, Jake, and really try to make someone's life miserable, or a couple people's lives miserable, if you can find them in the right place. But so far, we have yet to see Dabe really find a play. He hasn't been looking for them. We're going to have to keep our eyes on him on Vision as he does go through his top side camps at the moment, because he needs to start keeping up with Dandin, who's been in multiple lanes, has helped get flash advantages, and has helped these scaling members on the Vladimir and the Corki just kind of get stronger, get towards those later game item spikes, get towards the winning part at the end of the game. And double lift's going in.
Yeah, point and click CC. The healing though from Soraka, keeping herself alive a little bit longer. The Poppy was trying to solo out Dyrus, but I think now in a bit of trouble. There's the bullet time as well. Tries to take the Taric slam to be able to escape, but another stun from Doublelift, slowing things down. Soraka being a pain with those constant heals, and that's enough pushing forward from Epic. Almost called them TSM. Epic, and ooh, nice little trade around from Ido. We'll get our harm's way. There's the infinite duress. Can they finally take Salas down? I think he still has his pool available. The poison ticking away. There's that Hema Plague. Trying to get a little bit of extra damage down. He is going to fall. The Nunu ultimate. What's the burst of damage? Ido's dropped to half health. They do pick up 1 kill. And finally, we start to see, as you said, those 6s come out. The fighting begins. Corki's coming in here. Trying to get the Valkyrie. The stun coming through as well from Taric. Should be able to pick up another kill. They're going for Vi. But again, if that ultimate, only that Corki could deal damage. And he was taking a turret shot, so he backs away. And still leaves in the end a 4,000 gold lead for Epic.
Great skirmishing from both teams, Jake. So we finally see Dabe with that infinite duress come and make a play. They are able to tick down Salse, and it looks like they're going to get out mostly unscathed, but Doublelift and Westrise collapse so well from the sidelines. Doublelift gets that point and click CC, and Westrise is not afraid to flash on in to clean up as many kills as possible and make sure that it's a positive play for Epic.
I do want to know, going back to what you said with the Doublelift and his kind of early days of League of Legends, as you said, he's so aggressive. This is now, I think, 3 times this game alone that we've seen him not only on the front lines, but turret diving forward, flashing forward, trying to find those stuns again and again. And sometimes he's even behind the enemies, trying to make sure that he's around them long enough to keep those stuns coming through. And so it's just really fun to kind of watch him in those the early days in his interactions on a supportive champion playing hyper aggressive as he is. So at this point, Epic, you're in a very solid lead, but as always, you don't want to throw it. So we'll see how they keep up their vision. Oh, you know, the rotations, the stuff that we see from modern League of Legends.
Hey, they're clearing out wards, Jake. That still happens today. So
hey, oh, yes! The Oracle Lens. Did you play when Oracle Lens was a thing?
Yeah, I played a little bit when Oracle Lens was still a thing.
At 500 gold, I think, was the amount that you spent to be able to have a permanent ward clearing, you know, being able to get vision on those. And I thought it was the greatest thing when they made it basically free as that 7th passive item that you could get and clear out those wards. So I don't like the cooldown. But man, when you bought Oracle Lens, walked out, and then immediately died, it was the worst feeling in the world, as a support especially.
Yeah, just 500 gold just in the bay. You're like, oh, I'm going to go clear off all the vision. This map is ours. I can do this. I can be the... Oh, no, I'm dead. Oh, and speaking of which, I believe Wormy is dead, although he gets an ulti out. Westrise is going to fall as well. 1 for 1 in the top lane.
Was a little pretty ecstatic to go in and then just sat underneath the turret. He's just like, I'm just gonna shoot here. It's okay, I'll tank it up. The Nunu's right here and far tankier, but it's okay. I got this. I got this. There's a nice position reverser to pull Nunu out of the turret range. I think some of the poisons from that Q not gonna be a long enough range. Back then in the day, you I think landed your grenade, your toxic grenade on E, and then the Q would gain a whole bunch of range and would target them. So it automatically kind of track them down, but I don't think that was enough range, and so a little bit overzealous from Ido, but at least got the flash out of the Nunu, so that should help a little bit. Wait, does he have flash? I can't tell what that top spell is.
He's flash.
Okay.
He's got it on the bottom there.
No, the Nunu...
Some credit over to PCS, Jake. You know, they are fighting back against the likes of Epic, even when they're down in gold. Right, we've got 5-4 in the kill score. Even though, look at the gold score, right? They're down like 6k gold already at this point in the game, 15 minutes in. But they have kept the kill score relatively close to this point. They continue to try to group up and skirmish. And again, that Poppy's starting to work out. We finally have like double digit, right? We're at 35 CS. Woo! Like something for Polar Vi to actually maybe get an item.
It's gonna be still a little bit again. Just sitting on the upgraded Heart of Gold, which is literally just gives you passive gold. That's all it does. So you have boots and a bunch of gold. That's what Poppy has at the moment. She is recalling. We'll see if she can actually complete something. Hey, Ashin! That deals some damage. There you go. Getting somewhere in the game. But this should be a second Drake over to Epic. And overall, they've just played this game pretty smoothly, I would say, in that they rotate a lot faster. They move between the lanes a lot faster. And now they've been picking taking up pretty much every objective. You can see from Pacific, they haven't grabbed a single turret yet. This is back before turret plates existed, and they've been constantly on the defensive. They might finally push this top lane enough to be able to get that outer turret. But we got 5 members of Epic coming into this mid lane. They could try to rotate to Baron, but a 5v5 would still be pretty dangerous at this point.
Certainly would be. We see a lot of item completions, but I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of gold sitting in the pockets of particularly Dyrus. You can see he's got 3 Doran's Blade and the Berserker Greaves, but he has 112 CS. I have to imagine he's sitting on nearly a component at this point. So maybe not the ideal time for Epic to be taking a fight, but with how much they've farmed, I mean, look at these members. Westrice has 130 CS, Salsay has 132 CS, Dyrus has 113, all of them easily above all of the members of PCFC. They are going to be very farmed up whenever they do want to take a fight.
Yep, get those items. There it is. You can see the Misfortune picking up the BF sword, which was just unbelievably expensive back then, as well as that Vampiric Scepter, looking for that early seasonal Bloodthirster, and should be pretty happy once that's actually completed. But again, this game required 17 minutes into the game, and people have yet to complete their first major item. They're still buying these small components. Like, this game took a long time back in the early seasons of League of Legends. So you can see most people are kind of hitting the 11 and 12 level and on just pieces of items. But I'm expecting Dyrus to be able to pick something up, especially there should be at least 2 waves that Misfortune is able to grab for free on the bottom side. And then for the rest of Epic, they can kind of just sit around and let the Pacific push into their turrets and play defensively as they start to get some of these stronger items.
I'm still just waiting around, right? Not ready for that Baron or any sort of fight. I definitely don't think Pacific are either, Jake. Like you were saying, they need some sort of objective or map control. A couple of items. They dead. Oh boy, run, Westrice, run, buddy!
Yep, there's the flash. Infinite Duress, Chain CC, Malzahar Ultimate. That feels so bad, but there's nothing you can do. There's no cleanse. There's no even if you got out of 1, there was 3 more that were gonna follow up to it. So goodbye, man. Ooh, nice flash there, getting Ida to run away on the Urgot. I think he'll survive. I don't think Ignite or Ultimate's gonna be able to take him down.
Yep, we'll just stay alive, and that's a nice play for PCFC. They get themselves a kill. It costs them a lot of ultis, but considering how many turrets have already been taken, how much pressure Epic has, they don't actually lose all that much. They don't lose their mid lane turret. They're able to hold that one. A wave gets pushed into top lane. They'll mostly just lose some camps and a little bit of extra gold, but these kind of plays you need to make when you are behind 7k gold, when you're still working that poppy up towards the items. I like PCFC fighting back, but Epic seem very happy to just continue to wait for those item completions, Jake. And at some point, I'm sure, probably maybe in the next like 4 minutes or so, they'll definitely start to look over towards that Baron and think, yeah, it's time that we end this. Get a little vengeance for Westrice there in the top lane.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, your eyes were not deceiving you. That was blue buff being given over to Solace on this Vladimir. It is a strange thing, especially when even back then, Vladimir did not require the use of mana, but the cooldown buff that it gave was so impactful that it was worthwhile giving onto a mage who, even though he doesn't use mana, still gave him that extra damage and that fast cooldown so that his Qs can heal so much faster, he can wave clear faster, and he can push lanes faster. Because at this point, exactly as you were saying, DJ, it's all about continuing to just throw those waves into the enemy team turret, force them to play defensively while you continue to scale up. Because again, the game is about scaling, get your Corki scaled, at the same time, get your Vladimir scaled into those later game stages. We got a gank at the top side. Tarek flashing over the wall, stuns the Warwick, goes for Wormy instead. Here comes Nunu as well. 3-man ultimate, gonna be able to explode, but it's a little bit early because the silence from the Soraka came down. They're still gonna be chasing forward. At least Warwick is going to fall. Vi is here trying to jump over the wall. No, it's not real Vi, it's just the player Vi on Poppy. Trying to do a damage. Can't do that much. Wormy's going to fall as Dallas was able to pick up one with a nice Hemo Plague. There goes another. Misfortune will fall. And somehow through all of this, Pacific gamers are still at least being competitive because the Poppy is still alive. Soraka's dropping the heals on herself because she can still do that. Vladimir picks up one. He's continuing to go forward. He's stuck between the turrets, but here comes Nunu around the corner with those heals. He's got about 1,000 HP, so should be enough to cause Poppy to back away. And man, that was a scrappy fight. But in the end, I think Epic came out with a small lead.
Yeah, they just come out with one extra kill, Jake, but oh man, it's so close from the likes of PCFC to turning it around. Salsay with just like well, okay, it's more than that because you have Vladimir, but very, very blinking HP bar there at the end of the fight that was initiated by Doublelift. Once again, flashing over the wall to get the fight started. He died nearly instantly. I'm not even sure if he got his ulti off in that fight as he was taken down, but the rest of the members strong enough to clean up PCFC and just come out ahead. And again, if that's any indication when they haven't even quite finished their item spikes, Jake, this could get uglier for PCFC in the upcoming minutes when those big item completions do come through.
You can see Pacific are feeling more confident after that fight, right? They got a lot of kills. This is before shutdown gold, so they definitely didn't get that boost of income. But they felt better being more even close to the end of that fight. And so now they've been able to actually ping out the dragon. They're warding up all over it. However, they may end up trading it for a Baron, which is the much stronger objective to be worthwhile picking up as Epic goes straight on top of it. They see all of the members of Pacific towards that bottom side. Yo, hey, congratulations, you might get a single ward. Ah, there it is. They've been notified. The clairvoyance didn't come through, but I think they just figured out, hey, we've been duped. And now they're all rushing towards the Baron, but it's way too late. It goes down. Nice buff for Epic.
Oh, no, and it's almost like a prisoner's dilemma for PCMC here. They realize they've been duped, Jake. They wanted the bottom lane turn. They're like, oh no, I guess we'll take Dragon. We won't even get the turn in the bottom lane, and we lost Baron. It's just gone completely in the favor of Epic as they epically steal away the Baron, are now in complete control of the game, the map. They're going to shove this all the way into the base of PCFC, and we'll see if the members of the Philippine squad can even hold on as Epic get the prize that they've been searching for.
Yep. Well, it's one of those things that when the enemy team is nowhere around, it's like, hey, it's worthwhile just to pick it up. And they do. Very easy for them. They lose the Drake, but again, it didn't give any extra buffs. It didn't stack into anything super powerful. So the question for me is they're doing a lot of recalling, resetting, trying to buy new items. Look at the Tarot, triple Doran's rings. That shows you how powerful the item was. So it's like, yeah, there's like another 300 items in the game. But you know what? Doran's ring, that's my jam right there. And so for the side of Epic, it's like, hey, we got the Baron buff. It lasts for a good while. I think it lasted 3 minutes in the early seasons. And so it's enough time for us to reset, buy items, and then start to kind of push out some of these waves. If I remember correctly, our producer might be able to give us tips as well. I don't think it buffed the minions back then. I think it was literally just a champion buff. Yeah, you can see that there's no buff to those minions. I don't even think it buffed their movement speed, which is a thing for a while as well. Yep, no minion buff. There we go. Thank you, producer. And so literally it's just a champion buff, which at that point you're like, hey, you could be shoving those minion waves. But again, when you're not buffing the minions, it's not nearly as worthwhile to try to immediately shove into those lanes.
Purchases then are going to be the focus. You can see there's a couple already onto West Rice's Cork. He's got that early Manamune and the Bloodthirster already completed. Dyrus is working his way up there. He's got the Zeal item and the Bloodthirster. They're just so strong, Jake. And we're looking at that Poppy that you were mentioning for the late game. Still no completed boots. Still on a Sheen and Zeal. I don't think that quite matches up as the base is under siege.
Yeah, she's trying to save up for that Trinity Force, but I don't know that she'll get there before the end of the game. Nudu racing forward, trying to be the big tank. Everyone target me. I want to ult you all. Poppy's actually going to drop the ult on the Nudu as they are able to use the Hex Tech Position Reverser. Pull him back into the turret, at least get one kill, but they've dropped that turret down to about half health. Look at the range on these rockets. I love old school Urgot. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. I used to play him all the time just for those like across the screen rockets that traveled for forever. Love to see it come out. And in that mid lane, though, the chase continues from Pacific. They're going to peel off, though, saying, hey, they still have that Baron buff. Gives them a bunch of extra buffs, so we want to be careful in this fight. The good thing for Pacific, though, is that despite as crazy as that fight was, they didn't lose that mid lane turret. If I also remember correctly, it did not heal, and so they are just going to have to continue to kind of just sit there and defend it, but at least they didn't lose any other structures.
Yeah, League's a softy game. They made it easier for us on the turrets. They get 25% health back from whatever like break point they're at, Jake. None of that stuff back in the old days. No, you got to live with your 10 HP turret. That's all you've got. That thing's cracked as shit. All the stones are breaking off. The cannon's barely even shooting accurately anymore. Yeah, none of this healing stuff. How do I don't even buy that one. How do rocks heal? It's literally a stone turret. How does it heal?
It shoots a magical laser. All right, it can do whatever it wants. Don't you judge the turrets. If they want to heal, they should have the right to heal. Okay, which is funny because only the inhibitor turrets heal, right? All the external ones, the magic of the League of Legends Summoner's Rift is like you inhibitor turrets. Yeah, you get the healing power. But the other ones just deal with it. Suffer. So
See, that's just mean. Now the outer turrets just feel bad. They're like, oh, we're just so much less important than the inhibitor turrets. You had all that magic for the inhibitor turrets, but not for us. Wow.
Well, the inhibitor ones, they're the important ones. They're protecting the inhibitors after all. So, it's like the outer ones, your job is just to kind of stand around and deal damage to minions and suffer, the sacrificial lambs of the turret world. But
So you're telling me they're just stone minions, basically?
yeah, they deal a lot more damage. A lot more damage. And they can't move, but
sacrificial stone minions.
I do want to pull us back to the game a little bit here because there's something fun to kind of take a look at is that Epic feels like they are in a lead, but not like a game-crushing lead. But look at the gold difference. It's a 12,000 gold lead. In today's modern League of Legends, you would look at that and you would say, oh, this game is over. Epic's got this game entirely in the bag. There's literally no way that they should just walk into the base and end it right now, right? Because they have such a massive lead. Whereas back then, because of the way the itemizations worked, it wasn't nearly as devastating to be as far behind as Pacific is. They are certainly behind, and I expect them to lose this game. But still, 13,000 gold behind is pretty significant.
Yeah, I think that's significant no matter what year you're working on. Again, if you can wait for those later game team fights, League much more a 40 to 45-ish minute game back in the early seasons, you can get some of those items. You can try to fight back, but nonetheless, it's going to be very difficult as they are under siege in both mid and top. They're going to have to make a decision. They're looking for Westeros, but he's just going to walk away.
Yep, Nunu chasing forward again. Dan Din saying, hey, focus on me. There's the turret coming down. Hemo Plague from the nice Vladimir should be on almost all 5 members of Pacific. They're cleaning up the fight. Wormy tries to throw out the ultimate, but dies before he gets all the damage down. And look at everyone chasing Salas around. They can deal no damage. The flashing from Poppy, she's going to fall underneath the turret. That's the inhibitor going down. Should be the game as well. We'll see how fast they can crack this base open because there's at least a 10-second timer on Soraka, the closest one to come up. And I don't think Soraka can do that much against all 5 members of Epic.
Nope, that should do it. Epic's going to break the turrets. The timers are too long, and in merely 29 minutes, it's Epic pulling off the group stage win over PCFC.
Congratulations to them. A fun game indeed, especially a fun look back into the early days of Season 1. Double lift on the supportive Tarek Dyrus on the ADC. A great game. Thank you all for watching. And DJ, thanks for having you. It was a blast.
Welcome back, esports aficionados. I am Chris Crewman Newman. Joining me for this one is going to be Random Minion Caster. We are here for the continuation of the world's rebroadcast. We have a best of 1 here in the group stage between Against All Authority, the French squad, going up against the representative from the Philippines, Pacific Esports. Random Minion Caster, are you ready for some action here?
I am here, crewman. We had to go back in time to get this one 10 years ago. Can you remember that? As a minion, I had just barely spawned on the Rift, so I'm super excited to revisit my childhood memories here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Absolutely. Incidentally, as we're getting started here, we can jump forward to the present for just a moment, perhaps, as we are slowly making our way through Champ Select. But only one of the 10 players in this game is currently today still playing on a professional League of Legends team. Random, do you know which player that is?
I know 2 of the players, but neither of them, I think, are playing at the professional level anymore. But
professional.
Soaz
is an excellent guess. You're very, very close, but the answer is actually Yellow Star. Yellow Star is the only one of these 10 guys who is currently playing. We'll get to Soaz in a second, though. But Yellow Star is over there on LDLCOL, playing in the French Regional League. Professional. I kind of would still consider it, but, up for debate, perhaps. But one interesting thing to note here, RMC, is that Soaz, your guest there, recently joined the team as the head coach. So those two guys are currently reunited, and they are trying to relive some former glory over there in the Ligue Française, the League of Legends. So yeah,
Hey
pretty
man,
fun
it's where
stuff.
they got their start, right? So it's good to see them back here. But Yellow Star, now that you've brought him up, crewman, I do want to point out that on Against All Authority, he wasn't their support player. He was actually their AD carry. So we will get to see him on an AD carry this game. But for now, bans are done, and some of them might look a little unfamiliar. I mean, J4's come back into meta recently, but Alistar at this time was a jungle ban, not necessarily a support ban coming through. Nocturne, Vladimir, Twisted Fate, Vayne, all these were what was considered OP in the day, and Nidalee being first pick from Against All Authority. Well, right now, it is such a strong power pick in the Season 1. Hotshot Nidalee GG, making it famous worldwide.
Absolutely. There. Good call out on the Alistar as well. A lot of our more modern fans, people who maybe perhaps started playing the game a little bit later on, certainly would not know that Alistar used to be a terror in the jungle, but he was indeed ban-worthy here in the Season 1 World Championship. But the Nidalee, like you said, definitely a power pick locked in right away here at the beginning. Over here on the other side for Pacific Esports, they have locked in the Corki and who's that?
That is old Soraka. Soraka, when she could actually have been run as a solo laner, the way her Q worked was very, very different. It was based around her rather than a heal. And her heals didn't used to cost health. It cost mana. But looking back on the other side, again, old splash arts here, crewman. Tell me you at least recognize these two.
I got these two, random,
Hey.
no problem. That's going to be Nunu and Anivia. A little bit of snow synergy coming through here for Against All Authority. So very, very nice. But taking away a little bit of that now. The Ashe going to be picked away from them. So no more Freljord synergies for the French squad. Assuming it does get locked in here.
Fair enough. I wouldn't be surprised. And what we'd have to remember at this point in time, as it does get locked in, is that nowadays we'd be tempted to think Corki mid lane, Ashe bot lane. But welcome back to Season 1, where it's Ashe mid lane and Corki in the bot lane instead. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ashe here for Ido on the side of Pacific Esports run the teleport, because the Enchanted Crystal Arrow down the mid lane followed up with the teleport used to be an exquisite combination that we used to see a lot of.
Definitely looking forward to seeing that one in action. Looks like the other lock-in here is going to be the Trundle, I do believe, for Pacific Esports. So looking at Against All Authority here to round out their team composition. Misfortune is the hover.
Yeah, and I mean, let's go back to that Trundle a little bit, because very different Trundle pick, very different Trundle portrait from what we're used to currently. He got retconned sometime a while ago to become a troll king of the ice trolls, or in Freljord. Back in the day, this is Scrapyard Trundle. He used to just be your regular troll who lives in a junkyard. So you can kind of see the animation, the portrait, rather different, but still a jungler back then. Not so much in the solo lane or the support. Now, Misfortune Sona, that is a combo that even till today here, crewman, we could still see being played.
Yeah, definitely. The Sona ultimate and the Misfortune ultimate have some very strong synergy between them. Sona locks him up. Misfortune knocks him down. Can also potentially work very well with the Anivia here, using that crystalline ice wall to block off any potential escape routes. But waiting on this last pick here, last pick of the draft here, Random Minion Caster. What do you think is going to get locked in here? We still need us a top lane, correct?
Lane. Yes, it would be a top lane. And in the current meta right now, the teams sort of go one of two ways. Either you get more team fight oriented teams like we're seeing Against All Authority draft here with a lot of AoE, or we look for pick compositions. And Pacific Esports, they've definitely gone for the latter here. As yes, that is a top lane Malzahar. It is perfectly normal in the current meta. And usually when you see it drafted, you're looking for picks. They're looking for that Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the Nether Grasp immediately to try and remove one target out of the fight right away and then force a 5v4 after.
Yeah, definitely going to be seeing if that can come through here for Pacific Esports this game. Trying to find those picks onto some out of position Against All Authority members. And on the side of Against All Authority, we've kind of touched on it a little bit already here, Random, about the potential potency of that team fight composition with, those big AoE ultimates. So definitely it appears to be some contrasting styles here between the two squads. And it's, of course, going to come down to who plays it better.
Yeah, and the first thing we have to look at right away is sort of the early laning phase between the two teams. Because back in Season 1, we didn't have Heralds, we didn't have Scuttles, and Dragons were very different back then. You didn't stack Dragons. Dragons were basically walking sacks of Team Gold, and teams often wouldn't fight over them because they were harder to take, and you needed to make sure the enemy team couldn't contest you. So your laning phase became extremely important. And Against All Authority, by going with this sort of wombo combo AoE composition, with the Sona, with the Nunu, with the Anivia and the Misfortune here, they might be sacrificing a little bit of their lane strength. The Nidalee, however, that is 100% for lane, and they're looking to try and take over the game from the top side, and then buy time for everybody else to skill up. Maybe we'll start seeing big 5v5s at 15 minutes. Whereas for Pacific Esports here, I would like to say they've got stronger lanes, but it's a little hard to say that. Back then, Malzahar didn't have his shield, so laning was a little rough till he hits level 6. Your Ashe is not going to do well into your Anivia either. And even back then, Corki Soraka needed some time to scale. So I do feel like Against All Authority kind of at the edge in pretty much all points of the game here.
Okay, well, I mean, it's going to come down to those picks, like you were mentioning before here, Random. Pacific Esports maybe down a little bit here, coming out of draft phase, coming out of Champ Select. So they're going to be needing to play around, wherever they're strong on the map, trying to find advantages wherever they can get them. And, potentially try and snowball early would probably be their best chance for victory, as the later we go into this one, the more threatening that big teamfight composition should become.
And speaking of snowballs here, crewman, let's talk about the junglers for both of these teams. Because if early action's going to happen, it's going to come out from them here. And this is old Nunu that Linek for Against All Authority is on. It's not the one with a giant snowball and you don't go Tokyo drifting down lanes for ganks. This is supportive Nunu, tanky Nunu, where the W was just Blood Bowl. You give yourself more attack speed, more movement speed. And when you play this Nunu, you're looking for just jungle control, aggression, even potentially early invades here. And we might see that as they're stacked up. Dabe?
Oh, Dabe is going right into all of these members. He's forced to flash over the wall very early on here to keep himself safe. Will be able to do so. But that is a summoner blown less than a minute into the game here by Pacific Esports.
Not gonna lie, Crewman, I miss those big sparkles on the spells like Clairvoyance, like Flash. You know where somebody went with that Flash. Nowadays, you can pull some fancy tricks, but back in the day, you knew exactly where people were going. And Against All Authority, they're not giving up. They're looking for some cheese, and I'm loving it.
They're looking to press the pace of the game right out of the gates here, trying to put the pressure on to the Pacific Esports squad. Still 5 stacking in this bush here. Maybe trying to catch out some Pacific Esports members walking into bot lane here, perhaps. Looks like they will be taking a pretty safe route through the lane here. So it looks like this bush camp may not pay off.
Okay, I'm actually really surprised that this is what Pacific Esports decided to do here. It seems a little unusual, a little odd that they're not trying to contest, but I like it. Their team isn't strong enough to fight this year, and so they're taking the safe way back in. And not only that, they're now counter-invading to try and take the other side. You have to keep in mind, this was not a time where, vertical jungling was a thing, where you would lane swap very easily here. So the fact that they're doing this just shows how good they're in. And as I say that, they walk off. I was going to say how good they're in. Never mind. I take that back.
They really had me going there too, man. I was convinced that we were going to see some Season 1 vertical jungling here, but doesn't end up being the case. Spear tossed out there. Couldn't quite find the mark with it, though. As the Nidalee top is going to make her way into lane here. Start trying to lay that harass into the Malzahar. The Nunu is down here on bot side. Looks like he started with actually not the buff in his enemy's jungle. He started with that small camp off to the side there. It wasn't the Gromp. What was that camp?
I think those used to be Wraiths, they were called. Before they were Raptors, they were Wraiths. I mean, they work the same way. They're a nice, quick, easy take here. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that Linak is going for a cheese level 2 into the mid lane. But I guess
He
you're against an
is.
Ashe, so that's something that you can definitely look for here. But bot side, Kuja already bullying out the Soraka Corki. And Gibbo, interestingly enough, didn't start with the infamous mana pots, which have now been removed from the game.
Yeah, so definitely some lane pressure coming out here from the bottom lane of Against All Authority. That Ashe is forced to go back to base as well after that gank coming through from Linak. So Dabe is here in mid lane, just trying to soak up some XP, while his mid laner is regaining that health back in the fountain. Forced to chug through some potions here as well. Definitely Against All Authority. They're on the front foot here in their early game. Seem to be winning at least mid and bot lane pretty handily. And as we kind of touched on earlier, we do expect the Nidalee to come out on top on the top side as well. So Pacific Esports, they're already finding themselves in a little bit of a hole here. What do you think should be their plan of attack here? What would you suggest, Random Minion Caster?
I mean, for Pacific Esports right now, your mid lane is going to really, really struggle. Ashe into Anivia is a bit of a rough one unless you're willing to commit that flash. So I think for now, you just sit back and you power farm till level 6 as best you can. You can afford to miss some CS here, and you're just really looking for those levels. And because there's no scuttles, because there are very few global objectives in the early game, there's no early dragon sneaks here, the teams really aren't incentivized to fight. Farming is the most important thing to do here. In fact, actually, the vision game coming out Against All Authority here is surprisingly good. We already see 2 wards in the river right now. They really want to make sure that this Trundle can't find anything.
Well, we will see if Trundle is indeed hampered by that vision coming down from the French team here. Nunu is returning to his chickens, or his raptors, wraiths. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm a jungler, myself, so I'm just really used to calling the camps what they are now. So it's really throwing me for a loop right now. But
for sure. I'm a mid laner. I just remember the days back in Season 1, Season 2 where raids belong to your mid lane. So jungler, what's that? Those are my camps. I don't know what you're talking about. We'll have to see if that happens this game. It doesn't always happen with the likes of a Nunu coming through.
Right.
And Trundle as well. I mean, Trundle, back in the day, there was what we called Wriggle's Lantern or Madred's Blood Razors. So those were sort of the power farming items where what that item would do is I think it was 25 or 20% chance that you just randomly just insta-kill a jungle creep pretty much. So I expect Dabe to pick that up, and once you get that with the Trundle, these junglers can definitely power farm. So kind of waiting for that to happen a little bit, but again, another gank.
Oh, we got a 2v1 up here in top lane where Amin a little bit of trouble, finding himself in a 1v2, waiting for that spear from Sohaz. He's flashing over the wall. Wormy trying to stay alive. The flash follow from Linak. Spear does connect. There's the snowball. One more auto attack. Linak gets that first blood for the Against All Authority jungler.
Ooh, boy. I called for Pacific Esports to gank that top side, but it's Against Authority doing it first here. And that is very worrisome for them. A 1,000 gold lead already formed, and now Dabe looking for the bot lane.
He is looking for it. He's trying to do a little bit of cross map here. Yellow Sword down to 50% HP. Dabe also getting extremely low. He's flashed away. He's trying to stay alive. Soraka trying to dish out the heals, trying to save her jungler. Now we've got Yellow Star flashing over the wall. He's trying to stay alive as well. Corky's flying over there. Needs one more auto attack. Does end up getting it. Kuja trying to trade back here onto the Corky. He's able to escape into the brush. I don't think Sona has the damage here to finish the job. Linak is coming down, but I don't think he's going to be able to be in time to collect anything here. Everybody's escaping underneath the tower, and we will see the disengage come through here for Pacific Esports. But I gotta say, this tower is not looking so hot here, RMC. That thing looks to be in a little bit of trouble. The members may get back to base, but the tower cannot run away.
Yeah, and I think that's what Linak's waiting around for. Remember when I said Blood Boil right now gives you bonus attack speed and movement speed? You pair that with a Sona, with that Hymn of Valor, additional attack damage, they end up taking first turret down. But it's Season 1 here, crewman, and there is no such thing as first brick gold. So all you really get is a longer lane.
Yeah, no turret plates either, of course. So it really is just a little bit more map control going over to AAA here. See what their bot lane decides to do. Yellow Star and Kuja both kind of just chilling towards the bot side for now. Yellow Star moving up through the river now towards mid lane. maybe trying to put a little bit of additional pressure on the Ashe now. Ido is going to find himself in a 1v2 situation.
1v many here, crewman. You can see
True.
hovering there as well.
He is.
I mean, it's a 7.5 minute turret take, right? Like even by current standards, that's really fast. So back in season 1, what we used to see a lot of is once the first turret goes round, that is what begins to unlock the lanes, and most of them are level 6. It's only really the bot laners in the jungle is not quite 6 yet. So they're trying to accelerate the pace of the game here. I love what I'm seeing from Against All Authority, and the question now is, how is Pacific going to respond? They've already lost half of that mid lane turret's health.
Yeah, Corki is still bot side here. He does not seem to be making any moves towards the mid lane. We do have Gibbo here on the Soraka, trying to help defend. Corki is just trying to farm away down there. He's trying to catch up. And looks like Yellow Star will rotate back down towards the bot side to catch this wave and prevent Corki from getting too much.
And Vi there on the Corki. Now, level 6 here. So I'm expecting Yellow Star and Kuja to hit 6 soon. And that's when we get to start seeing the fun really kick off. Because remember how we're talking about AoE there, crewman, from the side Against All Authority? Well, the initiator is going to be Kuja on Sona.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sona does have the flash ready to go right now. Once she does tick over and hit that level 6 mark, going to be a lot of threat coming out from that Against All Authority support.
This is one of the fastest games I remember seeing in that. I don't recall the games going quite this quickly here in season 1. I thought it was much slower, but top side.
Oh, we got a flash in. Wormy's looking for it. Does get the nether grasp down onto Soaz. He's in some trouble now. Dabe walking in, lands the chomp. Soaz jumping away. He's trying to escape and will be able to. Nidalee, just too many dashes.
Oh boy, this is solo lane Nidalee, folks. You just can't pin her down, and now the Nunu, the Anivia is roaming up as well. They get spotted on a ward, 2 wards here, and no Oracle's Elixir whatsoever. I'm a little bit surprised. Back in the day, Oracle's Elixir basically gave you sweepers, but it was permanent until you died.
Yeah, not in possession of any All Authority member there, so that attempted collapse will be spotted out. And the Malzahar and Trundle will be able to safely back off there, no problem. Yeah, definitely looks like top lane Nidalee was pretty frustrating to play against. I mean, are we okay down here? Vi's running away. Gibbo also escaping. Looks like they're going to be safe for now. But I mean, they did technically lock down the Nidalee. It just didn't matter because they couldn't kill her.
And that's kind of one of the problems with these sort of pick compositions here. If you're ahead, they work really well. And what on earth just happened
Wormy
up
is
there?
dead.
Did a turret?
Yeah. Didn't really see what happened there, but I'm guessing a spear was involved somehow.
Just maybe a pounce as well. But
I strongly
back to the bot lane.
Vi's in some trouble now. Does he have the Valkyrie? He does. Use it to kid himself that little bit of extra space, and he is going to be fine. That is going to be Linek not finding anything in bot lane this time around. But this gold lead is continuing to expand here, RMC. We're up to closing in on 4K now, actually. And there it is. That's 4,500 gold lead for Against All Authority. And oh, man. Okay, well, Kuja just went down. Again, we're a little bit late to the action here with the spectator camera. But that is what Pacific Esports need, right? They need to find these picks to try and get themselves back in it.
Yeah, a little bit surprised was Kuja going down instead of Kuja initiating, but crewman, there's no directed cam, unfortunately, back in the day. And, stun lands onto Wormy.
Oh, Wormy is stunned. There's a wall there coming out as well. Wormy is running out of HP real fast here. He's trying to trade back. Moment getting extremely low, but he's Anivia. He has the passive Soaz getting the last hit. Oh, merci beaucoup pour l'argent, monsieur. He's on his way straight to the bank. Is up here. Try and catch this top wave, but he's taking a very greedy path. He's actually going to get locked up here by the Anivia and was forced to actually didn't have the flash. I guess he was on the correct side of the ice wall there and is able to survive, but loses most of his health and is not going to be able to defend that top lane tier 2.
It's still fairly healthy. Anivia can't really take it that quick. So for now, they fend it off. And Ghost on Ido barely helps him survive. You know what? I'm a little sad we didn't see the teleport Ashe, but you can't argue with results here. And it did save the Ashes there. Funnily enough, crewman, You say merci beaucoup, but actually, I'll hold that thought.
Oh,
Roaming is
Linux
gone.
now in some trouble. He's going to get locked up here by the Malzahar. There's a nice enchanted crystal arrow to set this one up. He's flashing away now, and
No
Linux
way.
is out of there. Nunu is just too fast. There's that W you were talking about earlier there, RMC. Give him a little bit of extra movement speed. Help him just roll on out of there.
Wormy must be so tilted now. That's just the third time the
Malzahar.
Nethergrass didn't get a kill. And I mean, the top one, at least he killed MoMA, popped the passive. But MoMA actually is the one player in Against All Authority who isn't French. He's actually German.
Fair enough. But it was Soaz that got the kill. Soaz is the one who got paid. So that's why it worked.
and we all know Mr. Baguette. I mean, it's what he built his brand off of back on Fnatic here. So for now, though, with that big a lead, with enough kills, they're finally daring to look at Dragon here. And Dragon, look how slowly it goes down right now. The health bar looks small. The Dragon looks small, but it does a lot of damage.
It's a bit deceptive, yeah, but it will go down eventually in favor of Against All Authority. But now Momo is getting a little bit caught out. Here comes the Sona ultimate. Dabi getting extremely low here. He's trying to flash away, but it's not going to help him. He'll start flashing follow over the wall. Gets the last hit. Continuing the chase now is Against All Authority. Gimbo is pretty low. Oh, he's got 1 HP. Oh, Soraka barely survives that one. Soaz with the spear accuracy quite high so far this game. And Against All Authority, they're going to continue to press this advantage.
I think with current Soraka, Gibbo dies there. But back in the day, you just saw it. Soraka can heal herself. So does get out fairly safely here, but there's not enough members to defend here. They don't have a true tank either. And Against All Authority, as we're approaching the 14-minute mark, are starting to turn the screws. They're looking for these inner turrets, and they've taken over this map.
They really, really have RMC. There are not a lot of safe places on Summoner's Rift right now for Pacific Esports. They are definitely struggling a little bit. And as we've discussed multiple times already here, they do not have the stronger team fight composition. So, as they run out of space, as they are finding themselves with fewer and fewer options, it's just going to get more and more difficult for them to try and find a way back in here.
And for the foreseeable future, crewman, it's probably not going to happen. It's only 15 minutes into the game, so we take stock of items right now. For the side of Against All Authority, you've got a BF Sword on Yellow Star. No completed item yet. Oh, I love seeing all these GP5 items. I miss them so much. Heart of Gold for Linak here. Philo Stone or Philosopher's Stone for Akuja as well. But really, it's Pacific's items you need to look at, because the other ones who are behind and need to come back in. And they're sitting on a Cage's lucky pick for Gibbo here. The BF Sword for Vi. Look at Ido. Ido's sitting on Swifty boots. Boots of swiftness. You run faster, great. But you're not doing damage. You can't get kills. And Regal's Lantern, the item we were talking about for Dabe here, it's a farming item. Yes, it gives you a little bit of armor, a little bit of damage, but not enough to secure kills. And Wormy on a Catalyst, no damage there.
I mean, that's exactly what we've been seeing, right, man? It's every time that Pacific Esports do find somebody out of position, they just don't have the damage to take them out. So it's just a little bit of an unfortunate situation for them. They really are just going to need to complete those items before they can realistically, find some kill pressure onto these Against All Authority members. Looks like top lane tier 2 is going to be the next target. Pacific Esports, they don't even feel confident to walk up. They know they can't win the fight, so they're just going to have to give this one up here. It's another turret going down.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Pacific Esports, they're also just watching on spectator view here, just looking at AAA, are pushing in right now. And you have the Ash Arrow. You've got to be the ones making aggressive movements. One bullet time just zoned off the entire team.
That was an unironic zoning MF ult there to prevent the inhibitor turret defense. It is getting extremely low here. That tier 3 turret in the top lane down to... Oh, look, we got the team fight breaking out here. That's so much damage coming out right now. There's a little bit of healing coming through for Momo. He's trying to do a little bit of retreating here. There's the stun onto Dabe. Maybe in some trouble. He will be able to back away. Wormy still sitting on the Nether Grasp right now, still holding that Malzahar ultimate. The perfect moment. Not going to be able to find it, though. Against All Authority, they're going to back off for now. They weren't quite able to take down that turret. They did get pretty close.
Signs of life here from Pacific Esports, and you love to see it. Ideally, they would have been able to get some kills off the back end of it. Bounty isn't really a thing right now, so you just get as kind of a set amount of gold. But you know what? Being able to push them off your inhibitor turret is still a massive deal. And a lot of that's coming off the fact that Malzahar back then, W wasn't spawn voidlings. You don't create voidlings that way. That was just a passive. They pop out when you cast 4 spells. That's it. What it used to be was the null zone. So it does percent health damage in an area. And that's what we saw combined with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And that scales off your opponent's health. So that's why I want to see Pacific Esports start making some of these proactive plays, trying to find picks. They do have the tools.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to get a little bit stronger here. Still no completed items just yet. They must be getting closer here on the side of Pacific Esports. It looks like Against All Authority have moved down towards the bot lane. The Tier 3 turret proved to be a bit too difficult, so they're going to just go ahead and take this last Tier 2 for now. But it looks like Pacific Esports may have something to say about this. There's some CC coming down onto Linak. He's in trouble. He's running out of HP. He's low. He's down. He's taken out. That's 5v4 on the map now for Pacific Esports. Yellowstar also getting extremely low. We're continuing the chase here, but Dabe has also fallen. It's a trade of junglers. Vi has gone down as well. Against All Authority fighting back here. They're just a little bit too far ahead. Wall's a little bit too heavy there. They were able to come out on top in that team fight. Let's see what the next play is here.
And because there are no bounties, crewmen, it sucks to say this, but trading 1 for 2 isn't exactly worth it, even under your turret. AAA are still going to be okay with that particular trade in terms of just losing the 1 member here. And on top of that, they lost Linak. It was the tank. Big whoop, right? You can still wave clear. You're still safe in the meantime. And they can just keep repeating this with the Siege and with the Nidalee as well. I mean, the Siege potential from the Spears back then were absolutely nutty. So if they actually do set up and let SOAS soften them up before trying to force those turrets, I'm afraid for Pacific Esports right now.
Yeah, they are definitely still in a very tight spot here, no doubt about it. As SOAS is going to spot out Dabe here in the jungle. Going to land a spear onto him. That's Trundle down 50% HP. He's getting pinned in a little bit here, and he is going to be going down. Momo picking up the last hit on that one. Rush Pacific Esports trying to run away now, trying to escape. Momo's on the chase here, flash forward, trying to find it. Can't quite do so, though. No more CC coming down. Just a 1 kill for now. Anivia did use the flash there. Baron is going to be on the map very, very shortly here, RMC. Do you expect Against All Authority just kind of move straight towards that?
I mean, technically, Baron's on the map already. Season 1 Baron spawned sooner in the past, but it's not something I think they're even going to look at here. It's an opportunity for them to throw. They're so far ahead right now that they can siege. They're 10,000 gold ahead at this point, so they just need to walk it in with this Nidalee here. They can fall back on it, but I expect them to fall back on it. While they're ahead, I expect to continue to see them sieging like they have been, or splitting as they are leaving Yellowstar to try and go for that low health top inhibitor turret.
Yeah, absolutely. We are continuing the siege here for Against All Authority. We do have, like you said, Yellowstar up there in the top lane. He's moving back. Got the rest of his team joining up with him now. So it looks like this top lane Tier 3 is going to be the target. Just a couple of more auto attacks. There it goes. And SOAS looking for something off on the side here, but he's getting pretty low. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out there, locking up the Nidalee. Nidalee jumping away, is able to keep herself safe here. Linak throwing out the absolute 0. He's going to be forced to run away now as well. No casualties so far in this one, RMC. Linak walking forward. Here comes the Anivia Q. Not going to find the mark there. Inhibitor is exposed, but low health bars for Against All Authority means I think it might be ill-advised to try and continue this fight right now. They're going to rotate down towards mid.
Just reset. Dragon is up and available as well. That's more gold for you to take. And I don't know if it's the perspective, whether it's because we're not zoomed out as we are nowadays, but I swear that Glacial Storm looks bigger than it should be. It's taking up almost the entire lane. And watching Pacific have to try and play around that, I think really stopped them from following up. SOAS was so close to dead. Kucha took a bunch of damage. Yellowstar forced out. And they just can't get through the Glacial Storm.
Yeah, it's that AoE, man. It's just too powerful. It's getting really overwhelming right now for Pacific Esports. There's the power of the Anivia, the Nunu, the bullet time from the Misfortune. It's just so difficult to deal with at this point in the game around these, big important objectives. Looks like Dragon control is held by Pacific Esports right now. They do have complete control over this bottom side river, and they should be able to take this one out no problem. But they've sacrificed mid priority for it here, RMC, and Against All Authority is taking full advantage. They're running it straight down the mid lane.
Yeah, and if you try and recall right now, by the time you get back to base, that turret's going to be gone. And I don't know if you want to fight them on an open inhibitor. They're going to have to try as the recalls do get completed here. And Ido is late. Shoot the arrow and then recall.
Oh, it's going to be a double inhibitor most likely here for Against All Authority as mid lane does go down here. Top lane down to 50% HP. That's a lot of damage coming down. Oh my god, Gibbo just evaporated. I didn't even see him die. He just, poof, he's gone.
I thought that was a flush. It wasn't. It was him dying.
It was a death. Yeah, I know. That was my first thought as well. I was like, where'd he go? Oh, he's dead. Top or bot lane, only lane remaining with any structures for the Philippine squad here. They are going to be able to push these minions off of their Nexus turrets, but Against All Authority, they are not giving up control of this one here. Gold lead over 10,000 now.
Oh man, and what can they do, right? You've got supers who will be pushing down mid, top soon enough here, and supers haven't changed. I mean, they're still an absolute menace even at this point in the game. And with the spears, Soaz just needs to chuck them out, and you'll start seeing the health bars drop if any of them land.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's stepping forward now, tosses one out, can't find it that time. But this tier 3 bot lane tower is definitely taking a beating, and there it goes. There are no inhibitor turrets remaining for Pacific Esports. The last inhibitor currently under fire. It will be taken out as well. That's a triple inhibitor for Against All Authority. They're looking to put the final finishing touches on this one as they move forward towards the Nexus Tower. Pacific Esports huddling together, trying to group up for safety, but the wall separates them. The first Nexus turret has already gone down. Pacific Esports, you got to try something here. You got to try and win this game somehow. You got to try and push them off the Nexus. The other turret is down. It's only the Nexus remaining Against All Authority. They're moving in here, trying to finish off Pacific Esports. Here comes the Nether Grass. They did pick up the kill onto Linek, but it's just the tank. They got plenty of damage. Nexus is going down, and Against All Authority, they take the dub.
Better focus wins. Congrats, AAA.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure casting with you here, Random Minion Caster. I had a wonderful time. And congrats to Against All Authority. We are going to be continuing, of course, here with the Season 1 World Championship immediately after this game. So please enjoy everyone out there in Twitch chat. And thank you very much for watching.
Hey guys, welcome everybody back here to Jönköping, Sweden. We have DreamHack Summer 2011 going on, the $100,000 championship Season 1 tournament for League of Legends. I'd like to welcome everybody on the stream, and I'd like to welcome everybody that could make it here. It's an awesome event here in the Elmia Convention Center. Just an amazing time so far. Blood, sweat, and tears being poured out onto the tournament field right now. AAA finally coming back to stop the bleeding. Off of a loss, they were able to beat out Fnatic, and now Fnatic into their final game of the day. We just heard how they felt about that, and it's just been really back and forth for all these matches. Pacific not really faring so well. We're going to have to see how they can continue to do in the bracket of A, the Team A bracket rather, and you know, many more matches to come. We also got some forum threads up now. Ask the casters. You guys can queue us up for some questions and figure out, you know, what you want to ask us and what we can answer for you. We also have something we're going to be doing with the King Tryndamere, or the Viking Tryndamere skin, I should say, where you can tweet at Riot Pendragon and pound esports and pound League of Legends. So that's at Riot Pendragon, and also add pound esports and pound League of Legends. In the next 5 minutes, we're going to be taking names at Pendragon's Twitter as it blows up to give them the Viking Tryndamere skin, which is really only going to be available for the days and the people that come here to DreamHack.
It's an amazing skin. I don't know if you've seen it.
It's an awesome skin.
Brilliant, really. Yes, we just saw an amazing game here as well. AAA versus Fnatic. It is probably not a very well-kept secret that I'm a bit of a Fnatic fan, and it's tough to see them struggle without their full lineup. And they did a beautiful turnaround there after AAA picked up Baron once, and I was like, yes, they're coming back into the game. But they were too far behind at that point. I mean, you can do perfect play, and sometimes you can turn a team fight even late into the game. But if the other team has such a massive advantage, it's just not much you can do. And yes, like Riven just pointed out, we have asked the commentators for question threads up in EU and NA. And if you happen to be German, I did put one up in the German forums as well. I'm not sure how often I'll be able to check that one. But yeah, let's see if there are any good questions yet. Do you have any good questions in over the US?
I am searching at the moment. What do you have?
I have questions about Fnatic's lineup. How much of an impact the substitute made, and
well, it's really going to play a lot because it's almost like playing in a band, and Fnatic is one of those teams that has that camaraderie and the compassion to play with each other all the time, to be very localized and very smart about the actions that they make, almost knowing that the lead guitarist is going to do this next, so we should go to this beat, and that doesn't happen with somebody new on your team. They misstep, and League of Legends is all about the game of seconds. If you're off by a second, if you misclick, you miss last hit. If you're off by your stun, if you're off by your skill shot, you miss that, and that damage, whatever you're doing, the support, the CC, it makes a huge difference. And just having that one person, not to blame anything or everything on him, it sounds like that, but yeah, it's just something that can add to the role of making it that much harder to make the game an advantage in your favor.
Yeah, you do have team chat, so people are speaking to each other through a voice chat, but that is not enough. I mean, you can say go, and maybe you can actually initiate a go in time there, but if you can anticipate that that the AP in your team is going to do a go right now, if you can feel it in your bones, because you played hundreds and hundreds of games where you just know, oh yeah, Shuja is setting up for a go right now, and you all go without anyone needing to say anything.
It's almost when you know that your tank has taken that extra step, and you're like, that's the initiation. Yes. He hasn't done anything yet, but he wants to get in that fight, and you know.
At the same time, we have to say thanks so much for to We Will Fail for actually stepping in here.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure, and I'm sure that there's going to be some rage pointed at him. I mean,
for sure.
He didn't do too well in the beginning there. He actually played an amazing Vlad toward the end of the game, but at the beginning, the lane phase, he struggled, and you can tell he's a support player as well. He's out of his comfort zone here playing AP. But still, massive thanks to We Will Fail here for jumping in for Fnatic and basically saving the tournament for them, because without him, they wouldn't have been in the tournament at all.
That's true. It would have been a forfeit. You can't really field 5, if you can't field 5, you can't really field 4, even if they want to, it really wouldn't be advantageous. At this caliber of play, it's going to be such a disadvantage to try to come into a game as such and make things happen. We got any questions on the stream or on the forums here?
There's a couple of people who are asking about Freak's fandom of Dyrus, Freak being such a Dyrus fan, and I have to say, I mean, obviously as a shoutcaster, you try to be neutral, right? You try to be unbiased.
Of course.
Sometimes there are players completely notwithstanding whether they do well or not. You just like watching them. Like Freak said, Dyrus Singed is fun to watch. He's just running around doing shit, flinging people. And I have the same kind of thing with Shushi. I just love watching that kid play. He is creative, he's amazing, and very often he loses his team the game because he just goes in and does something ridiculous, which looks amazing on stream, but just ends up losing the game. And I think it's totally fine for one of us to say, yeah, I'm a huge fan of that player, I just love to watch him play. It's not like we influence the game.
There's nothing wrong with throwing kudos, especially with a gameplay like that. Like you said, Dyrus Singed and the Shushe Alistar, especially.
Hey, speaking about kudos, I think we should give another quick shout out to Steel Series, who've been supporting us here, and to Alienware as well, who've been giving us plenty of amazing laptops and
this beautiful HD stream to pay save card. Thank you very much.
Yes, if you like the quality of this stream, if you do appreciate the fact that you can see all this and all that in high quality, and the game as well, then yes, massive props there to PaySafe Card for supporting us there. Let me see. Yes, why are people shouting Demacia? I don't know. It's just it's a totally spontaneous thing that is not at all influenced by anything we're doing. No, we have a spin to win wheel.
For sure.
And I think one of the outcomes is that you actually have to shout Demacia. So it's something that they win. They win the right to shout Demacia. So if you hear them shouting in the background from time to time, if you are at DreamHack, and I'm sure there are lots of people here at DreamHack who are just watching the stream because they're lazy and getting up and walking all the way over to our booth sounds like work, do come over here, check out the spin to win wheel, check out the free player area, and check out what it looks like to see lots of people actually watching esports in person.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
A lot of people watching the matches actually just figuring out, not even halfway through the day, it's way well before halfway. That free play area is there, and now it's actually starting to fill up quite big. Pendragon, Christian, which would be Preco, and a few other people. I believe Jeff Jew is getting in on the action. We have a lot of rioters here that are all mingling, talking with the community, handing out free stuff, because that's what we do.
Yes,
I mean, the community is the reason we are here right now, and the $100,000 tournament is because of the love for the game, because of the passion.
All right, and we are about ready to start the pick and ban phase here, so let me just tell the teams. Please hit the shiny start button once you're ready. Is it start? It says start, doesn't it? Yes. traps out there. Here you go.
Begin play. Make it happen.
Begin. Yes, make it so. Did we just do we now owe a lot of money to Paramount because I said make it so on stream? No, I don't think they have that.
No.
No. Okay, I'm good. I'm fine. All right. Yes, you need to remember this one as well.
All right, so here's your lineup. We do have Westrice, Double Lift, Dyrus, Dan Din, and Salsi, as we have seen before. These guys are jumping into game. Fnatic with Shushe, Cyanide, Melisan, Lamias, and we do have X-Peak, which is We Will Falfa.
Nice. The first ban, Rumble, right away. I know Rumble is not played in America, but the Americans have heard how strong he is in the team, in the hands of a good European team. So they ban him right away, and the ban from Fnatic is Corki. That is probably aimed at Westrice. Westrice plays a pretty good Corki, but he showed early today that he can play a devastating Vayne as well.
Yeah, it's like I said before, any carry in the hands of Corki, and I think that's the first Nidalee ban we've seen. A very good support and damage dealer character, or champion, I should say.
Absolutely.
And she's definitely late game with AP and some damage. She's just able to heal everybody and just chunk the health away of her opponents with a spear that goes at the distance. So the farther that spear goes that she throws, the more damage it does, and it can actually take about half of your health by the end of the game, just instantly like that.
There's the Vayne ban as well, so they don't want a strong AD carry. And yes, that's
very focused Westrice bans.
Wow. Twisted Fate as well. That seems to be a ban against a European meta as well. They probably don't know that we don't actually run the split push ban anymore. And Janna, that's a very good support taken out of the game. So they probably don't want double lift saving them. They're like, we can win this without double lift saving us on this Janna. Oh,
wow, two awesome picks.
Happy.
Two awesome picks. Of course you are. We do have Westrice picking up that Vladimir, flashing the ghost away. And we have Shushe again to show us what the AP Alistar can do. And there was a little bit of roam. It wasn't a focused roam on Alistar. He actually stayed in lane and soaked up as much as he could of that experience in gold before it went on. And there we are. We see the support on to Taric. And we will have to see for Cyanide. And it looks like there may be a switch up on this one as he is running Smite and Flash. So it could be a switch. He could just be going to change his summoners. But
no, Cyanide is the jungler. They're going to switch around. They just want to secure that Taric. And what that tells me is that they want to be aggressive in the bottom lane. They want to say we're going to shut down Westrice bottom lane, and that's what Taric does. Taric is considered the less optimal support in late game because he doesn't have as much of an impact on team fights, but he can turn a bottom lane around. So an aggressive Taric can get the enemy AD out of the team.
Yeah, definitely for the strong play right away.
So if Shushe actually changed to Misfortune the last moment, trolling us a little bit, that Misfortune is going to go to Lamia, no doubt. He is just infamous almost for his Misfortune. It remains to be seen what Shushe wants to play, but the AP Alistar would definitely be an option. And yeah, what AP Alistar actually did last game is he dominated mid lane until that tower was down. He was like, all right, I'm switching to top now, I'm dominating that now. So that must have been horrible for Team Pacific.
Now, personally, I'd love to see a double lift Poppy, because how much fun was that? A Blitz, and the Blitz, yes, for sure, a double lift with amazing pulls on Blitzcrank coming out of the NA games, the regionals, as we saw in the tournament. So here we go, Dyrus on Soraka.
Probably going to switch that over to double lift, I guess. Unless double lift picks something very double lifty, I think there's going to be a switch setup there. So yeah, double lift with a god like Poppy and the US qualifiers.
It's very team composition built, though. You can't just choose Poppy and expect to, let Poppy run around the map.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Okay, that's going to be a switch to who's their jungler again? Is it Dandin?
Yes, it's going to be Dandin. Yes. He was Warwick last time we commentated the match and watched it go.
Okay, there is the Alistar after all.
The switch for Shushe.
I think what they deliberated there is can we leave Misfortune open or not? And they said it's safer to leave Alistar open because it's highly unlikely that
they will pick it.
Yes, exactly.
And that would be a very difficult troll pick. You have to play possibly one of your less effective characters just to troll Shushe that hard. But it's not something they want to do. They're going to go into this match strong, 110% about the confidence of their characters.
Yes, they could have banned that as well. And for a long time, Alistar was played as a roaming character in NA, but the more that NA takes up the European metagame, the less that becomes viable, because in the European metagame all lanes are very, very safe. And that roaming Alistar, if he doesn't get a couple of kills in, that's bad. Here we see the jungler for Team Fnatic. This is going to be switched over to Cyanide, who is, I would say, famous for his Jarvan. He plays one of the meanest jungle Jarvans in the whole of Europe, so that's going to be a pleasure to watch as well.
And Jarvan's a very deceiving character. He looks like he may not have a lot of health, but then he just procs the shield, comes in, starts shredding your armor, gets his flag toss, pops you up, and he's really just a strong initiator, especially with his ultimate. There's not a lot you can do except for flash out of the ultimate. He can instantly just deactivate it and continue with the fight. So it's really big.
Imagine Jarvan gang on bottom lane here. Taric stuns the enemy carrier runs in, shatters for armor shred. Then Jarvan comes in, shreds some armor, and then there is Misfortune with a giant troll grin on her face.
We'll have to see what Dan Din rather, and Salsi choose to pick up on this one.
I would like to see an Annie actually from Salsi. I'd really like to see that. I hear he's famous for his Annie. I haven't seen him play an Annie yet. Huh.
Wow.
Really? Westrise? What? Whoa.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. We actually saw a lot coming from Westrice. It was one of the 5 seconds that he was attacking next to that top lane. I forget who the game was against, but it was the most I've ever seen a Kali move in 5 seconds. Like, I didn't know that much action could happen. And his fingers must have been flying around. He utilizes her abilities so well, understanding when to flash out, when to jump in, when to throw down the shroud, and really just cover himself.
We see a blind monk in the jungle.
Yes, it will be.
Who can actually jungle because he is Lee Sin, the blind monk.
So it looks like they will be leaving, or possibly double lift in the jungle, but it looks like they will be, switching that to Dan Din.
Yeah, laning Amu doesn't make any sense. So you're gonna have a laning. Sorry, I'm confused. I are confused. This American game does not make any sense to me.
That's not something, you see in the European
you don't
games.
see a laning Lee Sin. That's just strange. Westrise with the Akali, she's considered. A Swain. Interesting.
Wow.
So we have AP Swain and AP Alistair. Swain is gonna go top lane and probably shut down
Switch
Akali.
the brand.
This is really?
Yes.
The Swain would have made so much sense.
The Swain would have made a
Akali.
lot of sense. That's a lot of heal for one team, especially Swain, self-sustaining. You have Tark to come around, and he is going to switch back to Swain. It's just the composition with that team is amazing.
I think what's very important is that Akali is shut down by Swain. So in the laning phase, and Akali needs to be able to be mobile. And Swain can just put his AoE root down in her AoE invisibility, root her. He can turn on his ultimate, doesn't matter if she's invisible, it'll still do damage to her. Once he laser birds her, I'm sorry, that skill has a real name, doesn't it? But it's laser bird. Once he laser birds her, invisibility isn't going to help her either. So Swain is the hard counter to Akali, and I definitely expect to see him laning against her. So we indeed have a laning Lee Sin and Westrise. A little fun fact here about Westrise, on his US account when I checked yesterday, he had 742 ranked games with Akali. So I think it's safe to say the guy knows how to play the character.
Yeah, possibly.
Probably. He's kind of famous for her to the point that at one point I heard people say, if you ban Akali, you counter play Westrise. But it's not as simple as that. His Vayne is amazing.
Westrise is not easily countered. He's just one of those people that understands a carry, understands how to position. Some people can go from I know how to play a tank, I can take a lot of damage, I can be in the fight. And if you stand too close to the carry, you're instantly focused and you're instantly taken out of the fight, or you have to expend one of your summoner spells, and that really takes you out of the fight right away. You can't even get as close as you did before. Your summoner spells are gone. And we can see actually a few members. We do have Dan Din using Ghost, not too much of a problem. He does have his bandage to get across the map. True. And Sauce is also not using a flash as well, or double lift.
Interesting.
So that's going to be very interesting to see the escapes that Epic may have to use if they're caught off guard in the fight.
But once again, I'm still stuck on Akali. Sorry for being stuck there a little bit, but there's so much in Team Fnatic that basically shuts down Akali. If she gets close to the carry, Alistair knock up. Cyanide can jump her with
even in a shroud, she can get pulverized by Alistair.
Exactly. And Cyanide can knock her up as well. There can be a stun from Taric. Swain can slow her. I don't see how
Swain with the root as well?
Oh yeah, the root as well on top of that. It's just like, how is she going to find the room to breathe? I mean, an Akali that gets fed is so scary. You don't want that to happen to you ever. And especially on somebody who knows exactly how to play Akali.
Because you're lucky you have to defend hybrid.
Yeah,
It's going to come out with a lot of AP, a lot more AP over damage, but you're still going to stack both in the form that you can.
Oh, I love that skin. That is the
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon Akali skin. That's a brilliant skin. So yes, we're going to see skins and champions in-game any moment now. We're looking at the players now still. We are loading into this game right now. This is going to be hard. I have to say I am a little bit afraid for Fnatic here. Weevil Failer is not a bad player by any definition of the word, like we said, but he is not on one wavelength. There is no telepathy with him, Right. And I'm a little bit concerned about that. We'll have to see how they do. The game is on right now. Epic Gaming versus Fnatic. And
it looks like we actually may be getting a restart on the game here. We've
like
had 5 members of Fnatic exit the game. Epic has also began to exit the game, so we're going to get this restarted ASAP for you right now. Also, don't forget to check out the Riot Pendragon, at Riot Pendragon on Twitter if you're a tweeter. Go check that out. Get on your Twitter right now. Tweet to Pendragon something about the Viking Tryndamere skin, as well as as well as Pound Esports and Pound League of Legends. We're going to be looking at Pendragon's Twitter for the next 5 minutes, and we're going to be handing out free Viking Tryndamere skins, which is not very easy to get. Obviously, you might have to travel to Sweden to get one.
Oh yeah, and it's totally worth traveling to Sweden for. Well, I guess it's only worth traveling to Sweden for if you say worth it in all chat afterwards.
Yes.
Yes.
For sure.
Okay, so we're getting this game remade. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here, but the game is filling up quickly again. Let me go and spectate. I don't think I should play there. Okay. Interesting. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but we're remaking the game now. We are about ready. We just have one player from Fnatic who needs to join the game. I hope we have all spectators in. You are in the game. We have one more spectator in. Very good. Yes, they're really scared apparently. That's what it was. So what do you think, Raven? Do they need to ban and pick the same champions now?
I think by just, what happened there, I think they will go ahead and ban and pick the same teams. They're going to want to see what the gameplay comes out to be. They're actually two very solid teams on both sides. Like you said, though, Westrace as a Akali could be shut down by the amount of CC and ability stun that comes out of the hands of Fnatic.
Yep. So unless one of the tournament admins corrects me, I'll just say we'll have to go with the same bans and picks and just go through it quickly.
Looks like we're getting League of Legends started up. I believe it may have been one of the gentlemen from Fnatic that actually kind of went out of the game, and it caused everybody to have to leave that one. Not a problem. We're going to get a quick blip solved and back into the game.
Happens.
Indeed it does.
Oh, so it seems to be Lamia having trouble with his PC there right now. Okay.
Indeed. So we don't know much about League of Legends. It is a 5v5 multiplayer online battle arena, which means you're pitted against the other team. You start in the bottom left or the top right. There are 3 main lanes, a top lane, a bottom lane, and we are going to have the middle lane. The middle lane is usually a 1v1 situation. They are left to fight against each other. That's more or less your carry. The carry means they do a lot of damage. It's the ones you want to give the kills to. They're the ones that are really going to be in the back initiating the damage, not initiating the fight, which can be easily confused. That's the tank's job. You want to run in there and soak up as much damage as possible. What players do you usually look to play?
What players do I usually?
They're champions.
What I play personally, I am more of a jungler, so it's
all right. So good aspect. We haven't even talked about that yet as well. And the jungler can go around by himself. There's a path through the jungle, opposite paths you can take. You can invade and counter jungle the other jungler. The jungles are somewhat set up. They're mirrored on both sides. So if the red is in the top left on one side, it's going to be in the bottom right on the other side. That's actually how the blues work. The reds are in the bottom right and the top left. So these guys look to, get in the jungle, counter each other, steal each other's buffs, and that really plays the mentality game of, the jungler is affected really early in the game. It's going to affect them really late in the game as well, especially if the team can't get in too many kills. Turrets are taken down through each lane. There's 3 turrets to get down the lane, and 1, 2, and then the succession of the 3rd turret allows you to go after the inhibitor. Taking down the inhibitor, there are 3 on the map, 1 for each lane. You're able to take that down and spawn super minions. These minions will go down the map in very late game. They will start to do a ton of damage. It can actually take out a pretty squishy champion quite quickly. If you were to fight a champion a super minion face to face with Ashe late game, if you didn't have enough critical damage, they're going to do quite a bit of damage to you, and they're going to make you cause to go back and heal on your fountain. After those inhibitors are taken down, at least 1, you can start going for the Nexus turrets. The Nexus turrets are the only turrets in the game that will heal back up, and there are 2 turrets that are quite close together, but if you are on either side, far side of the turrets away from the middle, you can only be shot by 1, and it's very effective. You have a tanky character and you don't have a lot of minions, you can use that tanky character to what is called face tank the turret and take the damage to yourself, allowing you to take out the Nexus all by yourself. Win the game, or not all by yourself, with your team, and win the game. It looks like everybody is back in the matchup here, and we're going to be looking to get this going right now on 5v5 Summoner's Rift, the match that we are playing throughout the entire tournament. And let's get this $100,000 Season 1 Championship underway. This is your first day of games here at the Elmia Convention Center for DreamHack in Jönköping, Sweden. And again, the first pan is Rumble. It looks like they will go the same way.
Yes, I asked them to actually take the same balance picks.
Very good.
It's also going to speed things up. And yeah, it's just fair because In the game that we had before, where we cancelled, there was just one pick so far, and I didn't feel like forcing them to to just take that one pick again. But in here, we showed the entire lineups exactly what they were going for. Yeah, they don't need to be afraid of the enemy team.
Pick it out.
Pick it out, so they just pick whatever they play right now. That's the Taric.
There we
Then
go.
the double lift. What was he playing again?
Lee Sin.
Oh
remember?
yeah, right.
It blew your mind, so you couldn't even remember.
Yeah, it still does blow my mind. They don't really have a support then, do they? Or was Dyrus playing support? Why don't they have roles? We have such easily defined roles. Like Cyanide will always jungle, Melisum is always going to play support. Shushe and XP will always play AP, and Lamia will always play AD. And it's just like Dyrus played Singed last game. Now he plays Soraka. It's how do they do this? American meta. How do they work?
It's really different. Sometimes your abilities to play a character are here and here. You know,
Right.
in here it's kind of all right with those, but you know, absolute support to absolute tank.
Right.
And you know, Singe can also be used as a support as well. Not so much a support, but you know, you can always go around guard. You can get people to change their mind about chasing somebody because you're with Singe. You have low health. Singe can just kind of run next to you. Obviously, adding support, but not a support character, and it really changes the mind of what that person wants to do. You're being kited for a very long time, and you really have to know when you're overextending. So Singe can create that experience for the opposing team and really just shut them down in the fight.
He's still not what you call a support character.
No, not at all.
It's interesting to me at any rate. I mean, Double Lift now playing a Lee Sin. I really wonder where he's going to fit there. I mean, is he going to go... Yeah, he has to go bot lane with Soraka then. Melees on bot lane is not something you see in Europe. It's interesting. Maybe you guys are onto something there. Possibly. I would definitely like to see a little bit more variety. In Europe, it's rather... I wouldn't say stale, but you could expect a ranged AD and a support every single game on bot lane. We'll have to see. So, what's your prediction here?
You know, it's kind of different. The way they could take it, they could definitely put Double Lift or Akali up top.
Right. Okay. Yeah, they could, I guess.
Double Lift with the shield on Lee Sin could do some good damage. Akali, a little bit better. She can usually put down the Shroud, stay in the bushes, come in and out of the bushes, farm herself up. But I think the Double Lift down bottom with Soraka would be huge. With Lee Sin being somewhat of a character that can take damage. He's not very squishy at all. He's kind of right in the middle, a little more to the defensive side. And especially with his abilities going for Tempest, able to throw down, get vision, and really slow down and start to affect that lane as Dyrus just
Is he going to be able
shreds.
to farm? I mean, Misfortune is just going to punish him every single time he steps forward to...
That is
cut
true.
through a
You're going to
minion.
probably see the Swain in mid, and the Misfortune would be down bottom, doubling up every time that that Lee Sin wants to get close to those minions.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have to see. We're loading into the game once again. Let's hope that whatever happened last time is not going to happen again now. I really want to see a close game here. I'm a little bit worried for Fnatic. I really want them to win this, but Epic Gaming have been really blowing my mind so far. And I mean, creds to them. They totally trained for this. It shows. And that's what we want to see. We want to see teams that actually play well together, do well.
Yeah, it's really great to see when everybody comes together. Everybody's thinking the same way without saying anything.
Telepathy.
It's just some subliminal, you know. You go in there, like I said, it's that one step that your tank takes, and you know there's going to be initiation, and you get into the match. We're going to see what this game has to offer. Let's get right into it. And here we are hopping right into the match. We'll see what kind of invasion we have going on. And looks like Misfortune is going to be using that strut to get far across the map. We have the Fog of War on right now, so you can see where everybody's moving within their jungle. We're going to go ahead and put that to the dual Fog of War for both sides. And it looks like they're kind of just opposite sides of each other, not knowing it right now. On either side of those bushes, there will be a nice jungle invasion, however, coming from the hands of Fnatic. They're being very aggressive on this one. I don't know if the other team knows this. It looks like they could walk right into him. Lee Sin could be the first one here. Double Lift walking right into the bush. He will face check this, and he could be going down. He is absolutely going down.
Wow.
The first hill to come out before a minute of the game, and Fnatic starts this one off, letting Epic Gaming know that they are ready to play in this one. And no, they're still standing there. Who wants next?
Yeah, yes.
Who wants to go in the bush
Come
next?
on, let's go again. Let's go again. We're ready. Yeah, they talked to me about the level 1 fights. I asked them, does Europe just not do level 1 fights? They were like, it depends. We look at the composition, and literally, Shushu said to me, if we have Taric and Alistair, we're always going to go for a level 1 fight. And there you go, gentlemen. That's why that happens. And it looks like Amumu, all alone by himself, crying to himself. Let's zoom in on him a little bit. Yeah, he looks sad, doesn't he? There we
He's
go.
looking for some friends.
I hope that there's somebody at home right now doing the freak game.
So we actually do not have the team going back. They're going to get that money, and they're actually going to go right for Wraiths, take down the Wraiths, possibly head back, but it looks like they're going to go to the lanes. They don't want to lose any experience. You really want to get there when the minions do.
I think they'll take the red. Look at that. Yep, they're taking the red. And this is just going to be so painful. A misfortune with red early in the game. Wow, it's going to be no fun at all for Lee Sin in that lane down there.
Yeah, that really worked out for him well. This is actually the most jungle control I've seen in a game. And look at that, leaving the last one. That means that the red buff will not respawn in the amount of time it usually does. They're going to have to take that down, and Amumu is going to be even more sad. And we're going to see going down towards bottom. What is going on here? Soraka in the bush. Dyrus not seeing where everybody's coming from. The Dazzle coming out of the hands of Taric. Actually, he goes on to double lift. Double lift possibly going down in a matter of 2 minutes, and twice in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Double lift has fallen and is now gray screened again, waiting to get back in the match. Soraka was kind of waiting there like, come on, double lift, let's get out of here, man. But she was out of there by herself, and we are going to see a very good gameplay by Fnatic so far. 2 up, 3 minutes into the game.
I like that. That was why they gave red to Jarvan. Obviously, it slows more on a melee, and Akali and Swain just duking out a little bit there. It looks so far. Westrise, wow, super aggressive there. Takes a tower hit though, but 2 potions still on Swain, 3 potions still on Akali. So she was probably right to do this.
Yeah, it's definitely some damage early game from Westrice, which is what you're going to see all game. And it looks like we see Alistar moving up, just like timing what was going on here. And,
he's switching. Yeah. Swain says, I'm sorry, I can't handle Westrice. And
yep.
Oh, what did we miss there? Somewhere an Amumu died to a turret.
Yeah, Dan went into the jungle. I believe he stole top golems. We'll see if the top golems are still there. Yeah, and it looks like, he was able to take out one of them. It was very low health. Didn't want to get any more damage done to him. It would have been a very easy kill for the other team. So he went ahead and executed himself amongst the turret. Not really that bad. You're kind of going to lose experience being able to soak things up in lane. But again, he wanted to somewhat counter jungle what's happening with Jarvan right now because they have such an advantage. A great pulverize coming out of the hands of Shushay, and Westrice not really being able to do that much damage now. Tanky, but a very nice burst there on the mark of the assassin. And it looks like he will continue to use his abilities effectively against Shushay as well.
Wow. It looks like they don't actually have an answer to Akali. They told me we know how to counter Akali, but it doesn't look that way right now. It just looks like she's doing work on them. I mean, Swain is considered the hard counter to her, and he was pushed out of lane very, very quickly, and now even Shushay can't do much. Amumu setting up for a gank, potentially down here. Level 3 now, he doesn't have any buffs, obviously, he just died. And they're trying to do some damage to double it, going a little bit far. Let's see the banishes. Yes, good banish.
Nice
see if they can do the damage on him. And actually, they went for misfortune. That's why Lee Sin didn't hit his resonating strike.
That bandage toss was to pretty much get over there by the people, almost go for misfortune, but Taric able to stop that one down. We do see that Vladimir still pushing Swain back in middle, not too much. They're kind of just poking each other back and forth. And really the Westrice on Akali to Swain, Swain can never move. He can also do a little bit of health steal, but I think that damage coming out of the hands of Westrice, even though he picks up boots and pots in the beginning, just went back, I believe, getting his damage or AP to trigger that passive that Akali has. And he's playing a very smart game. Jarvan moving around the jungle very well right now, going for his wraiths, still on the double buff. Level 4 already. We're going to see what Amumu is at. He is at level 3, and he's about to find out that his red is gone. Sad Amumu is sad, and he is going to check that out. He's going to say, yeah, I'll take the lane. He smites it. He's just so disgruntled he wanted to smite it. Unfortunate, but they are able to move back in the game. Looks like a kill down bottom. They're able to take down double lift, and he was just coming out of the bush. A nice job right there. MF coming up with that on the double up kill, and we are going to see Taric kind of going around top. A ward has been placed by these guys, and just a little mid poke going on between Swain and Vladimir at this point in time. Akali does not have anything up top, and she makes that apparent by the ping you just saw on the map, letting her team know my lane is AFK. I don't have time to type it to you. I want to focus on these last hits.
Let's see if Jarvan can do some magic against Salsa here, but of course Salsa just... Yeah. Well, he did have the dot on him, so he still took that. but yeah, it wasn't enough damage. It just wasn't enough damage.
That could have been some nice damage if they knew the Never Move was going to attack or hit Salse right after he came out of Sanguine Pool. We can see Jarvan moving around. Will he meet Amumu in the river? And they do somewhat see each other. Maybe he was in the bush in time, and he was in the bush. He did not see him. So Amumu now in place to do some damage here, but he does see that actually it's level 4 to level 4. The red buff will, however, give Jarvan the advantage and the damage to be done. I don't believe that he was able to see that ward go down, and Amumu now returns to his jungle or possibly up top. It looks like he will go fully up top to Alistar.
Tarek returning from base with a Heart of Gold and a Fairy Tail. Oh, and let's see if Shusha can do enough damage to Westrise. Yes, and with a wonderful bandage toss there, no, actually the bandage toss on Shusha, of course, and it wasn't enough to stop him. The damage was done. And is Dandin gonna go down? And no, there's not enough time left on Shusha's ultimate. If he just now used his ultimate, he could have dived. But as you can see, Jarvan was just a little bit after the enemy jungler. They're helping out his top lane, but Shusha was like, I don't need help. I'll kill Westrise by myself.
Yeah, very good job. Both lanes, or every lane, I should say, being very aggressive at this point. But we can see the Fnatic 4-0 at this point in time, playing very aggressively and very strong. We have Soraka coming back down bottom. Oh, good silence coming up on Melisande right there, dodging the Dazzle and what would have been a lot of damage. MF, however, not too much mana under her belt at this point in time. And we are going to see Alistar returning to lane, Jarvan returning back to the jungle, Akali finally back up top, and it looks like Amumu will head back into the jungle after soaking up a little bit more XP. The wards are already going down, and we can see the wards in the buy menus pretty much very abundant on Fnatic's side.
Yeah. Vladimir obviously starting with a pistol. Spellvamp is just so powerful on him, but oh yeah, it looks like slowly, yeah, Swain can heal more with his ultimate. It costs mana, of course, but still, he can actually push him out of lane.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's really the donate. Let's get blue, donate it to Swain, and he can just continue to be a giant bird.
Exactly.
Steal health back, doesn't have to worry about anybody. And he's being very aggressive right now, letting, Salsi know he's not worried about it. We Will Filler is doing very well right now at controlling his lane and being very dominant. It is 7-7, or level 7 to level 7 in mid lane right now. So, Vladimir with his pool, with his transfusion, really shouldn't be too worried, but the health regen and sustain of Swain is really just that much better. We can see Alistar trying to poke around with Akali up top. No, she's in the bush, possibly. Maybe she made it in time. And there's some damage just quickly butting her back into the bush, saying, no, none of that here today.
And, but Jarvan is in position. Jarvan coming in right now with an ultimate. She had flash up though. She will probably get away. He slides in. He doesn't have a red buff to slow her, and so she unfortunately gets away there. That was a good ultimate from Jarvan there. It forced her to burn flash. That means she is going to have to be a lot more passive.
Yeah, she also doesn't have any ward control coming out of Mumu right now. Being so hurt in the jungle right there. She actually has a ward herself, probably going to lay that down as she comes back out. A very nice Sanguine Pool in the hands of Salsi. Able to get out of that by a failure. And he is going to continue to just farm his lane. Vladimir is not a mana character. He actually uses his own HP to conduct his spells, and he gains a little bit of that percentage back while using it and by the spell. So it's kind of counters itself as well as works together. A lot of damage being taken down by Dandin. An ultimate to possibly do more. He didn't get all the damage that he wanted out of that one. And the Alistar combo almost leaving him with 0 health, just about 50 HP. And a very nice try there coming out of the hands of Shusha.
He didn't have enough mana for
wow.
That's a
Shusha going down. Will he be able to make it to the turret in time? She does have ult. No. There's the damage. Shusha goes down, and it looks like Westrise gets a little bit of revenge there.
Yes, finally there. Yeah, he shouldn't have gone for Amumu, seeing that he didn't have enough mana, but obviously you just want to try it. Amumu was very low. If he had had that mana for that power rise, that would have been a kill right there.
Yeah, it actually worked out very well that Amumu was walking back, and that Shusha followed so far with Westrise right on his heels, so that worked out for him.
Yep. Absolutely. I see how the Lee Sin works now. When he sees the Dazzle coming in, he just shields away to a minion and gets him. That's how it works. Okay, but still, look at that. 81 farm for Misfortune and 49 for Lee Sin. That is not a good lane. And top, Jarvan has to go top defend against Akali there, actually. Alistar, yeah, well, the one kill shouldn't throw him back too much. You can see he built a Cage's Lucky Pick, which means, wow, look at that blood diving, which means that he's not quite as confident. You build Cage's Lucky Pick or any other gold per 5 items if you expect a long game. And Alistar is back. Wow, look at the damage that that Akali does to Jarvan. Yeah, Juke, and she's going
Wow,
for him.
wow. That is West Rice on his game right there. You can hear the crowd loving every second of it. Alistar, however, right on his heels. There comes the clairvoyance. Oh, able to dodge past again. Does he have his shroud to come up? It is on a high cooldown. If he can get that down, it's pretty much over. Alistar will not be able to chase on this. And just dodging away once again, losing a little bit of the angle on that one. So he didn't gain too much, but Alistar gives up. Shushay not following. And a huge dive into the middle of top lane, all the way past this, the first turret on the side of Fnatic was advantageous.
We missed the kill against Swain in mid at the same time, so it looks like Vladimir is finally getting back into this one. Unfortunately for We Will Failure there.
Yeah, not really working.
Yeah, but I'm sure that, you know, if XP was playing this Swain, it would look quite different. But well, we have what we have.
Indeed.
Oh, Westrise, that might have been a little bit optimistic of you there. Yeah, oh yeah, I think that should be a dead Akali finally. Come on, get the polarize in. Oh, wow, that was close. Oh wow, if he had not used his ultimate, he would have been dead.
Yeah, he would have gone right through all the HP that he needed to. Shushay would have been dead without the ignite, and West Rice would still be alive. Looks like he's going to get a good amount of damage on this one. He's not even leaving it to chance. He can't really see everybody on the map right now. A big tussle down bottom, and we're going to see Soraka just trying to lower the MR right now of Melisande. There's a Lee Sin attack, and he will be able to get his Q to activate again, flashing over into Dragon, and it looks like they will be able to catch him in a 3v1 situation. MF is forced to stay back. Vladimir comes down, he says, hey, I want to party too. Doesn't make it in time. Salsi just goes back to middle, and it looks like we're going to see the first Dragon control of the game going in favor of Epic. Fnatic was doing very well before. Yeah. 4 kills now in favor of Epic. They've kind of brought themselves back into the game within 1,000 gold of the game as well. And the Never Move, a nice Sanguine Pool, just missing out on that one. And as I was saying, you know, Epic has definitely turned the tables of the first 2 minutes of this game. Doublelift probably feeling a little bit better about himself after dying twice, which isn't really that helpful. But, you know, that's what happens. Things can happen early game that don't mean anything into the late game.
Yes, absolutely. That Dragon pickup was very, very important. They caught right up again in Team Gold, and wow, that West Rice Akali is so aggressive. Look at that.
Vladimir almost going down in middle.
Amazing.
That was very, very, very low health there. He was able to pull just in time. You can see him actually using a health pot to negate a little bit of the Ignite. Ignite will cut that in half of any healing that you receive, and it's very good for players like Vladimir, players like Soraka, Sona, and as well Alistar, and any healer that is trying to give you that burst heal.
Yeah. Do you know if it cuts down lifesteal in half as well? It should, shouldn't it?
Ignite, steal, yes. It's healing.
Yeah, it's healing. So yes, against anyone who lifesteals, it's just a must-have ability.
You can see Melisande down bottom with Taric. Kind of be annoying here, being that guy that stands in the bush, and he just dodges the Q from Doublelift. Doublelift's like, oh, it's kind of safe. He's not there. That didn't hit him, but it looks like he's still going to be very cautious. Soraka coming back down, I believe, maybe placing some wards. She does have one out, and she is going to put it right in there. That CV going down right above her by the hands, I believe, of Fnatic, and it looks like they're going to be very cautious about this right now. Akali and West Rice and Shushi kind of trading some damage there. It looks like Jarvan in middle, ulting onto Salsi. Will he be able to get the damage down? Sanguine Pool, but it's not going to be enough. The Ignite onto the Sanguine Pool before he went down was able to take him out, and Salsi finally dies. There was twice he made it out alive. I guess he only had 3 lives. He'll be back in a little bit to do some more damage, but a very nice job there by Fnatic, finally taking him down in mid after so many attempts.
That's one of the reasons why Swain is considered a hard counter to Vladimir, because that laser bird goes through pool. You can pool and you'll still take the damage from the laser bird.
A lot of damage down bottom. Looks like this turret will go down. They're being very aggressive on their turret as well. It looks like the Dazzle comes out, dropped in the W of Misfortune. Can she get a double up onto Doublelift? And she does, taking him down. I believe that was actually just her regular fire. Still doing a lot of damage right now. And she already has that BF sword going straight for the Bloodthirster. The Berserker to speed up her attacks, give her that health back as well when she is attacking. And it looks like Akali wants a little bit to do with Swain right now. We'll see where the damage comes from. She is taking a little bit there. Never Move, stopping right onto her. Will he be able to do enough damage? I think she should get away on this one if she has flash up. And she actually flashes, or she ults into him and then shrouds out, quickly getting out there. Never Move, could be too far away, and the dash, she does end up flashing. And not too much there. Double flash, yes, as well. And we're going to have to see what happens here in the 2v1 situation.
Rivington, what does it mean? Double flash.
All the way across the sky.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice long distance bandage toss, but he is in a lot of trouble here. These two guys can dive like no one else, basically.
Not really taking too much damage either.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and yeah, Swain can just heal him up.
Jarvan just worried about the turret.
Yep. Take the turret down. That's 2 to 0 turret kills right now. That's looking not too bad for Fnatic there, and they're almost 3,000 gold ahead.
So we're going to see, it looks like Tarek actually backing a nice hit there. A little combo from Alistar onto Saucy, doing a lot of damage, transfusioning his health back. That is the Q of Saucy and Vladimir. Like I said, self-sustained champion. Probably one of those ones in lanes that make you cringe, but he is one that is easily countered, as we have seen by the Swain. And as you said before, looks like MF doing a little invasion in the jungle to place a ward down right above that left side of, or right side, I should say, of blue buff. On that is Epic's side. Dan Din still continuing to go through his jungle, and you can see the pings all over, making sure, you know, we don't have this area covered. They may have just warded here. We saw a few things going on here. There was a CV that came down. You know, be careful, play cautious, and don't leave anything to chance. And we can see Saucy trying to push up a little bit here. You can kind of act as bait for your team. Push up. The other team thinks they can get you. You just pull away, and that's something that they actually see at this caliber of play. They're not going to bite, but he is trying to get that out of them.
So they left bottom lane, obviously, because the tower is down right now. That means Misfortune needs to do some damage in other lanes, because currently Lisa can just free farm. Amumu catches Tarek there, but Tarek shouldn't be in any danger. Misfortune is too near for Vladimir to be able to go in. Westrise now, is he getting in position? No, he was just having a look into the river. And Fnatic saw him, obviously, with that great ward placement there. Wards, wards, wards. We cannot say it often enough. Wards win games.
One of the biggest investments you can have in a game of League of Legends, especially on Summoner's Rift. There's just so much to go around, so many different paths you can take, flashing over walls, being able to use your abilities to go through walls. I don't think we have too many characters like that unless Akali really jumps to an enemy or such. And we see Tarek going down, checking down Dragon, seeing that it is down. We should see that up actually in a few minutes. We're now 18 minutes into the game with 2 turrets down in favor of Fnatic. Westrice doing a lot of damage to Filler on Swain right there with Akali, huge, just chunking his health away with that damage output. There we see MF pushing down hard, or down on bottom pretty hard as well. Alistar, or Shushay rather, will gather together with her down bottom. Tarek looking to go middle and possibly give Saucy a little bit of trouble, but we're watching these guys down bottom at the moment. We'll see what they do. Actually, no action. They kind of backed off, being very cautious about their play as Tarek continues to make his way mid. They're pinging Akali up top. She doesn't have a turret behind her, and they kind of want to get a kill down on her. She does have a little money behind her. The more kills you get, the more money you stack up and the more money you're worth. So being able to take down those champions after getting a few more kills definitely works in your favor. Looks like they have found him in a 3v1 situation here, kind of being split off. It was a 3v2, but they will back off. They don't know what's on the other side of that. They saw the CV, and that's enough for them to say, you know what, maybe later.
Yeah, see you later. Dazzle hits Vladimir, but that shouldn't be too much damage. Yeah, he's just gonna heal it up in 2 or 3 Qs. Actually, no, he gets harassed down. That's nice. So if I was Fnatic, I'd currently be setting up for a mid push, and once that mid turret is down, Dragon just popped again, and just go for Dragon there. They are ahead, and as they say in another esport, when you're ahead, what you do is you get more ahead, and that's exactly what they should be doing right now.
They're doing a very good job of it right now. 24,000 to 21,000 gold. It looks like Fnatic has 3,000, and they will be taking another dragon for themselves. Actually, I believe Epic took the first dragon. This will be Fnatic's dragon now. So it's 1-to-1 on dragon kills. Looks like Double Lift wants to get his Q across, but they do see that it has been pulled away from dragon, and they will not be able to get to it. Looks like we will be moving up to mid, and it's going to be a forced team fight here most likely. And we'll see what happens. Actually, everybody dispersing. I'm a liar about the first team fight, and they're going to go on and do their own thing.
They just pinged Baron.
Yes, they did just ping Baron. Actually, they may be going up towards Westrice. He is backing right now, and he has a pretty good item build on himself. Going for that Ryla's. Already has his belt. Really, that health is what he's doing. You can see him doing the damage early game. You don't need to get damage right away. Get that sustainability, get that survivability in lane, and he's really able to do a lot more damage. You know, the longer you're alive, just makes sense.
And early game, the base damage of skills is just so important still. You just don't need to build on ratios right away. All that burst, just that looks painful.
And there's a life belt coming into play. He's taking a pretty good amount of damage, but not taking it down because he has a lot of HP at this point. And you can see the second he hits Failure, which is, as we've said before, PK, that is being subbed in by We Will Failure. He is taking a quarter damage of his health every time that Westrice comes in. So imagine the fight, what happens when he focuses MF instantly in the fight, taking away all that damage and really leaving it up to Jarvan and Swain to put down that damage to everybody in the fight.
The question is simply, can he get to MF in the fight? And that's exactly what Fnatic will have to try and defend against. MF already building a Hex Trinket clearly against that Akali. She is a little bit scared, that she's right to be scared. Oh, look at that, Shushay with the early Soul Stealer. Wow. 2-1-1 there. He does, well, he does a lot of damage right now. And in a team fight, he's definitely going to pick up some kills. But yeah, if the game goes bad right now, it's going to go even worse for them.
There's Vladimir. We can see Salsi picking up a little bit more spell vamp, and he did a lot of damage right there to Alistar. Both level 14. We can see Tarek kind of moving around. The Oracle's Elixir is now out. The Oracle Elixir will allow you to see wards anywhere around the map, the enemy wards that you run into, and allow you to take those out. A very helpful thing that they can do. Looks like they will be also placing their own wards as they make their way over towards blue. A little damage going up top. Tarek changes his direction. Melisande going up. Dan Din is in the bush. Do they know? And it looks like he will just say, you know, nothing's happening there. Will they be able to get this one, though? On to Peak, or Valor. The ultimate from Amumu coming down. Westrice coming in, and absolute damage. Quarter of his life just chunking away by the damage of Westrice. He now has both of his passives working effectively, as you can see there. One green glowing comma and one red glowing comma that he has in his hands. And it looks like they're going to focus something towards the river here, on Baron. We can see a lot of pings going down, a lot of commotion by both teams. They see the wards being taken out as well. They want to get out of that situation. Tempest on Double Lift is able to reveal wards, and that's how they actually got that one away. If Lee Sin uses his E ability, they're able to reveal invisible objects and units around them. Very well played in that one, knowing where to use Tempest.
Vladimir so out of position. He is so out of position, and he does not have, he didn't even bring a flash, so not much he could do there in the team fight. Miss Fortune channeling Akali, jumping on her immediately. Everybody turning to Akali, obviously trying to defend the carry. Carry now coming back into the game. They're diving into the turret, and they seem to get away with it, actually. Cyanide, I mean, Akali was stunned, but she was already in her shroud, so the stun didn't actually help there, and that was, well, that was the Vladimir kill, and they didn't actually kill anyone from Fnatic. I was sure they almost had someone there. And you could see the moment that Akali jumped on Misfortune, all of Team Fnatic just turned around and was like, we gotta protect that Misfortune.
That was exactly what I saw happening. We still see a big invasion here. Shushe and Phaler going into there. They're going to take blue, obviously. Like I said before, it's just the thing you donate to Swain. It makes him so much more powerful. He can like leave his ultimate on and again, use his cooldown so quickly.
I would not be surprised if they gave it to Shushe. Let's see what happens. They gave it to Shushe. It's a Fnatic thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah.
Fnatic run blue buff on Shushe even if he has an AP hero that doesn't need blue buff, and if the other AP has a hero that needs blue buff. They still do it because they just say, sorry, the power of Shushe.
Yeah, it's really that effectiveness in the gameplay. It's knowing when your tank is going to initiate and when it's going to happen.
Yeah. Yes, and they just don't, they just know Shushe, and yeah, Shushe is not doing too badly for himself. Let's see what he's going to pick up now on his way back home.
So we're 24 minutes into the game right now, and it looks like Fnatic has yet to drop a tower and have dropped 3 towers of Epic Gaming. At this point in time, we do have a click onto Baron. We'll have to see who starts moving towards that one. And it looks like the blue will go to, Feller on this one. He will be able to take that one down. A quick smite as well from Cyanide to make that a little easier. Giant bird, he's going to be able to take it down. And we do have 4 members of Fnatic gathering together in middle. That turret very low in mid, 276 HP. That could be their first turret to go down, but they've done a very good job spacing themselves out, keeping themselves in the turret range and in lane. And we're going to have to see what happens here. They force a fight. Dragon is not up yet. Looks like they are going to head down, though, and possibly jungle invade on this one if they turn right quickly. No, they're just going to go down to bottom. I don't know where they're going. They're just partying. They want to be in the river right now. It looks like Epic is kind of going the same way as well. Looks like they laid down a ward as they were moving by as well. Looks like Dan Din may bite on this one. He doesn't want to go in the jungle. He's like, I don't know where they are, and I don't see them. So I don't really want to enter this by myself. He's kind of going back and forth, maybe to draw out an attack, make somebody, or let them know that they're there, call them out. And just pretty much all 4 members that can be, no, all 5 members. There she is. MF coming into the fight. Lamia is there. And the Nevermore comes out. They know they're there. Looks like Dan Din will execute with the Amumu all of being pulverized up. Huge damage coming out of the hands of Shushe. Double Lift taking a lot of damage. Can he get out in time? He does flash. Westrice still alive, and he may be able to do a good amount of damage, but it's only a 1 focused player damage, and he may go down in this fight. He was able to get out with the Shroud. A quick bump. The Dazzle on, and he's stunned away. He will go down in this situation if they can get another headbutt, and they do. Transfusion onto Shushe. Salsi trying to focus somebody here. He was able to take down 1. There it is on Shushe, and it looks like he's getting more. Able to take down another. Swain falls as well. 4 down right now for Fnatic to the 3 for Epic. A triple kill coming out of the hands of Salsi, playing very well. They were all focusing Double Lift and then Westrice, and Salsi's like, all right, I'm just going to steal all your health.
I can work with that. What happened in this fight actually, unfortunately, Lamia didn't get the support this time around. They chased him up the bushes after he got caught near Mumu ultimate.
Right.
And they had 2 people chasing him. That's why the fight in the river first went for Fnatic, because 2 people from Epic were missing. But they were taking out Lamia. And in that situation, I'm not entirely sure why Fnatic decided not to back up Lamia. Last fight, they backed her up and they won. And this fight, they just left him alone and they lost the fight in the long run.
So we're going to see everybody just kind of getting back to the farm in their lanes, trying to soak up that experience at this point in time. The lanes are pretty well pushed, especially if you don't have turrets, as I've said before, and I'll say it again and again. A good rule of thumb is don't cross the river alone. It's called overextending, and it's not something your team is going to love you for. You're going to see these guys just pretty much at their turrets. MF farming bottom, stopping damage from being done on that turret. We can see Shushe, and that is Cyanide as Jarvan kind of hanging around there, maybe forcing a fight here. They're all 5 members of Epic, possibly grabbing their second dragon of the game. Dragon spawns every 6. Were they able to get it? And I believe that went to...
looks like it. I believe that went to Fnatic.
Indeed. And we have this team fight going on. It looks like Failure going down quite quickly. Saul's able to take him down. It looks like MF was again forced to flash out of the fight instead of give her team the support damage that they need. And it looks like they will both go down. Again, Westrice able to take one down, as well as Salsi, I believe, was able to get that other one in his favor. A 5, almost ace, pretty much making Misfortune leave the fight.
Yeah.
Would have gone down with the damage that Epic is doing right now. And they have chosen a beautiful counter team to what Fnatic has on the pitch right now.
And once again, it was just a question of one person being caught out of position. Failure shouldn't have been there with Swain. He's not tanky enough to actually be the first one to be focused. And after they saw that he lost health so fast, they were starting to run. Westrice jumped onto Lamia. He had to flash over the wall. There was no damage from him. And that's it.
Huge.
I mean,
there's the Baron as well.
Yeah, the Baron goes to Epic Gaming as well, and it's starting to look bad.
It really seems like it's one of those things where, you know, I have red buff. I'm kind of going to peek out and show myself and let you know that there's one of us here. I have red buff. But there was vision on the map for Epic, and they were able to see somebody was fighting minions. Somebody was over here just a few seconds ago. They're not going to get here in time. And that's something Epic took into consideration very quickly and were able to take out, as you said, Cyanide quite quick as well. Or Failure, sorry.
Yeah, just too much damage on him. He obviously built a lot of Aegis, so that he does have a little bit of extra life, but that's it for him. He doesn't have any damage mitigation. He doesn't have that much AP yet. And even though he has 2 heals in his team, it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Oh, Westrice going for Shushe. Shushe does not want to take this 1v1. He is probably not doing so good anymore because he lost stacks on his Soul Stealer right now. This is why you don't usually build Soul Stealer in a high-level game. Because once the game starts turning against you, it turns against you really, really quickly. You lose stats, you become weaker after a death, and the enemy team becomes stronger because they just killed you and got all that gold and experience. So you don't usually see these snowball items in serious games.
Yeah, it just makes more sense to have the damage you're going to have all game and build off of that instead of rely on damage that you're creating all game and might lose.
Okay, so this is a build that I see in the American servers a lot for Lee Sin, where he built a Warmog and followed that up probably with an Atmas. I think that's what the armor is for. Obviously good synergy between those 2 items. And Team Epic, it seems, are setting up for a tower kill in top lane. And there's just XP here to defend it. Obviously he knows he can't defend this, so he just goes back and gives them the tower.
Yeah, doing a very good job of map control right now. Epic, they, however, don't have too many wards. They have 2 up by Baron, not 1 on Baron at all, actually. But they are doing a very good job of moving around in groups, rat packing, as I call it, and making sure they have power in numbers in every place that they go, that they won't be caught off guard and they won't be overextended whatsoever because they have somebody right there to give them assistance. Each minion, as it walks up to a turret, can take 2 turret shots, so you can kind of base that off. There were 3 minions. You got 6 shots coming up, and we do see a team fight coming down to Mumu with the ultimate, as well as Nevermove coming out of the hands of Swain. Lamia taking a lot of damage, but he's able to stay in this fight for the longest one as he has possibly yet. And a lot of people going on. Doublelift taking down Taric. Melisande falls to the ground. Doublelift going down by the hands of Shushe and his very powerful Alistar. And Westrice onto Lamia as well. An ace coming out of the hands of Epic very nicely there as they're able to take down possibly another turret. A Mumu possibly having enough health to tank down this one as well. And we are going to see what they have here in favor for them. 150 gold all around. The Baron still in use, and that's something they really needed.
Yeah, so it looks like Epic are going to have a 3-win, a perfect 3-0 group. That is, I don't know if a lot of people saw that one coming, but yeah, this was very, very convincing. After that fight in River, it really turned around very strongly for them, and now all of a sudden, Fnatic went from being 3k gold up to being 6k gold down, and yeah, okay, that's not a Fnatic member blueprinting. I thought they caught somebody blueprinting there. No, but yeah, it's looking bad now. It's 18-3 in favor of Epic, and like I said, 6,000 gold advantage on their team as well. Fnatic has to get a perfect team fight where Lamia just stays alive all the way through, but Westrise at this point is so powerful with Lich Bane and Realized Crystal Scepter.
Kind of ridiculous. A lot of farm going on both teams right now. The most consistent farm obviously going to Epic. They've had the most time on the map. Aces twice on Fnatic's side, but we do see that MF has 254, the highest in the game right now, to the 214 by Vladimir. They were both mid, and MF was actually bottom in a double lane.
Yeah, well, double lanes farm as much as solo lanes in the European meta because you just have a support there
right,
whose
the
job
support,
it is
as
to
we said,
keep you farming.
Tarek only has 12, and that's the reason.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the same for Epic with 18 kills on Soraka.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of focus here on this top turret. Salsi moving through with his blue buff. He's just going to use that for cooldowns. He doesn't really have any mana to regen, so that's going to assist him to stay alive in the health, allow him to sustain a lot faster, and allow him to pool around a lot quicker and be very deceptive in his moves. There we go. You see Tides of Blood. That's going to assist how much health he takes. You saw that second transfusion doing a lot of damage to Shushe right there. Is Shushe able to go back? He is now forced, and we see Jarvan with the Banshee's Veil on. They have gotten inside on this one. Will they begin to activate the fight? It looks like they are focusing. Amumu ult goes down. Not a lot of damage being done, however. I don't think they have the correct focus at this point in time. Everybody's standing in the MF ult, and everybody's taking a good amount of damage. Melisande goes down. The healer, Tarek, is down by the hands of Dan Din as Amumu. And we are going to see if Cyanide goes down in this situation. Amumu is forced away by the tower. Double lift falls, and so does Salsi. And Fnatic looking to finally get an upper hand in one of their fights, and it required their base. But they're really going to be able to turn the tables on this one. Hopefully get a push, get some towers down, maybe a dragon. That's not really going to help them too much. It's going to be gold. They need it, so it will help. That's a lie saying it won't. But really right now what they need is a Baron and like a few towers, and that would kind of level out what's going on. There's not enough time for that with the spawn times yet
Baron
in this game.
Spawning soon. Baron should be spawning soon, so we will see if Soraka actually gets away here. It doesn't look like it. There is a cow who is going to ruin her day. Yeah, that is not a friendly cow. And that was an amazing team fight there. They just split up too much. They didn't kill Lamia. They didn't exactly go for her. Then it was a perfect Jarvan ulti. It needs to be said that Jarvan ulti was just beautiful. Yes. Keeping everyone exactly inside the Misfortune ulti and keeping everyone from finishing off. I think it was Shushe who was very, very low at that point. And then just went back in here. Now this is a little deceptive. It looks like Fnatic are back in the game, but you should be cautious here. They are still behind. That was a great team fight, and I really liked seeing that sort of team fight. But they are still behind, and they are still fighting for their lives.
Very much so. That inhibitor is still down. They don't really want to make too many moves until that inhibitor comes back up. You can see the waves of super minions here on Alistar in middle, just kind of punishing down on these minions. And those are the minions we were talking about before, the super minions that can do a lot of damage to people like Misfortune towards the end of the game. Right now, she's attacking faster than she needs to, almost not even taking damage from red buff because of the health steal she has. So that's really working in her advantage right now. Pretty good build there, but she's not outputting too much damage at this point right now. She's kind of got that Hex Tech, looking for a little bit of magic defense as she gets low, trying to stay alive since there is quite a bit of AP on the side of Epic Gaming at this point in time. And Jungle Invasion coming up here. Will they be going up top to focus somebody, possibly check for the red? It is not there. Double Lift says now, my Q did not hit. You guys didn't hear it either. And it looks like they're just going to start roaming the jungle. Here comes the jungle control and the mentality game where Epic starts to really take it to Fnatic. And Baron has actually just spawned. We'll see what the movement is. Maybe a forced fight. They're actually going to look for Fnatic to walk through the jungle to Baron. They're actually quite spread out for something like that right now, as Fnatic is quite spread out themselves, as Alistar on the fountain, MF up top. They have 3 in middle, but they are still kind of moving around in packs in the jungle. You can see Tarek with the Oracle Elixir trying to look for those wards, and they have found one right there.
They're going for it, but Fnatic has a ward here, and Fnatic are coming in place. The question is, will Alistar make it there in time? Yes, and they cancel. They shouldn't pick a fight right now, but as long as they keep them away from Baron, they're going to be fine. Alistar also picked up the Deathfire Grass. which is going to be amazing for his burst. He'll just go in, he'll basically pick one hero from Epic and just negate that hero completely by just killing him at the beginning of the fight. And it looks like Epic may actually still be going for that Baron. The ward is still there, they should know about the ward being there. Fnatic coming into place. Is this just Epic baiting them for a fight? Is this Amumu looking for a good toss and a good ulti?
Ooh. Yeah, this really stops them from being able to do anything. Breaking the Banshee's Veil onto Jarvan, so his ultimate will work. Absolutely melted. Swain goes down by the hands of Salsi. Oh no, Epic Doublelift was able to get that one in his favor. A lot of damage being done right now to Melisande. Tarek also falls. The ulti coming out of MF was just walked around by the other team. Very good job by Salsi. And it's only Jarvan alive by himself, running for his fountain. A very nice job coming out of the hands of Epic. Just a great job being able to shield his team. Lee Sin flying all around the map. Salse not even really having to pull in that fight. Double buff for him as well, that plaid buff as I call it. Here's that inhibitor they're able to take down again, and they do have a minion wave coming right behind them. They either have both turrets and the Nexus, or just both turrets. And it looks like they have a lot of damage going down. They will be able to do this. Jarvan just kind of trying to negate what they're doing and slow them down, but it's 10 to 15 seconds and 8 seconds for the next spawns, and I don't believe they're going to be able to stop these 5 members of Epic from taking down the Nexus. It looks like Epic will be able to take down Fnatic in their last match of the day, and that is a very much so GG.
Very good, very well played by Epic there. As I said, Fnatic did not make it back into the game. It looked like they had an amazing team fight that they turned around, but it just was not enough. And once again in that last fight at Baron, it was really, unfortunately, We Will Failure who got caught out of position, who was in the river near the bushes where he did not need to be. And then they just said, well, cool, we'll take it. We'll fill that Swain in absolutely no time. And once again, Lamia had 2 people jumping on him. Westrise with his Akali just jumping in immediately. And then Lee Sin landed a Q, jumped as well. And that is a 3-0 in that group for Epic Gaming. So they are taking the first place in the group. And it's down to Fnatic and AAA to see who actually moves on. So to quickly explain that to everybody who may be on the stream wondering what we're talking about right now. There are going to be relegation matches tomorrow, meaning the second place of one group is going to fight against the third place of the other group. And those are going to be modified best of 3s, meaning the third place needs to win 2 games, while the second place only needs to win 1 game. That means that even the second and the third place in a group still have a chance to go on to the finals. The 4th place is going to be eliminated today. I assume that Pacific just lost their game, so Pacific are probably out of this.
They more possibly could be. You know, the beginning of this game, I really want to say that, you know, Epic was, you know, had to have their heads down for a second. Doublelift getting taken down twice in the first, before 2 minutes, 1 minute and 30 seconds, taken down twice. And the team, you know, to come back from that, 4, 7, and 8, still doing quite well for himself. You know, Doublelift, or Lee Sin, I should say, one of those champions that wants to get into the fight, you know, has to kind of be a support for some of the champions, kind of get that shield down, also utilize getting away and an escape for himself. But a very good game overall. You know, Lamia doing what he could, but I don't think his burst damage was enough. And it really, an Infinity Edge would have helped out there. He went for the Hell Steal so he could stay in the battle, but Westrice took him out of the battle instantly. A huge counter to Misfortune in that one, and letting Westrice get Akali was not really a smart idea. But, you know, they went with what they had. It was a very good counter to the picks that they had on Fnatic's side. A well-played game overall. Dyrus doing a great job of assisting his team. 16 assists on his side, continuing to get the heals down. Everybody pretty much almost to a full build on Epic's side. And you can see the farm just that much more, except for Lamia with the 281 on his side.
Yeah, and the problem with Lamia is simply you have that sustained damage from an AD if he can stay in the fight.
Yes.
In every fight they managed to keep him safe, they won basically because of that massive amount of sustained damage. But if they can't protect him, they have very nice bursts that can kill somebody who's already low health. But you need an AD to get them low health, or you need an AD to finish them off. And Lamia was just completely out of it. And interesting how they played this. I mean, Lee Sin almost played more of a bursty character than an actual AD character with his jumping in, doing a quick ulti. There was not a classic lineup with an AD here, and it just worked. I mean, the bottom lane failed, just like we predicted it would. The bottom lane, they lost the tower very, very quickly. They were outfarmed really, really strongly by Lamia.
Yeah, very much so.
It's just, if the team fights don't work, if they can negate that advantage, because that advantage from the bottom lane translated into Lamia being farmed. And if Lamia is farmed but still gets taken out in teamfights, then that advantage is moot. You know, there's no point in having an advantage.
You know, you can have your support down bottom, but usually support a ranged carry.
Yes.
Not a melee. That's very difficult to get in there, very difficult to do damage, and you know,
Farm
overall,
even. Yeah.
just think about it. You know, you're in there trying to get a last hit.
Yeah.
All MF has to do is walk up and double up a minion right next
Exactly,
to you.
yeah.
That's a lot of damage. That just starts draining the health of Soraka. And overall, you know, both of you are kind of having a hard time in the lane.
Yeah.
And you know, if one of you was doing it, you could kind of, you know, support the other player a lot. But it really just wasn't working out for him. And actually, do we have any questions on the forums
I'm
from
sure.
the Ask a Caster?
Tons and tons and tons of questions.
We should have some interviews coming up soon with
well,
the players.
Not a question, but somebody loves how Shushe plays AP Alistair. We all do.
Yeah, it's kind of it's one of those things like where you find yourself kind of starting to like a player, and you just kind of put your smile on your face.
Yeah.
You're like, we get to watch an AP Shushi match with
We are
Alistair.
most probably going to see them tomorrow again, Fnatic.
Oh, for sure.
So I don't think they're going to be 4th place and eliminated, but they may be 3rd place. I don't know exactly how we are going to break ties yet. So they may be 3rd place, in which case they need to win 2 games in a row, otherwise they are out, and put against whoever goes 2nd place in a group of Team Solomid and Gamed and so on. So it's going to be a very, very tough road ahead for Fnatic. It's unfortunate. One last question I will quickly take from the forums. When is X-Peaker getting here? He is actually in Sweden. He is on his way to Elmia right now. He did not make it for the group stage games. Unfortunate, but we couldn't do anything about that.
Still playing strong.
Yes. Okay, and we are ready for the post-game interviews there, so we'll give over to the tournament area.
Here with Team Fnatic and Epic Gaming. We're going to talk to Team Fnatic first. And you were Tarek, right? What's your name?
My in-game name is Madison, and yeah, I played the Tarek.
Yeah, and you guys played a very strong game. Like, you guys, like, I couldn't tell who was going to win for so long. So I'm going to ask you, what do you think happened there?
Well, I think we just messed up some team fights in the middle of the game, and then Akali and Lee Sin just got too strong.
Yeah, you guys were doing really good in the 2s and 3s fights, but then it just seemed like the team fights, you just kind of got outplayed a little bit.
Some were messed up in protecting Misfortune. I think that's the main point.
All right, well, you guys are still doing great, and like I said, you know, you're pretty evenly matched, so, you know, GG.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, and, yeah. So, we're here with
Dyrus.
Dyrus, and you were playing Soraka, right?
Soraka, yeah.
Yeah, why are you shaking your head no?
I'm not a Soraka player at all. From the qualifiers, you know that I'm probably the worst Soraka player in the world.
But you picked Soraka to shut down.
Well, that Soraka was a bad pick because they had a Misfortune, which had healing reduction, but I guess she couldn't dot everyone. I was actually surprised at how tanky our team was. The reason why the job was really easy for me is because they never like really burst anyone down. Like, everyone was about half HP, and I was just sitting there, and it's like I'll just ult when no one's getting ignited or healing reduction.
That was a tough game to play as someone's pretty squishy, huh?
Yeah, double if, oh my god. Every day, man. He carries me sometimes, but we tell him not to face check it at level 1. We got dominated at level 1. Like,
Who are you most afraid of?
On their team?
Yeah.
Alistar. In this matchup, when I was Soraka, in the middle during the dragon fight, you might have saw it, but I got punched and then Falcon punched and then pulverized, and I died instantly. What happened? I pressed silence on him, which would have been good, but I smashed the button where I pressed ult first, and I didn't use flash. So that's why I say I'm not an experienced Soraka player like pure Golden Boy.
And then he got you.
Yeah.
That dang cow. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you in the next game.
Welcome back, League of Legends viewers. This is the League of Legends World Championships rebroadcast. Season 1 didn't have any casters, so us 3 gentlemen here are going to help you out and cast these games for you. I'm Smartest2, joined by Road Sirath, my co-color caster, as well as Curry King, the play-by-play for the night, who hasn't cast in some time, and we've casted a lot of games together, so I'm excited to see what happens here. How you boys doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, pretty good tonight. And we've been informed. We haven't actually rewatched this games. I watched these games live, like when they happened, way back in 2010. But I don't remember.
Did you actually watch them live?
I don't even know if you could watch lives.
Wait, what happened to
James
Champ
live back then?
Wait, what Champ Select?
Yes.
Okay, so
we're done with Champion Select. We're moving on.
Let's like establish some baselines right here. So you started first Road Sirith, right?
Yeah, season 0, like actually in beta, going all the way back, and I've played since then.
And then Curry King, you started
season 2,
and then I started pre-season 3, season 3. So for example, Janna, I had no idea this is what Janna looked like way back in the day.
Yeah, so for season 1, this is like one of the best skins in the game, probably. I mean, look at it. It's got
clairvoyance.
Colors. Yeah, not one but 2 colors, and we've got CV. This was the hot spell back in 2010.
There was nobody brought teleport either. Like,
nobody brought teleport. The top laners have ignite.
Wait. It's TSM versus Zan. So I've never heard of Zan, but I know they're a Chinese team and a TSM. Obviously, we know who TSM is.
There's Zan DeForkness, who's playing as the Ashe.
We did some research, and by research, I went into Wikipedia, and this team doesn't exist
any longer. So hopefully at least this one will be really good though.
God, it's so
I actually missed this though. Like I played on a similar looking map, and like the UI, I actually enjoyed this time of League of Legends.
Yeah, this time, listen, the game was pure. You see, Sona, this ability did nothing.
Wait, let's look at these compositions. We got Caitlyn, Vladimir, Amumu, Cho'Gath. Yo, this is a legit comp!
It's a real comp.
This comp would fly today. Well, Sona, but this comp would, in Season 11, this is a composition.
Yeah, so if you give me a second to kind of talk about what team comps kind of looked back then, you had typically really tanky top laners, really tanky junglers. We had sort of been figuring out ADCs and supports backlane. This is like a new invention.
Yo, Reggie looking to walk around.
Remember mana pots though?
Mana potions.
Yeah, dude, the Cloth 5-star that Mumu has, like the Akali, things like Strat, things like that. So now what I want to know is like where everybody goes, right? Like,
yeah, it's a mystery.
Who pilots? And I mean, if it's based off of pure names, I can kind of speculate TSM side, right? Like who's going to go where? Like Vladimir. Okay, sure. Season 1. What did I just see? What was that?
That's a clairvoyance, which is like a temporary blue ward that goes away.
It looked like a flash animation for a second.
I remember clairvoyance, yeah.
It's on maybe a 30-second cooldown, and if you did not have this in solo queue, you would be flamed. It was bad.
Gosh. Yeah, I'm smiling. I remember was it Rage, Surge, something like that? The one that had like an evil eye looking thing.
Oh yeah.
That was pretty cool ability.
That was a cool ability.
So let's see, we have.
Oh god. If I played this now, it'd hurt my eyes.
What? This is still.
Look at the mage casters. Look, every time they hit something.
But let me put it this way: you knew that the shot was there.
Yeah.
You saw that projectile.
There was no invisible auto attack, but actually there were. This Mordekaiser.
This is the single target damage Mordekaiser.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, with the Q, the single. So Cho versus Mord. I mean, like today, this is heaven for Mordekaiser, right? Like this. But season 1, I mean, this is. Cho'Gath hasn't been modified a whole lot, but Mord has like what 2 reworks?
2 reworks, 2 full reworks.
Right. So like, but I think even this one, I want to say Mordekaiser still has the advantage here.
Yeah. So his ult actually did % health damage.
Right. It's when like that was like the dot. He had a dot ult. Right.
And let's talk about some champion differences. Yeah. If you die with Mordekaiser's ult on you, you get resurrected as a clone, which he can technically control, but was the most bugged thing in League of Legends history. Look it up. It's incredible.
Interesting. Before Azir came out, anyway.
Oh, worse than that. Believe it or not, there was an actual entire wiki page just dedicated to Mordekaiser's bugs.
Oh man. All right, let's do these though. I wish I could reorder the champions, but
me too.
So it's so we would have talked about the Cho Mord top. We have Nocturne and Mumu jungle, sure, Brand, Vlad, and then I mean, okay, not gonna lie, this is pretty standard.
Man, this is when you couldn't buy a health potion after you bought a Doran's item.
Yeah. Starting item costs for Doran's items were 500 gold each instead of 450 like they are now. We see Janna starting with what appears to be a fairy charm. Sona as well, which is pretty incredible because back then support items, they don't exist. These guys are going to buy wards, and more wards.
I mean, you could say Heart of Gold. Oh, but Original is getting ganked though by Radiant right here. But he is. Oh, he does get the fear. But other than that though, he doesn't get any follow up with Axiom. Oh, but the Rainman now going on to Vec.
He's just eating all of it.
I don't really remember too much about.
Rainman stopped moving.
He just stood there and I'm like, what?
It somewhat looked like he was clicking on his abilities with his mouse.
Did Rupture have a? He didn't have a cast time, did it?
Oh, it had a cast
it's
time.
same as today.
Well, was it longer? Because the reason that could have been the reason why he stood still.
No, I believe he just stopped orb
He just
blocking.
stopped moving. Okay.
Indeed, he got distracted.
What does Mordekaiser build here?
What does he build?
Is Gunblade an item here?
Gunblade is an item here.
All right, so this is definitely Gunblade meta still, right?
But it did not have the active ability that would shoot out a laser beam.
But it had. Oh no, Woda. Was this Woda?
Will of the Ancients, which I'm gonna do my best to kind of chronicle all the old items. So there used to be Spell Vamp.
For you those old timers who know what I'm talking about.
We're not gonna see Blood Rage in this game though, which I'll be kind of sad.
Where'd he go?
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
The gameplay. Look at the gameplay.
Will of the Ancients is an AP item. It's a book, and it gives lifesteal, but for your spells. Mordekaiser might build that this game. I wouldn't be that surprised.
Yeah, but we also won't be able to see it because there is no.
It'll come back eventually. Nocturne ult is currently active. That's what's going on.
That's true. We're in darkness as we speak.
Yeah. I'm just like looking over these comps. Red side scales pretty well, right? They got the Nocturne, they got the Xan. I mean, that's pretty
Reginald though gonna get ignited and gonna get burned out with the brand passive and gets finished off by Axion as for the first blood.
Bay life.
Oh my god, the Reggie special.
Oh my god. And this was considered one of the best mid laners in the world in 2010. Yeah.
Season 1?
Well, there was like 3 mid laners, so
right.
it wasn't really a steep competition.
Yeah, Faker wasn't a thing yet.
No, he was
Season 2,
fetus. Right? Yeah, season 2.
You said fetus?
Fetus, yes.
Oh, especially get a lot of damage though from that combo from both Ashe and Janna.
But this Sona should heal a ton up though, right? Like the healing was still like really nuts back then.
Yeah, really large. You can see already healing for 74 at level 4, which doesn't seem very fair.
Raymond already used his ult on a minion, but is getting a little punished for that.
I really want to what I'm most curious about is the macro, right? Like what the macro actually is going to look like.
Yeah, really bad. I don't want to spoil anything, but we hadn't figured out how to play the game yet, you know?
Oh.
I mean, hey, this was TeamSpeak days. So
this was
TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak,
Garena.
Yep.
But to be fair though, these comps are pretty legit.
Yeah.
Like it's typically a meme we talk about season 1 and the lack of compositions in worlds. But if you saw this today, again, season 11, right? You wouldn't meme on them. I mean, like maybe you would talk about what's meta and what's not. But these are standard champions that exist in those roles in season 11. 10 seasons later, 10 years later. So I mean, that wasn't that bad.
Yeah, you know,
as far as composition goes.
We had
ideas.
ideas.
Taking a lot of beating from Axion right here. And he gets the stun off as well. That burn damage also taking him down.
But no brand pass, no triple tick brand passive.
Oh, that's true. He still gets burned though.
Oh, look at the targeting, the ping.
Ping. Because they're not talking.
Caitlyn has pinged. Or Caitlyn has been pinged.
Oh, but he is gonna get. Oh, then the ult comes up from darkness. Reno gonna go watch the Chaos. Chaos gonna flash away. He's gonna be able to survive under tower. Xbox gonna get knocked out by the Janna.
And incredibly, nobody did any damage. I think Chaos did more damage to them than he took in that dive.
I believe Chaos is running. No, is that Flash or Cleanse? It's Flash. That's Flash. That's 100%.
Yeah, that
is Flash.
Oh man, Reginald's just taking so much damage from Axion already, and Axion only has Sorcerer Suzanne Dorn's Ring.
Yeah,
but it's a timing those pillars of fire.
Yeah, he's really
also the scaling.
He's really getting Reginald's number here.
He's also
man, that damage is nuts.
So I believe way back in the day when they first released Brand, his E had really large range, so they would max it actually for this unavoidable single target poke, and that's probably what he's doing here if I had to guess.
You think it's E max Brand?
I think it is E max on Brand.
Interesting.
Hey, Boo Boo got Philosopher's Stone. Let's go.
Oh, Philosopher's Stone. That's an oldie but goldie right there.
Yeah, it is. There was a whole series of items. This one in particular gave health, mana, regen, and then passive gold income over time.
Odd One now actually gonna get engaged by the Axion. Odd One is kind of in danger. He has to flash away, but he's still taking so much damage. He puts out the ult, but with the ignite, Axion gets another kill onto Odd One.
Oh my gosh, that was disgusting.
What man?
Odd One's a little overzealous there.
Yeah, really just stepping out of position and getting solo killed by the enemy mid laner.
I gotta say, my favorite part about all of that was the very necessary Gen ult coming in.
Just in case.
Almost look like they're saving Reginald.
Yeah, and look how much damage that Brandy is doing.
God. That Brand Q is also so deceptive.
He also has blue buff, so that's just gonna be constant harass.
I'm also just looking at these CS numbers, right? Like these CS numbers would be flamed in season 11.
Absolutely. Back then, Doublelift came on the scene, and he could get, like 40 minutes or 40 CS in 6 minutes. incredible. Every game, that consistency, maybe 50. But even him, he was considered the king of CS, and he'd get these perfect CS scores, and he'll CS way under what even like a Diamond 2 level player could do now.
Radiant's about to get this red buff for free if Odd One doesn't start moving.
Where are your wards? Where is your pink ward, sir?
Yeah, let's look at the vision on the map.
Oh, Odd One though is about to go on under tower. Or not under
wait,
wait, he just skips past Radiant.
Odd One's just
helping. Oh no! And this one goes through. Radiant does get the red buff. He does. Oh, and the asshole hits. Radiant might get the kill on the Odd One before yet. Oh, but Accent actually gets the kill for his 3rd kill of the game.
Someone pulled up the Amumu lore. That was so sad.
Oh no! He's just crying himself to sleep tonight after that one.
DeForkness really putting out that whole. I'm sorry, his name.
Odd One.
DeForkness.
Odd One.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Reginald's good. They all know
my
they're going to
God.
Accent. Accent doesn't take that much damage. Oh, but Radiant gets ignited. Actually, Mike. Oh, and gets burned out. And I don't think ults reset cooldown, did they? So Caitlyn actually just wasted her ult right there.
I believe they might have figured that out already.
No. Caitlyn should have.
Oh, X-Special gets stunned though by Accent. Gonna be taking a lot of damage. Wait, cameraman, where are you going? X-Special gets killed by Accent. Accent now at 4 kills, I believe.
And let's all do the right thing. And what are we fighting over?
What's more interesting than that is that Amumu play where Amumu walked up and was all sad, like, oh man, he took my big lizard. Actually, starts killing him. Wait a minute, checks the bush. The Hunter's still taking it out, and then gets ganked and dies. That was so sad.
Well, see,
I felt so bad.
This is also when Dragon really didn't matter too much except for the global gold.
It was pure gold.
Pure gold. So it gave local gold for the player that takes it, and a global gold of I think 190 gold maybe per player on the team.
But right here, like Zon
But it was very low prio if you compare it to like the macro of today, where it's actually game-winning impact. Dragons were really, and I remember this meta too. It was kind of like a nice to have. Like if you could get it, you got it. But you cared about Baron. That was the objective.
Yes, yeah. And Baron, of course, is something completely different in Season 1. It's going to give you some attack damage, ability power, I think health regen and mana regen maybe. It was a buff. Pretty powerful one too.
Nocturne is building Blood Razor. Those are Blood Razor.
Oh, he did
items.
get Blood
Yeah.
Razor.
Oh shit. No, that's not Blood Razor itself, but that's a
was it like Feral?
It looks like a
Feral Flare
green.
came much later.
No, not Feral Flare. I'm thinking of
This item right here is going to do some bonus damage, like a proc chance onto jungle monsters, I believe. Really helps you speed up, because junglers jungled really, really slowly back then. The camps were really tanky, and if you look at the CS numbers, 37 Amumu, 38 Nocturne, those are the literal number of monsters they've killed, as opposed to today where every camp gives you 4 CS.
So another comment too. Vladimir and Mordekaiser both looks like they are going for that Will of the Ancients build. Again, that spell vamp build that Vladimir relied, and Mordekaiser same thing. Because Will of the Ancients, it's kind of funny when they removed the item. Only Vlad built it.
God, Reginald taking so much damage, just from a single pillar.
Yeah, I think
this has to be WMAX.
One thing I really, really, really like about this season, and the older brand's design, is that his abilities do a lot more base damage.
Oh, with the flash special, he dodges the Ash. Oh, we're gonna get a double ult with an intrigue as an ult, but he's really low and cannot get away. And it comes like, when the Caitlyn ult goes through, DeForkness tries to flash into it, trying to block it, but it was too late. Now DeForkness is in danger, about to get engaged by 3 members of TSM. DeForkness is now gonna be under tower, and the chase is finished.
I have to say, I really respect that darkness flash trying to save the support. I'll block the arrow for you. I don't know if I agree with it, but I love the support.
Looks like he's playing on about 300 ping too, because it was late.
Oh man, but his heart was in the right place.
Yes, he was really putting his feelings forward, doing the right thing.
I'm happy that top lane hasn't changed after all these years. Nothing happens. Nothing happens until late game.
We're seeing.
Speaking of getting to late game, this 2K gold advantage for XAN has basically been consistent since minute 8, 7.5, 8 minutes at a 2K gold lead. So I'm kind of curious to see if they'll actually be able to continue ramping that forward rather. I mean, I think this was the meta where everyone just kind of farmed till 20-25 minutes and said, "All right, guys, now we can talk."
Yeah, it was a little bit like that. It's somewhere between that and just randomly fighting. People would go for a lot of solo kills, a lot of solo engagements. We've seen that even this game between Reginald and Brand.
Well, Reginald about to get ganked, but the Vec already taking a lot of damage from Axion, though. Gets ignited, and the ult from Vec gets procced on him, and now his ghost shall roam the rest of the Summer's Rift.
Oh man, the ghost. Ghost of Reginald passed.
Yeah, and this ghost, I'm just going to say, I mentioned it earlier, is almost impossible to control. It's so frustrating. You have no idea trying to move this thing. It'll get stuck running and attacking a certain thing. It'll randomly run off the wrong direction, get stuck in walls.
Zon takes Dragon.
Horrible.
No, Ghost of Reginald passed, took Dragon. Oh, the back animations. I kind of miss those too.
They look kind of cool.
Really?
I know.
But, like the pillars come up, like each layer just...
I like the cool animations we have now.
I mean, they're of course going to be cleaner.
You could back then hit recall and then start dancing in the pillar. That.
I remember
Okay,
that.
wait. No, he's going Gunblade. Gunblade was the meta. Mordekaiser's picked a pickaxe.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah,
So-
Mordecai does look like he's going Gunblade. He had both physical and AP ratios back then.
I couldn't just remember if that was the meta back then. It was Gunblade.
Yeah.
On those champions.
You know.
But like you said, no, the active just didn't exist.
Yeah. Different item, but still very effective on that kind of character.
Oh wait, I was wrong. What is it? What's his name? Radion?
That's a Wriggles Lantern.
Yeah, Wriggles Lantern.
Over
So
here
he has
on
a free ward
Radion.
that he can just walk around with.
I'm not sure they had added the ward to Wriggles yet.
Really?
That was way later. That was like season 4, wasn't it?
No, that was in season 2.
Okay, I believe the Wriggles here just gives armor and attack damage, and maybe attack speed. Really good on like Nocturne, Warwick, that sort of auto attack based clearing jungler.
I see.
Back in the days where you could buy so many wards.
Yeah.
So many wards.
Axion, 5-6. Axion has 5 kills though with a needless.
Yeah, that I mean, like this is basically just Axion's game to run away with at this point. I mean, he has all. So the one thing is he has all his team's gold, but Caitlyn, Vlad, 1 kill each. They're not going to be able to contest Brand just yet. I mean, Brand has been strong throughout League of Legends history, right? Even well before he switched to a support role, closer support role that he is today in season 11. I mean, I think Axion sort of has the game here.
Outside of what's it called? Outside of for heal cut, Executioner's Calling. What other items gave you heal cut?
I think it was just that.
Really?
I believe it was just that item. Morello's.
Thornmill wasn't the thing?
Thornmill was a thing. It did not give heal cut.
Oh wait, Reginald though. Gonna see Axion in the bush though. Axion gonna get the stun on Reginald. Axion gonna get ignited. Already at 60% HP. But Reginald gets the stun off though by Deforkness. Gonna get healed a little bit though by his. Oh, Axion now extremely low from the Caitlyn ult.
What is the point of that Caitlyn ult?
I don't know.
Yeah, and for any of the people who didn't necessarily play way back in the day, Brand did not used to bounce. Some people might look at that play and say, "Oh, Brand just Brand it, right? Like bounce the shots." It would not have bounced.
Oh yeah, back to himself.
Yeah, like it would just have hit once and that was it. So like that was the right play to run away. But I really, if they could coordinate that a little bit, Axion had coordinated that a little bit better.
Oh man, just look how slow it is to take down a tower back then.
Yeah,
Shogat still struggles today.
There are runes back then, but not these powerful. No demolish.
The 1% crit.
Or not only that, no. Was it either it was 8? Whatever your highest damage was would be the one that hits the,
for
hits the
AP?
tower.
Yeah.
It was adaptive.
So I want to talk about items really quick. Caitlyn's getting this Bloodthirster. It did not give crit back then. Just gave a very large amount of attack damage, like 100, I think it was. And some lifesteal, really, really common first item rush on ADCs back in Season 1. Looking back, it's not 100% clear it was correct, but that's going to be true a lot of the time. Yeah, I'm looking down to the Cho'Gath, picking up a Catalyst, a Protector. That's going to go towards Rod of Ages, I'm sure.
Yeah, Rod of Ages, that was I know when you kind of saw almost every game, you would usually see at least one. Because back then they stacked too. You could stack multiple Rod of Ages.
It's just an item that gets stronger over time and gives a really nice amount of mana, health, and ability power. So it'd make these sort of tanky magic damage dealing characters really strong in the mid late game.
Yeah, and one thing I also want to call it is like, we were talking about CS earlier. I mean, if you look at Chaox and if you look at Vec, they are doing very, very, very well. Even by today's standards, right? Like having 170 CS by 18.5 minutes is pretty good.
Radiant's gonna get caught here though. You get found out. Now the engage goes onto Radiant. Radiant does not have the shield up before the stun comes down, and Reginald also ults onto Radiant. 2 ults for one jungler.
Yeah, I guess TSM finally kind of got his number on that one because, I mean, Radiant has been invading this jungle back to back to back, like endlessly. And finally, I liked how Oddone walked into the brush to not give vision of the ultimate going through, so that Nocturne wouldn't have a good timing to spell shield it.
Mm-hmm.
Good play.
Yeah, it actually was a good play, well timed, all that kind of stuff. And I actually noticed during the play that Amumu's picked up.
Okay,
Chaos with the
caliber
dodge!
net!
The forkness got the alt once more, but
Prediction! Oh my god!
I actually don't even think it was gonna hit. I feel like his path was and Beck tries to stop the Cho'Gath from backing, but doesn't.
He's waiting for the next wave. And nobody's moving off the map. I still think, XN has, despite that pickup on Radeon, they're in the driver's seat. They need to leverage the fact that they have this 5-0 lead on this brand, who's just disgustingly strong right now, right? Throw this bird into a team fight, and it's so hard for TSM to respond to.
Yeah, look at Reginald. He just literally lost.
The damage is just disgusting.
Oh, but the first tower finally goes down for Zon.
yeah, I do really think there's no reason Zon couldn't just post up outside of mid turret and siege that thing down, Get control of the enemy jungle, put some wards nice and forward, invading wards. They could just run this game over right now if they really wanted to.
Right, that's what I was saying. To Curry's point of, first tower for Zon there. I mean, that 20-minute first tower, right?
It was almost accidental feeling too.
Yeah, like the way, right, like because you have, Vec just pushing that wave in like so many times, hitting the tower here and there. Oh,
wow, Chaos has ult damage though to half of Intrigued HP. Actually, a little more.
I didn't even get to see if if Jana was able to get the shield off in time. If that was through shield, I don't think it was. I think it was just pure damage.
Yeah, and Cho'Gath opting here for the Force of Nature, a really, really nice item. Give a ton of health regen, movement speed, and magic resist.
Especially when your main threat is this brand. Actually, on this brand, like all the magic damage coming through, and Mordekaiser being so farmed. Force of Nature definitely the right play. I completely agree with that. Teching and MR is going to get more. It's like both teams are grouping for this dragon fight, though.
We see the Clairvoyance is coming out, getting some vision control down.
And just kind of really look for the angle with the Radeon here, because one thing that I haven't seen at all is that Nocturnal being put to good use.
Yeah. And something I neglected to mention, going back towards the beginning of the cast, but Radion's actually coming into this game as the jungler with Exhaust as his summoner spell, which, while not necessarily even remotely the correct choice, in these mid-late game team fights, Exhaust can really come in handy on a character like Vladimir or Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because there are certain things we've almost reverted back to in today's League of Legends.
Radion going to be the one to start this engage. Radion has to put up the shield, but nothing hits the shield and proccing anything.
Neither team wants to commit, right? The TSM not wanting to go away. Darkness kind of pushing his luck a little bit here.
Hawkshot coming out, scouting out the dragon, not seeing anything.
Odd one starting the dragon, though.
Now, so the odd one does have Oracle's Lens, this little red eye above his head, pink eye. That's a permanent buff that lasts until you die that reveals all vision around you, kind of like the Oracle's Lens does now, but much, much more powerful, costs about 500 gold.
Reginald might get caught here, though. Axion might...
Wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, Axion, nope. Axion actually completes his back.
Wow. Axion just nope. I'm out of here.
One thing... Reginald, this game has sort of been breaking from the pack a lot.
Wait, Rainman, though, we're going to come here to see if we can get the Vec. Reginald having a hit all... Also, oh wait, actually disconnected.
Wait a
minute. Well, where's my chrono break?
DeFork just getting that all off from Chaos.
Oh man, the hacks got turned off.
We didn't even have a pause button.
It just said connected.
Something I also want to point out about this broadcast is we could not use the replay system ourselves yet. And they had just introduced this for competitive league, but we didn't get the replay system for a long, long time after these early broadcasts, when it was clearly just available and ready. This is like an old school, like what you would have read about back on the forums in 2010 or whatever. It was so obnoxious.
Oh, wow, the fork is getting pretty
so
low, though.
TSM electing to fall back. I am shocked at how much pressure TSM is being able to put down. It kind of feels like XAN is just overly cautious. Like they're the ones who in the driver's seat. They're the ones who have the momentum to move forward. They have these incredibly powerful tools, mainly this super fed brand, and they have been so passive. I really just wanted to see them group up and start mowing towers down. Instead, TSM is able to retaliate with a dragon, right? And a tower, or not in this tower, but pressure be past bot lane tier 3 tower. That is such an aggressive play. With
I want to see items. Reginald actually isn't taking as much damage as he used to. I think he got Force of Nature here.
I suspect that he probably just has the Will of the Ancients, and that's just the Vladimir health conversion is kind of protecting him there. Because I think I did see him with that Gunblade start.
Oh, I see.
Or not Gunblade, Hexter, whatever.
But also those those
Hextech Revolver's not right.
Those early kills have not been able to translate to much. You know, after those first 5 kills were beautiful from Axion, but beyond that, haven't really seen much movement from that. So the overtime, that lead kind of starts to die down a little bit. It's you know, the earlier the game is, the stronger that lead is.
Vec is level 17. He is ahead.
And you know, back then Vladimir scaled really, really, really well. He had a really, really powerful late game, kind of like now, but maybe even more powerful. And Cho'Gath, Mumu, Sona, this is the drapings of a powerful late game composition. Zan do not want to let TSM scale here.
Yeah, and to your point, Curry, I mean, level 17 Brand at 24.5 minutes. He is
Brand?
7 level, or not Brand, I'm so sorry, Mordekaiser, thank you. Mordekaiser is 7 levels ahead of Xpecial, level 10 on Janna, or Sona, excuse me. Can't get champions' names right now. Right now. Anyways, moving on. Both teams sort of just at a stall here.
Yeah, I really am. I love these old graphics. The game looks terrible.
What?
But
it looks
beautiful at the same time. This is like my childhood.
I do want to say, if Axion didn't disconnect at that dragon fight, they could. Zon actually, I think.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I think they could have actually won that fight. Yeah. Well, because there wasn't a fight. That was the thing.
Yeah,
but if he was connected, he could have ulted and done a massive amount of damage to the team.
Yeah.
Now Chaos actually they're gonna get caught up by Vec here. Oh, and the ult coming from DeForkness. Vec gonna get the kill onto Chaos.
Okay, one thing I do have to give a massive shout out to is Darkness's arrows have been disgusting this game. Almost everyone has. In fact, I can't recall. Oh wait, and we have the tower. No. Are they gonna focus tower? Focus tower. Vec is
definitely gonna get the tower here. Vec does so much damage to towers right now.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, but they all gonna only hit 2 people though from Reginald. The Fork is gonna destroy bottom tower, and but we're gonna get that nice ult from who was it? Xpecial? Reginald doing that consistent damage, also healing as much as possible. Does have the ult from Mordekaiser on his head. Reginald is still in though. Axion gets a kill onto Odd One.
What?
Reginald is still alive though. DeForkness though coming into the back. Rayman is in danger. Actually gonna kill by DeForkness. Xpecial now trying to run away, but is old Sona can't. Oh, when the flash does come through.
I love League of Legends.
Always shield, never die. Mordekaiser 2010, baby.
Zon comes out on top. DeForkness gonna take. Oh no damage. Axion actually takes the hit for him.
I guess we could talk for a second.
Truly an incredible display of old League of Legends and how broken it was. I mean, did you see that Mordekaiser?
I think I counted 8 times he was supposed to die and just didn't go down.
Yeah, you got the life steal coming out.
I just saw Tryndamere ult on Mordekaiser.
Yeah, the spell vamp coming out, absorbing that health over and over and over again. On top of that, all the damage he's does is converted straight into the shield. He's doing damage around him, on you, to everyone, to your Aunt Sue. And he's just healing the whole time. It's so cool. What a cool character.
This right here. That play was the motivation in the creation of Tom Kench. I'm just
right there. They looked at that and said TK to
TK has to be a champion.
So
I refuse to die. I will not die. I refuse to do it. But
yeah, second item here coming out for the Mordekaiser is going to be the Guardian's Angel. It's the same thing it is now. It's great, powerful item. We got the Spirit Visage coming out for Vladimir.
But quick call out, Guardian's Angel back then was pure resistances.
Yeah.
No offensive components to it. It was a Negatron cloak and a chain vest.
That's right.
Did Heart of Gold build into anything?
In fact, I think it might have just given armor back then.
Philosophers?
No, Heart of Gold. On Nocturne.
I don't think it. No, I think people used to buy these fairly early on for pure gold income. Because at some point it was just more efficient after you sell the item. You would have gained more gold.
I see.
There were a couple of cheesy top lane strats.
Although he got Heart of Gold pretty late though, so that's why I'm kind of he got it.
But we see two on Intrigue there.
Two Heart of Golds and a Philosopher's Stone, actually. They're coming out for the Janna. Triple GP10. This is our rich man. I think Curry for a second there touched on the idea of it was Smartest touched on the idea of cheese GP10 top laners. You'd see Gangplanks buying them. Famously, Nidalee would buy 2 or 3 Heart of Golds even on Nidalee sometimes in the top lane as a AD top lane split pusher, which is pretty awesome. Bam Dancer coming out here for Caitlyn. This item gave dodge back then. I think still. I don't remember if they had gotten rid of that yet, but this was a really frustrating item to play against and really strong as well.
There are so many shinies distracting me. I want to talk about the game, but I keep seeing the shinies. You know, coming out of that last team fight, we kept talking about XAN really needing to find some momentum, and that they did turn that 2K gold lead into an 8K gold lead after that last fight, which, again, what a fight. But I hope this is going to give them the steam they need to say, you know what? We do own this game. This is our game. We just need to, maybe be a little more aggressive. Maybe group up, push down some lanes. Cool. So get those inhibs, rotate off the map. Let's get some basic macro going here, lads.
KX uses all onto Axion here, and mid-second tower does get destroyed. Now all is left is the next tower. Vec taking no damage.
Look how just this right here was a motivation for Braum. Stand behind me. He is able to position so far up, so disrespectfully, because he's just that strong. He's that far ahead. He's that tanky. They can't get through that shield.
Also, Mordekaiser's passive shield was just insane back then.
Because it never went if that shield was up, it was just constant. You had to break through it.
Yeah.
This used to be my big pick into Teemo tops. Because they struggled to get through Mordekaiser's passive. It was so difficult to deal with back when Mordekaiser was much more of a long range, like AP nuke harass caster.
There were a few more items I wanted to touch on in these inventories, but
now it's gone.
I can kind of recall we see some kind of items coming out.
We see damages though,
but who knows what those items are?
Cho'Gath was burning.
I mean, we are seeing plenty of crit from both the AD carries, like Special taking some good hits from Axion.
Rain Man's regen right now is incredible, and I'm sure he must be running a Warmogs at this point.
I would like to see if that's done by now.
Because his regen, we saw him eat multiple harassment abilities. We saw the Ash W, the Brand W come down, and Rain Man just ate all of it.
I think it might just be Sona being Sona.
Oh, is it just Sona's regen alone? I mean, those were some pretty high numbers like we discussed earlier.
Indeed.
This Baron, though, I don't want XN. Just set up vision for the Baron, sweep it.
Yeah.
Set up vision for Baron, and sweep it. Not sweep it like the sweeper's trinket, but sweep it like get the Baron.
Baron back then only gave a stat buff, a boof.
Just a stat buff, but it was very important. And even though it wasn't just like an automatic victory, it was very scary to win without Baron in many games. Many players, though, scared of the Baron.
Also a mental thing, though. Like, even back then, whichever team had Baron, it was, you're okay, time to switch to offense, time to switch to defense.
You feel fancy, you feel purple.
Go fancy!
And that makes you powerful.
Yeah, fancy pants makes you go zoom.
Cho'Gath's movement was actually looks really funny.
He's moonwalking.
Reminds me of like a freaky underwater creature.
I think how it's going to go down is Deforkness or Radion has to start the fight with one of their global ults.
It just feels like both teams are wanting to find one person out of position from the other side before committing any play. Like I think we're seeing a lot of respect come down. Basically, both teams are so willing to wait, and that's something that you don't really see nowadays as much.
Yeah, but I really do think that that Zang could be looking for these picks with these Ash Arrow and these Nocturne ults. And even if they don't connect, you don't really lose much by going for them. You can just keep trying, and these cooldowns aren't that long, and you're not going to get engaged in so much either by TSM. They just don't have that engaging power that threatens you when your ult's down.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the might land, because darkness is...
The great sea snake in the water rears its ugly head.
It's so small. I love it. I miss this season. Holy
Fun fact: the Baron you can stun.
Wait, what just happened? Reginald, I'm gonna get the last damage right here. Oh, he'll be able to pull. I don't think he'll be able to pull in time. Oh no, he does get able to pull. He has a very tiny entry, but then with the fourth is coming. Who's a flash? Gets a kill on a Reginald right there, and now Rain Man is gonna be in danger as well. Oh, Special trying to run away from two very. Chaos actually dies to Vec. We don't have a good camera. Oh wait. Oh, Special does die to the Radiant though. And Raymond has to run away. Oddwood had taken no damage. A fantastic jungler and engager, I must say.
Holy smokes. So it's like I was saying, they're wanting to find one person out of position. And again, we've seen it happen time and time again. Reginald may be a little bit out of position, maybe not where he needs to be.
Yeah, and this is really starting to look like it may be an upset, TSM really considered one of the premier teams back then, and you had two great teams in America, CLG and TSM, the great rivalry of all time, and this was one of the greats. So if this team loses a game, it's always going to be a bit of an upset.
The tower goes down, and every tower goes down.
Wait, could Mordekaiser queue towers back then?
Mordekaiser
he was. He was queuing towers throughout the whole game.
There's been so many iterations of Mordekaiser, and they've all been so fun to play.
I'm actually kind of surprised Zahn didn't just finish right there. I feel like they're still strong enough to fight again.
I completely agree with you. I think that, again, Zahn have been in the driver's seat the whole time. Since minute 7, they had such a 2K gold at minute 7 is nuts. And all they needed to do was understand, we're kind of strong. Our brand is kind of nuts this game.
By the way, I respect all of you support players who played during this time. Just look at that special level 11 and Intrigued level 12, while everybody else is 3+ levels above them, except for the junglers.
And this was the game, right? Like, supports were always that far behind in XP.
Yeah. Truly 5 positions, running around, not being in lane, not getting resources.
830 crit.
That dragon died so fast.
What dragon? I blinked.
Who?
So what? And on the flip side, though, we keep talking about, and I really do think that Zahn is the ones who are sort of not closing this game out. It's not so much of anything crazy from TSM side, which are doing their best, but I really would like to see Zahn play a little more confidently. Like you mentioned, TSM considered a powerhouse at this point. Maybe it was nerves, right? Maybe first League of Legends World Championship. None of these guys are coming in as veterans to the game or the professional scene behind it. It could be just a massive respect sign we're seeing right here.
Yeah, it really may be, and it may be fear. We didn't really understand so much how to end games back then. Like, we got the gist. You hit the towers go down, but the way you position a macro and siege and bait, it was a little bit more ad hoc back then. The game just kind of ended when enough people died. It felt like it was fun.
I think Zahn actually might finish it right here though. Oh, and the ultimate Defocus does not hit Chaos. The engage is stopped.
It's like I said earlier. If Vec is able to play, he is the one guy who on Zen who's just like, let's go. I'm ready. I got this big shield. Come at me. And TSM's really scared of
how long is Ash's Ash's cooldown is really short. Like, her ult is already about to come back maybe in less than 30 seconds.
I would actually say Ash has always kind of been that way.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it is late game, yeah. That's true.
Yeah, Ash's ult has always been deceptively low in cooldown.
And we just saw Xandus walk into TSM's base and taking the middle inhibitor with almost no contest. And what makes you think they'll be able to do that again?
Oh, Reginald's taking a lot of damage here. Might have to pull away. Yep, we'll be pulling away, but there is a Vec right here, and the ult coming from Radion. Gonna go out to Chaos. Chaos is getting really low. Is gonna get finished off by Axiom right here. Oh, somebody got popped. I don't know who that was. Oh, it was Radion. Vec, no, still gonna engage. Oh, with the ult coming from Intrigued. Chaos. Oh yeah, it's now a ghost. Okay, and gets killed. Odd one gets finished off.
He's back for round 2.
Rain Man though, trying to run around his tower, ring around Rosie. Gonna get taken down though pretty quick here. Gets the silence down, but has no HP left. Will fall. Deforkness getting really low. Reginald with a full. Might heal just a little bit. Axion though. Oh, it might fall. No, Axion stays alive.
Oh, he lived. Oh man.
And nobody from TSM survived.
Oh, Reginald, He wanted that vengeance. Like, please, just once, let me have this moment. But finally, even walking out of the jungle, I saw the confidence from XAN.
The Borg was getting all that special Axion getting in.
Said, you know what? All right, take me too. And XAN finally playing that aggressive play one of them as they take out the Nexus here, taking down TSM.
Oh. Well, you're right. It was an upset.
It was an upset. Yeah, truly.
Oh, man.
Zan coming through, really steamrolling TSM. Didn't even make it look close, honestly.
Yeah, the one thing that got me, though, is that they took a little bit to come online, but one confident play, and that's game over. Thanks for joining us here at the LOL League of Legends World Championship. Moving on, this has been, again, Smartest2, Roach Sereth, and Curry King.
Yeah, and a pretty spectacular game, and hopefully we're going to see a few more over the next couple days.
Bye.
So welcome back to the League of Legends Season 1 Championships here at DreamHack in Jönköping here in Sweden. Yes. And Freak, how are you doing? We've had a little bit of a break. Obviously, Group A finished now, and we're going to be moving soon into Group B.
Yes, so Group A just ended. I drank about 2 liters of water since then. We're going to be moving on into Group B. Game DE versus Team Solo Mid is the first matchup. Also, Chronologic Gaming will be playing Zan. And I'm really looking forward to these games. I'm actually, I talked last series about how I was going to root for Dyrus playing Singed, but this time I'm all going to be about rooting for Game DE. I saw them last year at WCG and I'm really excited for them. But less about Group B. Let's talk about Group A real quick. For those of you just joining us in America, it's really early in the morning. Some of you might just be waking up. But let's go over some of the results from Group A that we had earlier today. So for those wondering, the top finisher, Epic Gaming, went 3-0. You look at the kill score, we got the kill score out there as well. 3-0, very first match of the day. They played against All Authority, or rather against All Authority. And then moved on, and against All Authority, they're going 2-1, doing very well there. Fnatic seems to be hurting from their lack of XPK, and they barely struggle with a 1-2. Did get a win over Team Pacific. They keep themselves alive. They're keeping themselves alive just barely, and they'll be moving on still into the relegation matches with AAA. Epic, they're already securing themselves top 4.
Yeah, and of course Team Pacific, they're not quite able to pick up a victory today, and unfortunately will be going home empty-handed. The first team that will be knocked out. Not empty-handed. It's a great experience, if you ask me, flying in from the Philippines. Obviously, qualifying is one of the 2 Southeast Asian teams, and getting to play against teams like Epic, against All Authority, and of course against Fnatic as well. So a great experience for Team Pacific, and hopefully as the Southeast Asian scene continues to grow, we'll be seeing more from teams like that. Of course, over in Group B, we're going to be seeing here this afternoon, we have Team Solo Mid, Game D, CL Gaming, and of course Zan. So let's talk about this first game, because that's where we're headed. And of course, it's the German side of Game D going up against Team Solo Mid. And Team Solo Mid probably going to be the favourites coming into this game. Obviously, Gamed were the 2nd seed from Europe.
Yeah. So Team Solo Mid is the 1st seed from North America. They have the choice of side and picks and whatnot. Gamed was number 2 from EU. Now we saw last time around that the number 2 US team managed to beat the number 1 EU team with Epic beating over AAA, but just barely. Super close game. AAA barely managed to lose that one, but they were winning for a while. They managed to slip down just barely. Kind of unfortunate for them, but they're of course still moving on, 2nd place in the group. Game to versus Team Solo Mid. TSM number 1 seed from North America, absolutely. But Gamed, I like, because I think they're one of the more original, sort of originating teams. They kind of make it up as they go along. They have more sort of interesting, more unique strategies, and I actually really, really excited to see what they can bring to the table. They seem to be the team to do really unique things, to do really special things, and I'm honestly just I'm just waiting for champion select for this game, because that's going to make my day, seeing a crazy lineup that I'm expecting. Well, yeah, I saw Singed went ballistic, and then I saw Teemo and was about to die, and then I got trolled. But I love seeing these slightly off-tilt champion selections. I mean, seeing people who specialize in these slightly off-the-wall champions. We saw first-time Lee Sin, we saw the finally West Rise on Akali, and unfortunately, I don't know the EU scene well enough to know those champion-specific players where it's like Soaz with the ridiculous needly that no one else plays, and you had. What was it it's AAA Momo playing Karthus, right? There's a couple of players who have those specific champions that they're really glamorous with that you don't normally see in lineups, and now Karthus is a fairly common choice, but the champions that you don't normally see in competitive play that you see, just the player skill carry that one over. I'm a really big fan of those. Yeah, those are really cool champions to see.
Yeah, I think that really adds something to it. You get these kind of normal picks that you see in 9 out of 10 games, and then it's great to see someone else. And apparently we'll be moving the game, changing the game, because of a few little issues that we have here, we will be moving over to Gamed versus CLG first, so a slight change in the order. So I guess we can talk once again about the game.
Yeah, so the game, okay. I had to make that pun. So yes, so apparently the change in sketch around a little bit. Looks like CLG versus, will be Gamed's first opponent, and still I'm rooting for Gamed. And I've been reading the forums, and I'm gonna break the ice on this one real quick. Been reading the forums. EU forums not happy with my commentary for Epic versus AAA, and I'll admit to more bias than I should have been there. I'm sorry for that one. This one, For what it's worth, I'm rooting for Game, so at least I can hopefully equal that one out. Realistically, I shouldn't be biased, but I somewhat can't help it being human that I'm super invested into these games as a fan and as a player. So, you know, sorry, it doesn't really make it better, but it's not like I'm trying to be racist or anything. I'm just like, I will see a team and be like, I want them to do cool things. And it's like seeing solo top sin, it's like, you can't, that doesn't happen in tournaments, right? So I just had that sort of overriding me, and I'll do what I can, but sorry, guys. But we have an awesome game coming in. Gamed and CLG both now full in their lineups. All the players are in here. I believe we'll be doing a couple of interviews and things before the game quite starts, but this is the very first game of Group B. This is going to determine so very much. We've already had Group A go through. We saw that up on the screen earlier. Epic going 3-0, AAA second place, Fnatic third place. Unfortunately, Team Pacific going home. Now, all the teams who've been here have automatically won some money. That $100,000 prize pool is not just going to first place. They're getting half of it, but then that's going to trickle down, and not only are they getting plane flights, hotels, and food, but they are also winning some prize money as well. So none of the teams are really leaving empty-handed. Yeah. And as far as experiences also really awesome as well. But here, Gamed will have the choice of first pick, first ban side. They are the second seed in this group. CLG the third seed, barely squeaked it out in the North American qualifier. And talking with each other in chat, though in German wouldn't really help too much. But Guten Morgen, CLG. It's like, I'm not going to read that too well.
Good morning.
Well, I understand that. I know about 10 words in most languages.
Most of them are swear words, right?
No. I actually know a decent amount of German, actually. I'm doing okay with that one. I actually used to live in Germany, so that's probably why I'm rooting for the German team here. But, okay, sometimes. But no, I can count. I can say lots of cool things. I could not get around and save my life, but thankfully, most people in here have learned English, so that's helped me numerous times.
Yeah. It's definitely a bit of a lifesaver,
yes.
I'll be honest. After, living in Germany and not being the most fluent German speaker in the world.
I was 3, to be fair. It was between ages 3 and 5. I took kindergarten.
Well, you've got no excuse, and that's when you learn fastest.
Right, and then I went back to America, and no one speaks German in America, so it trickled down. I'm sorry, I'm making excuses. I'm trying to, I don't know, okay? I'm flustered now.
I'm sure we get around it. Yeah, so CLG just going to bring another couple of guys in game, just missing one as well, but hopefully we'll be kicking off here just momentarily. I guess it kind of changes the order of play for Group B and what we're going to be seeing here on stream. Yeah. We were supposed to see TSM versus Gamed, and then CLG versus Zan, so maybe we'll be seeing,
TSM versus Zan, I guess.
Yeah, TSM versus Zan coming up here next, hopefully. That will be the next one. But things can change. We're on a live event, and you never quite know what's going to be thrown into the works. But so far, we've been pretty good on schedule, and fingers crossed it goes like that for the rest of the day. And today, we will be concluding both of the group stages tomorrow, moving into those relegation games into the playoffs on Monday. And from the end of today, the next 2 days, it will be best of 3 as well. So even more games.
And not just best of 3s, they're actually weighted best of 3s. So in order to try to keep teams from saying, oh, well, I don't want to face against number 2 against All Authority, or actually, no one. Let me rephrase that one a little bit. So normally, right, you want to get the best seed possible. Of course, number 1 seed means you get guaranteed top 4, no relegation at all. Super, super useful. Now, you might want to say, well, let's see. They already know AAA got second, or against All Authorities is second in the group, and Fnatic is third. Oh, apparently we're changing the game back, and I think we're actually going back to games versus Team Solo Mid. So things changing all over the place. It's okay. We're going fine. We're going to get our games. It's going to be great. Back to the original plan. Super awesome. But the way to best of 3 is I was talking about, if you say, hey, I'd rather fight, I guess I'd rather fight against All Authority than I'd fight Fnatic. If you willingly go to third, or if you go to third at all, it's actually a weighted best of 3, where the number 2 seed fighting against the opposing number 3 seed, they actually have a 1-game advantage, so they just have to go 1-0 and they're done, and they win out. Yeah. Whereas the other team has to go 2-0 and they can't drop a game at all. And that's to instead winning your group and not trying to drag your seed down for a better match. And I think it's a really good way of handling it, and it keeps the schedule moving, and it really gives you a benefit. Like if you got second place in the group, you deserve something good out of that. So pretty cool there.
So I'm just trying to clarify actually what's going on, because we still have all 5 from Gamed here in the game and 4 from CLG. And Gamed is saying no, we are staying with this game.
Yeah, so there's, I guess we're getting conflicting reports on who's actually being played. Certainly Gamed is going to be playing. They can just kind of stay there for now. But yeah, we were told, originally the schedule was Team Solo Mid, then it was like, no, it's going to be CLG, then it was like, no, it's back to normal. But now Zyler's saying, well, actually, CLG's game. CLG game is going forth. So yes, we're gonna do game CLG. All right, so there we go. It's actually going to happen. Game versus CLG. We're waiting for the 5th from CLG to hop in. Looks like that's going to be Big Fat LP. But Hotshot, St. Vicious, Elements, and Chowster already in. From Game DE, Rake, Candy Panda, Xylor, Kevin, and Nif. Yes, we are definitely running CLG versus game, just getting the confirmations from the box behind us, making sure that we all know what's going on. Absolutely going to be game versus CLG. Still rooting for the Germans, though.
100% is going to be that. By the way, do you have a fist bump that transitions into a yo-yo? That would be fitting for this situation.
I think should we try it?
No, let's not. Actually, there are at least 50 threads about the rocket ship fist bump.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Some guy even took a picture like, can you do this fist bump, freak?
Dude, I would love to do the like ask a caster request a fist bump thread. That'd be great. That's a great time filler, by the way. He's like, guys, and you could like draw out diagrams and be like, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of course, I'm doing left to right, so you're reading it backwards. Anyway, sorry. I was trying to think of which languages read backwards. Arabic. Okay. Moving on. Kevin's PC crashed, so we're going to have him restart. We're still waiting for the fist from CLG anyway. Fun things going on. A little bit behind schedule. Sorry about that. But we will have awesome games coming for you very, very soon. Big Fat LP has joined the game, so we're getting much closer to the start of Group B. And this is going to mean so very much. Certainly, the forums are very, very bright with topics of US versus EU. Oh man, there's a lot of trolling going on the boards right now, and I actually really want a cross-country final. If Zan shows up and crushes faces and takes #1 from the group and moves on to the finals, then Epic's proven to be at least top half of the field so far. So Epic versus EU final, Epic versus Zan. As the games are showing up, doesn't have to be Epic, right? So whoever does the best. But I would love to have cross-continental finals. That's my ideal ending.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what everyone wants to see. It'll bring that real rivalry in there, and I hope to see something like that. But what do you think about Zan? I mean, we kind of touched on this earlier when we were talking about Pacific in Group A. Do you know much about Zan, and aside from their Pantheon power?
Honestly, no, and everyone I talk to keeps wanting to see Pantheon being played, so I really hope TSM does not ban Pantheon, because I want to see that. Like, I know you're at a tournament, and it really matters if you win, and it's very important. I understand all that. But I still want to see, just like I wanted to see that solo top Singed, I want to see that Pantheon. I really do. I love seeing unique picks that you don't see often, because you learn so much by those champions showing up and you're like, oh, Akali really is amazing, and wow, if you position correctly with Swain, you really do crush team fights. Like, it's great seeing those. So I'm always rooting for the underdog sort of lineups, the underdog players, the underdog teams, all that. It really makes my day.
Well, maybe you'll have something to cheer about with the underdogs
I'm hoping for that Pantheon.
Obviously, in the other group, Pacific, the other team from Southeast Asia, didn't quite find their feet, finished bottom of the group. Yeah. First team to be knocked out here in the Season 1 Championships. But hopefully, Zan will come in and give us a little bit more. But before we get this game underway, we are going to go into the pro gaming area, where we have an interview with the teams.
Hi, I'm Karen Minook, as known as Carrie Bear. We just came off of an awesome Group A match. We're about to move into Group B. First game is CLG versus Gamed, and I have here a member of CLG. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Michael Big Fat LP Tang, also known as Big Fat GG.
Awesome. So we're very excited to have you here. You flew all the way from the U.S. to attend. Are you guys struggling with jet lag or anything at all right now?
We're actually kind of sleepy right now. I've been sitting around the entire day doing absolutely nothing, but should be okay. Couple Red Bulls and stuff.
Awesome. Food of champions, Red Bulls. So we just came off of Group A. Did you watch that at all?
Yeah, we watched most of the games, and some of them were pretty good.
Was there anything that surprised you?
No, nothing surprising really. It's all just some good play and some kind of dumb play. It was not too surprising, most of it.
Great. And, in this match we have, 2 U.S. teams, a team from Germany and a team from Asia. And the play styles really vary a lot between all the countries. Do you guys have any thoughts about that? Did you guys research how the other countries tend to play?
We researched EU a little bit because we practiced by streaming them. But for the Southeast Asian teams, we have absolutely no idea.
Awesome. So it should make some really exciting matches. Thank you very much. Good luck. And back to you guys in the commentator booth.
Well, I hope we don't see any of that dumb play in this in this second group, in Group B.
Absolutely. It's always great having those really frank those frank interviews where, you know, they're just like, this is what it was, right? There's some good play, there's some bad play, some dude screwed up. Because when you play League of Legends or any game at that level, right, you kind of think of everything's in ones and zeros. Like, was that a good move? Was that a bad move? Right? It's not like, oh, cool, there was a singed. Oh, cool, there's a Pantheon. It's not about that when you're a player. I'm a fan. I play too, right? I'm a fan. I'm a commentator. I love seeing cool things, right? When you're just like in the competitive mindset, you're just like, yes, okay, no, oh, fail, okay, great.
Yeah, there's nothing there, right?
Yeah, right. There's no like, oh, that was really fun, but it sucked. No one does this, right? So it's always kind of just fun seeing the different mindsets out there.
Well, we're still waiting for one from Game, but it's not Kevin. Actually,
yeah.
I've commentated quite a few games online. We always actually made a joke about Kevin because he's the slowest loading player in the entire world, actually.
Over on land now, he should be equal. I'm going to laugh when he loads last anyway.
Yeah,
that'd be
probably
great. Just has an aura of like slow computing. I mean, he did have a computer that crashed, right? Like we had, somehow Kevin like jinxes computers all day. But we're waiting for Osoft. I want to say he's the jungler, but I can't quite remember. I know he was on the SK team that was at WCG last year, along with Rake. And I'm really bad at remembering people from a year ago, unfortunately. But I know I met a good number of them in the entire CLG lineup as well. I actually really like this game. I just realized it's a semi-repeat of the WCG finals last year. I'm actually pretty intrigued by that.
Yeah.
In some shape. All right, it looks like we're actually ready to go from the back for the picks and bans. So ready, go, and ready, basically. And we're going to see if CLG and Gamed are ready to rock this game. But it's going to be super freaking awesome.
Yep, can't wait to see this one. Obviously, Gamed were the team from the European qualifiers who most people, I think, counted them out purely because they didn't know who Gamed were rather than the players that were playing for Gamed.
That's true.
But they're going to come into this one. They've qualified in second seed from Europe, and I think they'll have done a lot of practice for this one. They're a team that are really hungry for a lot of success, and I'm looking forward to see their performances here in Group B.
Yeah, all the teams super well practiced. They've been, it looks like CLG's ready, but Game not quite. So we're waiting on Game to say okay, and then we're going to jump into the game, and Rake from Game does have the host privileges, so as soon as they say good to go, we're going to hit that start button, and we're going to jump right into the picks and bans. Yeah, and you're right. You know, no one really looked at the teams on paper and said, "Oh, actually, Game is a super strong team." I think everyone was really expecting Against All Authority, Fnatic, and SK Gaming in some order. Those three teams, Against All Authority seeming to be the best European team on paper, or even the best team in the world on paper. I think everyone still really considers Epic winning that to be a giant upset, and I think we're not done seeing AAA, Against All Authority, whatever you want to call them, crushing heads the rest of this tournament. I think they're going to start picking that one up in the relegation matches. And so let's do some early predictions before the games start. How do you think the groups are going to shape up? 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a tough one. Especially since I don't want to be biased towards the Americans, being English and all that, and living in Germany. But I'm going to go for Team Solo mid first, Game second, CLG third.
Right, so you're following the exact seed that we have. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
I'm going Game number 1. First off, I think they've got it in them. Let's see. All right, people are getting water. Okay, you do the next ready check. Okay, so still ready. Just making sure, we get this ready to go. But it looks like they're getting water right now, so the players are almost ready to go. I look down there and see milling about a little bit. So I think Game number 1, TSM CLG is going to be close. I think CLG on paper is the strongest American team. I mean, they've been around for over a year. Last WCG they won it. Super competent team, and it seems like they hadn't been practicing as a team for some time. Oh man, it's fun watching the commentary from the players back. And I think they finally started practicing as a team again. I think they had kind of fallen off a really good team schedule for a while. So I think they're ready to pick this up. I'm going to go CLG number 2, and then just to throw it out there, I'm going to go Zan number 3. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to say Zan. Zan picks one up, takes third place over TSM. I think they got this.
Yeah, you think the top seed from the US is going out in the group stage?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it just to make a point against American bias?
No, I truthfully believe Game is the best team in this group. I really believe that. We're actually into the picks and bans now finally. We're going to get that underway. But I actually believe Game is the best team in this group. And I think CLG is going to take over TSM. And I just want to see Zan do awesome. Wow. Chopping that phone up there, nice.
A lot of people now know he loves Kelly.
Yep, I actually know who that is too. I'm going to make fun of her when I get home. It's going to be great. All right, so Nunu, the first ban from Game DE, banning him out from St. Vicious. Rumble, the right-away ban from Counterlogic Gaming. Annie banned right off back. These guys are going back and forth really quickly. Nunu, Annie, and Rumble the bans so far. Amumu, the fast ban from CLG. So the two top, estimated junglers are gone right now from those lineups. And yeah, I talked to CLG before. They said absolutely they're going to ban Rumble every single time. Needly, pretty obvious ban against CLG. You don't really want to let Hotshot GG play that girl. He's a really good Needly player. Just like you ban Needly against AAA and now let SOAS take it, you kind of got the same thing going on. So you have a lot of targeted Needly bans, which I think are super entertaining. But the moment of truth is about to come in. It's the last ban for CLG, and it's time for Game to pick up the first champion.
Yep, and we're not going to see a Rumble, are we, all weekend? I'm quite sure we're not going to. No, Twisted Fate then is the final ban from CLG. And I guess, Rumble definitely a fairly standard one. We see the first pick coming in from Gamed already, obviously.
Wow.
They've had a whole day to think what they're going to do and work through these games, and Rake just goes straight in there. Alistair first pick.
I mean, yeah, we've seen Alistair a lot. Wow, interesting. Quick picks on Warwick and Sona. They make sense overall. I guess I'm a little bit surprised. I never used to really rate Sona that highly, but she's been proving herself really, really well in this tournament so far. That haste, the AoE stun, she has a lot of very strong focused utility. But the rest of her buffs are really diffuse. She has a fairly small, self plus single target heal, a fairly small nuke on that Q. The auras, they're super good, but they're sort of understated because you don't really realize that they're giving so much of a buff to your team. So you don't notice a lot of what Sona does. And I guess maybe that's some of it, but certainly a very, very strong champion. And you see, one of the first picks, or basically the first pick for CLG. Let's see how that plays out.
Well, they've got obviously a time limit for how long they have to pick these champions, and it will, of course, be run down that clock rather than locking in, just to have those extra few seconds to talk maybe about the next pick. So next up will be Candy Panda and Xylo, and it looks like Janet and Brand will be the two there. Yeah, and Xylo will be jungling, I guess. We've seen him regularly actually for gamed jungling as well.
Yeah, that's my complete lack of knowledge for the game lineup. Sorry about that, but I'm actually intrigued by both those picks being so early. Maybe they're going for a counter pick sort of setup, but Janna's safe for them. They've already picked up Sona, so they can get any support whenever. They don't have to rush picking up Janna. And Brand is not a very highly contested champion from the NA side, so really they basically just pick champions that they knew they'd get for safe and just waiting to counter pick. And that gave Vladimir to CLG. Now, I guess Gamed is very confident that they don't really care about Vladimir, but we've seen Vlad picked and banned, and I think every single game. We saw that in the North American qualifiers. We're seeing it here again. Vladimir highly contended. Nunu and Amumu the same way, really. And needed against certain teams, Twisted Fate against certain teams. You've got a lot of these champions that are very, repeat choices here. And there's the double mage pickup. A lot of magic damage in this team so far. Sona, Warwick, Swain, and Vladimir, all magic damage champions. So we'll see what these guys go for last. CLG could pick up, wow, Vayne is still in there. They could get Corki, but the fast Grog, just such, I like these lineups right here. I've actually seen a lot of these champions so far already, but is the debut of Corki too?
No, it was in one game, I think, that we didn't.
Oh, okay.
Shoutcast, I think the second game of the day. Fnatic against Pacific.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was in Fnatic versus Pacific. You're right. I remember talking. Yeah, I remember Riv talking about that one. Okay, yeah. So, cool lineup here for Game DE. Double beefy guys up front. Looks like the jungle is going to be Gragas or Alistair. Interesting. There's a little bit of an offbeat jungler choice there, but both of them can do it quite well. And the late Caitlyn pickup here, interesting. So Corki, highly contended pick, very, very strong champion, one of my favorite range carries. He's been grabbed on Game DE, but oh no, he's going to switch that out now for Ashe. I guess he's deciding what range carry do they want. Vayne's in there, Ashe, Caitlyn. They could go Sivir. There's a lot of choices out there. Ezreal. Yeah, I mean, there are eight range carry options right there. That could keep listing off to try to prove a point, but it seems like Ashe is the one to lock in. And this is again a very mobile team. You've got Warwick can jump on a single guy, stun him down. The Ashe arrow, of course. Sona's got the haste. Vladimir and Swain can both sort of jump on a target pretty well. Swain's got that root and the slow from Laserbird. So I don't know. I think the lineup still is better for game. They've got the Gragas and Janna push. They can de-initiate any fight ever, and they've got such powerful AoEs with the Brand plus Alistair. So picks and bans are in. Ashe is the range carry of choice, and the swaps are going to come in. Looks like the jungle is going to be Alistair. So jungle Alistair looks like Brand and Gragas are going to be the solos. Corki Janna bottom.
We saw Zyler actually jungling quite a lot with Alistair through EPS Germany and also the European qualifiers as well.
Okay.
So, you know, it was impressive there. Gamed obviously managed to get that second place. So I think this is going to be a great, great game. There you can see Gamed on your screen. And a few people, I just want to say about these headphones, a lot of people on the forums were like, why are they wearing such huge headphones?
Yeah.
And there were also some people saying, how come they can't hear the commentators? Now, if those people combined their powers, then they would realize that the headsets are in fact soundproof so that they can't hear us.
Yeah.
Which, you know, obviously wouldn't be a great thing to have, but yeah, they're made for actually helicopters.
Yes.
So, you know, you can't really hear anything through them apart from, you know, the in-game sounds and your voice program.
Yeah, as soon as you have any kind of background noise going on at all, everything is shut down pretty quickly. Yeah, I got to test them out last night. It's crazy. You don't realize how noise canceling headphones are, but it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you actually can't hear anything outside of them. Even with them just on and the noise cancelling not turned on, they're still
pretty airtight. Yeah. I think they have like fans or vacuums that actually suck the air out to make it an actual like vacuum. Like they do something because like then my ears always feel like there's pressure on them.
Yeah, and when you take them off, they kind of like away from your head.
Ridiculous. Okay, so as we get into this game, I want to do another round of shout-outs real quick to people who have helped us out with this tournament so far. Own3D bringing the stream to you guys, you know, buffed up their servers just for this event, making sure that they're going to stay up through the over 100,000 people watching online. Freaking ridiculous numbers. Shout out to them, like them on Facebook, check them out. Awesome people, they've been helping us for quite some time. Big ups to Own3D, you guys are super great. Yeah, that. I'm a good commercial actor, clearly. You put me on, you know, hey, this product's good. Yeah.
No, but seriously, for people that don't really know and don't watch, you know, League of Legends streams online that often, Own3D really is the place to find everyone. All the top players are there, and that's where you should go to check it out. Yeah, so it looks like we're not so far, actually, from getting there.
Yeah, we are up to the load screen now. But yeah, just to reiterate the point, if you want to watch people play LoL, Own3D's, like all the top streams are League of Legends streams. You go there, Own3D.tv, you're gonna find League of Legends to play. It's done. It's gonna be there.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. The load screen is there. Let's cast the lineups out real quick. Game DE, Rake on Brand, Candy Panda on Corki. Interesting, both have Ignite Flash. There's like 3 Ignites on this team. They have Zylar jungling with Cowboy Alistair, Smite and Flash, Kevin on Gragas with another Ignite Flash, and then Nif on Clairvoyance and Flash. Jana.
Yep, and over on the other side, I guess the game's going to load too fast before I go through them all so we can get into the game. So let's hear a little bit of a noise for these two teams. Of course, it is Game versus CLG, the first game of Group B.
And here we are, Game DE with the green health bars, the blue minions, bottom left of the map. I'm going to watch Cowboy Alistair walk around. He's going to jump into some brush, not get caught like Lee Sin did last game. Going to be a little bit safer this time around, but looks like they're actually starting off on a very defensive foot. You can see they're all sort of camping by their turret here. They've got quite the nice lineup. There's a lot of damage out here from Corki and Brand. You've got Alistair in front, Gragas a little bit behind, Jana ready to help down here as well. CLG dropping a defensive ward on their Lizard buff and then immediately coming over to do something else. Look at the lineups. Level 1 looks really good for game. They have a group of AoEs. Like every single person on that team could drop an AoE at level 1. And that'll win you some team fights. Look at CLG, and yeah, they're camping between 2 turrets. They're not really wanting to move in too far. So, all right, yeah, CLG playing very defensively. Game's really camping a lot as well. Looks like Nif is going to pill back. And what are you going to... I guess she's going to go to bottom lane. So looks like, yeah, Game not really looking to push anywhere. CLG playing super safe as well. And yeah, everyone just moving to their lines right at the start of the game.
Yeah, and I think we can expect that similar to what we saw against All Authority, against Epic in match 1. A very kind of slow, steady, and very safe start. They don't want to be giving anything away this early on in the tournament. It's their first match of the day as well, so they've not necessarily had loads and loads of time to really warm up. So it's about getting into the rhythm as well these first few minutes and making sure that everything's all right and moving forward. So as you mentioned, everyone just going to start to lane off. Over on the CLG side, they've just pulled that blue buff for Warwick.
Yep, and yeah, just a lot of these kills going through right now. Game DE getting helped by his team, or Zyler getting helped by his team, and that golem is already super low. He's going to pick that one up with a smite right here, I think. And Alistair's off to a good start, is level 2 already. look at the rest of these lane lineups. Yeah, Warwick doing a pretty good job. Still only level 1 though. Going to pick up one last kill and finally get himself to level 2 after he kills that little mini guy. So much faster jungler here. This is Alistar already healing himself and walking across the map. The top lane is a repeat from, I think it was AAA Fnatic, where you've got Gragas versus Vladimir. And let's see what they can do with this. Right now it's going to be Chauster last ending with basic attacks. There comes a barrel roll out there right there. Going to miss one of those minions, and as you know, I like to watch people kill minions. So let's move on to bottom lane, where we got Corki. And Nif playing aggressively, pushing Big Fat LP back out of range as Sona is trying to help out Warwick a little bit. So Ashe not in the best of shape, alone against 2, and doesn't really want to be like that. So going to get that help from Sona now, and going to be all right just for now. Here, Chauster going to be all right. He's going to keep last hitting, going to pick down these minions pretty well. Kevin's still doing well. Has that barrel roll, and he's doing some good harassment there.
And at the moment, Xyla dropped down fairly low, and he's actually going to take the pill home and I guess maybe get himself some boots, and also obviously yeah, there we go. Boots picked up for Alistar. Pretty standard stuff early on. Yeah, and as you mentioned, that top lane, we saw it in the Fnatic versus
against Authority, I believe. Because it was Soaz crushing faces with Gragas.
Yeah, it was. You're right. It went 3-4-0 at the start. Yeah. So for CLG, hopefully, you know, it goes a little bit better for them in that top lane than it did for Fnatic. But at the moment, you see that Kevin has actually leveled up a little bit faster. We've got a little bit of pressure being put down by Candy on the bottom, and actually Big Fat LP taking a lot of damage. And
wow, yeah, ouch.
Really
and
a lot
Zona
of damage.
Barely getting level 2, so he can finally actually do some healing. But yeah, if they had managed the Zona a little bit better, he'd still be unable to heal that Ashe, and that would be very, very painful. Sanefish is doing a very good job just crushing out these little mini golems here. Going to be, looks like the first to level 4, but Xylor going to have his own double buff ready in just a second, and that's going to be really the time to see what's going on. Xylor going to get himself, actually not quite 4, he hasn't picked that up because he shared the experience with Brand earlier on. So Sanefish is going to pill back, but I think the unfortunate thing about his creep pattern is that he's going to have those buffs time out as he's still recalling. So he's picked up both buffs, but he hasn't done anything with it yet, and he's, you know, buying items and still walking back to base. But Alistar has double buffs and boots, and he's ready to go. So this could be a really, really good gank from game. Unfortunately, if he crosses this brush, he'll get spotted by those minions. And he doesn't have a really good way of getting into a place where he can start a gank. And it's going to be difficult for him, I think, to get in. But if he can just drop Ashe. Sona cannot babysit Ashe in the middle of a gank. She can keep her topped off in health over the course of the lane, but he's getting ganked. Sona can't do much until 6. Oh, and the hawk shot's going to reveal Xylor. He's not going to be able to gank that anymore. Unfortunate, but nice try there. And here we go, Kevin gonna just keep lasting these minions. Chauster, though, getting himself closer and closer. There we go, level 5 gonna be really nice. Takes a barrel to the face, but as Vladimir levels up, he's gonna be more and more difficult to deal with in lane. And that's really the important thing is once Vlad hits 9, he's kind of unstoppable in lane, and it's up to Gragas to push him back in the meantime. But first to 5 is Chauster. Gragas just hitting that just now. And he's going to be in good shape as this still moves on. Chauster going to try the last hit right there. Misses that one, unfortunately. And looks like Warwick's going to have a little bit fun of this one. No boots, some more push coming in from Kevin. Getting Chauster actually quite low, down to half health. But he's now in position for this gank from Warwick. And here it comes. He's going to get into range. Going to land the auto attack. Going to slow him down a little bit. Body slam will get him probably safe, but looks like Kevin's going to be fine. Gragas, yeah, going to be all right. Alistar still running around the map. Does have boots of speed and a Doran's ring. It looks like he's not getting really any ganks off on Hotshot GG. Let's look at the last hits right here. 41 on Corki, only 25 on Ashe, though. That bottom lane doing great for games. We look over at the mid lane, Brand 31, Swain 25, so again, the lane victory there. And you can look at the score right there, and yeah, they're 300 gold up, so far, game's in a slight advantage.
Yeah, and we're actually going to see a very ballsy move there from Xyla. Flashed over the top. Hotshot GG taking a ton of damage. He will survive this one. Well, that was a very interesting move from Xyla from the Wraith spawn area straight over the top once Hotshot GG had pushed out. And it wasn't so far off paying off for them.
Yeah, it was close. If someone had Ignite, they would have done a little bit more damage. I think he had about 180 health left after that gank, so he probably wouldn't have died just to an Ignite. But certainly, if Rake had managed to land his Q, he'd found a way to land a stun in the middle of that. That would have been huge. And they very nearly picked up first blood. Nice try. But the lanes are now starting to get farther and farther, I guess, in CLG's favor. Just because Sona's now going to have beefy enough heals to actually overpower Corki's harass. And Vladimir getting level 7 pretty soon. He's going to be almost immovable. And then once Swain hits 6, especially when he gets Golem buff, which is going to respawn in the next like 10 seconds actually, And he's going to have infinite mana plus self-heal. That's going to be really useful for him. So Rig still doing what he can, last-hitting these minions out right in front of Warwick, and some decent gold being gained.
Yeah, Warwick actually putting a bit of pressure onto Rake there just to force him back.
It seems pretty safe.
I guess Warwick will go back onto his pattern now and continue with that jungling. Kevin and Chaucer up at the top. Let's have a look at the minion kills. 43 for Gragas and 50 for Vladimir. So, you know, not so far away from being very even down there. We've seen some pressure putting on though at the bottom onto Big Fire Lip at the start, and they may just get him down. Nice heal up from Elements, who was actually pretty much out of mana there. And if it was timed a little bit later, that could have been a bit of a disaster for CLG.
Yeah, and Nif almost dropped down right there. He actually got a little bit too aggressively, took a ton of burst damage back from Sona and Ash, dropped down to about 120 health. It's a great counterattack there. Ash got away pretty safely, good heal as you said, and then they very nearly got that kill. If Sona had, you know, her passive proc or another Q available, that would have been the first blood right away picked up, but still the advantage, 500 gold now in Game's favor. They're doing great for themselves. Swain still camping out in mid. Hotshot, there we go, is going to turn on that giant crow form. Getting a little bit of free health there, last hitting a few of these minions. The way that ultimate works actually is it costs more mana to maintain over time, so you kind of want to pulse it for a little bit, gain a little bit of health, and let it go back down. And that's kind of the most mana efficient way to gain health. He's pulsing in there, going to last hit a few more minions. And he's going to catch himself back up a little bit, though they're down about 800 gold, so that actually advantage is growing over time. So Game is putting themselves in good shape right now.
Yeah, especially since we've seen Chaucer go back with Vladimir, got himself the Hextech Revolver. And we've seen some pings down at bottom. Okay, the Clairvoyance used actually, and they'd spotted Xylo starting to move in onto that bottom lane, trying to be a little bit sneaky and maybe get a gank off. In middle, very, very even stuff. With both Rig and Hotshot almost full health, full mana, the both of them, and same level.
Yep, they are pretty much equalized. One of the things that happens, I guess, when you ban the really aggressive junglers like Nunu and Amumu, who can gank super hard, you have champions like Warwick who don't have very strong ganks until 6, especially against champions like Gragas who can just jump past him. You have a hard time picking up these kills, and it's, oh, here he comes from across the map, though, from behind the turret. There's going to be a knock-up on a Big Fat LP. He's going to take a ton of damage. There's first blood picked up by Corki. Now moving on to Sony. Takes a rocket to the face, but does not quite pick up that kill. 90 health left. Great play by Alistair. Jumps over the wall, pops the ultimate in the face of that turret, and just jumps in there, doing a ton of damage. No flash required, with the headbutt pulverized and the unbreakable will, and picks up that very first blood. And that's the right champion to kill, too, is that Ash right there. Pick up that kill on the range carry, keep her out of that lane. No gold, no experience, and that's a champion that needs both, so nice job gamed.
Doesn't get much more perfect than that, considering what we've got. And if you look down the items that they're actually building up, Gragas and Alistair both double Doran's Ring at the start. Obviously, Bran with the Doran's Ring, which is what he started with. Over on the other side, Regal's Lantern already picked up by Warwick, and as I mentioned earlier, that Hextech Revolver for Vladimir, and triple Doran's Ring for Ash, who of course was just taken out with Big Fat LP. And going to get back into lane now, and at the moment, Corki 86 minion kills, Ash 42.
Ouch.
Now that is a difference.
Oh wow, yeah, wow, that's just good play right there. That's just pretty much outlaning that one. And the ganks by Alistair very strong. You know, I was handing it to CLG right before she got ganked by Alistair. I was like, yeah, you know, Warwick not a super strong ganker, but CLG doing a great job at warding out the map and not getting spotted. And then mid-sentence, you know, Alistair showed up unspotted and got the kill. So words got eaten before they got said. But honestly, you know, CLG does have the ability to come back here. Ash is you know, of course she's, you know, the range carry of the team. They are going to require her to have an Infinity Edge and maybe a Brutalizer, Black Cleaver, you know, a lot of damage output there. But she's still a utility champion at heart, so, you know, Ash with 0 items is still a powerful champion, so they're not out of this game by any means just yet. Warwick scales pretty hard. He's going to be pretty durable and start dealing a ton of damage. They have a really sustainy team. Vladimir, Swain, Warwick, and Sona all can give themselves or other people health. And as long as Ash can play safely, COG can play a very slow and cautious game and then just, like, heal up and win, and that kind of works really well into the Game DE lineup, because Game DE can, you know, de-aggro fights, and then when it's de-aggroed, CLG can heal. And oh, there comes the arrow on bottom. Nif gets hit, and here comes the fight. Savage jumps in with the ultimate. Nif completely crushed right there. Savage picking up the kill. Candy Panda running away, and it's going to be fine. So great gank there from CLG, bringing that 1-to-1. 1,000 gold, still the advantage though for Gamed, and they're in good shape so far.
And that right there just shows the importance of keeping those wards, especially you know, when you've got the likes of Alistair and Warwick who can jump in and really cause some problems like that. And we have right now at top Kevin having to back away. And we're going to have the flash down at bottom. Here comes a Valkyrie from Candy Panda, focusing in onto Big Fat LP, and they will take him down. It is Candy Panda again, who goes 2-0 up, and has now gone over the 100 creep kill mark, by the way, compared to the 56 of Ash.
Oh man, that is just brutal play by that Corki. That is, I mean, that's just glorious play overall. And me being a great Corki fan, I mean, you know, he's a very common champion pick, but pretty much my favorite champion. So happy to see Corki do well continually. Rocking the Red Baron skin, doing good stuff there. Jonna coming back in to support him. And the Alistair ganks have been massive. That jungle Alistair has been doing some great work there. Cooldown reduction boots on him and Doran's rings. Pretty cool to see a jungler get no jungle items at all. You know, no plus armor, no wriggles, nothing like that. Just, yeah, I'm Alistair, but I happen to have smite, so I'm just gonna, I'm gonna kill some minions. Working out pretty well there. Warwick still just clearing out this jungle. Is level 8. Has a lot of kills really. You know, 55 on that Warwick. Only 40 on the Alistair, so while Corki and Brand are outlast hitting, you know, the junglers are doing pretty well for themselves. There's like a ganks happening up top. Vladimir getting extremely low, and he gets the flash up, and then comes St. Visions to try to help, and Kevin now in bad shape, trying to run away from this Warwick. Can he do so? He does body slam. St. Visions still chasing. Oh, he does pick that one up with the decisive strike right there, and picks up that kill inside the turret. Alistair coming in to defend now. 2-2 the overall score. Alistair with a great flash getting himself away.
And down bottom, we've got a problem here for Nifu. Is she going to get him? Not sure. Oh, and that was amazingly done, but the flash comes out from Sona, and there will be another kill back for CLG. So they regain the lead 3-2. Super close game in terms of kills. The goal is almost exactly even.
Yeah, wow. And it's great. He's like, okay, there's a fight. Oh, gosh, watch out. Oh, no, wait, someone's dying bottom. Wait, switch over. And I'm actually... Thankfully, someone's on the headset telling me when to look at a different lane. Otherwise, I'd missed all of those for those of you who know my commentating. So thank you very much for those who are helping. I'm actually managing to follow the fights this time. And the stream is less mad at me because of that, so always good. But Swain now in mid lane, healing up himself. Going to just crush down these minion waves right now. And yeah, getting himself a nice amount of gold, a lot of free mana every time he kills a minion. Gets some mana back thanks to his passive. And yeah, he's in good shape right now.
Yeah, and Hotshot GG is going to be very scary on Swain, I think, once he gets going. Gets heading down towards, to take this blue buff, and that'll make him just that even more annoying for Brand to be going up against in the middle.
Yeah, and there's the oracles from Sona, going to give the vision of that ward there, so CLG will clear that ward out quite safely. Laserbird picking up that golem buff, and it's now time for Swain to shine. Infinite mana, turns into infinite health, and he's not underfarmed by any means. He's not really been killed. He's 86 minions, which is pretty strong. Vlad actually 114 minions is pretty much tied with Corki, so he's doing a great job up top. And he's actually outlaning Gragas quite nicely, who's only at 100, and Gragas has a death. So while bottom lane is definitely going to game DE, top lane very much to CLG. And again, they're actually up in kills 3-2, so quite the close game.
And only 15.5 minutes gone here of this first match of Group B. If you're just joining us, obviously we went through Group A earlier on. And Elements, as you mentioned earlier, it does have the Oracle's Elixir, and they're sticking to this bush actually. And Candy Panda, as we've seen over the past, if you've watched some of my shows and of course the European qualifiers, played so many amazing Corki games in his past, and today he's looking like it's going to be one of them as well. He's currently 2-for-0, massively out-farming Ash on that bottom lane as well. We are getting some pings there in the top river side, but actually not much going on there.
They might be pinging wards. CLG was pinging around the location where these wards were. They're like, hey, you know, whenever you get the chance elements, let them clear those out. And it looks like Alistair coming around the back, the top lane again, sitting in that brush. Oh man, here he comes into the fight. Corki's going to jump in there as well. There's a stun onto Elements, getting knocked up, going to die almost immediately. Ash getting chased down. Elements will fall, but can he get the kill onto Ash? He is ghosting away as best he can. Looks like they'll be fine. And they still got a 3-0 on this turret right here. That's going to be a kill. Game DE bringing it back to 3-3, and the first turret kill of the game. Now on a pretty decisive advantage out there by 1,500 gold.
Alistair again making the biggest difference.
Making the plays happen, and it's Corki with all 3 kills, and it's 3-0, and then Alistair 0-0-3. Every single kill has been between those two. Sonic, or rather Jonna, putting in a lot of help as well. Ash and Warwick really doing a lot of work there on the CLG side.
And right in the middle, Rake actually got some nice free farm with all these minions right up in front of him. up at the top. It's usual kind of exchange, and we actually see Vladimir does have a bit of an advantage in terms of experience, probably just from the obviously one death that Kevin picked up a little bit earlier on with his Gragas. And again, the pinging down, actually there was a clairvoyance just put out by that red buff over on the game side.
Yeah, and Game's going to get themselves a lizard buff, which is going to be really nice for Corki to have. He's been playing aggressively and really winning lanes all day, so giving him that extra little advantage is going to have them give them more reason to push, more reason to pick down on Ashe and Sona. They're just not having the time of their lives right down here, so they're going to try to keep pinning Ashe down. You look at her, only level 9, one of the lowest in the game. You know, yeah, John is 9 and so is Alistair, but you know, Corki's up to 10. This Sona only 9, so the level advantage is good for Games. And they've
the ward situation's horrible for them though.
Oh, let me check this one out.
I mean, they've just put one down, and actually one just expired outside of Dragon, but Rake stood in the bush with a ward right next to him. They've targeted him a couple of times. They were wandering up and down outside of Dragon, but obviously CLG knew exactly where they were, and that's one thing we saw earlier on from Sona. She bought that Oracle's Elixir, cleared a few out, and it's just not happened on the game side, despite them being that little bit further ahead in terms of gold.
Yeah, well, one unfortunate thing that happened, though, was when they did pick up the kill onto Sona. And that's the kind of thing, when a team buys in early Oracles, you want to target ganks on that champion. And that's what happened a little bit with Epic versus AAA, where, you know, they got the early Oracles, and then whenever Soraka finally bought one, they just killed her off right away. And they kept control there, because, you know, Soraka spent so much money on wards, but then couldn't do anything for it because of the Oracles. There's some cool counterplays there. Oh! Flash dodging that Ashe arrow just barely. I guess a little bit behind you. Nice flash there. But CLG gets the control of Dragon with that. No, Game's kind of coming back in. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. Candy Panda taking some damage. They're going to get it for themselves. But here comes Alistair into the front. What can they do with this? The ults come out. Who will take the most damage? Looks like everyone's getting pushed around. Zyler going to drop. Looks like Hotshot will flash backwards, and everyone's going to get pretty much away safely. Oh, Candy Panda in not great shape. Savage taking a ton of damage. Will flash backwards. Going to keep himself safe. One kill for nothing. Now Candy Panda taking a ton of damage, getting dropped down. CLG winning this fight now, 2-0. Savage is making it away. And yeah, wow, that's really good from them.
I'm not sure how it really went so well in the end, to be honest. I mean, they were in their own Dragon, and we saw a game come in, and they just didn't, you know, piece together that fight for Game. Obviously, they lost to those two men. They're now that little bit behind in terms of gold. Obviously, 2 kills as well. As we're about to hit the 20 minutes played, they still do have the 1 turret advantage, though.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of the map control advantage, although the wards actually finally starting to work for them. We look at the back of the wards, they've got decent control on the right-hand side. CLG, though, actually, they're starting to time out, so the ward advantage finally coming back into the advantage of Games, but they're now down about 1,000 gold, which is kind of unfortunate, plus the other 400 lost from the Oracle's bot and then you know, killed, so that's kind of unfortunate. Actually, no, that's CLG that lost the Oracle, so take that back. So that gold advantage is actually a little bit closer than you might think, thanks to that Oracle's kill. Zyler creeping out another golem buff for himself, doing a pretty good job there. Looks like he's going for, I mean, those do build him to Lich Bane, but I'm trying to think of what that actually would probably be. Mana Crystal plus Blasting Wand. I don't think it's Rod of Ages. I'm lost. He'll tell me later as he starts to buy items, but golem buff is picked up for this AP Alistair. 116 AP on him is quite nice. The Warwick still running around the top of the map. Has a Spirit Visit for himself now as well. 100 armor, 100 magic resist, a lot of health. Sona waiting around, puts a ward down in the brush. Going to keep controlling the middle of the map. Has to be a little bit afraid of Kevin, but going to be okay for now.
And we've got 2 actually pushing that top lane. Obviously, it's Alistair that's defending it, but not sure. Yeah, CLG are actually going to back away from that one. Didn't really fancy the chances against Zylo, who so far has been playing absolutely brilliant in this game. We've got 3 from CLG working their way up as well towards that North River area, so I'm not sure if they're going to aggressively place themselves for something. Again, the wards are down, just covering those 2 exits from the CLG jungle into the river. And obviously Corki did drop that bottom tower a little bit earlier on. Already built his Trinity Force up as well.
Yeah, that's a sub 20-minute Trinity Force with upgraded boots and a Doran's Blade. Corki is in crazy good shape this game. Ashe is no upgraded boots right now. Does have about 2/3 of Infinity Edge though, so she's getting into pretty good shape here. She's eventually going to catch up. The first major item, the Trinity Force, definitely completed way before Ashe completed her Infinity Edge. That is a pretty good advantage, but she still has enough attack damage from most of those pieces. Yeah, she's going to be all right. And she's slowly catching up. Has now broken 100 minion kills, 118 on her, 171 on Vladimir, 123 on Swain. On the other side, though, 185 on Corky, 160 on Gragas.
Oh, we've got a big push actually coming up on top there as St. Vicious is down real low, and we actually see the charge coming in. Candy Panda moves in as well. Surely Chaucer is going to fall, and yep, there will be barrel from Kevin. Nicely done from Gain. This top lane should be fairly open. Hotshot GG and Elements both coming, trying to save this top tower, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold on to that one. Obviously, 4 versus 2 that it is up there, but down at the bottom, Big Fat LP, sneaky as he is, pushing that tower down, and he's going to get it, well, low, very low, if not down. I think down completely.
Yeah, I think he's going to get this one. So, you know, open up with a great fight for game. They got 2 kills to 1. They got a turret out of it, but Big Fat LP still pushing bottom, doing a great job there, playing like I would, just, you know, farming minions no matter what the team fight situation is. But gets a turret out of it, so they managed to equalize that, but it's still a 4v2 at best, and they're getting this middle turret right now. So Game, getting the 3rd turret kill of the game, have already taken now all 3 out of turrets by 23 minutes in great shape. Now going to go ahead and just walk on backwards and be completely safe. Still down 1 champion kill, 5-6, but they've brought the gold back into their favor by the superior last hitting and by the turret advantages now. They've got themselves in really good shape this game.
CLG actually starting to bunch up around middle. Maybe thinking they need to get rid of this middle tower. I would say they've only taken that bottom one down, whereas Gamed obviously did take those 3 outer turrets, as you mentioned a few moments ago.
Yep.
And we have Elements with an Oracles as well now again, so should be able to clear out. There goes the arrow from Ash, and he was in onto Candy Panda, but that's a nice ulti away from Nif. Manages to push CLG away for just enough time for these remaining 4 game players to get maybe into a safer distance. Zyla is far from healthy, and it looks like Warwick is going to go pushing on through. Zyla still managing to hold on, and I think Games will actually hold off with this one, at least for now. Vladimir still trying to be annoying as ever. Hotshot GG taking some of that damage from the barrel. But Games, they've pushed them away for now. Great stuff.
Yeah, good pull from Vladimir. Managed to dodge that stun from Rake. And you know, they're going to be okay. The push-in was close. They did blow Alistair's ultimate. The Janna dropped hers as well. Gragas is still up, though. Corky, of course, no real quote on that one. Looks like in the end, though, Vladimir, oh, here comes the push on the Candy Panda. They're taking a ton of damage as the Soda Dance. He has dropped down, now pushing on Save is getting pushed back around a little bit. Zyler staying alive, but that was one pretty much free kill. Great coordination with the ultimates there. Dropped that kill quite nicely, and they're still ready to go. Like I said, their team is very sustainable. Everyone but Ash can heal themselves, and sometimes someone else, and of course Ash can take the heals from that Sona, and this is working pretty well. The shield is off on that turret, but they're still able to do some damage. Chowser getting hurt kind of badly, but he is Vladimir after all, so it shouldn't be too bad for him. And they're just going to get 177 heal picked up by Elements, and they could just get ready. Oh, they're going to go for Dragon. Nice play there by CLG. Global Gold is pretty much tied up, but they have a free Dragon for themselves. Now, Game DE knows about it. The Ash Arrow comes out, hits Nif in the face. A little bit more damage coming out, but they're going to be just barely safe. But Hotshot taking a ton of damage. And oh, the jump on a Xylor is pretty huge. He's really, really low. He will drop down. And Game's not pushing anymore, so CLG got a free kill. Ouch.
Yeah, there's a couple of free kills. Not exactly what the Doctor ordered for Game. Obviously, it brings the kills now to 8-5 in favor of CLG, but they gave away Dragon, and Games knew exactly about it, and Games are going to go in there. They are going to take it out and say thank you very much for the extra gold.
Well played. I don't quite know how that transpired. I mean, maybe CLG was really low, but
I guess CLG just thought they're not going to go for it now that they're 4 and they know we know it's up. But
I am honestly just confused by that. I'm not sure what they decided. You know, great job by Games. I'm just, CLG had to know it's a 5v4. How can you lose that?
It's warded. It's warded as well.
It's warded. They just kind of walked away. But, dude, there's so many wards. Look at that. There's like a pattern of 5 wards in like the same screen. Like that entire it's just visible. Gamed with like ridiculous ward coverage over Dragon. I mean, it worked certainly. I look over at CLG. They had decent ward coverage of Dragon as well. You know, nothing up top. I don't know. That's just, I'm flabbergasted. Very confusing, but looks like Rake or Zyler will be given the Golem buff. They are creeping that one out right now. Looks like Swain has already picked up Golem for himself. Already has Rod of Ages, Mercury Treads as well. Going to turn this into a couple more items. And now here comes the further damage output from Rake. Going to take down this Golem. Pick that one up. Infinite Mana Brand is a happy brand.
And
this might be Rod of Ages.
Yeah, we've seen Bloodthirster go on to Corky there. I'm not sure if you mentioned that. Maybe
not.
No? Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I saw him building it earlier on. I guess he literally just finished it after he went down a little bit earlier on in that middle fight. Obviously, the Dragon Goal helping him out on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
And CLG, once again, starting to maybe bunch up around this middle. We saw the Oracle's Elixir being picked up finally by Nif, who is playing Janna 4 gamed. And that will probably help them out getting a little bit more map awareness, which they're certainly, I wouldn't say lacking down in that bottom river because they still have a couple there, so it's not so bad. And it looks like actually CLG are going to back away completely from this one towards middle.
Yep, they're a little bit afraid now. I think for good reason. Hotshot GG with blue. Oh, wow, okay. I thought they were going. Yeah, wow. I mean, it's warded though. Okay, Nif will see it. There we go. Okay, there you go, Nif. You're going to drop down that ward right there, and now CLG has to be afraid. Now they have Hawkshot from Ash and Clairvoyance from Sona. Both of them are probably up. Now that is Games CV, and they're going to take down another ward for themselves. So Gamed in a happy place, putting down a ward for themselves. Going to really put nice control over the the Baron inlets. It's very powerful.
And they're just weeding out these wards from that bottom river. The all-important one in that bush, which spotted game going towards Dragon earlier on, but they didn't actually do anything about it with CLG. And now there are 3 of CLG, probably make that 5 in just a couple of moments, moving in towards this middle area. Gamed again, hugging towards the tower. Just going to play this one a little bit more defensive. And CLG have an Oracles of their own, so kind of in that phase where they're just vying for that map control, maybe headed up towards pushing for that Baron, and obviously keeping control of Dragon. And here we actually see the arrow coming out from Ash. Xylo will be the focus of this one. Did get rooted down as well. Focus comes in onto Vladimir, and they were a little bit unlucky. The ultimate came out, and I think Chaucer just dodged underneath that in perfect timing.
Yeah, that's been the thing that's been happening a lot. We saw this in Triple A vs Fnatic as well, where Gragas will ult trying to push Vladimir away, and Vladimir's like, no thanks, I'm good. And it's been working quite well. Just, wow, giant AoE damage coming out from Game, just crushing entire minion waves in a single second. And again, Nif just coming around, finds another ward to clear out, gets that one down. So now CLG once more must be afraid of Baron, but they are going to push mid, and this could work really, really well for them. Game is not in position. Gragas and Corky both very far away. I'm not quite sure why Corky was so far down. I don't know if he was last hitting
He was pushing,
wave.
yeah, he was pushing the bottom lane, but then decided to come back, even though CLG was still stacked with 5 in middle. But obviously, they don't want to sacrifice this middle tower.
Yeah, but the fight might erupt right here. Looks like they've got decent positioning. The John Tornado will hit Hotshot GG. They're going to push on, but Rape will not get positioning to land that stun. So they're going to back off now. CLG going to be safe for now. Ash does have her Infinity Edge done. Going to work towards Zeal, it looks like, with that dagger right there. Sona with 2 Philosopher's Stones, getting a nice amount of gold over time. Looks like EU really not choosing to play Mass Gold per 10 so much. And again, that ward repeatedly cleared out. That's the 3rd straight, so it's 225 gold plus 25 per kill. So yeah, 300 gold, pretty much paid for the Oracles right then. Justin Baron, so pretty nice there.
And both teams very content, or find it important obviously to keep this Baron warded up. We see the Clairvoyances almost instantly when they're ready being spammed off in towards that Baron area. We saw it a little bit earlier on from Janna for Gamed, and just that time as well for Sona, who obviously has been played by Elements over on CLG. And they're in that kind of standoffish, let's farm as much as we can, finish some items kind of phase, whilst vying for that map control. And, well, I guess at some point it's going to erupt. And Dragon, I'm not sure exactly on the timing, but it can't be far away.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, the unfortunate thing for CLG, if they're trying to push, is that Nif and Kevin on Johnny and Gragas respectively are really good at counter-initiating and dropping. Oh, and here comes another Asher that will whiff everyone though, so they're going to still push in for this turret. They do some decent damage, and there comes the barrel from Gragas to push Vladimir a little bit low, and they're going to jump in there. It looks like Hotshot GG in the front, going to take a lot of damage, must flash out. John ult comes out, can he pan to those super low? Will he die to Ignite? Yes, he will. Great jump in there. Looks like save visions are extremely low, and Kevin going to maybe drop down as well. Vladimir doing a ton of damage. Will the shield survive? No, it will not. There's another kill right there. Xylar going to stun what he can and pushing Chowster back into turret range, but will pull down, and Big Fat LP picking up a kill. Chowster still in a little bit dangerous shape. The Ignite coming off onto Jana, going to be safe though. CLG picking up 4 kills for nothing though. Wonderful play by them.
Yep.
Turret goes down. Wow, they just turned that one right around.
And actually it took 3 of them to take down Rake. They went off towards the south side of the river, finished him off, and I think that's what allowed Janet to get away as easily as she did, although, you know, she was super low health. It's going to allow CLG, of course, to get in over onto Baron, and they are looking very, very strong. Got more than double the kills. Gold, obviously, is still fairly even. The turrets, 3 for 2 in favor of game still, but this Baron buff is going to make a huge difference because now they're just going to go through this game D jungle and clean it up.
Oh yeah, they're doing a great job. They're going to have bounce. Oh, Asher comes out, barely misses Jana. That would have been a nice free kill there to pick up. Yeah, CLG completely clears out the Golem camp, and the Lizard's up, and it's going to go to Corki. But
wise thing.
Their own,
when they knew they were at the top jungle to go down there and get the red before they came as well.
Yeah, that's really smart. And you know, CLG choosing not to invade though. A lot of them a little bit low on mana, specifically elements below half. I don't know why I was randomly zoomed in on an area of nothing, but yeah, we see him recall back. Gragas and Brand still in mid, farming up what gold they can. You know, despite the 7 kill advantage and the Baron kill, it's only about 3,000 gold off, and there's actually, they found a dragon. So gamed, you know, choosing this time where CLG is going back to base, trying to preserve their Baron buff, buy up items and heal a little bit. They managed to push in and just take down that dragon right there. So bringing it back down to 1,400 gold difference. And certainly the Baron buff itself is worth a lot. Your champions get a lot stronger there. We look at the levels, and you've got Swain at 18, Vladimir at 18, Ashe at 16. So those are the top 3 right there. And wow, no 18s for games at all. So this is actually really powerful for these guys, where, you know, 17, 15, 16 at the top. Yeah, CLG's got advantages more so than just gold. And that's working out pretty well for them right now. CLG definitely winning this game so far.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're not so worried about that dragon and what it's giving gamed, actually, because I think they're expecting maybe to finish this one off a little bit earlier than that. And as you can see, they are 5 men already pushing down towards this middle area. Creep's just been cleaned up there easily by Vladimir. And we have all 5 of game also, as you can probably expect, defending this turret as the ping's actually coming around as well. I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold on to this one. We'll see exactly what the plan is from game. Kind of just hanging back, making sure that they don't get hit by anything unnecessary. And CLG are very wary, and I guess just having a bit of a discussion now as well as to what the plan will be, where they're going to go from here, while they've still got this Baron buff active.
Yeah, they're going to just keep sieging up at this turret. They're waiting for the next wave of minions. Unfortunately for them, Kevin and Rake are both great at just AoE spamming these minions down. Of course, so is the Corki from Candy Panda. And the rest of the team can sustain them pretty well. They have the heals from Xylor and the shield. And here comes the Asher, and they're going to jump that one right onto Xylor again. He will take the damage. He will ult and be safe for now, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Catches a nice heal onto himself. Yeah, they're going to be okay, but they're going to crush on this mini wave. The next wave will show up, and CLG can keep pushing. Of course, they're pretty much full health and mana still, thanks to the Baron buff, thanks to Sona, and they all have the ability to heal themselves. And so they're going to just wear down on gamed, and you can see Alistair no longer with an ultimate, still has flash, but it's getting a little bit scary in here. They go onto this turret, and it looks like Game is going to give that one up entirely. And CLG now bringing in their 3rd turret kill, and they're going to keep moving in right here. This could be great for them.
I guess they're going to go push off and go into that top lane now, which obviously not a single turret being taken out so far. They've got a fair amount of minions on their way in there as well, so I can't see gamed, you know, if they won't defend that final turret before they get into their base in the middle to go for this outer turret defense, especially since it's got basically no HP left on it either. And yeah, CLG are going to walk straight through that one. Game set up in between that 1st and 2nd turret, but I think CLG are going to just steamroll their way as fast as possible through this one. Obviously, we see the arrow coming in again, and it's connected with Rake, who is fairly low HP. Will they follow this one up? We actually see the flashing from Vladimir, but he's taking the focus of the damage, nicely held off there by Janet, and I think we're going to see Warwick escape that one yet just about, with enough health to stay alive. Obviously, his lifesteal helping him out there as well, and Gamed may chase. They're having a look here, but I'm not sure a chase is really viable for them. There is a ward there that Nif can remove and will do so, and that gives them a little bit more vision. I mean, if you look at the Fog of War, the ward situation, not brilliant for both teams, but as you could probably expect, CLG definitely have the map on lockdown.
Yeah, so a little bit better ward control. They actually have aggressive wards now. They can see into the enemy jungle with those wards, and that's giving them a lot of power right now. Teamfight was super close. They did manage to blow a couple of the ultimates, specifically from Rake and Xylor and Neff, the most important ones there. The rest of them pretty much low cooldowns, so not too bad. But you know, they have about a minute before they can really use those again. So you know, John is going to be the least useful one right here, as her ultimate still halfway cooled only, and CLG has a good chance to sort of push in that time frame, maybe get something done. Their Baron buff has timed out, so Baron will respawn in less than 3 minutes. So before 40 and a half, you're going to see Baron come back up, and that's going to be another point of contention. CLG might actually wait around for the next Baron to spawn and not really push around until then.
Yeah, definitely a viable tactic for them, considering how far they are ahead in the kills. Gold is still even there or thereabouts, around about 2,000. As you can see, they are just farming out. We've got an 18 on Vladimir and also on Swain now. And I guess Big Fat LP is not going to be too far behind with Ash, and also Warwick on 16 and Soda on 13, which doesn't make that much of a difference. They're actually going to go in, steal that blue buff away, and once again the offensive arrow comes in from Ash. That's aggressive play actually from Alistair, and they're going to take this fight. CLG Elements taking a lot of damage, actually will focus all their efforts now in on to Kevin, who is having to push away with Gragas, throws in those barrels as he goes. Candy Panda did take down Warwick, and we see Chaucer just avoiding all the damage he possibly can. Not quite enough though, and it was nicely chased down by Gamed in the end, and that will be a bit of a victory for them, 3-1 in terms of that one. Really great stuff from Gamed.
Really glorious play. They actually managed to finally separate the teams the way they wanted to again. With Janna and Gragas, you have the ability to completely push the enemy team apart, and finally got a fight where that happened. And it really has to be the jungle there. When CLG can come in from a lane and say, oh, hey, we're here fighting at this turret, let's just walk down in this, little path right here. And then we have, escapes to the right, brush to the left, you can hop over a wall. CLG can fight right here, and they're never gonna get destroyed here. They have so many avenues to escape. When they're coming in through the jungle, they've got, this jump is really far when you get pushed down. You can't make this jump because you've got the entire game team ready for you. And you see, Warwick died down there to the bottom right. Corgi just jumped over with Valkyrie and took him down. That's the kind of things that we've been seeing, where it's just really, you finally got that fight to go correctly, and it was a slaughter. They're already, pretty much catching up, and they're 500 gold down, after a Baron and 4 dragons have died. That's nothing at this point. Nothing. They're down a turret. That's kind of a big deal. I think they're slightly down in levels still, but they've gotten Kevin up to 18, and they're going for Baron right now. They've been clairvoyants, but they're still going for it. CLG, Swain, and Vladimir are super far away. They can pick this one up. They're actually afraid, and they shouldn't be, I don't think. It's a 5v3. They could have probably gone for it. They will choose not to. They're not quite killing the ward. Thing is, Corki can turn on E and be fine. Asher coming out. He's going to whiff. Super tension right now.
Yeah, the thing is, the rest of CLG here now, so this is an even worse position than before for Game to stick around on this Baron.
True that. But they're in the advantage right now. They just came off a big win. So they caught up at some of the levels, and they're going for Baron again right away. And CLG doesn't quite know about it. They're going to go in anyway, though. And Baron's at half, and they're going to get spotted. They're going to have to back off. They really can't be fighting these at half health. CLG could honestly jump in there and do a real fight. Xylor low enough that it probably would have mattered. He did pick up Sheen and Deathcap now. That cow is getting pretty beefy. Looks like that's going to turn into a Lichbane pretty soon. He's got that no magic mantle down there. Now waiting on opposite sides of the river. CLG's pushing in. They're going to get a position from the back, though. It's going to be super dangerous for these guys. Can Kevin make this work? He is the real big initiator here. He's got that nice push around, and Alistair as well. Looks like they're not going to go for it, and they're going to let themselves get out just fine.
Yep, Dragon was up a good 2 minutes ago, there or thereabouts. 39-40 spawn, which once they're starting to get up to these level 18s and finishing off their builds, possibly not quite as interested in getting in onto this Baron. But as you mentioned, despite it being 13 for 8 and CLG having that advantage in terms of turrets and also taking the Baron, the gold is like 600 difference.
Yeah.
It's really nothing at all.
That's what last thing he'll do for you, certainly. And I think this is a mistake by Game. They're going for the Dragon, and they do have good ward control, and Sonar doesn't have an Oracles, so they can't clear that ward control. but it's Corki just sort of taking a buff for himself. Or not a buff, but the dragon, and it's going to bring the gold back to their advantage for the first time in like 15 minutes in this game. So Game is winning, quote unquote, by most of the metrics that matter. But it's super contended right now. The kill disadvantage is nice. It's good for CLG to have, but they haven't really won in anything else that's by any significant margins. And the gold's been equalized, the dragons and all that. That's been fine. And we're just gonna have to see for now.
And Big Fat LP's just gone back, sold one of his Doran's blades for a Catalyst Protector.
Banshee's Veil, probably.
Yeah.
Certainly doesn't need that golden mana, or gold, yeah, health and mana on level, he's already level 18. But let's see. Corki gonna peel back as well. Looks like both teams just prepared to be super, super safe. Corki picking up a cleanse sash for himself, actually. Grabbing that Quicksilver sash. He looks like he's going maybe towards Infinity Edge at this point. Scrolling around the map randomly. Yeah, CLG in their own base, but yeah, we see what Corki's picked up. Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Trinity Force, and a Last Whisper. Now getting another pickaxe, which is most likely going to be Infinity Edge. And CLG on the right-hand side of the map means Game is going for another Baron. Nif will try to pick down this ward, will do that pretty successfully. They do know they've got to be spotted soon. They do have a little bit of ward control, so they know they're going to get jumped on. And they're staying on it, and the Ash Arrow is good on the Xylor. And here they come, Chester in the front, will pool. And Game is content to walk backwards, but they're now really, really low. Chester was farmed enough that ult hurt, and Rake got caught right there. Has to flash over the wall. Still extremely low, and here comes the fight. They're going to haste themselves around. Element's getting pushed back. Does the Gragas have his ult? But he does. They can still push this enemy team around, but no, they're losing champion after champion. Now Candy Panda will probably drop down. No, the Quicksilver Sash keeps him alive against the Druid, or the dots right there, and they're going to keep that to a 2-0 score. But a good Golem steal here from CLG. They're going to pick that one up quite nicely, and now they're going to go for Baron. Ooh.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I mean, 2 down from Gamed and the rest are far from healthy. Especially Candy Panda, who, as you mentioned, Quicksilver Sash just keeping him alive for that one. And this is the point where we may see CLG start to really move through. I mean, 20 seconds still till Xylor is finished there. And I guess it really makes sense to be shaving off a couple of more towers while they've got that bit of extra time to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really going to be up to CLG. I think they're going to push the left-hand side. That seems like the right place to be. They've got a giant minion wave there, or they're just going to go for the inhibitor. I guess that makes a lot of sense, too. They know better than I. So there we go. Chester in the front of everything. Doesn't really care that he's going to get by a turret. He can self-heal just fine. And he's going to just back off now. And here they go onto the turret. Big Fat LP in the front, getting buffed. And the Ash Arrow will hit onto Candy Panda. A ton of damage going off onto him. If he has Quicksilver Sash, he should use it right there. Chester taking a ton of damage. Will pull back. Xylor not in great shape. Will ult himself and be fine. Looks like the turret will stay alive for now, but it's down to about a third health.
And Chotha, he's up already so high. I mean, he's got 500 HP, so his lifesteal is doing ridiculously good for him at this point. That tower down to half HP. 5 of CLG still stacked outside. 4 from Game, just on the other side. Obviously, Corki did have to go back to heal that little bit earlier on. And the thing is, they don't have all that much poke, do CLG, so they've maybe got to rely on getting a good initiation into this one, as we see them just going onto that tower anyway. This could be bad, and actually the ulti from Brand is really, really great. CLG were all packed together, and obviously the bounce effect from that ulti being a real big pain for them. And they're focusing onto Vladimir, which is going to be not the easiest kill they're ever going to get in this game. And actually we see Vladimir take down Rake. They are pushing away, and we see Corki have to Valkyrie away to keep himself alive, and that was again a 2-for-1 advantage for CLG as the Ash Arrow goes in, and it will land in onto Kevin, and we are going to see him go down. Hotshot trying desperately to heal up, and he did survive there. We must have had ridiculously no HP as he gets away from that one, and CLG now are going to take down this inhibitor. Of course, only Janna left alive, and if Janna can 1v4 save this one,
if she can,
I will be surprised.
I will too, but you know, she does have some turtle shells, so she's in pretty good shape here. Hotshot getting healed so incredibly much. The sustain comp working greatly for them. And yeah, you know, as these fights drag out, you know, Game doesn't quite have the ability to sort of do that last 10% of health. They don't have those other strong burst champions. You know, Rake puts out some nice opening, and then Kevin puts out a nice opening, but then, Corki just sort of has to wear down people. And the last two turrets are going down. Looks like Game going to be dropping this game to CLG. One more hit on that Nexus to go down, and CLG 1-0 in the group so far. Gonna move on so far. Game gonna have to try to start to fight, stay alive. They're gonna see the rest of these games go off.
And we actually have some CLG fans in the audience as well.
I
can't see because of the light.
What do you see?
The sign there. Oh, here we go.
Oh, nice. We have a sign. Just 4 to win. Nice. I like the intentional misspelling of the. Thank you very much. So, yeah, we got a CLG sign in the audience. I did see one for Against All Authority up on the back wall a little while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, CLG players look pretty happy. Shrouster smiling, talking around. See that grin on his face, doing pretty well for him. Big Fiddle P, emotionless as normal. He's pretty much CLG's Dyrus, I think.
Well,
pretty good.
They got the job done. That's what really matters in this first matchup. You know, as we mentioned earlier on, that whole first game of the day, getting into the swing of things, and CLG definitely did. But from Game's point of view, they had an amazing game, in my opinion. I mean, Candy Panda, who I pointed out as always seeming to play well with Corki, had a beast of an early game. I mean, he was outfarming Ash by double for 20 minutes or something. Like, really a long time.
Yeah. But yeah, the teamwork of CLG really held them together. I really think it was the lack. And the thing is, like, this team comp looks like a burst team comp, but I don't know, for whatever reason, they couldn't get like that last 10% done. Sona would de-aggro. They managed to stun enough people. Basically, you know what it was? It was Chowster jumping into the front and saying, everyone target me, and then pulls backwards and is fine for the rest of the fight. I think Chowster took so much burst for the rest of his team that they didn't pick up anything else. You look at, Hotshot GG, right? 1-0-12 was just tanky. You look at that. He's got Rod of Ages, Mercury Treads, Null Magic Man, a Negatron Cloak. Yeah, he has the Rabbiton's Death Cap, but that's the only like major AP item. The rest of it was really just durability built. And yeah, just built super tanky. The entire team from CLG really durability plus sustain, and it worked so well for them.
Yeah,
one in the group so far.
Damage taken.
The damage taken graph is ridiculous.
Wow. 40k damage there. Only Warwick taking more, actually,
as a jungler,
in the CLG team.
Yeah, wow. So yeah, he really did a good job getting himself into those fights and absorbing the burst for his team. Really, really good play there. So hopefully we can get an update on either when or how it went, the game between TSM and Zan.
I think they're still playing, actually.
They're actually still playing.
Yeah, it looks like they're still playing off here to the side. As you can see there, the next game will be coming up is Gamed versus Zan, and obviously we'll be switching the commentary teams out for that one. But I do believe over in the pro gaming area, we have an interview with the players on both teams this time. Enjoy.
All right.
Hi there, we just saw CLG versus Gamed, a really big, exciting match. What were your thoughts on that game?
Well, till a certain point it was equal, but since as the team fight started, we made some individual mistakes and we gave more and more advantage to CLG. Yeah.
Would you be able to pinpoint the cause of that turning point? You know, what happened there?
Well, I think the biggest advantage we gave to CLG was the first Baron. Baron is always very important in this game, and yeah, that was the point.
Great, and you're about to go up again for your next match. You know, what are your thoughts? Are you taking anything into the next game that you've learned?
Yeah, I think the next games will work much better because we are not that nervous anymore, and we solved some technical issues.
Great, thank you so much. And over here, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Cody Sigvason, Elements. I played Sona that game, support. And
great, and you did an awesome job. What were your thoughts going through that game?
Thoughts was basically sit in the back, stay alive, spam the Sona button, spam the heal, spam my auras, and just support the team as best I could.
Awesome, just face roll with that keyboard, QWER, awesome work. And what were your thoughts about going into like the bans and the draft?
I liked our team a lot better. We had a lot more sustainability. As you can see, they had a lot more burst, but every time they bursted us, it didn't even matter because Vlad would just Q, I'd spam W, Swain would just press R, and then we'd all be back to full health. So, I mean, they burst, we sit back, do it again, just keep pressing, so it just ended up working.
Yeah, it definitely paid off. And any final thoughts before going into your next game?
Hope we can do the same thing.
Great. Best of luck to you both, and back to you guys.
Hey guys and everybody on the stream, welcome back to Jönköping, Sweden. We are here at DreamHack 2011 Summer. This is going immensely fantastic right now. A lot of great games going on today, and we're about to see the first showing of Zan as well from Game coming off a loss from CLG, so we're going to have to see how they turn that one around and really put it in their favor for this next matchup.
Zan, another one of those unknowns.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll amaze us. I mean,
make it known.
We'll see. Yes, exactly. Make them into a known.
We'll have to see. They are known for the Pantheon. Like we were saying, we want to see the Penta Baron drop. So we'll have to see if it happens at some point.
We shouldn't jinx it, but I'd like to. I'd like me some man dropping. I definitely would. Yes. Unfortunate game there for a game. They didn't have an answer to the sustain comp that CLG was running. If you have a sustain comp like that, you need to burst them down, which was what Game tried to do, but CLG always withdrew from the battles at the right point and came back half a minute later with full health. And there wasn't much that Game could do there. But let's see now what they can do against this complete unknown team. Candy Panda was absolutely amazing on his corgi, so we're gonna see what he does now. I have actually been most amazed so far by his Tristana.
Yeah.
It's not a carry that you see very often. I really enjoy seeing that. And yeah, we'll see how that will go. Let's see if the teams are starting to get into the game.
Indeed. I don't believe I see a game up yet, so they are still waiting right there. I believe Game probably getting a chat down. What happened, what went wrong here and there. As you were saying, Tristana or Corki. I believe that it's the Corki because of the range of that ultimate. Also, more that his the Gatling can shred armor, and his Phosphorus is a little bit of AP as well. So it's not really a hybrid build, but he has a little bit of everything, and he's very usable. As Tristana is right there in your face. If the jump doesn't happen to the kill, then you kind of don't have your cooldown, and she's useless after that point, except if you're playing an Ashe position, and you can just keep barraging people with your Q. So
on the other hand, Tristana is a kind of hero that scales very, very well into the late game. So the games here have been rather long. Even when they were one-sided, teams are cautious, obviously. They want to play very, very safely, and in a situation like that, it makes sense to consider Tristana simply because she is such a late-game hero. And if the game is going to go 40 minutes and you have a Tristana with a Bloodthirst and an Infinity Edge, and she hits that Q button,
that hurts.
That is so very, very painful. Yes, while we're setting up, remember we have the Ask the Commentators a question thread. And we okay, so we are going to look at those threads. We are
going to go do some questions, and then we'll go for a quick break.
Right.
We'll
do
do a few questions.
We're probably going to have a break.
Bit.
Exactly. Yes. So yeah, let's see if you have some questions. And once again, I walked around earlier today a little bit, and I have seen a lot of people here at DreamHack watching the stream on their PCs. And there is a fan of the Masia over there. That's very good. I haven't seen any Noxians yet.
No, not at all. No. For anybody that's here as well, here in the Elmia Convention Center in Jönköping, we do have the Spin to Win booth over there. You can win some free swag from League of Legends, Riot Games. We're giving away some Singed cards, as well as Viking Tryndamere, which is actually going to be available in the store on the 24th. Right. So if you're here in Sweden, you get to use it first, and you're going to be able to show it off to your friends and crit their face off, and that's what Tryndamere does best.
Crit their face off with awesomeness. That's what
exactly. Pillage and Tryndamere.
So I have to address the elephant in the room for me. European teams aren't doing so well, are they?
How's that feel though?
It burns. It burns us. I don't know. It's not over yet. XP has flown in, so Fnatic are going to run their full setup.
Now, yes.
And AAA have been known to be susceptible to the nerfs, which is something that is a factor at offline games. So who knows? None of these teams are out of the tournament yet. The only team that has unfortunately left us so far is Pacific. They made 4th in their group, and well, I'm pretty sure they enjoyed the experience of coming here, and they had a chance of doing that. They they don't have the amount of experience that North
It's such a
American
diverse playing field when you're that far around the globe. You're only centralized to play against so many people. You're not going to ping well to somebody else in Europe or somebody else in North America. So it's not really justifiable to play against them.
Right.
The match isn't going to mean much. You're not going to be able to really get a lot out of it. It may be a loss, and you gain more out of a loss. But still, if you can't do anything during the game, it's really only going to be frustrating, and then the loss. So that's kind of really hard for them to come in here into a scene where they're playing every day against some of the best competitors in the world, and they're kind of thrown into the bunch while it's burning, and it's kind of hard to get out alive.
Yeah, that is certainly a painful experience. So I'd say we should go to a break.
We'll take a quick break, yeah, sure.
Right. And we should be back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Restock on the food, drinks, and everything else, and we'll see you back here in 10 to 15.
I've seen a couple of threads of people posted their preparations for watching the games. Very good. I do approve of everyone who's sitting at home with friends watching these games right now. Well done, guys. And yes, we'll be back in about 50 minutes.
Sounds
See you
good.
then.
Hey guys,
Hi,
Traveler
Carrie.
here. Oh,
Hi, and this is Carrie Bear, and we are going to show you guys the swag tour. So we have also been reading the forums, and we've seen your requests to get Mr. Jeff Chu on the camera. So here he is, live and in person. So why don't you show us what the cool stuff is we're giving out?
Sure. So we got a lot of cool swag for DreamHack, specifically for DreamHack, including Viking Tryndamere, which is a totally badass skin that you can only get here at DreamHack. You can win all this swag at the Spin to Win over here. We've got a bunch of League of Legends lanyards, some rune pins, even some Demacia tattoos. So we got a bunch of cool stuff that you can come and win over at our booth.
So come on down and get some gear.
So I have one question for you. So you spin that wheel to win these prizes, but is there a hidden prize to see your abs?
Ooh, yeah, it's pretty tough. Actually, if you get it right on one of those black slivers, you may have a chance at getting anybody to see it, but no one's hit it today, so.
Gross.
All right, guys, you gotta come here and see this guy's abs. Back to you.
Hey guys, we have a little surprise for you. We're back a little earlier. We are going to give you the ending of the game, TSM versus Sun. We're switching in-game any second now. And as you can see in-game, Sun is stomping TSM.
Yeah, amazing right now. Not something you'd seen. The unknown coming out of Asia, just doing tons of damage right now. They actually just grabbed Baron a few minutes ago. Now look at the Rain Man, full stacks on Cho'Gath going down. They're just able to fight right around the turret. Ashe not worrying about the fact that she was just getting barraged. Has that Guardian Angel. She's back up. Brand may go down. He has about 50 health left. They're able to take down Vladimir. That is Reginald that goes down. There is a turret. We're going to get a little bit of lag on this, as it is the stream we're watching. We're not spectating this match, but we wanted to give you guys this information right now, that Zan is playing such a top-tier game right now.
And Rivington, do you see that? Do you see that handsome man in the armor? That is a Mordekaiser.
A Mordekaiser in top tier? I'm sorry, what?
And this is not even close. This is 17-4.
And we're actually about to watch the Gamed versus Zan match right after this, but we definitely wanted to show you what was going down. TSM winning the NA Regionals, going down to Zan here at DreamHack Summer.
Who knows?
An amazing matchup for them right there. That is the victory. Glad we could get in for that little bit of information. Yeah, that is a very big GG, and now we may have another contender.
Wow, I'm sorry, I have to apologize to Southeast Asia because I treated them as not even a contender, but honestly, that was impressive. I just watched maybe 2 minutes before we switched over to the stream, and what they've shown there is really, really impressive play. They have really good team play there, and they were just so far ahead.
Yeah.
I am amazed. And let's have a quick look at the lineup from TSM here. There's Sona, Cho'Gath, Caitlyn, Vladimir, and Amumu. That's a perfect lineup,
solid
right?
lineup.
That's a lineup I'd say, yep, you are going to win with that lineup. And wow, a Mordekaiser Nocturne.
When we looked at that, it was something like 12,000 gold that they were up, as well as it was 11-3 in the match, 4 turrets to 1.
It was
like
more than 12.
Domination. That's not squeaking by with a win, especially for Team Solo Mid. That was really coming out very strong and being able to take what they needed to take and take it home.
They are the favorites, aren't they? At least for the North American teams, Team Solo Mid. Everybody says
definitely Team Solo Mid, CLG, those top teams that are always looked upon and always talked about on the forums. Definitely the teams that we expect to be in those final matchups, creating those back and forth underdog matchups for these type of teams. But I guess Zan no longer an underdog.
I am absolutely impressed, and that of course was the reason we had to take a break. We actually had the games running concurrently, and we assumed that Zan would be ready on time because, to be fair, we didn't think the game would run too long, and then they were still playing. They told us we need to take a little break, and we found out why we need to take a little break. I am now officially a Sun fan. I'm just calling it right now.
The Zan fan.
Yes, I'm a Zan fan, yes. They won with a very metal Mordekaiser skin, and I can definitely approve of that. So let's see how game they're going to fare against them. I am suddenly very, very excited about this match. Not that I wasn't very excited before, but I thought that it was a foregone conclusion. It no longer is.
Yeah, it really isn't, and a lot of people are wondering on the streams, we're looking to ask the casters, will the off-streams alternates be commentated? Usually they are not. They are played in the background. We put the streams up that, are going to be those teams that are going to go head-to-head. We had CLG versus Gamed, and that was going to be a huge match, not realizing that Zan was going to come out with a match of their own as well. So now we know, and now you know, and we're definitely going to bring you all the coverage between these teams throughout the next few days. It's only going to be less and less teams. 2 are going home today. As we said, Pacific has already taken that fateful trip home. Unfortunately, they did very well in their brackets. They were able to come out strong, I believe, without a loss. But like we said before, the diversity between the playing fields globally is, we see it's that much different.
Yes, and that's absolutely exciting for a game that's still, let's face it, a budding esport. We don't have the 10 years of history that StarCraft have between them, so we are still a young esport, and to see the metas in the different regions slowly start to diverge, when we slowly start to see that there's actually more than one correct way of playing the game. There's more than one way of playing the game that can earn you wins. I find that very exciting, and we're here seeing it, and this kind of tournament is the #1 way of bringing everyone together and just seeing what happens when those metas touch. And apparently, TSM were not prepared for whatever it was that Sun did there.
It's one of those things where you might, you take it as they are the underdog, so we're going to play this way, we're going to be a little bit more aggressive, and then you just get taken off guard, and the tables are absolutely turned, and you're like, whoa, how do we fix this? We've kind of dug ourselves a hole here. How are we going to get out?
Yeah,
and by that time, it just seemed that 12,000 gold and 11-3, there's no way of digging yourself out of that hole. It starts raining and everything gets muddy.
And it fills up very quickly. Yeah, that's why I looked at the lineup, because I thought, hey, is TSM running a troll lineup? Did bite them in the backside? But no, that was like I said, that was a perfect lineup. That's a lineup they'd run against CLG. That's a lineup they would run against AAA. So I am really amazed. That is the first real upset of the tournament, and very good. I like upsets.
Yeah, for sure. You got anything from the forums?
Oh yeah.
What do we got?
Right, so people are asking us what we're thinking about the EU versus US so far. Well, we talked about it already. It's clear that, well, I'm not entirely happy with the performance of EU so far. I disapprove, Europe. I disapprove. No, that's of course not it. But I think that a lot of interesting matches are still to come. None of the European teams have been disqualified. None of the American teams have been disqualified. And in the relegations tomorrow, we're going to see some very interesting matches. So we know already that Epic is actually not going to play in the relegations because they took first place in their group. So they move straight on to the third day.
3-0.
They have a day off tomorrow. They can go and party. I do not recommend partying. But we're going to see some very, very close and interesting matches tomorrow, I'm very sure, because tomorrow it's going to be super clear, you win or you're out.
Yes.
And that's going to go for both teams tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll have to see what Fnatic do with their full lineup, what AAA do after the nerves have calmed down a little bit. But so far I have to give it to the American teams. Epic has been, well, Epic. I don't know what to think about TSM. We only caught the tail end of that game. CLG played really well, but I think, and I spoke to Games very quickly after the game, it's a case of being outpicked. They just couldn't deal with the sustain comp. So I think that players are probably getting ready. We should have a game up. Yep, there is a game up right now. Let's spectate that game.
So I actually have another question from our US forum, or NA forums, I should say. What have the competitors been doing during the times when they're not playing in the convention center or out? And most of them actually, you will see them on the floor in front of the projector screen, in front of the TVs we have viewing the matches, watching the teams they may be playing against. Actually, we can see CLG still in the crowd, hanging out, watching some of the matches going on. Obviously pretty aware of what just happened to TSM, and definitely about to watch this game versus Zan match. Fnatic also in the crowd still. They haven't played for quite some time, and as they were in Team 1, so they've been done, and they're still hanging out here. A few of the teams are definitely mingling around. There's a lot to see here, and an amazing BYOC down on the main floor. It's like an absolute rave. If you're not here, this is why we're bringing it to you. If you are here, stay here. That's the best thing about it. We got the free play area going on over on the right side. It's actually getting really full. There's a lineup for it. Also, the spin to win booth. We have Nicoliolio and Nika and a few others working that booth right there, giving out free swag. And who doesn't like free stuff?
Free stuff is best. All stuff is better than free.
Some people say nothing is free, but this is actually, you do have to spin the wheel.
It's true. That is some physical effort.
So it may not be free.
And there is a Garen hiding in. There's actually a...
Yes, there's a Garen in the bush.
There's a bush.
There's a bush.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But personally, I have to say my favorite aspect of the entire booth here is just that area there in front of us, with people sitting there and watching games and cheering for the things that they're seeing.
It's one big collective mind. Everybody's here to have a good time. Everybody's here to League of Legends, and everybody's here to watch some awesome games and learn new strategies and figure out how the pros play, meet the pros, get some signatures, talk to them and kind of nitpick at their brain. Yeah, definitely they're busy, and they're gonna huddle around in their team and move around about the convention center with their team. So it's kind of hard to get a hold of them. They're always on the move. But right now, as they're in the players area, you do see some people talking to them, getting pictures with their their favorite players like Hotshot GG and Big Fat, and all the other players from Fnatic as well, like Shushei. And you can't lose that Alistar.
Yes, it's a great feeling. When you're used to watching streams at home all by yourself, and then you sit down here and you're like, wow.
Oh, wait a minute.
There's other nerds that like this too.
Yeah, exactly. Proud to be the nerds.
Yes, absolutely.
And looks like we're waiting for 2 here from Zan.
Yes.
Definitely happy coming off of that. So Game coming off a loss. Zan coming off
an amazing
upset. What we
upset.
think is an amazing win. That might have been handily for them.
They may have just, yeah, that's what we expected. I don't think so. I don't think that they expected this. I'd be amazed if they expected this. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game now. Candy Panda has shown just how strong his carry lane is. I'm not sure they didn't have a classic carry. They had an Ash that I saw there. Yeah, but let's see how they fare there. But that said, Candy Panda won his carry lane against CLG quite handily as well. And it wasn't enough. I mean, if you can't translate that advantage into team fights that you win, then you're not winning the game.
Oh, good question here. How has spectator mode made your casting? And it actually makes it quite easy. We're able to see a lot of information.
Yeah.
You know, spectator mode is definitely going to be available quite soon. Very quite soon.
Soon TM or soon?
Yes.
Soon TM.
And
it's going to be soon.
It's very amazing. You know, it's really great to work with, especially having, you know, the call-outs being made, the map control, being able to see everything.
Yes.
And I'm for sure you guys are definitely seeing the results on your end as well. So it becomes a big thing.
I've seen some very, very positive comments in the forums about it. And big shout out to the team back in LA that worked on that mode. It's amazing. And good job, guys. Really, really happy with it. It's so much fun to cast as well. You have all the information that you want there. And if you just tune into a stream and you see a team fight going well for one game, you may think, oh, well, one team, well, that team is obviously winning. And then you look up at the gold score and say, oh yeah, well, but they're 10k gold behind, so they're probably not winning after all. And that's just a very cool bit of information to have there. And yeah, it's really cool. You can do a lot of things that I think other casters are probably going to do better than us once we give that spectator mode out to the world. You can follow champions around, you can jump very quickly from champion to champion. You have the two team frames that actually update in real time now. So you can see when if you have the mental power for that, which often I don't, you can see what's happening where and you can jump very, very quickly. And I'm loving it.
For sure, yeah, it's definitely made everything huge and hugely easy, I should say, or greatly easy. Two words that don't match in that sentence, but I made it happen.
They do now.
You
just made them match.
We create dictionaries as we commentate, and words within the dictionary that become sentences.
Somebody in the German forum says I should bet on the outcome of the next game and cut my hair off if I'm wrong. But I am not going to do that. I'm sorry. That my power is in that hair. I'm kind of like a esports Samson. But let's bet. Let's have a bet going. What do you think, Sam? Gamed? I'm just gonna just go ahead and support my country. Gamed. Gamed are gonna take it, yeah.
Well, I guess I have to go with Zan then. You're not really leaving much choice. And I'm really hoping they bring out the Pantheon. I mean, you saw the Mordekaiser there. Usually pretty countered at high ELO. He's really that tanky DPS that you can usually carry a game with, you know, lower ELO. But coming out there, he seemed to be doing a lot of damage, you know, being able to control his shield very well, when to use it, when to re-increase it. Obviously, you always want to increase it, but, you know, not just spamming his abilities, because then you're left with cooldowns and you get to run away as your health depletes.
Exactly,
so there's still a skill involved in Mordekaiser, but the shield pretty much does it for you.
Yeah, and choosing the right time to ultimate is important with Mordekaiser as well. I mean, you can keep the ultimate to ensure a kill on a champion that's running away. That's not bad.
The melting alt ignite.
Yeah, that's such a nightmare, isn't it? But what you can also do is you can just grab the enemy AD carry in the beginning of the fight, and just jump on him if you can, and just turn him to a ghost that suddenly fights for your side. And that is, many people don't give enough credit to the strength of the ghost that the ultimate actually creates. So yeah, there is probably something to it, but again, our meta just thinks there is no room for Mordekaiser. And yeah, I have to say, it's hard to think where you'd put him, because even with the shield, a good carry like Candy Panda should be able to keep him completely out of farm on the bot lane. There's, every time you walk up to the minion, it's going to be a double up, or there's going to be a phosphorus bomb. And, you know, you only have so much shield. That shield goes away very quickly at early levels. And then you start taking damage.
Yep. We have another question here. Is Nocturne a solid pick for a tournament? Does he have heal or something? He doesn't have heal or something, but he has the CC. He can be a solid pick. It's really up to you and the composition of your team and all. I mean, you can say that for any team, but Nocturne, we have seen him. We saw him in the regionals. I remember Pacific saying that they also had a Nocturne player, but they weren't able to play him because he was banned right away, and that's one of the things they learned from the Pacific games that they might have watched the VODs, that they had a Nocturne player, and he was actually banned in a few games that came up this weekend so far, and he may be banned in the next few days here. We do have another 2 full days to go for DreamHack here in Jönköping, Sweden, and it's only going to get better and better because as the teams weed out, we realize who is really supposed to be here and who is going to represent what you said before, their continent at this point.
Exactly, absolutely. Nocturne, just to go quickly back to Nocturne, is a semi-global, I'd say. So you have the chance of jumping in when people don't see you coming.
Right.
That is very powerful, even at high elo. That is just always going to be powerful. But Nocturne is typically a champion that you see in the EU meta game if all tanky junglers have been banned. Because once again, our meta game currently is heavily dominated by dual AP, and there is no room for a tank on the lane, so you need to run the tank in the jungle normally. And if all jungle tanks are banned, then you need to start thinking about other jungle picks, and Nocturne is a very, very good pick because he has that CC. He can usually, in a 1v1 situation, he can jump in with his ulti, put up his spell shield so he can immediately be CC'd, and put the fear on the enemy champion, and that is usually enough to kill them. So yeah, I think Nocturne is absolutely a viable pick in high elo.
And some more questions. After seeing Zan play, do you think other teams will change up their bans drastically? I'm not sure because I don't think many teams know what Zan picks besides, the Pantheon that we've been kind of putting out there. And it doesn't seem like they're going to roll with that this game. They obviously do take this very seriously. Pantheon may have been something that the team composition worked before as they played in Asia, or Southeast Asia. And it might not be in this one. Also, another one, Orianna is not in this patch. She will not be used for this tournament. And what do you think about the Zan bans?
The Zan bans?
The Zan bans.
Do we have Zan bans?
I don't know about Zan bans. What do you think about if other teams would drastically change their bans?
Absolutely not. You cannot base bans on one game that you just saw. That doesn't make any sense. You need to know more about the team before you can start adjusting your bans and picks to tailor-made for that team. If we see Zan do really well with one specific champion a couple more times, I can kind of see that champion pop up in somebody's ban list, but I think teams are probably, if they go up against an unknown, they're going to run a safe strat, and they're going to ask themselves, what champion messes with that safe strat, and take him out of the pool.
Right. As the thing I've noticed a lot is as we have, these teams playing internationally now, instead of just regionals in the NA that myself and Freak casted, is that teams, there's not much TF banning or TF playing at this point in time. And he was banned pretty much every game with Vladimir, and anytime CLG was up, Nidalee was on there, obviously, for Hotshot. So it's definitely been different for the areas that they're playing from, and the characters that are being used. They definitely know each other. They know the teams. They know how to play against each other. They know, obviously, who plays what. But I don't know how this Zan is going to play out. We're going to really have to see what comes into play for them.
The TF ban is interesting, I think. I think what's going on there is that the people who are in that one meta, in the North American meta, they know that split pushes are very, very hard to deal with the team comps that they usually have. But because teams here often have team comps that the team comps that deal well with split pushes, TF isn't such an important ban. I don't think we'll see it. So anyway, we are now about ready for the game of Gamed versus Zan. We are going to cut over to the tournament area for an interview.
Hey guys, Traveler here, and we are here with Zan, who just finished winning a game. What's your name, and who were you playing in the last game?
My name is Intrigue. I play support. I was the Janna last game.
Okay, and you guys won. Congratulations on that. And now we're playing Gamed over here. So are you worried about Gamed? Have you researched their strategies? Are you prepared mentally, physically, spiritually?
Basically, we haven't VS them before, so we have no rough idea of how their gameplay is like. But we'll just stick to our gameplay and see how it goes.
All right, so you have no idea. Are you gonna try and play a little passive and try to feel out their strategies?
It will depend on later part in the gameplay.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna you know, ask you for your exact plan. I'm here with Games. What's your name?
My name is Y Shum and Rake in the game.
All right. And are you worried? These guys just won a game. Are you a little nervous?
I think a lot of people are a bit surprised that Zan won against Epic Gaming, but yeah, we are ready and prepared.
All right, well, we're going to see who's going to win. Who has the best game face?
What?
The best game face. Scary face. Nah, I'm just joking. All right, so we're going to take it back to the commentators, and let's see who wins.
Love you, Traveler. You're doing a great job. Back
scary,
to here, we
scary
got scary game faces.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No, we're not gonna win this.
unscary. I don't think I have a scary game face. So we do have one more to join in for Zan here. I believe that may have been our interviewee, and we'll have to see once he joins the game. We're going to get our picks and bans going on. We'll get that adjusted. And
I have to say that Rake became a much better interview partner since the WCG.
Yes.
Just a little bit of history lesson for people who may not know this. The man who just spoke to our interviewer, that is Rake, and he was on the legendary I Wear Cape in Real Life team that qualified for the WCG last year and went under the banner of SK Gaming. And there was an interview where I asked him about something I felt like a 1-minute question that he answered with a yes, and then just silence. He was like, I said everything I need to say, yeah, just yes. So, yeah, we have lots of veterans on that team, actually. Team Gamed, they also have Syler, who is also at the WCG, and Osaf, who's not playing today, but who is actually in the audience, and who has been advising them after the game against CLG. I was actually standing here watching the game on the monitor and having Osaf sit next to me, so every time that Game made a questionable move, I just looked at Osaf face palming, so that added something to it. All right, wait, we have memes. Give me memes. This is good. All right. Okay, I turn into a unicorn. Oh, that's good. I'm not too bad at unicorn attack.
All right, very nice. Going to be a little bit Soraka.
Oh yeah. Oh, that'd be
yes,
good.
there we have Axion joining into the game. So we do have everybody. We're going to see if we can get this game going live for the bands here.
Yes.
And we all ready. We will check. Xenon is doing the checking. We'll have this match for you in a few minutes.
Freak again.
So if you're just joining us, obviously turning on the stream, I believe we're at like 140,000 people, so you're joining. Everybody that's watching, make sure you join the IRC channel, get some chats going down. Everybody's probably flooding the channel with what just happened, and we're about to see it again. You know, we have Zan coming off a win, Games coming off that loss versus CLG, so we're going to have to see what they can do in this. They're definitely, you know, at some point in game, or at some point in the game, you definitely have to realize that, you know, we have more games to play. Let's not let this play on our mentality. Don't let it get you down. And they're just going to go into the next one stronger. You know, like I said before, the loss is really what tells you what your errors are, and you learn more from the loss than the win. Going through the win, you're able to flow right through it. It seems like everything was going right, and it's the teams like Zan that lets you know what you're doing wrong, it appears.
Yeah, absolutely. I am absolutely thrilled about this. This is the first match of the day where I don't have any idea what's going to happen, and you know that's what you want, kind of. So let's see. Oh, look at that! Syler doing a nice countdown for us. 3, 2, 1, and we are in the picks and bans. Let's bring them up on screen. Yes, very good. We are no longer in the picks and bans. Sen just left. I think. Oh yeah, I think we had the sites wrong again.
Indeed. We're going to have to switch it out.
Have we had a game yet today, Rivington, where we did not have to remake, the two of us? We did not.
I don't know.
No.
We are beautifully cursed with
the
game
curse of the
remakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to hop back into here. This should be quite quick.
Yeah, I hope so. Unless they just, you know, packed up the gear and went home.
Yeah.
Because he just said sorry and left.
That's a heck of a flight.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
So we're going to get this game recreated again. If you're just joining us, this is the League of Legends Season 1 Championship, $100,000 tournament going on Saturday through Monday, all 3 days. We've already had one team go home. 2 teams will be going home today, and we're finding out who else that will be. Pacific was our first. These guys are heading it up here in the Elmia Convention Center in Jönköping, Sweden. A beautiful and gorgeous area. I cannot believe how clean it is here. The air is amazingly clean, and it just makes it for an even better and more fun convention center. I don't think we're going to have any huge plague going around.
And obviously you can enjoy the beautiful landscape here. pretty much 24/7 since the sun sets at something like, I don't know, 11 and rises at 4. Both of which events I witnessed last night.
Days kind of just blend together.
Wow. Okay, we are back in advance. That was a nice smile there for Team San. Thanks for that. We should go over to Van San at first. Pan is Mordekaiser.
Yes.
I am so wrong, Rivington.
I think they watched.
So wrong.
I think they watched that game, and we're going to see how they attribute that to the next game
and
here.
I explained to you why I don't think they'll switch up their ban strategy and then they just first ban Mordekaiser. And there's a Rumble ban, so they did do their homework. Rumble very, very strong in Rumble. And an Ashe ban. I mean, Ashe is, I don't think there has ever been a period of League of Legends where Ashe wasn't a perfectly alright ban. Twisted Fate ban, and wow, look at game. Vladimir ban. They're just like
1, 2, 3.
Wow, and the Anivia ban. Very, very quick there. So Vladimir and Anivia, 2 very strong AP heroes taken out, and there is a third very strong AP hero, Rake, playing Branding, and he did not do badly against CLG at all. I thought it was really good. Intrigued playing the Janna and a Nunu jungle, very, very offensive jungle pick. Darkness on the Nunu. Raked told me before the tournament that he considers himself a gank magnet. Let's see if he can live up to that reputation.
Maybe we'll have to see how aggressive he plays and how far he pushes himself up in lane, feeling, you know, all right. We do see a Nidalee coming out here. That's going to be very troublesome for Zan at this point in time, as well as a Sona, the double heal coming out. And Nidalee farmed late game can burst heal very strong, and that cooldown is not that high.
That Nidalee is going to go to Kevin, I am 99% sure, and he is an amazingly good Nidalee player. So there aren't many very good Nidalee players in Europe. I would say Soas from Team AAA is probably the best, but Kevin is really, really good on her as well. And we have Lee Sin, the blind monk, picked for Team Zan, and Annie as well. I'm very happy to see Annie. So we are actually playing with a patch that we're calling internally the Vayne Plus patch. It's the patch that came out after Vayne that contained a few balance changes, most notably Annie's buff. And oh man, that is such a beautiful buff. I play AP whenever they let me, whenever my team lets me, because normally I'm the jungler. Oh, actually, that got changed to a Jarvan there at the last minute. Okay.
Indeed.
That works.
I think they're just going to stick Nunu in the jungle and not really worry about a lane Lee Sin. Put Jarvan up top, let him farm up, and leave Annie in middle. And whoever is going to be babysat by that lower bottom is going to be their ranged carry, I believe. Looking for some AD, and who will it be?
Unless we're going to have the Jarvan Janna lane. I mean, these guys are going to amaze us.
That could work, yes.
But this is still a very American meta game. I mean, assuming that they run Jarvan top. Oh, there's the Tristana pick.
You're happy.
Yes, I'm happy. He is really good. I mean, honestly, he is probably the best Tristana player right now because nobody else plays her, but also because he's really, really good. And last pick, Sylar again with his amazing jungle Alistar. I called that too. I think I didn't tell you on stream, but I did tell you before the game started against CLG. Sylar is going to jungle Alistar, and it's going to be glorious.
Awesome, very nice. And, that just keeps him on the roam from the beginning. You never know where he is. He's in the jungle. You kind of have an idea of where he's going to be. We did see, I believe it was TSM versus CLG when it was either Elements or St. Vicious running Alistar in the jungle for a round. I think Elements was roaming, St. Vicious is the jungler. So I think they switched up the roles because Elements didn't do too well one game, and they got him top golems. He's stuck in the bush near Baron until he leveled and instantly flashed, pulverized, and headbutt. The first time you see Alistar and he's level 2, and you're like, wait a minute, what? And they just played his levels through the jungle. It was very good. But there goes the AD carry for Zan. So Axion is going to be Vayne.
Vayne Janna on bot lane. That is a very, very powerful bot lane. Vayne is actually an extremely powerful AD carry. One of those AD carries that can actually hold a solo lane, even in the current meta. So you can put Vayne on whatever lane you want, but with a Janna, wow, just imagine that. The W, the Q, and Janna shield on top of that. There's going to be so much damage. A burst from that is going to be really, really painful. Kevin on the Nidalee is going to shut down any top lane. I don't think Nidalee can lane against Jarvan. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the American meta, so I don't know how well Jarvan actually does in top lane. But Nidalee is an infamously hard top laner to beat. Brand, of course, perfect mid lane. He is going to be up against an Annie, fire versus fire there. Not much. I'm afraid I don't know that many puns, so you're going to have to do the fire puns this time around. And we're going to have Sona and Tristana bot lane, and I predict pain. That's what I predict coming out of that giant cannon that Tristana carries on her arm.
Yeah, that lane's going to be really good. It's actually going to be Vayne versus Tristana on the bottom, obviously with their supports. And Tristana's going to have a little bit of an edge on that one. You know, Vayne can quickly roll in, get more damage than Tristana would off a regular shot, obviously, getting more crit per the HP being lower. So she's not really going to proc too much of that early game. And I think there's going to be a good amount of harass coming out of the hands of Vayne. However, Tristana could be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that Sona can constantly heal and, you know, give her health back sustainability. And Vayne can kind of just poke back and forth, back up, and let herself regen. Maybe she'll grab some Boots health pot to start off. She has that 600 health in lane. We may see something like that. But we can see her running Cleanse, and there's really not many people that can lock her down at this point in time. That may be like a wasted summoner for her, but she does have Flash. She does still have her Escape, and we'll see, you know, where that Cleanse comes into play for this game. Like I said, you know, you could, I guess, Cleanse out of a Pulverize or something, or Brand Seer after Conflagration or Pillar, but...
I think Cleanse is generally a good spell to have, absolutely, yeah. And one last thing about NIF. NIF are running Sona as their support, and, sorry, Game are running Sona on NIF. And this is something that the European teams have told me. They say you can outban a game by banning Sona, because apparently NIF is an amazingly good Sona player, but he's not quite as good on any of the other supports. And apparently the last 3-4 months he's only been training Sona non-stop. And also something that Weevil Failure told me when I spoke to him earlier is that something he really loves about NIF's gameplay as a support is that he is one of the very, very few aggressive supports in Europe. So he's a support that will go in your face and basically lead the charge, even with Tristana behind him. And I would really like to see that. Sona is somebody who can do that with a passive, absolutely. And yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes, I think, mostly on the bot lane here. I want to see how this ends.
No, that's really understanding your character. Like I said before with Alistar when Shushei was playing him, what can you do? How much damage can you take, and understanding the cooldowns of the other players. We're going to get this game going live right now. And here we are as we pop back into the game. Looks like everybody is kind of heading down mid in a line. Looks like they may go straight for each other on this one. Nidalee will stop, and the others will stop. Nunu quickly jumping into that bottom brush there. And we'll have to see what these guys can do for the beginning of the matchup. It looks like they will head over towards their blue. They're just looking on the right side. Zan is looking for a push, a little bit of aggressiveness, maybe catching one off guard as they head down towards Dragon, towards the blue, but it's not going to happen. A Clairvoyant's coming out, and they are able to see as we get the combined Fog of War on that they are a bit blue, and yeah, they're going to do the exact same thing here. They caught Epic off guard.
West Price, yes, but there's no West Price in this game to face check those pushes. Yes, I don't think that they're going to get a fight going here. Let's have a quick look at the items that they're starting with. We see 3 Durance rings on team game, so that's a very aggressive start. The normal start is really boots and 3 pots, which is a, you know, like I'm going to stay in my lane and I'm going to be all right.
That's what Vayne went with, yep.
Yeah, absolutely. But the 3 Durance rings and 1 Durance blade, that really means they're like, yeah, I'm going to dominate my lane from level 1. You know, if they can, that's absolutely worth it.
No, and it makes sense too. We see that Tristana, I don't know, going for the damage right off the bat to kind of negate the roll, or the tumble, I should say, that Vayne's going to have. She also has Doran's, so she's going to be able to, you know, help herself sustain a little bit, but having Sona on her, she's really not going to have to worry about hitting minions to get her life back. She can just worry about the last hits and continue to over-farm here. They are going to go ahead and obviously steal those Wraiths. Nunu on the consume, able to get that up for himself. Looks like we're going to have Jarvan going up top versus Nidalee. That's very, very common for Nidalee to play a solo lane. Very much so a character that you want to have solo, leveled up very quickly, and she can be a lot of assist in the game as a support and as a damage dealer. So we're going to see, going back to their lanes, and yes it is, on bottom, it's going to be Sona, or Janna and Vayne with Sona and Tristana. Mid is Brand versus Annie, a little bit of fire on fire there. And as I said before,
look at that Nif already being aggressive.
Wow, damage. The E coming out of Tristana, just kind of harassing Vayne right there. So much damage as well from Sona. Sona obviously grabbing a ward, 2 pots, and that revive.
That's exactly what I was waiting for from Nif. He just goes there. He just goes into this. And Nunu is already invading at level 2. Obviously, that is what Nunu needs to do. Otherwise, he's just not strong enough. Let's see what he's going to do. He's going to find Alistar here, even though Alistar is trying to pull the golems far away. And oh, is Tristana going to come and help here? Because I don't think that Alistar can handle him here right now. Oh, and Alistar actually gets the kill there as well. Brand is rotating down into the jungle to help his teammate. Sona's coming as well. Tristana staying in the lane. Yes, she doesn't want to lose too much farm. 2 from Team Sun here, very, very aggressive in the enemy forest. Tristana should be fine at the moment. She's level 2, so she leveled her jump, and she is going to be able to escape in case they try to be super aggressive on her. And that invade, I don't think that was too useful for Nunu here.
Right.
He didn't do that much damage. He didn't steal anything from Alistar. He maybe delayed Alistar a little bit, but, you know, he delayed himself by just as much.
Yeah, as well, you know, coming out of the jungle. He does have his blue. I believe Alistar has his blue as well, obviously starting off there. Damage being done up top. Vec on Kevin, that is. And they're kind of just trading the same amount of damage, but you can see here a lot of pushing going on by Vec, and he's going to be able to put all these minions into the turret. Yeah, obviously Kevin's going to try to last hit as many as possible, missing that one on the siege minion.
Look at that.
He has a lot to go through right now, though.
6 CS versus 20.
Yeah.
Somehow that Jarvan top is really working.
Yeah, he's really doing a lot, using his Q to farm multiple at one time and just pushing the lane as much as possible. Looks like we have an Alistar coming up through the river here. It could catch him off guard. He's level 3, so he does have Pulverize and Headbutt. Could it be far enough backwards? He kind of does it in the backwards order, but that's all right. He just wants to get the damage down. Lane presence is just as good as the gank because it could happen later. And we have Nunu coming down from the top. A Flash coming out there. Will he be able to ice ball? And he does. The headbutt just wasn't enough. Blood Boil is on, and Jarvan will be able to get away. A great assist there by Nunu to get them out of that situation, and they will stay alive. No first blood. That almost happened within the first 5 minutes of the game, but it still looks pretty hungry. They still look pretty hungry here as the tension grows on the top. Jarvan going through the other side with the headbutt. He kind of blinks back over the wall. Will they have a kill here? Vec very low health, going down 10 HP, and it will be first blood by Xyler with Alistar. And will they be able to take down Nunu? A little too low to dive that turret at this point. It's going to ramp up way too much damage over time. They don't have the HP, and he's going to have to back off on that one. A little bit of gold and assist to Nidalee, and we do see Alistar coming up with the first blood there. He did go down as well. So at 1-1 now, 5 minutes, that kill did come in, and it looks like we have ourselves a game.
Yeah, absolutely worth it for us. I mean, the first blood gold is definitely worth dying for. But we can see that the Senna already ahead. They're not ahead by much, they're ahead by 200 gold, but they are definitely ahead in creeps. And I think that's mostly down to Jarvan. I mean, look at bot lane. We have Vayne at 30 CS versus 36 on Tristana, so that's not much of a difference, but the top lane is really going in Zan's favor. I think that now that Nidalee could go home and get herself a mana crystal and some more potions, she will have the breathing room she needs. Look at that offensive positioning there on Niv. I love that. It's just great to watch, and a support that doesn't just wait in the bushes for an option. He just gets out there. He says, if you come close to me, you're going to eat some damage, and you don't have a healer. Well, I can just heal myself and my lane partner up again. And that's exactly the right way to play. But supports are squishy, so it's a scary thing to play as well.
Indeed. Alistar now on the roam, kind of looking to soak up some XP in the lanes. Going for Nunu right now, though. I don't know, Nunu's kind of just hanging out there for a second. And he is going to walk by. Looks like we have somewhat of a freeze up, possibly. It looks like Zan is not moving at this point in time. We'll have to see if anything happens. No, bottom is moving, so possibly not there. Could have just been a quick desync.
Yeah. It must have been that, and I think just seeing that, that fair gameplay there, he's just saw that the guy doesn't even move. I'm not going to go in there and take advantage of the situation. That, I think, is just great.
Any going back could definitely be attacked right now by one or the other. Darkness goes down in the team fight down bottom, and it's going to be Candy Panda also falling on the ground, 1-1 down on bottom. That's going to be Tristana and Vayne that are both down. Looks like Vec will start to take some damage here. Popped up. He was seen by Nidalee's trap. It's going to be Nunu again coming out. We do see Axion reconnecting there. Quickly disconnected from the game. Great job getting back in by those guys. Quickly resolving the issue there. And it looks like they are able to get back into this fight. Nidalee trying to get a little help from Alistar there. Not too much damage. Nunu coming around the side, though. Wants to kind of poke around and say, hey, we're going to be aggressive on this one. We know you guys want to come into our jungle. We're going to repay the same. And it looks like a Seer coming up. He did not have him on. He did not have the Ablaze yet, so that was not a stun. A little bit of damage trade there. Brand is absolutely out of mana and pretty much ineffective in lane. We're going to see him go ahead and back at this point in time. That's usually what you want to do, especially with Brand. You're very reliant on that mana. So much burst damage, and even with a little, you can really throw somebody off guard and continue to go at him. We go up top. We can see Alistar going after Jarvan, and it looks like the good bump up. A ton of damage coming up. The pounce coming out of the hands of Kevin, and it looks like they will be able to get this kill. A very nice job as they come in for the double gank, and Alistar again soaking up the XP from kills. It is now 1-1-1. Tristana, Nidalee, and Alistar all have kills for their team, as it is only Janna and Nunu on the team for Zan that are coming up with kills. That's Radion and I believe Intrigue.
And if the people who are sitting here in front of us watching us are wondering, the players are wearing very, very thick headphones, so you're not going to distract them with applause, so please feel free to clap when something amazing happens. It's a great feeling.
Looks like we got a little bit of push here. Bottom, Candy Panda taking a lot of damage, slowed down that debuff from the auto attack of Janna, and it looks like Vayne starting to do a little bit of damage. Her items are Doran's Blade. She does have that red pill, and she will be able to use that in a team fight to give herself some more damage. We'll see if she does that in the next few minutes here. She did not choose to use it there. It would have been a little premature. She wouldn't have been able to get the damage done needed, and it kind of just would have wasted over the lane phase of the next few minutes. Coming out to your 9 minutes in the game, looks like up top Nunu and Alistar kind of butting heads in the bush. They will lay a trap there. Nidalee trying to give herself some trap support all around the bushes right there, keeping herself aware, you know, without wards, and that's her investment. Putting those traps down, it really helps, and they also can detect wards if you can place them down close enough.
And there are standard ward positions where you just expect those wards,
right,
and you can just put a trap there. Obviously, there's a lot of potential for counterplay there where you just put your wards somewhere else, but these standard positions are standard positions for a reason. They're usually the best places to put your wards. Let's see what's going on in bottom lane now. I really want to see how this lane is going. It seems to be going Candy Panda's favor right now. Vayne is not farming at all at the moment. And yeah, the nice knockout from Janna there. And wow. Oh, okay, I see. So he just wanted to push them back and do some damage. Probably could have done more damage without the ulti, but he didn't feel safe there. So yeah, we can see here actually in our spectator mode as well, we can see that the cooldown of Tristana is currently 40 seconds to ulti. So that's not a long cooldown at all.
They're still moving around lane. Looks like Nunu may come down into middle here on Annie, but Alistar is also at that party, and they will choose not to do that. Jarvan is up top. Looks like Nidalee will back in this situation. Kevin now on the fountain, but he quickly gets back into his cougar form and back to lane. Looks like everybody's just somewhat farming. Vayne getting a little pushed here bottom by Tristana, getting jumped on by Tristana. Will they be able to get this kill down on bottom? And she takes a lot of turret shots, very aware of what's going on. And as you said, Nymph, just, hey, what's up? I'm going to heal you. Do what you got to do. You're perfectly fine. Also pilling, so she's getting a little bit extra of that sustain from Nymph and herself. Very well played. Two in middle right now, and we're going to see if Alistar chooses to go back into the jungle. It looks like he will begin to invade again.
Nice play there, and it looks like, yes, Candy Panda is definitely winning that lane. 77 versus, well, 63, it's not that much of a difference, but 0-2-1 versus 2-1-0. TSE has a pattern there. So yeah, it looks like that bottom lane definitely going to Candy Panda and Tristana, and already they're taking the turret down to less than half health here. Wow, that is very quick at 11 minutes. Nidalee's probably going to be safe top there. They pinged her, they saw Nunu coming from the forest, and wow, look at that ward cover there. Wards and traps everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like Annie is waiting for her stun up, possibly for Nunu to come around. She does not want to use that right now, obviously, and also to save herself as well. She can use that to get away and use it as an escape, so she doesn't have to expend flash. And looks like Janna and Vayne are kind of like, I don't want to leave my turret right now. Really, there's no reason. They have no minion wave. Looks like they will begin to move up now. Jarvan and Nidalee up top, just kind of farming back and forth. Nothing big happened there. And we do see in mid that Alistar soaking up XP, not really serving a purpose for Brand. He's kind of, you know, that lane presence once again, as I've said before, but he just wants that XP. He hasn't gotten a kill in a little bit of time, and you don't want to fall behind.
And he is rotating around top now. They could go for a dive against Jarvan here. Alistar does have his ulti up, and he can just take so much tower damage with his ulti up, but he chooses not to. He is going for his blue buff, but it's not up at the moment. He should be aware of that. Maybe he has a timer for it. He expects it back soon, but nope. So while Alistar's setting up there, let's have a quick look what's going on bot lane. Vayne is actually dares to go out a little bit. Oh, Brand is coming top lane as well, so Jarvan really in trouble now. Alistar going all the way around, using his ultimate to take all that tower damage. So much damage output on Jarvan. It wasn't enough. Let's see, bottom there's the fight. Oh, nice positioning. And yes, wow, Candy Panda waiting for the flash until after the jump. So great play there as well. Gets out safe. That's one of the strengths of Tristana. That jump has a really far range. And oh yeah, Jarvan sticking around. No, Jarvan did not stick around the tower. They took the tower. Yes. that tower was just doomed after Jarvan had to go back.
Very nice job there. Bottom, and Nunu could have taken a little bit more time. Vayne and Janna were both pushed up very far. Could have pulled out that Tristana rocket jump, and obviously she's not going to get the cooldown. Nobody was really near death, so that would have been the perfect time to go in there. You know, you wouldn't have been able to do much. You could have gotten the crescendo from Sona. Her ultimate makes everybody kind of dance for a second, do their own little thing, and you know, that was very well played by Candy Panda, not expending her escape ability.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously, as I said before, don't have to expend the summoner spell, and that's really the situation you want to be in. A good lane push right now, however, by Zan on bottom, trying to force these minions into the turret, but they're kind of keeping it right there. A very nice job of not moving backwards. Nidalee and Jarvan kind of butting heads up top, doing a little bit of damage to each other. And we're going to see the lanes pretty much calm right now, but Alistar is waiting patiently and trying to get that in there. A very nice headbutt, going for the pulverize. No, a very nice attack. He still has pulverize as well, and it is going to be enough damage to take down the darkness, and he will go down right there. He tries to condemn Tristana off of him, but it was not enough. There were just too many and too much, and that would be another kill. 5-2 now in favor of Gamed as they continue this match quite strong against Zan after coming off a loss. Zan coming off the win.
Maybe Zan really needs a Mordekaiser, who knows? And Nunu coming around, sorry about that. Nunu coming around the bushes now, but does not try to push against Brand. Brand a little bit low on mana, probably not too much damage output that he put out right now. He flashes out, gets out of absolute zero, but he has Ignite on him and he goes down. Wow, that was well played by Axion and Radiant right here. But at bottom lane at the same time, I guess that was yet another Alistar gank, and yes, Tristana just taking him down.
Yeah, very nice job there. Another turret in favor of Gamed. A little global gold for their entire team, and they will be able to move on with that one. Right now it's 18,004 to 16,900.
Wow.
And 2 Gs in gold divided by 5, or somebody else is obviously getting some more of that with the kills. We have a 4-1 Tristana, not the one you want to be feeding, the heavy carry of the game for Gamed. And the only one to rebuttal that is all ones down the board. It's Annie with 1, Nunu with 1, and Janna with 1. And Janna, it's kind of going to help her, but to go to Annie or somebody else, it definitely would be more of a help.
Yes, yes. And Candy Panda is their star player as well. That's definitely not the player you want to feed here. So this is going good for Gamed, I have to say, and this is actually making me quite happy. I mean, Gamed did lose that first game to CLG, and they are considered the weaker American team in this group, but who knows, who knows? Maybe they're just finding their stride right now.
Brand looking to dive that tower, something you have to be very aware of when you're Brand. Ablaze will draw aggro from that tower. Not a lot of people know it. It's a 4.5 second burn, and if you run into the tower with that range, be like, wait, why is it on me? Oh, just because I set 4 people on fire. And there's one right there, the pillar, and he almost hits the seer. That would have been very nice, and definitely the ultimate initiation that they would require to take down Annie right there. I'm going to check it, and she almost has Tibbers about 20 seconds left on that, so you can see everybody converging to mid here, gathering together. Vayne is going to guard that bottom and kind of try and grab those minions, and it looks like they will start to come into mid here. Annie possibly getting her spells ready to drop Tibbers. It looks like they're backing off though. This turret will go down, the third and final outer turret, and now into those second outer turrets. And we're going to have to see what Gamed can do now as they are playing very aggressive inside the jungle. And it looks like they may meet Zan in the jungle right now. They may have seen Tristana go into the bush. Do they have control over this? They're a little bit spread out here. It looks like Jarvan is just going to go ahead and run by. The seer was missed, so nobody was stunned. No real initiation on that one. It looks like the ultimate right across the wall, and it's only going to go through the minions. Very unfortunate. Vayne was very smart on that to run away. Great job by Darkness, and they are forced to move out. Annie definitely with her ultimate up, and she does have that stun around her waist, looking to pop up Alistar. Not really one you want to initiate on, but they may have to anyways. It looks like they will let him be for now, knowing the team is there, obviously having and saving enough mana for his ultimate. A very good decision by both teams. Alistar knowing he had enough to fight, Zan knowing they weren't really in the position to.
And they are just turning around again. The moment it looked like Gamed were running, now they turn around again. Again, pushing you back now. Tristana constantly attacking people during that fight and getting 2 of them down to half health. And after that, Zan just couldn't continue pushing, and they may just have to give a dragon to Gamed here, especially since Gamed have that insane damage output from Tristana, and there's not really much that they can do to, Zan can do to stop them, and they're not even trying it, they're just giving the dragon to Gamed. And you have to realize that the dragon means experience and gold, but it also means one more thing. These teams all time their dragons. So when the dragon dies, they write down when it will spawn again. And that's a bit of information that Zan don't have, or don't have as precisely as Gamed. So Gamed can set up for the next dragon and can just kind of snowball from there, chaining dragon after dragon. And I know that Nif is a pretty good support player, so he would be the one to do the timing. and I would expect them to set up for the next dragon and just take it away again. They are now 2.4 gold ahead, and oh, Candy Panda getting a little trouble there, but flashes out. It should be fine. No, he didn't flash, he just jumped, didn't he? Yeah, his flash is still on cooldown, so he's fine. He didn't lose anything there.
Yeah, very nice job. Just kind of utilizing his abilities to get away, and no reason to overuse your spells. Everybody pretty much spread out back into their regular lanes for Zan right now, just trying to get their farm on. Not too much pushing going on by Gamed, and this is kind of a risky part of being able to push the lane so quickly, is you have to be up in the face of the other team the entire time, and they're going to be allowed to farm, and they're going to start catching up. So you definitely have to start playing more aggressive. You definitely have to start, you know, initiating fights. They don't have a dragon to initiate on. It's still really low for anything to happen at Baron. A lot of people are still under 10. It's not really an option whatsoever. But we do see Nunu kind of setting up in the bush here. Oracles have already been grabbed. That Oracle Elixir allows them to grab those wards, not grab wards, allows them to take out the enemy wards in the jungle rather. And it really helps with the control. As we said all week, all day long, and almost we're going to say it probably all weekend long as well, wards are the investment that you need to win games.
Yes. Alistair there could have been ripe for the picking. There was no one from his team around, 3 from Team Sen, but they didn't see who was around or not, so they didn't go for it. Oh, Annie should have seen Alistair there, and she knows. And she knows that they're around, so she's pulling back right now. Team Sen rotating down into the river a little bit. No, I think Vayne decides to stay in lane and farm some more. They can't really pick a fight. They have to wait for Game to pick a fight, preferably under one of the turrets, and make a mistake. But obviously at this point it's very easy for Game to invade the enemy jungle, and as we see on the combined Fog of War here, there's a lot of vision that Games have in the enemy jungles, and the top jungle and bottom jungle, and it's just going to be so hard for San to do anything.
Yeah, you can see about 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 wards and Nidalee traps as well all over the green dots in the Fog of War. A lot of damage going out of Tristana right now. Oh, hit backwards by the ultimate. Could they come in? Nymph taking a lot of damage as Vayne with her ultimate on just does so much damage. It's not something you want to be hit by, especially on a third proc Silver Bolt. It's no fun. Condemned against the wall. No thank you, sir. Yeah. And it looks like they're going to be able to do a good damage to this turret. That hitting, but it doesn't look like right now Nidalee has too much AP. That's not going to do too much damage. It actually hit at quite a far range. Jarvan almost going down. Tibbers goes down onto Alistair. A very nice job by Kevin to get out of that and miss that Tibbers drop. It would have done a huge amount of damage right now. Annie has quite a nice build. That Deathfire Grasp as well as 2 Doran's Rings and penetration boots, and Tibbers would have not felt too good if it was on the face of Nidalee at that point in time. The flash away, very smart idea. You know, no problem for Alistar. He can just go ahead and heal up, get back into the fight. 3v2 situation up top. His bottom is getting a 2v2 situation as well. Fights going on all over the place here. Good push on the turrets. Vayne taking a good amount of damage there from both Tristana and Sona, that is. And it looks like Brand is going to go ahead and farm himself mid, pull both Nunu and Annie from top. Looks like Jarvan is on the fountain, so Brand's just like, hey, I'll soak up some XP. You really don't want me to, but later it's going to be quite bursty, and we're going to have to see what Brand can do in the team fights, starting off with that Pillar of Fire and the ultimate just melting people.
Oh, and there is here a kill picked up against Sona, against Nif. He was a little bit too aggressive, it looks like. But at the same time, they're picking up a tower top and possibly, yes, also a Nunu top. So that was worth it, I guess. Nif confused them, surprised them with his decision, and that allowed them to get a tower and a kill top.
So 2 down on Zan, 2 Sona down on Game. Something you would take all day. Sona not really one to get kills, so she's not going to be worth much the whole game. Obviously, it's not good to drop a player at all.
And
it's money to the other team.
As well. I didn't see that.
But yes, they did.
Well. Wow.
So it looks like Janna all by herself on the bottom, and she will continue to guard that tower, continuing to farm the XP as it comes in. No reason you shouldn't. It's only 1-on-1, and Tristana's not going to be able to do that much damage right next to the tower. You can just go ahead and back up. Looks like Tristana may meet Annie right there. She does have her stun, dropping down Tibbers, and huge as she goes for that W. Very nice job picking that up by Axion. A very much needed kill, bringing it to 8 and 5. Now 3K down as they slowly lose that money. And we're going to see how the advantage plays in favor of Gamed as the game goes on. 23 minutes or 22-20 into the game right now. Still really looking greatly in favor of Gamed as they have not lost 1 turret yet.
I wonder, how did Annie see Tristana in the bushes here? I just checked, they didn't have vision, they clairvoyance afterwards, so Annie must have just seen her pass through somewhere and just checked it with bushes.
Annie may have been going, I think Brand was still in that position at times, somewhere in mid, or Sona,
Right.
as we see now, is just going around to play the outside role, maybe drop tippers from the side on Brand. It's
Right.
still, it's probably more damage to Brand than it would have done to Annie, and you saw how fast, Tristana rather, not to Annie, Tristana dropped. So we could have seen that again, just again with her stun procced up, not giving anything to chance. Janna flying across the map with that tailwind. We'll see if she can initiate something here. Actually putting down a ward. Brand not going to even try for it, saving his spells. And it looks like Jarvan with the shield up recently. He is going to go ahead and just keep farming.
And on Alistar we see 3 Doran's rings and Aegis of the Legion. It's a very, very team-based build. I really, really like that, especially on a jungler who can come in and not just gank, but also, you know, help people who are there. And oh, that's so much free damage on Janna. That means she'll probably have to go home. Yes, she'll have to go home, which gives Game a couple of minutes to do a couple of seconds to do something on the map. But well, Dragon is back, and despite my predictions, they did not set up in time for it. So there's some element of coordination missing there. They should have been ready for Dragon. They should have timed it. They didn't.
Right. Sona now as well with an Oracle. She's going to be able to roll around the map. Kevin getting back into the matchup here. He did get disconnected real quick. We see that on the screen. Jarvan moving up top. Alistar able to guard that tower. Nothing really going to come of that disconnect. He is going to be able to get back into the game quite quickly as we are on the land. It's going to be simple and easy. And looks like Janna and Nunu going ahead and grab blue buff. They'll probably give this one to Nunu if all goes well. And actually, it's going to be stolen here. I think Tristana will be able to get that. And it goes to Sona. Very nice. The cooldowns and the mana, that's going to help immensely. A huge one going for the Pillar Fire, nearly ultimate and pretty much melting. Very nice Candy Panda coming in for the kill. Just going to feed him up nicely. 174 creep score, 6-2 at this point in time, and another jungle in their favor. 190 gold plus the XP, 33.3k to 29.8k. The money is just increasing now, about $4,000 gold over Zan at this point in time, and Game, you know, leaving nothing to chance after seeing Zan versus TSM.
And that was nice revenge for Tristana in exactly the same place where she was killed by Annie a moment ago. She gets to kill Annie. Jarvan meanwhile stealing Game's blue buff. That's interesting. I thought I saw Sylar doing that blue buff a moment ago, but he must have aborted it. And there's one inner turret that goes down, a second inner turret actually that goes down for Sen already, and they're setting up to take down the third inner turret. Jarvan completely out of position, cannot defend. He may take a turret in return.
Yes, he's definitely. He's going to get that one, but you know, they've been losing a lot, and they really need defense on this inhibitor turret. If they get a lot of damage done on it, could easily be a backdoor for somebody. Not that they have a team that backdoors or anybody that can really go around. A nice flash in and pulverize coming out of the hands of Alistar. His team was not there. They were focusing on the turret. He thought they were going to take it down a little bit quicker, but that's all right. Kind of unfortunate that the flash was used for them, but they will be able to still initiate in fights. Alistar is somebody that, you know, it kind of matters on if you want to initiate well, but he doesn't really need it to escape with the amount of damage he can take.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can still headbutt pulverize if he has the range for that, and so that kind of almost replaces the stun right there. So a needlessly large rod on Annie now, bringing her up to 222 AP, and let's see, 153 only on Brand. Brand not doing quite as well as Annie, even though their CS is identical. He has 0-1-1 while she has 2-1-0. So obviously those kills for Annie putting her slightly ahead and allowing her to run a Deathfire as well as a needlessly large rod. The Deathfire, obviously a proc item that you activate against an enemy, and it does a percentage damage of their max health, and that percentage actually scales with AP. Yes. So as you build more AP on your champion, that becomes even more painful. Sand now going back with 2 of them. See if Annie's going to be caught here. No, she seems to be fine.
Oh, wow.
Unless Candy wants
very
to
aggressive Candy Panda. It looks like he will turn to the right. They did have that ward there. I was like, you have no mana. Where are you going? You have a ward there. All right, they were definitely safe in that situation. Yes. And he does have red as well, so he can always hit and run away, hit and run away. You're going to be slowed. Zyler looking to put some pressure on the jungle right now as they're pinging him. They're like, hey, okay, come on, chill out, please. His own team is kind of giving him the what's up. Let's take it easy here. We don't really have enough space to initiate, and we're kind of spread out. Looks like you're going to go down bottom. That Infinity Edge now in the hands of Tristana. And you can tell, obviously, with 6-2, has not sold any of those Doran's Blade, has had enough to build up a Zeal and the Infinity Edge with Berserker Greaves. With whatever she needs, you know, usually you see somebody at least sell 1 or 2 of those to get to that Infinity Edge faster. But she's totally comfortable in a build right now, and you can tell she's very farmed at 203. The closest is Jarvan at 195. We're going to head up top to see what's going down here. It looks like Nunu and Jarvan may initiate on something. Alistar does see that they're there, and Janna will gather together with the group here. We could have a forced fight, but it looks like everybody's really spread out. Jarvan not going to initiate anything, going back towards middle. Everybody kind of feeling out where the other team is, trying to get a look, trying to get, you know, a spell drawn out so some of the cooldowns are going down. And there it is right there, coming in with the headbutt, misses the pulverize on the flash. A very good timing on Vec playing Jarvan, and it looks like he will be able to get out alive. The fight to be initiated is growing only more and more as they expend those summoner spells of the opposing teams, and we'll have to see what they can do.
Any out of position. If game went for it right now, it would be a 5v4 with the flash down on Jarvan. That would be really advantageous for them, and they seem to want to go for it, but obviously they're running in the direction of Annie now, so she can join the fight if she wants to. That was an amazing attack against Jarvan top. The headbutt actually pushed him out of range for his combo, so he could not use his Q to go close to his standard and do the little jumpy thing that he does. That's the technical term, the little jumpy thing.
Yes,
That's
the
what the skill
toss.
called. Yes, the little jumpy thing. Yeah, so Zan now defending one of the inhib turrets, and it's not looking too good for them. 9 to 5 currently against them, and 39 to 36k gold. It looks like Game are definitely in the driving seat at the moment. They have to consider whether or not they want to try and push this turret, but with Nidalee they have this amazing poke of the spear. So if they wanted, they could just stick around and poke, but they're like, nah, we don't need to. We'll just go here and get infinity gold. So having infinity gold is always an advantage, mathematically speaking. They could be setting up for Baron now as well. That would not be unsmart, especially with a Tristana in the game. Oh, it looks like this time did they time dragon? No, they're just going home. All right, that works too. No blue buff up for the enemy team that they could be stealing here. A death cap and a sheen on Nidalee. That means that every time she throws a large spear, her next auto attack, a small spear, is also going to hurt quite a bit more. She's going to build a Lich Bane. Of course, that is just a must-have item on Nidalee. It's so painful. You get a spear in the face, and then you get another spear in the face.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good.
No.
We're going to see Alistar heading up here to the top blue golems, going to be able to take them out quite easily. Nunu is right on the other side. He's like, I want to go get golems, but I think I smell a cow.
Yeah.
So he's going to head off of that one and go back to the base, probably possibly buy something. I don't know. Nobody's really showing themselves right now for games. So it looks like they're really just kind of defending inside the base. Annie's all out there by herself. So we'll have to see what she does in that bush by Wraith. Looks like they will start to take the tower. And a lot of damage coming out of the hands of Tristana on this one. She will jump away using that quite early. But it doesn't look like the fight is initiated, so she will be all right on that one.
And yes, she has the cooldown back right now. So that jump, that's okay. The cooldown is really not that long. Let's see what Nidalee is tossing over the wall. Spears is what she's tossing over the wall. Oh, Annie waiting in the wings here. This could be interesting if Annie manages to initiate from behind, put a good Tibbers down on the entire enemy team. But did she disconnect? She's just standing there. Yeah, she's blue pilling. Oh god, it looks like another disconnect here.
It's not going to help them out. And Tibbers would be huge right now. They are trying to take the turret. Zan, unfortunately, going to have to deal with that game. Kevin going to take down the turret with the help of his team. Annie taking a few turret shots to the face. Damage she will be all right with. The ultimate from Brand coming out. You can see the melt. It instantly hit him. Nobody could stop the proc there of Absolute Zero, but they have enough damage to be taken. Great job and survivability by Gamed at this point in time, focusing down Nunu so he couldn't get away after the Absolute Zero. There it is. Axion has reconnected. It would have been very helpful for that fight, and that could have been the table turner for this one as Zan come out very strong from the last match. An unfortunate event of circumstances to happen in this one. The Q coming out of Tristana, and this turret is just going to drop down in health. Candy Panda destroying that turret. They're going to be able to take out another inhibitor. Now this is 2 inhibitors that Zan has to wait to respawn, and I've mentioned this before. They have to stay in the face of Zan at this point. It's going to be a lot of minions flooding their base. They're going to be able to start accruing that gold and making their builds a lot better from here on out. They don't have a lot of finished builds. If you can see that scoreboard, they all have the Heart of Gold trying to get that gold in their favor. As you said, it is a late game item, and that's where they are right now. You know, 31 minutes into this match, 32 as we crest that point, and they're looking to have a lot of gold as we have Infinity Edges and Phantom Dancers, Aegis and Rabadons on the other side for game. They have a lot of finished build items and 2 Rabadons on the team as well, and really Alistar, the only one that doesn't have as much as he needs, as he's been roaming, still has a good amount of kills, 2, 1, and 5 with 110 creep score, is kind of building for that attack damage as well as AP.
Oh, and Jarvan finds himself a Tristana here in the forest. Oh, he does a lot of damage.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, wow. But there is an Annie and picks up the kill against Candy Panda. That was good. That was exactly what San needed in this.
It's going to be a good amount of gold coming out of the hands of Tristana. She has not, I believe, died since 2 and 1.
Yeah.
And now she's 9 and 3. So
Yeah,
we'll have to see. Those 2 kills came. I believe she was able to get like 4 or 5 kills before taking those. So that's a lot of gold that's going to go to Annie, and that's not the person you want to give it to. That's going to be possibly a Void Staff coming out. Her build right now shows going for Rabadons with that needlessly large rod and the Blasting Wand, and then possibly into, actually, and she has the Deathfire, so possibly into the Rabadons and then the Void Staff.
Wow, that's going to be extremely painful. And there was no reason at all for Tristana to be there in that part of the forest at that moment. That just... yeah, I have to say Candy Panda probably made a mistake there. He just got a little bit too confident. He's like, oh yeah, we're winning this game. I'm just going to blue pill in the middle of the enemy forest. That's fine. Unless, of course, he got it disconnected. No, he reacted afterwards. He jumped and everything. So yeah, we still haven't seen even an attempt on Baron, which I find rather interesting. Oh, wow, the damage from Vayne.
So much damage. You know, Nidalee can only heal so much, but the constant damage from Vayne and the absolute chase down ability. Nobody else has it. You know, the best thing that she could have done there was break line of sight. We have a 3v2 situation as Alistar is trying to take the brunt of all the damage here, and he does so, staying on the backside. Sona able to stay alive with that Oracle's brand now. A little bit more dangerous with a Banshee's Veil on. He does not have to worry about a Nunu Ice Blast or an Annie stun, so he can take that and know that he has to get out of the fight, wait those 30 seconds for that to come back up.
They seem to be going in the direction of Baron, but Tristana completely out of position. Does she know that Vayne is there? No, she probably didn't. Wow, she cleans up really quickly.
Yeah, actually doing a great job. She knows that she has the damage. She has the crit. We can see a little fire dance going on by Rake in middle, but she grabs the last Whisper, and Tristana now is going to start tearing people apart. Wow. This is the point in time where you're like, I think we may need that armor. I can't even think of it right now.
If you buy, well, Thorn Mail.
Yes.
Yes. If you're at the point where you think you need Thorn Mail, you're probably already lost.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I was gonna say it's not something you need, but I was trying to think of the armor before it happens. You know, it's just somebody you need to shut down now. But the escapability of Tristana is what makes it so hard. And if she can get that kill, she can just continue to jump around and stay out of your reach. So that's very, very tough. She's also moving quite quickly. She has a Zeal, the Phantom Dancer, possibly going for another Phantom Dancer, and that is not going to be fun whatsoever. Everybody is now congregated inside the base for Zan. They are pinging around. We see a Blue Pill, Jarvan, and Nunu both back in base, and we're going to see if they can come back out in time. No, Nunu actually just dropped down. It looks like he disappeared instantly, but he disappeared under the coin of Annie on the minimap, and the Oracle's now in the hands of Nunu as well for this side, so both teams have the Oracle. The initiation could come in. There was the flag drop there. The ultimate going down. Tibbers is on the ground. A good amount of damage, but a great heal from the hands of Sona. Picks her team back up. Janna using her ult, and it will push some people back, but only healing herself and not really giving her team the utility and support necessary. The ult coming out of the hands of Sona there after her heals will shut down the rest of the team. It is going to be a big jump. A lot of damage coming out of the hands of Vayne. Was able to shut down Tristana. Not worth as much money at this point in time, but it was a good player to go down. It's going to be a lot harder for these guys to drop more turrets and inhibitors, but this one, obviously being so low, they're going to be able to do it very well. An ace for the team. They won't be able to go all the way on this one. They may be able to get a lot of damage done. Actually, they have a huge minion wave. I am a liar. I did not see that. As I looked down to the minimap, they kind of blended in with everything down there on the minions, and it looks like they may be able to take the game here. 9 and 7 seconds left before anybody gets back in the match. A lot of damage to be done to this Nexus right now. Alistar with the highest base damage at the start of this game, so he's going to be using his abilities and using that Sheen to just rock off a ton of damage to this Nexus, and that is going to be a GG for this game. Very well played by Game, coming out strong against Zan after a loss for Game. Zan coming off a win now to the loss, and Game probably feeling a lot better about that situation.
They should feel really good about themselves, even though that Vayne really gave them trouble. Tristana, if you watched her jumping left and right in that last fight, the Jarvan ulti hit her, and I'm sure she was ready with the finger over the W button, and she just jumped right over. It's like, yeah, you jump on me, I'll just jump out, and you could play in your crater by yourself.
Let's check the damage that Tristana dished out on this. 271 creep score and a huge amount of kills here. Damage dealt Tristana. She is, yes, Candy Panda on the top, 175,000 damage. That's not going to feel good. She's actually beating everybody by at least 2 bars. The closest behind her was Darkness.
Nice.
Great game played.
Absolutely, yes. That was well, that was exactly the game that we expected to see, with a dominating bottom lane translated into lots of successes in team fights. to be honest, Zan didn't play a bad game at all. That Vayne was really, really scary, and Jarvan top lane shut down in Italy, which I didn't think was possible either. But yeah, I have to say that they're definitely not bad. But I still don't understand how they could shut down TSM so bad. Something must have happened.
It's one of those catch-off-guard type of matches,
Yeah.
you know, and it really happened. This time, you look at the Heart of Golds, and they're depending on that gold over time. You know, that's not really something you want to have to do. It kind of gives you the mentality, if you're being pushed back, you're like, all right, I'm still kind of getting gold, so I don't want to overextend and push. When sometimes you need to take those chances, and you need the force to fight before Tristana gets 271 and 14 and 4, because that is not something you can really come back from, you know, unless, obviously, like he said, you possibly get the Thorn Mail, and at that time you're already saying, oh man, this is kind of in the bag.
Yes, exactly, yes. And not a team player, Candy Panda, as you can see. Not a single
No assists. He wants them all.
Yes, he needs them all for himself. He should have built Sword of the Occult. That would have totally made sense.
That would have hurt. Very much so.
Well, a very good game there, and Candy Panda proving that it's not for no reason that we call him the hero of Game D, their rock star, so to speak, and that's the gameplay that we've been looking to see from him. Maybe his Tristana is simply better than his Corki, because that was, let me tell you, an amazing Tristana.
That was a very good game, utilized very well in all positioning and every other aspect that, you know, a Tristana needs to play, not using her rocket jump and too early to give herself her escape, as well as a flash out of that as well, using her E at the right time to, you know, stop healing. It was just very well played all around, and she definitely had the build going as well. Also noticed she needed some magic resistance, went from the Negatron Cloak, and pretty much everything else around the board, just a very well-rounded build for that Tristana, and for, I should say, you know, Candy.
Yeah, I like to see that. So, do you know what's next?
I do not.
You do
It's
not.
a surprise.
It's going to be, there's going to be interviews next, of course.
I believe we do have the players ready in the tournament area for some interviews, so let's get that checked out and see what the post-game players have to say.
Hi, it was after a particularly epic game. I'm here with the team that just played. Can you introduce yourself to everyone and who you played in that game?
I'm from Team Zen. I'm Intrigue. I played Janna last game.
Great, and what were your thoughts about that last game?
It was very close fight, but they played a bit better, so they won the game. But there was some disconnection, so I was a bit disappointed. But that's not an excuse.
Yeah, it was very dramatic for all of us watching, and you know, you guys were able to manage to come back from it pretty well, but not, you know, not for the whole game. You know, what do you think the particular strengths of your team are, and how did that manifest within that last game we just watched?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, what do you think the strengths of your team are, and how did that manifest itself during that last game? Where did that come through?
Actually, I think it's the gameplay that we lost to.
Sorry?
Actually, I don't get your question.
What do you think is the main strength of your team? What are you guys best at? What are you best at?
Oh, we are best at our lane controls. However, the last game, our lanes weren't doing very well, and they got the upper hand.
Great. Thank you very much. And can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Candy Panda. I played Tristana last game. Yeah, I'm the carry player of Game D.
Great. It was a very epic Tristana. I think we're all very excited to watch you and watch the awesome items you were building. You got very scary at the end there. How do you think that happened? You know, what got you all that gold and all those kills?
Well, in my opinion, Zona and Tristana are the strongest bot lane at the moment. And yeah, we got a lot of towers because we pushed with Nidalee. And so yeah, I got really fed.
Great, and so, you know, obviously with their team, they're a team that you haven't really played before, you haven't really seen them play before. Were there any surprises?
Actually not, because they played really similar to us. So yeah, we didn't expect them to play such a style like us.
Great, well that's awesome. Thank you both very much. Good luck with your next game, and back to over.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the League of Legends Season 1 Championship. I'm Freak, I'm joined here with Joe Miller.
Hello there.
Quick shout out to the 178,000 viewers online.
There's a few.
Some ridiculously large number. It's like, wow. That's a lot
really,
of people.
Respect.
Yeah, you guys are freaking awesome. Shout out to those of you who decided, hey, we're going to host a Season 1 party, like bring friends over, order pizza, like put it on the big screen TV. Like, I know of stories of people doing like epic things to prepare for this. That is super awesome. So good news for everyone who's now waking up in the States. It's 7 p.m. or 1900 here, so people in the West and East Coast in the U.S. are starting to wake up on their weekends. And so I guess the NA viewership is growing in perfect time because we've got Team Solo Mid versus Counterlogic Gaming. Probably the most storied North American matchup since ever, basically. These have been the top two dominant North American teams for a very, very long time. And they're back in the spotlight once more. Reginald's always been the leader of one of those top American teams. He's the leader of Team Solo Mid. Counterlogic Gaming, really mostly unchanged as we've seen them about a year ago. Elements, Chowster, Hotshot GG, Big Fat LP. One quick switch up they did, not drop, but Kobe24 is a sub now, and St. Vicious is their starting jungler. Otherwise, a pretty much unchanged lineup since a full year ago. But these are really the two most storied North American teams. And they're super strong, and actually right away into the picks and bans. Yeah, they're just ready to go on that one. And the first ban, unsurprising, Needly dropped out. KX banning out Needly. Don't want to give that one to Hotshot GG for pretty obvious reasons. And now Chas is going to be the team captain to do picks and bans for CLG's side.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit sorry for Hotshot GG because he's never going to get to show his Needly skills off in any tournament ever.
No, never.
No one in their right mind won't ban it.
Well, yeah, that's what you do in a tournament is you learn those champions. So, Twisted Fate banned out by CLG. Pretty good choice there. North America super afraid of Twisted Fate and TSM. Reginald can in fact play a good TF, so that's the ban there.
So second ban coming up here momentarily for TSM. And if you're only just joining us and you're wondering, how this whole system's working, obviously each team gets 30 seconds to choose each ban and
60 seconds.
60 seconds for their picks. Okay, thanks for clearing that one up. I've only seen it 10 times already today, but that's fine.
No worries.
And Rumble banned as the second one for TSM. So another one that the North American team seem to be a little bit afraid of.
Yeah, and actually, Big Fat LP has actually been training Rumble recently, so basically forced that ban. If he hadn't been practicing him, it wouldn't have happened. Vladimir banned out, again, aimed at Reginald so far, so double mage bans so far from CLG. Afraid of pretty much TSM star player Reginald. But for what it's worth, in the group so far, Game.de and Zan both 1-1 so far in groups, tied up. Zan getting their win over Team Solo Mid, who's 0-1 so far. Game.de getting their win over Zan and getting their loss to CLG. CLG 1-0. New band out for TSM, strong jungler pick, and we got one more band to go to the pick start.
Yep, and obviously 20 seconds still left to pick that one, and it should be coming in here any second. And as you mentioned, these two teams so familiar with each other, and it's quite nice to see them playing on LAN in Europe, actually. Not something we see. And Zillion will be the third.
Wow, every single band aimed at Reginald. I'm sure he'll probably talk about that in the post-game interview. I almost guarantee it. So that's I think it's kind of cute, actually, that all three bands are aimed at one player on the team. I guess they're not really afraid of Raymond's Cho'Gath. Oh, fast. Wow, fast Bane. Okay.
Yeah, I think they may be a little bit scared somewhat of Reginald coming into this one. Obviously trying to single him out a little bit. Yeah, so Vayne the first pick for TSM. Obviously the system now, CLG will get 2 picks. Yep. And then it will go back over to TSM to pick 2. I know for some of you guys who've been watching out all day and obviously playing to a high level, you know this stuff already, but I know there will definitely be some people out there who aren't familiar with competitive League of Legends play as well, so we should try and include them.
Yeah, interesting picks right here, actually. So yeah, it's a drop-in system. Both teams get to ban out 3 champions apiece, so that neither team can pick them. The rest of the picks are exclusive drafts. So, now that Vayne's been taken, the CLG cannot pick Vayne. Now that Warwick and Sona have been grabbed, TSM cannot pick those champions. And again, we're seeing Sona, the extremely early pick from CLG. That's probably going to be Elements playing her. But CLG seems to really love Sona so far. I mean, 2 for 2 is not exactly statistically significant, but really big into that Sona there. I'm kind of intrigued by the early Warwick pick because Amumu is still in there, Trundle is in there. I guess Warwick allows them to counter jungle Amumu. Amumu's a bit of an unsafe jungler, so with Warwick you get to jump into the enemy jungle and do some really cool things there. Also, it might force TSM to grab Trundle instead, which they're not afraid to do. Oddwin, a great Trundle player. But, okay, here we go, Special picking up Jarvan for the team. That's probably going to get dropped onto the Rain Man. Actually, that might get swapped to Chaos? No, Chaos is going to play ranged AD. Chaos will be Vayne. I don't know, some interesting things going on. Odd One still left to pick. He's going to grab Cow. So Alistair going to be picked up pretty much for the 5th game in a row now in this tournament.
Yeah, it's good to see. I like to see Alistair. I mean, we see some great ganks from him that last game, or not the last game, but the one before that we were set down here for. We saw some great Alistair play there, and always a pleasure to see. So they're going to be the next 2 picks for TSM, then it'll go over to CLG for another 2 picks before it comes back over to TSM.
And, you know, I'm intrigued to see that, you know, I always thought Tarek was kind of the support to beat, that he seemed to be the strongest one. He's got that amazing landing with that range stun. He's got auras on 2 of his abilities to really buff up the team, but he seems to not be that highly contended pick. It seems that Sona is rising to the top as the top support champion for most of these games. No, that's going to be a nice crowd favorite. Anivia being picked up probably for Big Fat LP. We're going to see if Chowster has put on a different ranged AD. They could give him Corki. He's a great Corki player. If I were drafting for CLG, that's probably what I would do, but of course they know much better than I. So we'll see what that ends up being. But the jungler's been picked up, support's been picked up. Swain, so that's going to be probably on Hotshot GG. So they're really, really loving Swain so far. And I guess with that tanky DPS pickup from Xpecial, no, Malzahar, still Hotshot GG's pick. He's probably going to pick that second mage. And they're still going to have Corki or maybe even Ashe available for Chowster to play. But actually a little bit surprised by Hotshot. It's probably Hotshot being Malzahar, because last time we saw him on Malzahar, he didn't do so well, but he's always been doing well on Swain. Certainly they perform different roles on teams, but I really just haven't seen him actually play Malzahar that well at this level of play. It's a little bit surprising to me.
Well, final 2 picks coming out for TSM, going to be Nocturne and Annie, at least for now. That seems to be the case. Obviously they do have a bit of time, 60 seconds for these 2 picks, and they could end up changing them. If some people are wondering, you know, they look at this and think, okay, why is the usual jungler guy not have smite? Then they can actually switch the champions around. The draft system allows that, so that you can pick, you know, whatever order you are in the team, you can pick which you want first in, you know, your priority picks, just to clear that up, because I'm sure there'll be some questions about that as well.
Yeah, so interesting. It's not going to be Jungle Cow. It's going to be Roam Cow. That'll be Xpecial. And then the Rain Man, or not Rain Man, sorry, he's picked Nocturne, but he'll trade that out to the Odd One. And yep, there's the Corki pickup. So huge damage lineup right here. These are all offensive-based champions. So the swap's going to get underway. Really, really powerful lineups on both sides. I think CLG outpicked Team Solo Mid here. Got Malzahar, Corki, Warwick, Anivia, and Sona. This is a team that is actually really, really strong. They have two suppression champions, Warwick and Malzahar. It's a stun that can only be broken by Quicksilver Sash and Alistair's ultimate on this lineup so far. So those are the only ways to get out of Warwick or Malzahar's stun is going to be buying that QSS or by having to be the Alistair. And I don't think they're going to go and focus Alistair. That'd be kind of silly. So they'll probably get away with that pretty well. But there's Chowster on Corki, Hotshot GG and Malzahar, same vicious jungling on Warwick, Big Fat LP on Anivia. So he's kind of a crowd favorite there. The forums, they have favorite players, and they have these champions they're really good at. And it's basically Big Fat LP playing Anivia or Ashe. It's Chowster on Corki, Hotshot GG on Needly, which we never get to see, but certainly a strong player. He's going to be Malzahar this time. Elements getting relegated to that support role. It's always sort of funny to see players who are strong solo queue players. People generally like to pick carries, and they run around. And Elm's a good mage player, and he's like, no, you're a support this game, buddy. You're gonna play support.
Have fun.
You can press W a bunch and heal our other players. And I always feel like there's almost some level of contrite belittling when you do that. Or you're like, no, you can play support. You can play support. It's okay.
Don't worry. Next game you can have whoever you want. We promise. If we get there.
I'm sure it's not like that, right? But I don't know. I always think of it that way because I just play carries, and if someone else picks a carry, I'm like, okay, I guess I'll play John and shields you a bunch. But I don't know.
So anyway, an all-American affair.
Yes.
People said a little bit. I should say an all-North American affair.
Yeah.
Sorry, to any Canadians out there or Americans who are offended by being whatever. But this one you can't actually have too much of a bias on anyway, even if you wanted to. So, Freak, who's going to win this game?
Why is this story now about me being biased? No, I'm sad. We had these great storylines going. Now it's just about me being... I'm sorry, okay.
We got better storylines. We're just saving them for later.
Oh, okay, great. So I predicted before that CLG would end up being the number 2 team throughout the groups, but then again, they won against games, so now they get to be, by default, the number 1 seed team. Zan did take that win over Team Solamid, so I guessed that one correctly. But it's up to Team Solamid. If they can win against CLG, then all bets are off, and it's going to be like this giant cluster of ties that I'll just have no idea what's going on anymore. So we're going to take it one game at a time. But I think the lineup from CLG, super strong. This is such a good lineup. I think they picked really, really well all the way through. I'm surprised by the early Warwick, but he's been working for him so far.
Yeah. That certainly has been the case. So I think we're almost ready to go there. You can see CLG on your screen getting ready for the game. So let's get into it then. Let's have a big round of applause. It's the all North American affair, TSM versus CLG here in Group B.
Alrighty guys, and welcome back to the game. I'm following Chaox out of his base, or as his team likes to affectionately call him, Chow X. But he's going to move on with Vayne's got a Doran's Blade to open up. I could play the Guess the Runes and Masteries game, because I know you guys love that one where I missed all the fights, because I'm talking about, did he have 2 movement speed quits or 1? So we're going to pass on that one for now. Looks like CLG playing pretty defensively. Again, they keep putting that fast ward down at their own lizard camp, and then they play very, very safely. So they're camping at their own turret. Chowster camping right underneath it. Actually, he's going to click because of that. That's going to be the nice clairvoyance drop there. Team Solamid knows CLG is playing defensively, and of course they don't get to do anything because of it. So now TSM going to just push on and into the river. Looks like who's going to lead the way? It's going to be Xpecial and the Rain Man going to be the 2 beefy guys up in front. CLG still playing defensively up at the top, way hidden away in their base. TSM could take a lot of these buffs right here if they wanted to. And it looks like they're just going to stay defensively instead, which I think is a small mistake, that obviously they don't have perfect information, but they really do have an easy chance of playing super aggressive and doing whatever they want.
Yeah, they have the chance for that, but as you mentioned, you know, this is a game maybe not only for the points in the group, but also for a lot of pride between these two sides.
Yeah. And actually, I was talking...
No risks.
Yeah. You're right. This game means a lot. You can get eliminated from the group. But I was talking with Reginald at the beginning of the day, right after Epic, led by his brother, had gone, I believe, 2-0 so far in the day, and he was like, man, I came to this event with no pressure because the Americans were kind of expected to lose and not do so well, but then he comes out 2-0 and suddenly like, oh, they're crushing faces, and I have, for obvious reasons, competition with my brother to do better than he does. Well, when your team goes 3-0, good luck, matching that one. So now, the pressure's really on for him to basically do as well as his older brother. But Xpecial waiting in the wings, trying to get a gank off onto Chowster, and this is going to be hard to watch because Nocturne's ganking on to work, and he's going to find him right away. He's not going to chase in, though, afraid of that Anivia gank. But here comes Alistair up to the front. He's going to find Chowster. There's the stun, and the damage output is huge because there's the exhaust. Can Chowster fall? It's 1 hit from dead, and yes, he's going to pick up that first blood. KX picking that one up quite nicely. Elements not able to push Cow quite back in time. First blood is grabbed. Well played by TSM. That nice little cute thing there where they have the Cow basically take these 2 golems down here, gets free level 2, then he waits in the wings and gets a gank, and it worked beautifully. Exhaust on both sides, but it wasn't enough to stop that aggression. So 400 free gold on a Chaos, and that's going to mean a lot for these guys.
Yeah, great start there. And that will give TSM that 1-0 lead up at top. It's all pretty even. In the middle we saw actually Anu, of course, has been played by Reginald, doing a fair bit of damage actually onto Big Fat LP's Anivia, and continues to try and keep him zoned out. And that's some great play actually. The stun comes in. He's going to continue to push. The nuke's knocking him right down low. And he manages to survive with, I think it was round about 60 HP there.
About 47 was what it went
47.
down to. Yeah.
Okay.
So, chugging health potions right now. Another cool thing I find really interesting is European players almost always open Doran's Ring on their casters, and all the US players go like boots or mana crystal plus potions. So, if Reginald had gone actually Doran's Ring, he actually would have egged Anivia right there. Boots maybe getting out of range notwithstanding, the extra ability power that would actually dropped him down, but Anivia just rocking, tons of health potions, trying to get himself back up to a decent amount of health. It's kind of cool to see those little tweaks right there. I'm always intrigued by those kind of little changes.
And Reginald continues to scare Big Fat Lip away, trying to zone him out of the experience that he could possibly be getting.
Yeah, but he's just recalling back. Reginald, 19 minion kills, Anivia with 6. So a large advantage to be gained there. But as we saw last game with CLG versus game even if he has double your minion kills, team could still win. So the Navy's really all about the utility that she brings to the table. Certainly does some great damage, does scale quite well, but it looks like going to actually do a lane switch here. Hotcha GG going to take mid against Reginald. They're going to put Anivia up against the Rain Man, up against this Jarvan right here. He's going to recall back, pick up a Philosopher's Stone, and maybe wait for Boots. Yep, Boots as well, so he's going to be in good shape here.
And Hotshot GG does have Boots and the Doran's Ring now, so building himself up that little bit extra. And he is actually same level as in terms of Reginald as well. Just going to continue to put in that pressure down there. TSM's lane has been pushed a decent amount down at the bottom as well, but that should be easy cleanup time. So then obviously only Sona is down there at the moment. Corky did go back and bought Boots maybe. I didn't see what his first item was. I guess Doran's Blade first.
Yeah, he opened Doran's Blade most likely, but he's picked up wards, potions, and Boots of Speed, so he's going to be in great shape there. Let's see these guys continue to last hit against this turret. It's going to be basically, it's the test of skill. And oh, he's going to miss one right there, unfortunately. And yes, I am watching people last hit on the stream. That is what I do best. Meanwhile, there's actually some aggression in mid, so sure enough, if I'm watching last hits, there's probably a fight going on. Reginald versus Hotshot. Going to be a little bit of an advantage still for Reginald. He's doing pretty well. Looks like the aggression's going to come out. Ooh, nice harass there from Hotshot. Getting him lower with Malefic Visions. Reginald now below half health. But the first to 6 is going to be the test of who gets the kill. Pretty much either of these champions can burst from full to dead at level 6. And that's what we're going to have to end up watching for. And it looks like it's Reginald. And his Flash and Ignite and Timbers are up. He could go for the giant damage output. We're not going to wait and charge up Pyromania for that stun. And it's going to be the waiting game right now.
We actually see Warwick just coming around, who has both red and blue buff. So that's something they need to be careful of. He's actually only one level behind Reginald as well, so needs to be a little bit wary there of any of those middle ganks. There is one ward down, but that's actually on the CLG side. Down at the bottom, we've got a bit of action kicking off, and Elements is in all kinds of trouble trying to escape. Valkyrie comes out from Chosta, and actually Elements will survive that one as well. Manages to get himself behind the turret and does stay alive. So a nice little push again from TSM, and I think they're finding it a little bit tough to have, you know, that extra power that you'd get from Alistair rather than, you know, a different type of support, for instance, Janna or Sona or Soraka, for example.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, really aggressive supports I think are super powerful. We saw in the interviews of Gamed versus Zan where he's like, yeah, no, Tristana Sona is like the best aggressive lane in the game right now, I think. So, you know, we just run that a lot. And we saw that, you know, tons of damage coming out from the Tristana. Sona is a very offensive carry. She has that passive and the Q, which put out pretty consistent, you know, triple-digit damage numbers on each hit, and they're pretty low cooldowns, so she really can throw out a ton of damage, and of course Tristana able to play very aggressively. But of course this game is about Corky versus Vayne in the bottom lane with the supports to help, and looks like Nocturne is coming in to support as the Rayman's going to push in, gonna find Big Fat LP. Can he get the flag toss and the stun? Yes, he will, and here comes Nocturne, only level 5. There's the flash, but he's going to pick that one up, egg her inside the turret, and looks like they're not going to be able to push any farther down though, as that turret's going to keep her safe. She is back up and alive, but they've got about a 6-minute window then to push that one down again, and without the rebirth. KX still last hitting as best they can. Bottom lane, Warwick is level 6, can get a gank to happen, and this could be a very, very dead Annie. Same bitch is going for it. Here they come. There's a flash and the ult. Here comes tons of damage output. Flash goes out, but it won't. Oh, that's some damage output.
Oh my god.
Hello. Wow. One each still picked up. Great play there on both sides. Wow, nice. I think ultimately a slight advantage for CLG. They got an assist on that kill, plus it was a higher level champion, but good job throwing back from Reginald. Managed to flash out into the turret and really baited Warwick into a really horrible situation. Did pick up that kill, but did die to Ignite, so, you know, overall, you know, it's flash burned on both sides, but hey, that was pretty good overall from CLG, and they got control of mid lane, so they're really happy with how that went down, I think.
Yeah, and we see down on the bottom lane, actually, CLG have warded up in their top bush, just to make sure that X Special doesn't get into any of those annoying positions once again that we've seen him cause so much trouble in. In the middle lane, we saw the odd one who actually went and just finished off a little bit in the jungle before coming to keep this middle area safe, obviously with Reginald going down that little bit earlier on. Up on top, Big Fat LP, of course, was forced to use that rebirth after being taken down a little bit earlier on, is now back up and full HP. Rainman may just go for something a little bit different here, though, by the looks of things. Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for Dragon.
Well, you're right. Actually, yeah, Nocturne came down the bottom lane, dropped the ward, but he's still staying around there. Chancellor put a ward down. They will see that. X Special will not be able to kill that, and they're going for it right now. Actually, wow, this is really good because yeah, Big Fat LP is still far away. It looks like CLG will try to collapse. No, Warwick's not moving. Malzakar's coming down, but Warwick's still staying in the jungle. So it's going to be a free Dragon. Great job by TSM, just coming down. I think a bit of a mistake from CLG, but first Dragon of the game to Team Solo mid. 2-1 the kill score as well, and they're up about 2,000 gold. So they've built themselves quite the advantage, actually. They might get themselves the 1-on-1 score in the group, which will make a four-way tie at 1-1, and it'll leave the third. Oh, here's the gank up the top. Sorry, I missed that one entirely. Reginald versus Big Fat LP, and this is going great for Reginald. And, oh man, Big Fat LP gonna die to a turret. Great play there by Reginald, gonna get that kill for himself.
Yeah, just trying to get that wall off there to kind of get out of range of Vanny and just dive into the tower, but didn't quite work out as he wanted. Reginald will pick up that kill. So it's 3-1 for TSM, and don't forget they lost their first game against Zan. So that was a bit of an upset for a lot of people. But TSM now know, the job that they need to do. They have to come into this game and beat CLG to make sure that they have. I mean, they still, even if they lose this one, still have a chance to go through. But this is an important one in terms of their placing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the pride, and it really is a seeding. TSM does not want to start out 0-2 because it means they have to beat a game to stay alive, and they don't want to really be put in that situation. So right now, they're putting themselves in a really great situation. They're up 2,000 gold. They're up 3-1. They have probably positioning for turrets pretty well, I think. Actually, they haven't done damage to anything but the bottom turret, so I take that one back. But Dragon control, better timing on it. Certainly, they're in a good situation right now.
And getting the pings going off down at the bottom there from TSM, but not really much going off. We may just see something kicking off at top. There is Warwick up in that top bush, so Nocturne and Rayman will have to be a little bit careful as they start to work in. Actually, Nocturne's just kind of waiting around for now.
Oh, he's going to wait for the ult onto Anivia.
Ulti, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna wait for Jarvan to catch a stun and just gonna jump on him. But unfortunately, it looks like Anivia, well, unfortunately for TSM, Anivia's not gonna push in too hard. Kind of knows that something could be up. And Warwick, though, still waiting in the wings. This could be really bad for the Rain Man. He's still holding it on. The other Nocturne's there. He's gonna face check a brush against Warwick. This could be bad. Here comes the ultimate. Nocturne showing up as well, but Rain Man taking tons of damage. Can he pick up the kill? Yes, he can. And Odd One trying to run away. Gets the fear off on Warwick, but it's too late. 3-2 now the kill score. Great play by CLG, baiting that one out perfectly. And a Demacian should know about face-checking a brush. When you're on a team with Garen, you should know that brush hides things that do lots of damage.
And shout things when they do it.
They do, in fact. Well, Warwick not so much, but yeah, he certainly managed to make it work, though, regardless. Reginald now pushed back out of the way. Look at the minion counts real quick. 95, 84, the top two. 89, 72. A little bit of pressure down at bottom. Looks like they're going to be okay, though. Chester not getting a ton of pain onto himself yet. Now we'll try to probably last with these minions up in front of the turret, getting some nice healing in from Element, so he's going to be just fine right there. The SF tier that got us, I'm surprised he's not casting more spells. I guess he just wants that lane to be as pushed close to his turret as possible. Keep himself safe and in the comfort of structures. Looks like he'll be okay.
Well, top Jarvan having a little bit of time to push through, and looks like he may take a bit of a different route. Not sure who's. Okay, so that was actually CLG's Clairvoyance that spotted the Rayman moving down towards that middle area, and Hotshot GG, no surprise, he's actually hugging his tower. Won't be wanting to peek out of there much. X Special also has a target on him, so not sure if they spotted him a little bit earlier as well.
Definitely does a ward right to his left. Right to his left, yes, proper English go. But especially going to come down. They might get another jump onto Chowster. Looks like they will not. He'll keep babysitting as KX will just spam last hits. Is the first one to 100. Doing good stuff there. And oh, there's the pressure in a little bit. Not getting a lot done still, though. So no kills quite yet at bottom lane. Mid lane still Andy Malzahar. Both players pretty much full of offense, though Doran's Rings and Catalyst will keep his players fairly healthy regardless. It is the minion game in bottom lane. Looks like Warwick coming around from the back again, doing a repeat performance of that sit and brush, find a face check, kill a guy. He's going to push through. Yep, he's going to camp there for now. This could be a great chance for him. His ultimate is up. Flash is not. And it's a total repeat. Nocturne's coming back over as well.
Let's see if Rainman actually goes for it this time.
I'm going to laugh if he does. That'd just be hilarious to me. And wow, a lot of aggression coming in from Malzahar.
Actually, Warwick is starting to back away from that. Once again, the odd one with Nocturne just a little bit below. There you can see him on your screen. And we saw Warwick portal away as well, so that's no big deal up in that top lane anymore. Down at the bottom, TSM just placing a couple of wards, making sure that they're not going to get jumped out of that bush. And Corky went back by Manimoon.
Now, that's a pretty strong item. Okay, he's going to have a lot of attack damage now, finally. The really first big damage item. And the Star's actually going to go down almost. I think he's trying to bait Big Fat LP, and yeah, he's going to lose the turret, and no one's going to come in there. There we go. There's the darkness, and Odd One is in there. Big Fat LP has almost no mana, but a perfect wall and Flash going to keep him alive. I think it's a little bit unfortunate. They really could have gotten, I think, a little bit more done there, and managed to just not barely pick up those kills. But a great wall, though, from Big Fat LP. Did separate Nocturne away, managed to break the tether with Flash. That was definitely good positioning there of that wall. I just feel like that could have went a little bit better somehow. It feels like there's some way they could have gotten that kill.
Yeah, I mean, considering he's out of mana, that Flash was, you know, if that wall was slightly differently placed, it could have been a lot different of a story. Instead, he's definitely got no escape. Hotshot GG's actually come up to this top lane to farm it off. So maybe we'll see that swap here between Hotshot GG and Big Fat LP. Big Fat LP going back into the central lane.
Yep.
And it looks like we're going to see Dragon coming down once again for TSM. They need to be careful because Chaucer and Elements are around there. Big Fat LP is going to join in, and they may just go in for this one. That wall off from Anivia wasn't quite on the spot, and Xpecial does get away even before the Ice Blast lands as well.
Yeah, so a good defense there from CLG. They did push TSM back away from that Dragon, kept them from doing too much. Yeah, everyone pretty much walked away just barely safely, though Anivia, I guess if she had had Flash, could have flashed for a better wall and dropped them off a little bit more. Actually did not go movement speed boots. It's actually interesting because normally he actually goes movement 3 boots, but enough about those boots. We got a fight coming on here. They're going to push through onto this turret right now, and they're going to jump for it. They're going to find St. Vision. There comes the burst from Reginald. St. Vision is gone immediately. Chaos, though, ready to keep putting out damage. They will take this turret down. Alistair leading the way on that one. That is a dead turret. TSM now 4-2. Turret kills now equalized 21.5 to 18.8 thousand, so almost 3,000 gold up now. And they're again positioned for Dragon, and I think they're actually going to go for it this time. Looks like Alistair and Timber's going to be the tanks for this time, and this is going to go really well for them. I don't think anyone's going to stop him. Yeah, very quick kill picked up there. Looks like CLG will not stop them. Hotshot GG, though, is nearby. They could pinch onto him. I just don't think it would quite work. So TSM building advantages, 3,000 gold up. They might find Hotshot. Looks like they won't quite. Big minion wave pushing at top. I don't think anyone's going to quite farm or ride that, so that'll kind of fizzle out. Hotshot's still waiting around on the wings, putting a lot of aggressive wards into the enemy jungle. That's going to be really good for him. It's going to help that team out quite a lot.
Yeah, Jovan finally will be the one to just go out and clear that top lane up. Get himself some free farm. And we've seen pings actually coming down, and CLG are going in and trying to steal that blue buff. We see obviously Anivia will be able to take that one and move away from this fight. Was it Anivia that took it, or was it Malzahar? Didn't quite spot who picked it up first. I didn't see who had the blue buff before, but we've seen wards going down around Baron area as well now. But the big push from TSM definitely starting to move towards this middle tower, especially there with the other one who's able to obviously clear out that big line at once. But TSM are headed up into that Northern River area, pinging over towards Baron as well. And they do have the Oracle on Alistair, which is going to make a big difference for them, able to clear stuff out. And let me check Sona. No Oracle's Elixir for Sona just yet. So that's going to give TSM a nice bit of ward coverage and remove the sight from CLG.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for TSM right now. They really want to fight in the river or around here. The avenues are big enough that Anivia's wall cannot block them off. If they fight in the jungle, if they fight maybe around here or down in here, Anivia's wall could completely screw up a team fight. and so can the zone control of Malzahar and things like that. But if you fight in this area, except for this choke right here, Nivea can't really block off much. You have this entire big avenue that rank 2 or so of wall really won't stop you, and you can also get around Malzahar's spells as well. So they would really love to fight in the river. Team Solo Mid would, and CLG really wants to pull them into the jungle. And that's going to be really every single one of these fights, no matter how far ahead either team gets, unless it's like 17-0 and 20,000 gold advantage. The fights will always be decided by positioning. The players are good enough and the champions are lined up well enough against each other that it's going to be entirely positioning based. Because champions like Anivia scales, and Malzahar as well, scale so much off of what is the position of this battle, who's going to do the most damage, who's going to get separated, and who's going to take all the burst. And so Chasters doing a great job of getting rid of a lot of these minions, hoping to keep that turret alive, but it's not going to be enough. TSM will pick up their second turret kill of the game, matching up with CLG, but looks like they're going to jump back into this jungle, try to find something to kill, but they'll be okay for now, actually. No one's going to really engage onto them.
Well, if we look at the levels over with TSM, you've got Reginald Danny on 13, Jarvan 11, Vayne 11, over on the side Hotshot GG 13, Big Fat LP 12, and the rest 10, obviously. Sona got 8 as well, so fairly even stuff there. Obviously a bit of an advantage probably over towards CLG, who are once again just farming up in this middle area, making sure there's not too many minions pushing onto this middle turret. And Jarvan's going to get another load of free farm actually down the bottom, which will get him up towards the levels of the likes of Big Fat LP and Hotshot GG.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about tanky DPS champions. They really scale with levels. They, they want the attack damage of their basic attacks, but they gain health, armor, and magic resist just on leveling up. So they can become really unkillable if they're the highest level champions in the games. That's why they solo top so often, is that they get beefy just from staying around and gaining those levels. They get really hard to kill. And the only way to really kill them is you get like super farmed mages or ranged carries who just have so many items that they can just overpower anything else in the game. And it's kind of an arms race of damage versus durability, and you're going to see Rainman constantly just spam out the big beefy items. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, 2 Hearts of Gold, Mercury Treads, 60 armor, 83 magic resist, just getting really big and strong in this game. And he's really going to be the main force of initiation. He and Alistair have to really get in there and just block out the enemy team. Both of them do have area of effect knockups. They can really just crush the openers in these battles, but they have to survive the rest of that. Alice at least has the ultimate, so if he gets into a bad situation, pops R, he's going to be all right. But Jarvan's going to jump in there and then rely on his own stats, and that's really the breaking point there. Is does your Jarvan get farmed? Is he going to be unkillable? And TSM again going for Baron.
Yeah, start to move in there. They did clear a ward out of the back, but you can see the kind of damage that it's doing to them at this level, and they will start to push away. We saw a ward drop down actually by Warwick into the back of Baron once again, that ward that was cleared out just a few moments ago. Both teams really playing quite, defensively, not going for any silly pushes, just making sure that they keep it safe, getting their levels up to scratch. And I guess we'll maybe see a next fight around Dragon at some point. Don't remember exactly when the last one was taken, to be honest.
It shouldn't be too far away, actually. I'm estimating about 2 minutes, maybe 1. I've kind of lost track of time a little bit here. I've seen a lot of dragons die over the course of time, but yeah, it shouldn't be that far away. They cleaned it up, a decent amount of time ago. So TSM might be getting ready to time that. CLG certainly trying to push their way around in mid. They still have that golem buff on Anivia. They really want to use that because right now there's only a lizard buff as far as buffs are concerned on Team Solo mid, so they really want to do something. And great positioning, they're going to jump onto everyone, but great CC's coming up from Malzahar, going to knock out that Malzahar ultimate. Looks like Nocturne not going to jump into a fight though. They've broken the focus from Hotshot GG, and that did save the Rain Man as he was going to get just crushed right there. And Reginald jumping into that fight, and there is the egg for Big Fat LP. Sona Dance comes out, looks like Anivia's going to drop first. Warwick now the next one to die, and he's getting into bad shape. Jarvan jumps onto Malzahar. Malzahar getting hurt really badly. Look at that damage output. Sona the next one up, and that is a 4-0 kill score right there. TSM completely crushing that fight, and they're going to move on to Baron right away, and only Chaster's alive. Yeah, that's right. A round of applause. Great fight from TSM.
That really looked like a kind of flip switch moment there from TSM. I mean, it was CLG were putting all the pressure on, then TSM come in there and, well, really do a great bit of damage. Actually, Chaucer's in there behind them, causing all kinds of problems. Reginald taking damage, and actually we're going to see Chaucer dive in here. What's he going to do? He will actually fall before he's able to take anyone down. But obviously we saw Jarvan low. Nocturne, everyone except Vayne, I think, was low in that little encounter. And obviously, Alistair just coming back into play as well. But that was nicely done, actually, from Chaucer to keep them from getting that Baron.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit more time, though. I think, you know, they did have that clairvoyance. He did have a couple of those rockets out there. I think he had the ability to sort of wait another 4 or 5 seconds, maybe wait for another cooldown. If he had another phosphorus bomb, for example, he would have killed Jarvan. He would have killed him before he got knocked up by that flag toss combo, and he would have, you know, been less CC'd, probably had a chance to keep going for this. But CLG, you know, they did give away 1 kill on that one, but it means that they got positioning for Dragon. They're going to get Dragon very, very well. So, you know, in the end, you're right. It worked out really well for him. Because, yeah, you know, it sucks that Chaucer died. You know, sad face there, but they did prevent Baron, and because they forced them all back, they did get the Dragon there, and that did respawn in that sort of near future time frame. So that's going to pull them back a little bit. 33 versus 27,000, still a good 10% advantage, but actually, sorry, more like 20% advantage. That's actually pretty significant. The levels 14, 12, 15, those are pretty strong, but 13, 13, 13, 14. Yeah, TSM is just a little bit ahead in most of these major metrics. I think it can still go either way again, like I said. No matter how big the farm advantages are on either side, it's really about who can get positioning in the crowd control. The last major fight we saw, Alistair broke up Malzahar's ultimate, and that just meant nothing could really happen. And then, you know, we saw TSM win a fight, but then CLG, you know, pushed them back and got a Dragon. You know, things are going to go back and forth this entire game.
Well, Especial has just portaled back home. See what he ends up getting there with him. The rest of CLG, again, are starting to work a little bit further down towards that middle area, which, you know, kind of a similar situation that we saw last time. TSM stood on this turret and CLG just trying to poke out there, and at some point TSM just decided, okay, this is going to be a good time for us, we're going to hit it right now. And now we'll see what happens in this situation, because CLG are putting that poke out onto this turret, doing as much damage as they physically can. They are all 5 guys actually still around that area, so it's definitely doable. There are 4 for TSM. Reginald just tucked away in the corner just underneath the turret. But still CLG are hanging on. It looks like they may move away. The blue buff is actually up now on the TSM side, so maybe CLG will be able to steal that one away. Yep, they will.
Yeah, good job by CLG. I don't know if they had it timed or if they just sort of... They had the marker cleared, of course, but actually they killed the last golem, so yeah, they did have it timed themselves. They probably would have called that out in chat and said, okay, golem's coming up at this point, let's, you know, give that to Hotshot, and he's going to be, you know, nice and beefy now. He's got the Rod of Ages, he's got Sword Shoes as well. He's going to be nice and damaging here. But TSM going to go for a push in mid. This might turn into a base race. I think it's a base race that CLG could win there. They've already killed that first turret, and they're going to go for it. Yeah, Jarvan's going to be up in the front, and here comes the first turret. Probably going to go down, and TSM, yeah, they got 1 turret kill. CLG doesn't care. They're going to ride this next minion wave, and wow, we have a legit base race coming in. Looks like TSM Especial going to come back into this battle. Unfortunately, he had DC'd a little bit. I'm not quite sure what's happening there, but Big Fat LP gets the credit for the kill, and looks like actually TSM will recall back, so that trade was actually really good for CLG. They got a more important turret kill, and they're still pushing in right now. Actually, they're still doing some great things here. TSM should be ready for this, but a great Anivia wall going to keep the initiate from happening at all. They get away scot-free. They got about half the damage that they needed onto this turret. That is wonderful for them. We're going to see the Rayman as he chases through. They do know that CLG is up in the top right of the map. They're going to keep going through on this, but Sona gives a lot of moves to the team. This probably is not going to work too well for TSM to chase this one down.
Yeah, they are starting to move to, obviously that first middle turret is downed, and are TSM going to continue to push this one? That's what we're going to find out.
It looks like they are, actually. At least they want to push the lane out and shove it, because both teams going to steal the golem. The CLG's golem is back up, actually, so TSM could go for a grab. They have pinged it. Oh, no, CLG pinged it, so CLG kind of knows TSM's here. They could get caught if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think this blue buff is done with, and it will go to Reginald. Yep.
Picks that one up.
Where's the next target? Yeah, this
right-hand side base.
Top turret there. This bottom turret actually is a pretty good target. I mean, Rayman can probably tank it at that kind of situation. I mean, it's around about half HP anyway.
Reginald took a lot of damage.
Decide not to.
Yeah,
and they're going to
because
push
Reginald
away.
got too aggressive. He's forced to push back, down to half health due to 2 turret shots. I think it was just a really bad mistake.
Look at Corky.
Oh yeah, nice. Wow. Nice by CLG. They know they can win on 4v4. This is a beautiful play. You're watching. Nocturne's going to jump into that fight. Here we go. He is on to Elements, but he's going to back off right away. The inhibi wall is good. CLG will disengage quite successfully. Rain Man going to jump in there. He will not ult though, so CLG going to get free pushes in from Corky. He will drop this turret for free. I say that 3 times in the same sentence. He has gotten the turret kill. TSM still trying to push in, but Reginald getting lower and lower, and there's still, counter initiate comes in here. There's the stun. Wow! One's dead already. They've egged Big Fat LP. Hotshot GG going to drop down as well to Jarvan. This is going to be good on this Nibby egg special. Super low. Can they drop him down? No. He will die, and Big Fat LP going to be okay. Nocturne going to chase around Corky in the bottom of the map, but he's going to find KX. KX will drop the Big Fat LP. Now what can St. Vicious do? Can they drop down the Rain Man? Well, Wall's going to help. He's going to still push on Big Fat LP. He's getting quite low. One more spell and he's going to get this kill. And there's a flag toss, and that is the kill. Now, can he run from St. Vicious? The shield is good. He's going to keep running away. Corky's going to come around from the side, though. Off to the left. Rayman's still trying to run. He has, I believe, ghosted. And the jump across the wall will keep him alive for now. But I don't know if he's going to make it. He's going to try to suicide to a turret, I think. And he might get to... Oh, no!
The shield kept him alive.
The shield kept him alive and gave away the suicide. That's a little bit silly.
A little bit unlucky as well. I mean, there must have been really no health left on him at the end. But.
Oh, no. So, all right, well... I don't even know who ended up winning that fight, really. It was like a chain of kills went after the other for about 5 minutes straight.
Well, I think the main point from CLG's point of view was, they had Corky pushing down on that top lane, managed to take out that inner turret, so that's something, and that inhibitor now going to be open for them to be pushing onto a little bit later on. It'll force TSM to probably stay a little bit more defensive just to make sure they don't overextend themselves, as both teams starting to ward up around that Baron area once again. Scoreline in terms of kills, 12-6 still for TSM, and a good 5k almost, in fact more than, in terms of gold for TSM, and they're actually 1 turret behind as well, so looking good so far. Actually, Dragon is up right now, and there is a ward down there for TSM, so they should be able to figure that stuff out, and maybe we'll see them push over there in a little while. They did ping over onto the turret on the bottom lane. Yeah, it's got 71 HP left.
That is a very low turret, but if they go for it, they're going to give away positioning on the Baron right now. If TSM moves over to the right-hand side, they can't really defend Baron 4v5. St. Vicious and Hotshot GG both, and Chowster as well. The three of them are really, really good at killing Baron. Chowster, though, seemingly kind of under-farmed. He's got a lot of minions, but not a lot of champion kills, even though he's the most minion kills in the game. Does not have the Trinity Force yet. We're half an hour in, and he's not really gotten the zeal or to finish that Triforce, so it's a little bit behind, I feel. CLG could go for the 3rd straight Golem steal, but I guess they're afraid as TSM all in the Fog of War for the most part, or nearby, so CLG a little bit afraid, and yeah, TSM's going to pick up the Golem finally, the 3rd straight attempt, and they finally get this one for themselves. That's going to be Annie with infinite mana and low cooldowns. She's going to be happy about that. And the minions, though... Wait, where was that one? A blue turret. I completely spaced on what turret just died. I think that was bottom. I think those minions just chain pushing down through bottom, doing a good job there. Element's doing nice work here. He's got the oracles. He's clearing out these wards across the map. Has cleared the river. Look at the ward control right now, and it's zero wards for solo mid. Literally just none. They have almost no vision of anything. Look at CLG, and they've got 2 on the top river, 1 at the bottom river. They could probably plant some more aggressively pretty soon. Their waves are pretty pushed. They have just much better overall map vision, and that is a good thing for them. It's a very good thing for them.
Yeah, there's just this one from TSM that's just across on Baron, which may just give some stuff away for them. But at the moment, obviously, that Dragon was it taken?
No, it's up.
No,
still.
It's still up, right?
Yeah.
They came off it because CLG were moving over towards the Baron area.
Yeah.
And yeah, Elements just scouting around that area, and we'll surely see this one. Yep. So that's all wards away from Baron from TSM, and that will make them move into this area and try to ward it up again, or at least keep an eye out on what's going on and make sure that CLG aren't doing that Baron right under their noses. And still the minions are pushing down on this bottom lane, which obviously is now down to just the inhibitor. Sorry, the top lane.
Yep. But especially so far down, it's kind of like the bottom, right? It's sort of at the bottom half of the map. So
kind of the bottom,
I do that like 8 times
side.
a day, don't worry. I totally screwed that one up too. But CLG doing some good work, dropping again these wards, although that one's down on the left-hand side has not gotten spotted, so, you know, that's too bad. But CLG just going to crush down on some minions some more. Corki just farming these guys out. Looks like TSM, though, getting ready to push through. Looks like Jarvan again leading the way around, and he's not found any wards. Yeah, they know that CLG does not ward it inside of Baron. They do force a clairvoyance there because of that. They back off, and they're going to find another ward in this brush here as long as they're paying attention, and they are. So quick ward kill there. Good play by TSM. Taking down a lot of that ward control, but blue buff, Anivia, scary thing.
Yeah, definitely going to be somewhat of a problem, I think, in the upcoming moments for TSM. And TSM are pinging River once again, so they seem to be in a real confident state for going in for this Baron. There is a ward in at the back which has not been checked out just yet. Won't matter too much now because obviously they've been spotted in there. There goes the wall from Anivia. Baron is down to half HP. The rest of CLG are starting to work their way in. There we go. We actually see the ultimate coming out from the odd one. Nice little bit of engage, but actually Warwick jumped in there. He's going to ulti onto Reginald. Is Reginald going to survive? Certainly looks that way. Warwick will go down. There goes the engage over at the other side. Element's trying to move away. Out comes Rainman, actually. Will flash himself over there to get into a fighting position. And TSM have come out on top of this one nicely, 2-0.
Yeah, and as soon as I saw Chowster run towards the bottom of the lane to farm, I was like, you're going to give away Baron. And it forced CLG to start a fight they didn't really want to start. They got initiated on, they had a good Sona ultimate, but they were all still so low, and the burst from Annie was massive. St. Vicious was in terrible positioning, actually flashed over the Baron wall here and came around the back into a 1v5, basically. CLG had to filter through this tiny choke point right here, which is not something they wanted to do against a pretty strong area denial team. You consider, you know, Tibbers from Reginald, Rayman with the AoE knockups, especially with the AoE knockup as well. Yeah, they got terrible positioning there, and that was just a horrible fight. They lost 2, and TSM gaining a slightly larger advantage over time as that goes through. So 14-6 that score, and this is going to be 1-1 on both these teams, and that's going to be a scary thing to deal with.
Yep, Baron as well going over 4k gold the difference. 2 turret advantage over towards CLG, and they're actually all portaling back now, so I guess we're going to be starting to set up for a real Baron push.
They might, yeah. Although TSM's still at the bottom of the map, and he's farming at bottom lane. You can see just how much gold she's gaining. You see all the gold ticks just show up on the screen. I guess they know pretty well that CLG's not quite ready to take that down, so they feel pretty safe so far. Corki's going to push towards the top. He does have Trinity Force finally. That's going to be a big pickup for him. I think he already had it in the last fight, considering the rest of his items right now, but he's going to farm a lot of gold for himself. That'll be fine. Warwick going to take down a lot of damage. Hotshot GG going to push down mid lane as well, but Annie can stop that pretty easily with Incinerate. That's going to be just fine.
Let's see. Just checking every inch of the river there, except apparently the inch which actually does have a ward in it. There we go.
And it has found a ward. There we go. Good for them. So Rayman actually with an interesting build, almost entirely magic as his stock. You look at this and he's got, you know, the 2 turtle shells, but he's got Force of Nature and Quicksilver Sash. Really afraid of Malzahar and Warwick ultimates. We can see that the rest of the team though does not have one, so he's the only one with the Quicksilver. Looks like Nocturne might pick one up next though. He's already got, actually no, that's probably just Banshee's Veil. He's got Catalyst plus that Negatron Cloak. But Rayman's super MR is stacked right now. That's really all he's worried about. So Reginald going to farm this Golem down, pick up blue buff. Infinite Mana Annie with a lot of cooldowns. It's a good thing to have.
And we're not so far away from hitting the 40-minute mark, and I'd say the last 15, maybe even 20 minutes have been very kind of standoffish. We've seen a couple of team fights, but obviously one of which was the 4-on-5 on the bottom lane, where Corki was already pushing the top lane down to its inhibitor. Since then, a bit of pushing here, there, and everywhere. That one around Baron. But other than that, it's been fairly quiet. Both teams farming their way up to up towards that 18 level. And actually, no one for TSM there just yet. But Anivia and Corki both 18 over for CLG.
Yeah, and Hotshot GG already level 17 as well. Now there are a pair of 17s and a pair of 16s in from TSM, so they are not at all far behind. Special though, only 13. And oh, looks like we might get an initiate coming on pretty soon. The Rayman jumping through has found at least a ward. Nibi's going to zone them back there with the Flash Frost. And yeah, TSM is going to back off for now, but they are just only a screen apart. Saban is standing on a ward, so they know he's there, and they're going to come around the backhand side. They've been clairvoyants, but still, they're camping a brush, and it's going to be go time pretty soon. Looks like Cow's going to lead the way down the map. They can't quite pinch on that turret, but they can push top tower. That's going to be really good for TSM right there. They're going to group up, and that top turret's going to go down pretty easily. That gets just crushed down right there. Should be an easy kill for these guys. Yep, turret is picked up. A lot of gold, nice stuff there. They're going to keep moving on. And wow, Corky's been backdooring top lane though in the meantime, so it's a 5v4. And Corky might be able to do a lot of work there, but Hard GG getting picked up almost immediately. Nocturne will get that kill, but he's in the middle of the enemy team. Saint Vicious getting jumped on by Jarvan. Will flash backwards. He's going to be maybe okay. No, Vayne will crush that kill. Alistair putting out tons of damage. Big Fat LP going to get egged right there.
Amazing.
And ow. 4 kills for nothing. Chaucer's backdoor didn't get the inhibitor. He's going to recall, but this could be the base for it. TSM in wonderful shape right now.
Yeah, certainly. First one up is 25 seconds, so are they going to go for Corky, who just Valkyries away? First Nexus turret is going to go down, second one will fall shortly, and I think TSM aren't going to particularly care about this one, especially just headbutting him away. They're going to focus in on the Nexus, and it will be TSM who pick up their first victory here in round B, in Group B, over a big rival for them, CLG.
Wow, nice job for them. Yeah, so the entire Group B is 1-1. Entirety of Group B 1-1. So it's down to Counterlogic Gaming versus Zan and TSM versus Game, which will determine everything. It could go anywhere. The entire team went in a big circle of wins pretty much. Could go anywhere.
What's your idea of how it's gonna go, Freak? I mean, you look at those last 2 games, solo mid. So yeah, the last game is CLG versus Zan and Solo Mid versus Gamed.
Yeah, so I think Solo Mid is ready for Gamed. Solo Mid did the research before these matches started. They said, you know, we know what we're going to pick and ban against these guys. So I think TSM is actually ready versus Gamed. And we saw them put this game on here. They did a wonderful job. I think TSM can beat Gamed. I think, you know, they did so well against CLG. And I think they've got this one. So I think TSM is going to win. CLG against Zan, honestly, I don't know, because CLG always wins when it counts, but they also get upset. And so we're going to show both games. We're going to make sure we show both because these matter so very much, right? We're not going to play them concurrently, so we'll sub out. We're going to have Rivington and Dan Klein and you know, Xenon are going to be here. We're going to come back for the last game as well. I don't know which one's up next, but both these matter a lot. But I'm predicting. Okay, so we're going to do Zan versus CLG next. They're going to be the next ones up. I predict a Zan victory there. CLG wins when it counts, but they also get upset a lot. But I'm predicting TSM winning over Game. That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, we're going to find out here in, I guess, not so long. Yeah, both of these games, if you're looking at League of Legends website and you were thinking, oh, you know, they're both at the same time. Well, we're going to stay here that little bit longer for you here at DreamHack and bring you both games. Why not? Let's separate them out, bring you all the action.
And right now we're going to bring you the interviews of the players from after the game, so let's shoot it over to them.
Hello, everybody out there. We just watched an epic game from CLG and TSM, a game that, you know, all of America, North America was really anticipating, so it was really fun for us to watch. Can you introduce yourselves to everybody watching and who you played?
I'm Saint Vicious. I played Warwick last game, and yeah.
And what are your thoughts?
We just really got caught out of position. We gambled with a split push, and it didn't really pay off because Hotshot got caught. He was too far up, so that pretty much set into the game for us. So.
Was there anything you wish you may have done differently?
Hotshot just pretty much overextended. That was all it was. Like, I think we overall played like a good game. It could have gone to either person. We gambled, and we lost on the gamble, so. That's all it really was.
And there was a lot of, you know, activity around Baron. There was a lot of baiting and like fighting. Like, you know, was that a particular strategy you guys had for, you know, all the fighting around that area, or?
I mean, Baron, once it gets to a stalemate like that, I mean, there's no real way around it. Baron's going to decide who's going to win the game on that. Baron decides it. So if you get caught at Baron, you lose it. But if you give him Baron, you lose it. So either way, it's a big gamble too.
Cool. And any last thoughts? You know.
Nah, I don't have any. I'm good.
All right, thank you so much. And can you introduce yourself and who you played?
I'm Reginald from Team Solo Mid, and I played Annie that game.
cool. And you had a pretty epic Tibber stun under the tower. Can you describe that moment?
Well, that game, everything was on the line because that was basically our final match for the tournament, and if we didn't win, we would have been out of the tournament. So I was like, all right, we made a decision, everyone agreed, so I'm going to do it and go in. And it resulted in victory, so I'm really happy for that.
Yeah, it was really great. I mean, that definitely showed through. I think we all saw the fighting spirit with you guys. Even though the game was, pretty close there, you guys were pushing pretty aggressively on both sides. So it was really exciting for us to watch. What were you thinking going into that match? You guys know the other team pretty well. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, every single time we play CLG, it's like a rivalry, and we always try our hardest. Like, the problem we have with other teams is we take them too lightly, but whenever it's CLG, there's always pride on the line, there's everything on the line, and we've been a rivaling team for so long that when we go and play them, it's always going to be our best.
Right, and so you've obviously studied them for a very long time too.
Spent a lot of time studying them, and we definitely talked about the picks and spent time rather than just rushing into the game without thinking and just playing the game. We gave it a lot of thought. A lot of thought.
Right, and so given that you've researched them a lot, was there anything they pulled out that really surprised you during that match?
I actually was really surprised when they decided to run double AP. I mean, they're going towards more of the European style, and us in Epic Gaming, since we scrim a lot and play a lot together, because we've been practicing many weeks for this tournament, we kind of stick to the North American style still, the old school style, and it's doing well for us, so we're just going to stick with it till we find something better.
Great, well, very excited to watch your next match. Thank you very much. And I believe now we're going to a commercial break, so stick around.